All right, we are coming up on 2 o'clock. So, let's settle in, let's get comfortable, and let's get started with tonight's special as we get started with a marathon reading. Yes, hello Simba, I can hear you back there. As we get started with tonight's marathon reading of Michael Crichton's Sphere tonight. This year, whatever segment of time you prefer to jump in on. Last year, we did Crichton's Andromeda Strain, and Crichton is one of those authors that is a lot of fun, and not too terribly serious, and also, it just sort of fits. His style is really good for just, picking something up and not stopping until it's finished, which is very convenient because that is the plan for tonight. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Another year gone, and let's see how what the next year holds in store for us. And they're both hanging out early. Yes, Zoe and Simba are both around. They'll probably be getting all sorts of uppity as we go, because this is going to be a much longer session at my desk than usual. So, let's just see how it go, right? Alright, so let's shift over to our reading nook, because we have a lot of book ahead of us tonight. That is not the read-along page, hang on. There we are. So, Michael Crichton's Sphere. This is an interesting one. A little bit of existential dread, just general suspense and thriller, all layered into Crichton's very specific style of sci-fi. Yeah, Crichton is just he's just fun. Just fun. I've looked at a few of his, I've read a lot of his library. But this is one that I go back to pretty regularly because it's such a unique blend of just weird. But he really didn't miss a whole lot. A few of his books were better than others, obviously. Jurassic Park took off as an entire phenomenon of its own. We try not to talk about the modern Jurassic Park movies. Really anything but the first, maybe second. But that's neither here nor there. We're not here to criticize that. So, let's get started with Sphere. Begins with part 1, The Surface. West of Tonga. For a long time, the horizon had been a monotonous, flat blue line separating the Pacific Ocean from the sky. The Navy helicopter raced forward, flying low near the waves, despite the noise and the thumping vibration of the blades. Norman Johnson fell asleep. He was tired. He had been traveling on various military craft for more than 14 hours. It was not the kind of thing a 53-year-old professor of psychology was used to. He had no idea how long he slept. Oh, Christ, my lord. Where was I? And I gotta make sure my stuff is all... Yeah, that is one of the very few things that I don't keep anything of the sort in my cabinet, because let's be real. And holy shit, Z, the 20 I didn't even see that. I gotta pull up the other thing here. Thank you very much, Z. I don't even know if my local liquor store has Malort. Huh. Yeah, we'll find out. Alright. Yeah, tucked away in a back corner, collecting dust, ensuring that it never sees the light of day. Alright, where were we? He had no idea how long he slept. When he awoke, he saw that the horizon was still flat. There were white semicircles of coral atolls ahead. He said over the intercom, "What's this?" The islands of Ninihina and Tafahi, the pilot said. Technically part of Tonga, but they're uninhabited. Good sleep? Not bad. Norman looked at the islands as they flashed by. A curve of white sand. A few palm trees, then gone. The flat ocean again. Where'd they bring you in from? The pilot asked. San Diego, Norman said. I left yesterday. So you came Honolulu, Guam, Pago here? That's right. Long trip, the pilot said. What kind of work you do, sir? I'm a psychologist, Norman said. A shrink, huh? The pilot grinned. Why not? They've called in just about everything else. How do you mean? We've been ferrying people out of Guam for the last 2 days. Physicists, biologists, mathematicians, you name it. Everybody being flown to the middle of nowhere in the Pacific Ocean. What's going on? Norman said, oh, we got a hype chest on that. Let's see what we got from that. Oh, we got a new emote. Let's see what we got. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. These pronunciations are going to be heinous. The pilot glanced at him, eyes unreadable behind dark aviator sunglasses. "They're not telling us anything, sir. What about you? What'd they tell you?" "They told me," Norman said, "that there was an airplane crash." "Uh-huh," pilot said. "You get called on crashes?" "I have been, yes." For a decade, Norman Johnson had been on the list of FAA crash site teams, experts called on short notice to investigate civilian air disasters. The first time had been at the United Airlines crash in San Diego in 1976. Then he had been called to Chicago in 78 and Dallas in 82. Each time, the pattern was the same. A hurried telephone call, frantic packing the absence for a week or more. This time his wife Ellen had been annoyed because he had been called away on July 1st, which meant he would miss their July 4th beach barbecue. Then, too, Tim was coming back from his sophomore year at Chicago, on his way to a summer job in the Cascades. And Amy, now 16, was just back from Andover. And Amy and Ellen didn't get along very well if Norman wasn't there to mediate. The Volvo was making noises again, and it was possible Norman might miss his mother's birthday the following week. "What crash is it?" Ellen had said. "I haven't heard about any crash." She turned on the radio while he packed. There was no news on the radio of an airline crash. When the car pulled up in front of his house, Norman had been surprised to see it was a Navy pool sedan with a uniformed Navy driver. "They never sent a Navy car the other times," Ellen said, following him down the stairs to the front door. "Is this a military crash?" "I don't know," he said. "When will you be back?" He kissed her. "I'll call you," he said. "Promise." But he hadn't called. Everyone had been polite and pleasant, but they had kept him away from telephones. First at Hickam Field in Honolulu, then at the Naval Air Station in Guam, where he had arrived at 2 in the morning and spent half an hour in a room that smelled of aviation gasoline, staring dumbly at an issue of the American Journal of Psychology which he had brought with him, before flying on. He arrived at Pago Pago just as dawn was breaking. Norman was hurried onto the big C-9 helicopter, which immediately lifted off the cold tarmac and headed west, over palm trees and rusty corrugated rooftops into the Pacific. He had been on this helicopter for 2 hours, sleeping part of the time. Ellen and Tim and Amy and his mother's birthday now seemed very far away. "Where exactly are we?" "Between Samoa and Fiji, in the South Pacific," the pilot said. "Can you show me on the chart?" "I'm not supposed to do that, sir. Anyway, it wouldn't show much. Right now, you're 200 miles from anywhere, sir." Norman stared at the flat horizon, still blue and featureless. "I can believe it," he thought. He yawned. "Don't you get bored looking at that?" "To tell the truth, sir?" "The truth? No, sir." Pilot said, "I'm real happy to see it flat like this. At least we got good weather and it won't hold. There's a cyclone forming up in the Admiralties. Should swing down this way in a few days." Well, I appreciate the open-mindedness. It could be. We are pretty good about giving everything the good old college try around here. Now, a lot of our pronunciations are slightly off-center from the mark, but we'll at least try. I mean, what's the point of streaming if you don't embarrass yourself every once in a while, right? What happens then? Everybody clears the hell out. Weather can be tough in this part of the world, sir. I'm from Florida, and I saw some hurricanes when I was a kid, but you've never seen anything like a Pacific cyclone, sir. Norman nodded. "How much longer until we get there?" "Any minute now, sir." After 2 hours of monotony, the cluster of ships appeared unusually interesting. There were more than a dozen vessels of various kinds formed roughly into concentric circles. On the outer perimeter, he counted 8 gray Navy destroyers. Closer to the center were large ships that had wide-spaced double hulls and looked like floating dry docks. Then, nondescript, boxy ships with flat helicopter decks, and in the center, amid all the gray, 2 white ships, each with a flat pad and a bullseye. The pilot listed them off. You got your destroyers on the outside for protection, RVSs further in, that's remote vehicle support for the robots, then MSS mission support and supply, and OSRVs in the center. OSRVs? Oceanographic survey and research vessels. The pilot pointed to the white ships. John Hawes to port, and William Arthur to starboard. We'll put down on the Hawes. The pilot circled the formation of ships. Norman could see launches running back and forth between the ships, leaving small white wakes against the deep blue of the water. All this for an airplane crash? Norman said. Hey, the pilot grinned. I never mentioned a crash. Check your seatbelt if you would, sir. We're about to land. Barnes. The red bullseye grew larger and slid beneath them as the helicopter touched down. Norman fumbled with his seatbelt buckle as the uniformed Navy man ran up and opened the door. Dr. Johnson? Dr. Norman Johnson? That's right. Have any package, sir? Just this. Norman reached back, pulled out his day case. The officer took it. Any scientific instruments? Anything like that? No, that's it. This way, sir. Keep your head down. Follow me. Don't go aft, sir. Norman stepped out, ducking beneath the blades. He followed the officer off the helipad and down a narrow stairs. The metal handrail was hot to the touch. Behind him, the helicopter lifted off, the pilot giving him a final wave. Once the helicopter had gone, the Pacific air felt still and brutally hot. Good trip, sir? Fine. Need to go, sir? I've just arrived, Norman said. No, I mean, do you need to use the head, sir? No, Norman said. Good. Don't use the heads. They're all backed up. All right. Oh, hang on. Just a second. Sorry, a little bit of side business came up. All right. Well, this will keep until we get to our first break. So let's continue reading for now, and then I'll take a peek at this in a little bit. So, where were we? Good. Don't use the heads. They're all backed up. All right. Plumbing's been screwed up since last night. We're working on the problem and hope to have it solved soon. He peered at Norman. We have a lot of women on board at the moment, sir. I see, Norman said. There's a chemical John if you need it, sir. I'm okay, thanks. In that case, Captain Barnes wants to see you at once, sir. I'd like to call my family. You can mention that to Captain Barnes, sir. They ducked through a door, moving out of the hot sun into a fluorescent-lit hallway. It was much cooler. Air conditioner hasn't gone out lately, the officer said. At least that's something. Does the air conditioning go out often? Only when it's hot. Through another door, and into a large workroom, metal walls, racks of tools, acetylene torches, spraying sparks as workmen hunched over metal pontoons and pieces of intricate machinery. Cables snaking over the floor. We do ROV repairs here, the officer said, shouting over the din. Most of the heavy work is done on the tenders. We just do some of the electronics here. We go this way, sir. Through another door, down another corridor, and into a wide, low-ceilinged room crammed with video monitors. A half-dozen technicians sat in shadowy half-darkness before the color screens. Norman paused to look. This is where we monitor the ROVs, the officer said. We got 3 or 4 robots down on the bottom at any given time. Plus the MSBs and the FDs, of course. Norman heard the crackle and hiss of radio communications. Soft fragments of words he couldn't make out. On one screen, he saw a diver walking on the bottom. The diver was... there, it's fine. It was just buffering for some reason. We're not dropping frames, though, strangely enough. Meh. No, why? Just wondered. He's been very eager to see you. Calling up the Comtex every hour to find out when you're arriving. No, Norman said. I've never met him. Very nice man, I'm sure. The officer glanced over his shoulder. You know, they have a saying about the captain, he said. Oh, what's that? They say his bite is worse than his bark. Through another door, which was marked Project Commander, and beneath that a sliding plate that said Captain Harold C. Barnes, USN, the officer stepped inside, and Norman entered a paneled stateroom. A burly man in shirt sleeves stood up from behind a stack of files. Captain Barnes was one of those trim military men who made Norman feel fat and inadequate. In his middle 40s, Hal Barnes had erect military bearing, an alert expression, short hair, a flat gut, and a politician's firm handshake. Welcome aboard the Hawes, Dr. Johnson. How are you feeling? Tired, Norman said. I'm sure. You came from San Diego? Yes. So, it's 15 hours, give or take. Like to have a rest? I'd like to know what's going on, Norman said. Perfectly understandable, Barnes nodded. What'd they tell you? Who? The man who picked you up in San Diego. The man who flew you out here. The man in Guam, whatever. But they didn't tell me anything. Did you see any reporters? Any press? No, nothing like that. Barnes smiled. Good. I'm glad to hear it. He waved Norman to a seat. Norman sat gratefully. How about some coffee? Barnes said, moving to a coffee maker behind his desk. And then the lights went out. The room was dark except for the light that streamed in from a side portal. God damn it! Barnes said. Not again! Emerson! Emerson! An ensign came in the side door. Sir, working on it, Captain. What was it this time? Blew out in ROV Bay 2, sir. I thought we had an extra lines to Bay 2. Apparently they overloaded anyway, sir. I want this fixed now, Emerson. We hope to have it solved soon, sir. The door closed. Barnes sat back in his chair. Norman heard the voice in the darkness. It's not really their fault, he said. These ships weren't built for the kind of... it's not really their fault, he said. These ships weren't built for the kind of power loads we put on them now. And there we are. The lights came back on. Barnes smiled. You say you wanted coffee, Dr. Johnson? black is fine, Norman said. Barnes poured him a mug.
Anyway, I'm relieved you didn't talk to anybody. In my job, Dr. Johnson, security is the biggest worry, especially on a thing like this. If word gets out about this site, we'll have all kinds of problems. So many people are involved now. Hell, Sync Compact didn't even want to give me destroyers until I started talking about Soviet submarine reconnaissance. Next thing, I get 4 then 8 destroyers.
Soviet submarine reconnaissance? Norman asked.
That's what I told him in Honolulu.
Barnes grinned.
Part of the game. To get what you need for an operation like this, you got to know how to requisition equipment in the modern Navy. Of course, the Soviets won't come around.
They won't? But they won't? Norman felt he had somehow missed the assumptions that lay behind the conversation, and was trying to catch up.
It's very unlikely. Oh, they know we're here. They've spotted us with their satellites at least 2 days ago. We're putting out a steady stream of decodable messages about our search and rescue exercises in the South Pacific. S&R drill represents a low priority for them. Even though they undoubtedly figure a plane went down, we're recovering it for real. They may even suspect we're trying to recover nuclear warheads, and we did off Spain in '68. They'll leave us alone. Because politically, they don't want to be implicated in our nuclear problems. You know, we have trouble with New Zealand these days.
Is that what all this is? Norman said. Nuclear warheads? No.
Barnes said, thank God. Anything nuclear, somebody in the White House always feels duty-bound to announce it. We kept this one away from the White House staff. In fact, we bypassed the JCS on this. All briefings go straight from the Defense Secretary to the President, personally.
He rapped his knuckles on the desk.
So far, so good. You're the last to arrive. Now that you're here, we'll shut this thing down tight. Nothing in, nothing out.
Norman still couldn't put it together.
Nuclear warheads?
If nuclear warheads aren't involved in the crash, he said, why the secrecy?
Well, Bond said, we don't have all the facts yet.
The crash occurred in the ocean?
Yes. More or less directly beneath us as we sit here.
Then there can't be any survivors.
Survivors?
Barnes looked surprised.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Then why was I called here? Barnes looked blank. Well, Norman explained, I'm usually called to crash sites when there are survivors. That's why they put a psychologist on the team to deal with the acute traumatic problems of surviving passengers, or sometimes the relatives of surviving passengers, their feelings and their fears and their recurring nightmares. People who survive a crash often experience all sorts of guilt and anxiety concerning why they survived and not others. A woman sitting with her husband and children, suddenly they're all dead and she alone is alive. That kind of thing. Norman sat back in his chair. But in this case, an airplane that crashed in 1,000 feet of water, there wouldn't be any of those problems. So why am I here? Barnes was staring at him. He seemed uncomfortable. He shuffled the files around on his desk.
Actually, this isn't an airplane crash site, Dr. Johnson.
What is it?
It's a spacecraft crash site.
There was a short pause. Norman nodded. I see.
It doesn't surprise you?
Bond said. No, Norman said. As a matter of fact, it explains a lot. If a military spacecraft crashed in the ocean, that explains why I haven't heard anything about it on the radio. Why it was kept secret. Why I was brought here the way I was. When did it crash? Barnes hesitated, just a fraction before answering.
As best we can estimate, he said. This spacecraft crashed 300 years ago.
Okay, now we have the signature Crichton twist coming in nice and early. All right, let's continue on and let's see what further developments we can have going on here. ULF. There was a silence. Norman listened to the drone of the air conditioner. He heard faintly the radio communications in the next room. He looked at the mug of coffee in his hand, noticing a chip on the rim. He struggled to assimilate what he was being told, but his mind moved sluggishly in circles. 300 years ago, he thought. A spacecraft 300 years old? But the space program wasn't 300 years old. It was barely 30 years old. How could a spacecraft be 300 years old? It couldn't be. Barnes must be mistaken. But how could Barnes be mistaken? The Navy would send all these ships, all these people, unless they were sure what was down there. A spacecraft. 300 years old. But how could that be? It couldn't be. It must be something else. He went over it again and again, getting nowhere. His mind dazed and shocked. Hang on. Zoe, get off the goddamn curtain. Yeah. Ay. The cats. But how could that be? It couldn't be. It must be something else. He went over it again and again, getting nowhere. His mind dazed and shocked.
There's no question about it, Barnes was saying. We can estimate the date from the coil growth with great accuracy. Pacific coil grows 2.5 centimeters a year, and the object, whatever it is covered in about 5 meters of coral. It's a lot of coral. Of course, coral doesn't grow at a depth of 1,000 feet, which means that the present shelf collapsed to a lower depth at some point in the past. The geologists are telling us that happened about a century ago. So, we're assuming a total age for the craft of about 300 years. And we could be wrong about that. It could, in fact, be much older. It could be 1,000 years old.
Barnes shifted papers on his desk again, arranging them into neat stacks, lining up the edges.
I'm telling you, Dr. Johnson, this thing scares the hell out of me. That's why you're here.
Norman shook his head. I still don't understand.
I brought you here, Barnes said, because of your association with the ULF project.
ULF? Norman said. And he almost added, but ULF was a joke. Seeing how serious Barnes was, he was glad he had caught himself in time. Yet, ULF was a joke. Everything about it had been a joke from the very beginning. In 1979, in the waning days of the Carter administration, Norman Johnson had been an assistant professor of psychology at the University of California at San Diego. His particular research interest was group dynamics and anxiety, and he occasionally served on FAA crash site teams. In those days, his biggest problems had been finding a house for Ellen and the kids, keeping up his publications, and wondering whether UCSD would give him tenure. Norman's research was considered brilliant, but psychology was notoriously prone to intellectual fashions, and interest in the study of anxiety was declining, as many researchers came to regard anxiety as a purely biochemical disorder that could be treated with drug therapy alone.
One scientist even go so far as to say, anxiety is no longer a problem in psychology. There's nothing left to study. Similarly, group dynamics was perceived as old-fashioned. A field that had seen its heyday in the Gestalt encounter groups and corporate brainstorming procedures of the early 1970s, but now was dated and passé. Norman himself could not comprehend this. It seemed to him that American society was increasingly one in which people worked in groups, not alone. Rugged individualism was now replaced by endless corporate meetings and group decisions. In this new society, group behavior seemed to him more important, not less. And he did not think that anxiety as a clinical problem was going to be solved with pills. It seemed to him the society in which the most common prescription drug was Valium was, by definition, a society with unsolved problems. Yeah, preach, man. Not until the preoccupation with Japanese managerial techniques in the 1980s did Norman's field gain a new hold on academic attention. Around the same time, Valium dependence became recognized as a major concern, and the whole issue of drug therapy for anxiety was reconsidered. But in the meantime, Johnson spent several years feeling as if he were in a backwater. He did not have a research grant approved for nearly 3 years. Tenure and finding a house were very real problems. It was during the worst of this time, in late 1979, that he was approached by a solemn young lawyer from the National Security Council in Washington, who sat with his ankle across his knee and plucked nervously at his sock. The lawyer told Norman that he had come to ask his help. Norman said he would help if he could. Still plucking at the sock, the lawyer said he wanted to talk to Norman about a grave matter of national security facing our country today. Norman asked what the problem was. Simply, that this country has absolutely no preparedness in the event of an alien invasion. Absolutely no preparedness whatever. It's a little out of left field there, but because the lawyer was young, and because he stared down at his sock as he spoke, Norman at first thought he was embarrassed at having been sent on a fool's errand. But when the young man looked up, Norman saw, to his astonishment, that he was utterly serious. "We could really be caught with our pants down on this one," the lawyer said. "An alien invasion." Norman had to bite his lip. "That's, probably true," he said. "People in the administration are worried." "Are they?" "There's the feeling at the highest levels that contingency plans should be drawn." "You mean contingency plans in the event of an alien invasion?" Norman somehow managed to keep a straight face. "Perhaps," said the lawyer, "perhaps invasion is too strong a word. Let's soften that to say contact. Alien contact." "I see." "You're already involved in civilian crash site teams, Dr. Johnson. You know how these emergency groups function. We want your input concerning the optimal composition of a crash site team to confront an alien invader." "I see," Norman said, wondering how he could tactfully get out of this. The idea was clearly ludicrous. He could see it only as displacement. The administration, faced with immense problems it could not solve, had decided to think about something else. And then the lawyer coughed, proposed a study, and named a substantial figure for a 2-year research grant. Norman saw a chance to buy his house. He said yes. "I'm glad you agree the problem is a real one." "Oh, yes," Norman said, wondering how old his lawyer was. He guessed about 25. "We'll just have to get your security clearance," the lawyer said. "I need security clearance?" "Dr. Johnson," the lawyer said, snapping his briefcase shut, "this project is top secret." That's fine with me," Norman said, and he meant it. He could imagine his colleagues' reactions if they ever found out about this. What began as a joke soon became simply bizarre.
Over the next year, Norman flew 5 times to Washington for meetings with high-level officials of the National Security Council over the pressing, imminent danger of alien invasion. His work was very secret. One early question was whether his project should be turned over to DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency of the Pentagon. They decided not to. There were questions about whether it should be given to NASA, and again they decided not to. One administration official said, "This isn't a scientific matter, Dr. Johnson. This is a national security matter. We don't want to open it out." Norman was continually surprised at the level of the officials he was told to meet with. One senior undersecretary of state pushed aside the papers on his desk relating to the latest Middle East crisis to say,
"What do you think about the possibility that these aliens will be able to read our minds?"
"I don't know," Norman said.
"Well, it occurs to me, how are we going to be able to formulate a negotiating posture if they can read our minds?"
"That could be a problem," Norman agreed, sneaking a glance at his watch.
"Hell, it's bad enough to get our encrypted cables get intercepted by the Russians. We know the Japanese and the Israelis have cracked all our codes. We just pray the Russians can't do it yet. But you see what I mean, the problem about reading minds."
"Oh, yes."
"Your report will have to take that into consideration."
Norman promised it would.
A White House staffer said to him, "You realize the president will want to talk to these aliens personally. He's that kind of man."
"Uh-huh,"
Norman said.
"And I mean, the publicity value here. The exposure is incalculable. The president meets with aliens at Camp David. What a media moment!" "A real moment," Norman agreed.
"So, the aliens will need to be informed by an advanced man of who the president is.
And the protocol is in talking to him. You can't have the president of the United States talking to people from another galaxy or whatever on television without advanced preparation. Do you think the aliens will speak English?"
"Doubtful," Norman said.
"So, someone may need to learn their language. Is that it?"
"It's hard to say.
Perhaps the aliens would be more comfortable meeting with an advanced man from one of our ethnic minorities," the White House man said. "Anyway, it's a possibility. Think about it." Kind of a non sequitur there. Norman promised he would think about it. The Pentagon liaison, a major general, took him to lunch over coffee and casually asked,
"What sort of armaments do you see these aliens having?"
"I'm not sure," Norman said.
"Well, that's the crux of it, isn't it? What about their vulnerabilities? I mean, the aliens might not even be human at all."
"No, they might not.
They might just be like giant insects. Your insects can withstand a lot of radiation."
Yes," Norman said.
"We might not be able to touch these aliens,"
Pentagon's man said gloomily, and he brightened.
"But I doubt they could withstand a direct hit with a multi-meg nuclear device. Do you?"
"No," Norman said. I don't think they could."
"It's vaporizing."
"Sure."
"Laws of physics."
"Right."
"Your report must make that point clearly about the nuclear vulnerability of these aliens."
Yes," Norman said.
"We don't want to start a panic,"
the Pentagon man said.
"No sense getting everyone upset, is there? I know the JCS will be reassured to hear the aliens are vulnerable to our nuclear weapons."
"I'll keep that in mind," Norman said. Eventually the meetings ended. He was left to write his report. And as he reviewed the published speculations on extraterrestrial life, he decided that the Major General from the Pentagon was not so wrong after all. The real question about alien contact, if there was any real question at all, concerned panic. Psychological panic. The only important human experience with extraterrestrials had been Orson Welles' 1938 radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds, and the human response was unequivocal. That was a fun read. We read War of the Worlds a few months ago. Very early sci-fi in a very pessimistic view. And the radio broadcast of the radio show version of that was crazy. If you've ever read any of the stories about it, People took it very seriously, because who would lie on the radio? It must be all very real. The people had been terrified. Norman submitted his report, entitled Contact with Possible Extraterrestrial Life. It was returned to him by the NSC with the suggestion that the title be revised to sound more technical, and that he remove any suggestion that alien contact was only a possibility, as alien contact is considered virtually certain in some quarters of the administration. Revised, Norman's paper was duly classified top secret, under the title Recommendations for the Human Contact Team to Interact with Unknown Life Forms, ULF. As Norman envisioned it, the ULF contact team demanded particularly stable individuals. In his report, he had said,
I wonder,
Barnes said, opening a folder,
if you recognize this quote.
Contact teams meeting an unknown life form, ULF, must be prepared for severe psychological impact. Extreme anxiety responses will almost certainly occur. The personality traits of individuals who can withstand extreme anxiety must be determined, and such individuals selected to comprise the team. Anxiety, when confronted by unknown life, has not been sufficiently appreciated. The fears unleashed by contact with a new life form are not understood and cannot be entirely predicted in advance. But the most likely consequence of contact is absolute terror. Barnes snapped the folder shut.
You remember who said that?
Yes, Norman said, I do. And he remembered why he had said it. As part of the NSC grant, Norman had conducted studies of group dynamics in contexts of psychosocial anxiety. Following the procedures of Ash and Milgram, he constructed several environments in which subjects did not know they were being tested. In one case, a group of subjects were told to take an elevator to another floor to participate in a test. The elevator jammed between floors. Subjects were then observed by a hidden video camera. There were several variations to this. Sometimes the elevator was marked under repair. Sometimes there was a telephone communication with the repairmen. Sometimes not. Sometimes the ceiling fell in and the lights went out. Sometimes the floor of the elevator was constructed of clear lucite. In another case, subjects were loaded into a van and driven out into the desert by an experiment leader who ran out of gas and then suffered a heart attack, thus stranding the subjects. In the most severe version, subjects were taken up in a private plane, and the pilot suffered a heart attack in midair. Despite the traditional complaints about such tests, that they were sadistic, that they were artificial, that subjects somehow sensed the situations were contrived, Johnson gained considerable information about groups under anxiety stress. He found that fear responses were minimized when the group was small, 5 or less. When group members knew each other well, when group members could see each other and were not isolated. When they shared defined group goals and fixed time limits. When groups were mixed-aged and mixed-gender. And when group members had high phobic-tolerant personalities as measured by LAS tests for anxiety, which in turn correlated with athletic fitness. Study results were formulated in dense statistical tables, although in essence, Norman knew he had merely verified common sense. If you were trapped in an elevator, it was better to be with a few relaxed, athletic people you knew, to keep the lights on and to know someone was working to get you free. Yet, Norman knew that some of his results were counterintuitive, such as the importance of group composition. Groups composed entirely of men or entirely of women were much poorer at handling stress than mixed groups. Groups composed of individuals roughly the same age were much poorer than groups of mixed age. And pre-existing groups, formed for another purpose, did worst of all. At one point, he had stressed a championship basketball team, and it cracked almost immediately. Although his research was good, Norman remained uneasy about the underlying purpose of his first paper. Alien invasion, which he personally considered speculative to the point of absurdity. He was embarrassed to submit his paper, particularly after he had rewritten it to make it seem more significant than he knew it was. He was relieved when the Carter administration did not like his report. None of Norman's recommendations were approved. The administration did not agree with Dr. Norman Johnson that fear was a problem. They thought the predominant human emotion would be wonder and awe. Furthermore, the administration preferred a large contact team of 30 people, including 3 theologians, a lawyer, a physician, a representative from the State Department, a representative from the Joint Chiefs, a select group from the legislative branch, an aerospace engineer, an exobiologist, a nuclear physicist, a cultural anthropologist, and a television anchor personality. In any case, President Carter was not re-elected in 1980, and Norman heard nothing further about his ULF proposal. He'd heard nothing for 6 years. Until now.
Barnes said, "You remember the ULF team you proposed?"
"Of course," Norman said. Norman had recommended a ULF team of 4. An astrophysicist, a zoologist, a mathematician, a linguist, and a 5th member, a psychologist, whose job would be to monitor the behavior and attitude of the working team members.
"Give me your opinion of this,"
Barnes said. He handed Norman a sheet of paper. Anomaly Investigation Team. USN Staff Support Members. Harold C. Barnes, USN Project Commander Captain. Jane Edmonds, USN Data Processing Tech, PO1C. Tina Chan, USN Electronics Tech, PO1C. Alice Fletcher, USN Deep Sat Habitat Support Chief, PO. Rose C. Levy, USN Deep Sat Habitat Support 2C. Civilian staff members. Theodore Fielding, astrophysicist / planetary geologist. Elizabeth Halpern, zoologist / biochemist. Harold J. Adams, mathematician / logician. Arthur Levine, marine biologist / biochemist. Norman Johnson, psychologist. Norman looked at the list. Except for Levine, this is the civilian ULF team I originally proposed. I even interviewed them and tested them back then.
Correct?
But you said yourself there are probably no survivors. There's probably no life inside that spacecraft.
Yes,
Bond said.
But what if I'm wrong?
He glanced at his watch.
I'm going to brief the team members at 1100 hours. I want you to come along and see what you think about the team members,
Barnes said.
After all, we followed your ULF report recommendations.
You followed my recommendations, Norman thought with a sinking feeling. Jesus Christ.
I was just paying for a house. I knew you'd jump at the opportunity to see your ideas put into practice,
Barnes said.
That's why I've included you on the team as a psychologist, although a younger man would be more appropriate.
I appreciate that, Norman said.
I knew you would,
Barnes said, smiling cheerfully. He extended a beefy hand.
Welcome to the ULF team, Dr. Johnson.
All right, that brings us to the end of that chapter. And so, this is all going off the rails. A project that was meant just to put some bread on the table and bring in an influx of cash in a down period. He thought no one was taking it seriously. Came to light that actually was formative to administrative policy. And, wouldn't you know, it came out of the closet with all of the other skeletons. Ay. This is all very Crichton style so far. If you've read any Michael Crichton, the first few chapters it's a slow burn. Yeah, the attitudes toward anxiety are very much a time capsule of, even into the 80s and early 90s. It was just a solved problem. It was something like, take some pills and you'll be fine. Now, it's taken quite a bit more seriously. It's taken more seriously in many circles. But on the flip side, some of those same anachronisms and ideas and attitudes toward anxiety and other general mental problems, the same people that used to think that it was not a problem. Still think it's not a problem. But that's because some people are a problem. Yeah. But yeah, so this is, so far, very much in Crichton style. It's a slow burn to start, laying the groundwork, but already we can see some tension building, some conflicts of interest, some ideas that maybe this really is something after all. Alright, we've got ads starting up in just a few minutes, so let's go ahead and fire these off a little bit early, and I'll use the opportunity to top up my drink. We're going to need to make sure we stay up on hydration this one, because we're going to be going for quite some time. And then I've got a little bit of housekeeping to do behind the scenes. So, let's take a few minutes, stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, attend to your fuzzy friends, and we'll be back in just a little while to continue Sphere by Michael Crichton. All right, we are back. And let's see. And, oh, we got Mick showing up too. Would you look at that? All right, so we are joined now by Cinny and Mix, who have been so kind as to jump in. I am trying to figure out how to get the Discord thingies to work out nicely, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute my Discord audio here to make sure the call can come through. Cinny and Mix, thanks for joining us today.
Hello.
Now, let's see. There's a new source I need to put in here. Let's see.
I jumped in on a whim.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I think it's probably a browser source. Sorry, I'm trying to
Wait, it's your birthday, Arthur!
Yeah. Well, that is what we're doing today. Thank you.
Happy birthday, old chap.
Thank you. It's a lot easier once you stop counting. Let's see. There we are. Oop, that is. That's cute. That's cute. Oop. There we are. Yep. All right.
Hi, it's Cindy Lamont.
Yep, we got Cinny here. Let me see if I can get Mix going in here. I am not the best with OBS, but sometimes it just works, you know? And make sure I untick source visible as we start.
You hit it with a stick hard enough and it works.
Yes, precisely. Alright, now this one should be... Yep, there is Mix. Alright, we got both of you guys in here. Let me hide the cats for now so we have some room. So, thanks for joining me today, guys. We are reading Michael Crichton's Sphere. And so, if either of you would like to join in, you are certainly more than welcome. And in fact, I should probably, the easiest way to coordinate this is if I share the reading screen in the call. If I can find the source here. Where are my windows? Here we are. So that is probably going to be easier than trying to cross-read the stream.
Absolutely.
And so, really, whichever way you guys prefer to tackle this, we can split up some as far as what we read, or just you can pick up a section however you like. But once again, thanks for joining, and
of course,
feel free to drop off or jump in however you feel comfortable. I'll be going at this for God knows how long, but I certainly don't expect anyone else to. All right, so I'll kick back off here, and then probably at the page I'll see if either of you want to take over. So, we're continuing now from, there's no chat numbers on these chapters, but under Beth. An ensign showed Norman to his room, tiny and gray, more like a prison cell than anything else. Norman's day bag lay on his bunk. In the corner was a computer console and a keyboard. Next to it was a thick manual with a blue cover. He sat on the bed, which was hard, unwelcoming. He leaned back against a pipe on the wall. "Hi, Norman," a soft voice said. "I'm glad to see they dragged you into this. This is all your fault, isn't it?" A woman stood in the doorway. Beth Halpern, the team zoologist, was a study in contrast. She was a tall, angular woman of 36 who could be called pretty, despite her sharp features and the almost masculine quality of her body. In the years since Norman had last seen her, she seemed to have emphasized her masculine side even more. Beth was a serious weightlifter and runner. The veins and muscles bulged at her neck and on her forearms, and her legs beneath her shorts were powerful. Her hair was cut short, hardly longer than a man's. At the same time, she wore jewelry and makeup, and she moved in a seductive way. Her voice was soft, and her eyes were large and liquid, especially when she talked about the living things that she studied.
At those times, she became almost maternal. One of her colleagues at the University of Chicago had referred to her as Mother Nature with muscles. It's an image. Norman got up, and she gave him a quick peck on the cheek. My room's next to yours. I heard you arrive. When did you get in? An hour ago. I think I'm still in shock, Norman said. Do you believe all this? Do you think it's real? I think that's real. She pointed to the blue manual next to his computer. Norman picked it up. Regulations governing personnel conduct during classified military operations. He thumbed through pages of dense legal text. It basically says that you keep your mouth shut or you spend a long time in military prison. There's no calls in or out. Yes, Norman, I think it must be real. There's a spacecraft down there? There's something down there. It's pretty exciting. She began to speak more rapidly. For biology alone, the possibilities are staggering. Everything we know about life comes from studying life on our own planet. But, in a sense, all life on our planet is the same. Every living creature, from algae to human beings, is basically built on the same plan, from the same DNA. Now, we may have a chance to contact life that is entirely different. Different in every way. It's exciting, all right? Would either of you like to take a section?
Cindy?
Oh, okay. I guess to the bottom of the page, correct?
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
Gotcha. Norman nodded. He was thinking of something else. What did you say about no calls in or out? I promised to call Ellen. Well, I tried to call my daughter, and they told me the mainland comm links are out. If you can believe that. The Navy's got more satellites than admirals, but they swear there's no available lines to call out. Barnes said he'd approve a cable, that's it. How old is Jennifer now? Norman asked, pleased to pull the name from his memory. And what was her husband's name? He was a physicist? Norman remembered. Something like that. Sandy blonde man. Had a beard, wore bow ties. 9. She's pitching for the Evanston Little League now. Not much of a student, but a hell of a pitcher. She sounded proud. How's your family? Ellen? She's fine. The kids are fine. Tim's a sophomore at Chicago. Amy's at Andover. How is George? We divorced 3 years ago, Beth said. George had a year at CERN in Geneva, looking for exotic particles, and I guess he found whatever he was looking for. She's French. He says she's a great cook. She shrugged. Anyway, my work is going well. For the past year, I have been working with cephalopods, squid, and octopi. How's that? Interesting. It gives you a strange feeling to realize the gentle intelligence of these creatures, particularly octopi. You know, an octopus is smarter than a dog and would probably make a much better pet. It's a wonderful, clever, very emotional creature, an octopus. Only we never think about them that way. Norman said, do you still eat them? Oh, Norman, she smiled. Do you still relate everything to food? Whenever possible, Norman said, patting his stomach. Well, you won't like the food in this place. It's terrible. But the answer is no, she said, cracking her knuckles. I could never eat an octopus now, knowing what I know about them. Which reminds me, what do you know about Hal Barnes? Nothing, why? I've been asking around. Turns out Barnes is not Navy at all. He's ex-Navy. You mean he's retired? Retired in 81. He was originally trained as an aeronautical engineer at Caltech, and after he retired, he worked for Grumman for a while, then a member of the Navy Science Board of the National Academy, then Assistant Under-Secretary of Defense, and a member of DSARC? The Defense
DSARC?
Systems
Yeah.
The Defense Systems Acquisition Review Council, a member of the Defense Science Board which advises the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense. I can turn myself up. My Focusrite is doing nonsense.
Yeah.
I apologize, I looked over.
let Cindy do her thing, because she does tend to get quiet every now and then. And I don't want to blow your audience's ears out when I do read. Yeah.
Yeah.
From the top? Advises them on what? Weapons acquisition, Beth said. He's a Pentagon man who advises the government on weapons acquisition. So how'd he get to be running this project? Sorry, it's been a while since I read anything lately.
You're fine. You're fine.
Beats me, Norman said. Sitting on the bunk, he kicked off his shoes. He felt suddenly tired. Beth leaned against the doorway. You seem to be in very good shape, Norman said. Even her hands look strong, he thought. A good thing, too, as it turns out, Beth said. I have a lot of confidence for what's coming. What about you? Think you'll manage okay? Me? Why shouldn't I? He glanced down at his own familiar paunch. Ellen was always after him to do something about it, and from time to time he got inspired and went to the gym for a few days. But he could never seem to get rid of it. And the truth was, it didn't matter that much to him. He was 53 years old, and he was a university professor. What the hell? Then he had a thought. What do you mean you have the confidence for what's coming? What's coming? Well, it's only rumors so far, but your arrival seems to confirm them. What rumors? They're sending us down there, Beth said. Down where? To the bottom. To the spaceship. But it's 1,000 feet down. They're investigating it with robot submersibles. These days, 1,000 feet isn't that deep, Beth said. The technology can handle it. There are Navy divers down there, and the word is the divers have put up a habitat so our team can go down and live on the bottom for a week or so and open the spacecraft up. Norman felt a sudden chill. In his work with the FAA, he had been exposed to every sort of horror. Once in Chicago, at a crash site that extended over a whole farm field, he had stepped on something squishy. He thought it was a frog, but it was a child's severed hand, palm up. Another time, he had seen a man's charred body, still strapped into the seat, except the seat had been flung into the backyard of a suburban house, where it sat upright next to a portable plastic kiddie swimming pool. And in Dallas, he had watched the investigators on the rooftops of the suburban houses, collecting the body parts, putting them in bags. Working on a crash site team demanded the most extraordinary psychological vigilance to avoid being overwhelmed by what you saw. But there was never any personal danger, any physical risk. The risk was the risk of nightmares. Let me finish this up then.
Sure.
But now, the prospect of going down 1,000 feet under the ocean to investigate a wreck. You okay? Beth said. You look pale. I didn't know anybody was talking about going down there. Just rumors, Beth said. Get some rest, Norman. I think you need it.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll take us up from here and probably do 2 just to balance things out, and then whenever you're ready, just chime in and feel free, and we'll have you take a page. So, this is developing nicely. We've seen the internal workings of Norman, who seems to be the primary point of view character for at least the beginning. We'll see. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I read this book. Whether we'll change points of view or whether it's entirely from Norman's perspective. When we read Andromeda Strain last year, was the last time I read Anne Crichton, and I think it was primarily from one person, but there was a little bit of shifting as the story reached different points when Michael needed a different narrative perspective. So we'll see if he does some of the same here. So, continuing on. The briefing. The ULF team met in the briefing room, just before 11. Norman was interested to see the group he had picked 6 years before, now assembled together for the first time. Ted Fielding was compact, handsome, and still boyish at 40, at ease in shorts and a polo sport shirt. An astrophysicist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. He had done important work on the planetary stratigraphy of Mercury and the Moon, although he was best known for his studies of the Mangala Valles and Valles Marineris Channel on Mars, located at the Martian equator. These great canyons were as much as 2,500 miles long and 2.5 miles deep. 10 times the length and twice the depth of the Grand Canyon, and Fielding had been among the first to conclude that the planet most like the Earth in composition was not Mars at all, as previously suspected, but tiny Mercury, with its Earth-like magnetic field. Fielding's manner was open, cheerful, and pompous. At JPL, he had appeared on television whenever there was a spacecraft flyby, and thus enjoyed a certain celebrity. He had recently been remarried to a television weather reporter in Los Angeles. They had a young son. Ted was a long-standing advocate for life on other worlds, and a supporter of SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, which other scientists considered a waste of time and money. He grinned happily at Norman now. I always knew this would happen, sooner or later. We'd get our proof of intelligent life on other worlds. Now at last we have it, Norman. This is a great moment, and I am especially pleased about the shape. Hang on, gotta chat on the YouTube side, and that is infrequent. So I need to make sure I respond appropriately. Very, very nice to see YouTube chat. Where were we? Norman, this is a great moment, and I am especially pleased about the shape. The shape? Of the object, down there! What about it? Norman hadn't heard anything about the shape. I've been in the monitor room watching the video feed from the robots. They're beginning to define the shape beneath the coral, and it's not round. It is not a flying saucer, Ted said. Thank God! Perhaps this will silence the lunatic fringe. He smiled. All things come to him who waits, eh? I guess so, Norman said. He wasn't sure what Fielding meant, but Ted tended to literary quotations. Ted saw himself as a Renaissance man, and random quotations from Rousseau and Lao Tzu were one way to remind you of it. Yet there was nothing mean-spirited about him. Someone once said that Ted was a brand name guy, and that carried over to his speech as well. There was an innocence, almost a naivete to Ted Fielding that was endearing and genuine. Norman liked him. He wasn't so sure about Harry Adams, the reserved Princeton mathematician Norman hadn't seen for 6 years. Harry was now a tall, very thin black man with wire-framed glasses and a perpetual frown. He wore a t-shirt that said, "Mathematicians do it correctly." It was the kind of thing a student would wear, and indeed, Adams appeared even younger than his 30 years. He was clearly the youngest member of the group, and arguably the most important. Many theorists argued that communication with extraterrestrials would prove impossible, because if human beings would have nothing in common with them. These thinkers pointed out that just as human bodies represented the outcome of many evolutionary events, so did human thought. Like our bodies, our ways of thinking could easily have turned out differently. There is nothing inevitable about how we looked at the universe. Men already had trouble communicating with intelligent earthly creatures such as dolphins, simply because dolphins lived in such a different environment and had such different sensory apparatus. Yet, men and dolphins might appear virtually identical when compared with the vast differences that separated us from an extraterrestrial creature. Creature who was the product of billions of years of divergent evolution in some other planetary environment. Such an extraterrestrial would be unlikely to see the world as we did. In fact, it might not see the world at all. It might be blind. It might learn about the world through a highly developed sense of smell or temperature or pressure. There might be no way to communicate with such a creature. No common ground at all. As one man put it, how would you explain Wordsworth's poem about daffodils to a blind water snake? but the field of knowledge we were most likely to share with extraterrestrials was mathematics. So the team mathematician was going to play a crucial role. Norman had selected Adams because, despite his youth, Harry had already made important contributions to several different fields. "What do you think about all this, Harry?" Norman said, dropping into a chair next to him. "I think it is perfectly clear," Harry said, that it is a waste of time. "This fin they found underwater? I don't know what it is, but I know what it isn't. It isn't a spacecraft from another civilization." Ted, standing nearby, turned away in annoyance. Harry and Ted had evidently had this same conversation already. "How do you know?" Norman asked. "A simple calculation," Harry said, with a dismissing wave of his hand. "Trivial, really. You know the Drake equation?" Norman did. It was one of the famous proposals in the literature on extraterrestrial life. But he said, "Refresh me." Would either of you like to take a section?
Sitting.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Harry sighed. Harry sighed irritably, pulled out a sheet of paper. "It's probability equation," he wrote.
Oh, Christ.
What it means... Gestures at the formula. "What it means," Harry Adams said, "is the probability P that intelligent life will evolve in any star system is a function of the probability that the star will have planets. The number of habitable planets, the probability that simple life will evolve on a habitable planet, the probability that intelligent life will evolve from simple life, and the probability that intelligent life will attempt interstellar communication within 5 billion years. That's all the equation says." "Uh-huh," Norman said. "But the point is, we have no facts," Harry said. "We must guess at every single one of these probabilities. And it's quite easy to guess one way, as Ted does, and conclude that there are probably thousands of intelligent civilizations. It's equally easy to guess, as I do, that there is probably only one civilization. Ours." He pushed the paper away. "And in that case, whatever is down there is not from an alien civilization. So we're all wasting our time here." "Then what is down there?" Norman said again. "It is an absurd expression of romantic hope," Adams said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. There's a vehemence about him that troubled Norman. 6 years earlier, Harry Adams had still been a street kid whose obscure talent had carried him in a single step from a broken home in the slums of Philadelphia to manicured green lawns of Princeton. In those days, Adams had been playful, amused at his turn of fortune. Why was he so harsh now? Adams was an extraordinarily gifted theorist. Brain died on that one.
You're fun.
Theotrician. Best guess.
Theoretician,
His
I think.
reputation.
Wait. Sorry, which word?
Theoretician, I think.
Theoretician. Cool. thank you.
Theoretician? Yeah.
Adams was an extraordinarily gifted theoretician, his reputation secured in probability density functions of quantum mechanics, which were beyond Norman's comprehension. Although Adams had worked them out when he was 17, but Norman could certainly understand the man himself, and Harry Adams seemed tense and critical now, ill at ease in this group. Or perhaps it had to do with his presence as part of the group. Norman had worried about how he would fit in because Harry had been a child prodigy. There were really only two kinds of child prodigies, mathematical and musical. Some psychologists argue that there's only one kind since music was so closely related to mathematics. While they were precocious children with other talents such as writing, painting, and athletics, the only areas in which a child might truly perform at the level of an adult were in mathematics or music. Psychologically, such children were complex, often loners, isolated from their peers and even from their families by their gifts, for which they were both admired and resented. Socialization skills were often retarded, making group interactions uncomfortable. As a slum kid, Harry's problems would have been, if anything, magnified. He had once told Norman that when he first learned about Fourier transforms, the other kids were learning to slam dunk. So maybe Harry was feeling uncomfortable in the group now.
And we see what you are. We see what you are. Mix, you want to take this page?
Absolutely. Give me a second here. You read the first line, right?
Yes.
Okay. But there seemed to be something else. Harry appeared almost angry. You, wait, Adam said. A week from now, this is going to be recognized as... Oh, you wait, Adam said. A week from now, this is going to be recognized as one big fat false alarm. Nothing more. You hope, Norman thought, and again wondered why. Well, I think it's exciting. Beth Halpern said, smiling brightly. Even a slim chance of finding a new life is exciting, as far as I'm concerned. That's right, Ted said. After all, Harry, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Norman looked over at the final member of the team, Arthur Levine, the marine biologist. Levine was the only person he didn't know. A pudgy man, Levine looked pale and uneasy, wrapped in his own thoughts. He was about to ask Levine what he thought when Captain Barnes strode in, a stack of files under his arm. Welcome to the middle of nowhere, Barnes said. And you can't even go to the bathroom. They all laughed nervously. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said, but we don't have a lot of time, so let's get right down to it. If you'll kill the lights, we can begin. The first slide showed a large ship with an elaborate superstructure on the stern. The Rose Sea Lady, Barnes said. A cable-laying vessel chartered by Transpac Communications to lay a submarine telephone line from Honolulu to Sydney, Australia. The Rose left Hawaii on May 29th of this year, and by June 16, it had gotten as far as Western Samoa in the mid-Pacific. It was laying a new fiber optics cable, which has a carrying capacity of 20,000 simultaneous telephonic transmissions. The cable is covered with a dense metal and plastics web matrix, unusually tough and resistant to breaks. The ship had already laid more than 4,600 nautical miles of cable across the Pacific, with no mishaps of any sort. Next, a map of the Pacific, with a large red spot. At 10 p.m. on the night of June 17, the vessel was located here, midway between Pago Pago in American Samoa and Viti Levu in Fiji. That sounded more French when I said that. When the ship experienced a wrenching shudder, alarm sounded and the crew realized the cable had snagged and torn. They immediately consulted their charts, looking for an underwater obstruction, but could see none. They hauled up the loose cable, which took several hours, since at the time of the accident they had more than a mile of cable paid out behind the ship. When they examined the cut end, they saw that it had been cleanly sheared, as one crewman said, like it was cut with a huge pair of scissors. Next, a section of fiberglass cable held toward the camera in the rough hand of a sailor. The nature of the break, as you can see, suggests an artificial obstruction of some sort. The Rose steamed north back over the scene of the break. Next.
A series of ragged...
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. A series of ragged black and white lines, with a region of small spikes. This is the original sonar scan from the ship. If you can't read sonar scans, this will be hard to interpret. You can see here the thin knife-edge obstruction, consistent with a sunken ship or aircraft, which cut the cable. The charter company, Transpac Communications, notified the Navy, requesting any information we had about the obstruction. This is routine. Whenever there's a cable break, the Navy is notified, on the chance that the obstruction is known to us. If it's a sunken vessel containing explosives, the cable company wants to know about it before they start repair. In this case, the obstruction was not in Navy files, and the Navy was interested. We immediately dispatched our nearest search ship, the Ocean Explorer, from Melbourne. The Ocean Explorer reached the site on June 21st of this year. The reason for the Navy interest was the possibility that the obstruction might represent a sunken Chinese Wuhan-class nuclear submarine fitted with SY-2 missiles. We knew the Chinese lost such a sub in this approximate area in May 1984.
The Ocean Explorer scanned the bottom using a most sophisticated side-looking sonar, which produced this picture of the bottom.
In color, the image was almost three-dimensional in its clarity.
As you see, the bottom appears flat, except for a single triangular fin, which sticks up some 280 feet above the ocean floor. You see it here, he said, pointing. Now, this wing dimension is larger than any known aircraft manufactured in either the United States or the Soviet Union. This was very puzzling at first. Next.
A submersible robot being lowered on a crane over the side of a ship. The robot looked like a series of horizontal tubes with cameras and lights nestled in the center.
By June 24, the Navy had had the ROV carrier Neptune 4 on the site, and the remote-operated vehicle Scorpion, which you see here, was sent down to photograph the wing. Its return with an image that clearly showed a control surface of some sort. Here it is.
There were murmurs from the group. In a harshly lit color image, a gray fin stuck up from a flat coral floor. The fin was sharp-edged and aeronautical-looking, tapered, definitely artificial.
You'll notice, Barnes said, that the sea bottom in this region consists of scrubby, dead coral. The wing, or fin, disappears into the coral, suggesting the rest of the aircraft might be buried beneath. An ultra-high-resolution SLS bottom scan was carried out to detect the shape underneath the coral. Next.
Another color sonar image, composed of fine dots instead of lines.
As you see, the fin seems to be attached to a cylindrical object buried under the coral. The object has a diameter of 190 feet and extends west for a distance of 2,754 feet before tapering to a point.
More murmurings from the audience.
That's correct, Barnes said. The cylindrical object is half a mile long.
I see, but
the shape is consistent with a rocket or spacecraft. It certainly looks like that. But from the beginning, we were careful to refer to this object as the anomaly.
Norman glanced over at Ted, who was smiling up at the screen. But alongside Ted in the darkness, Harry Adams frowned and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Then the projector light went out. The room was plunged into darkness. There were groans. Norman heard Barnes say,
"God damn it, not again!"
Someone scrambled for the door. There was a rectangle of light. Beth leaned over to Norman and said, "They lose power here all the time. Reassuring, huh?" Moments later, the electricity came back on. Barnes continued.
On June 25th, a Scarab remote vehicle cut a piece from the tail fin and brought it to the surface. The fin segment was analyzed and found to be a titanium alloy in an epoxy resin honeycomb. The necessary bonding technology for such metal-plastic materials was currently unknown on Earth. Experts confirmed that the fin could not have originated on this planet, although in 10 or 20 years we'd probably know how to make it.
Harry Adams grunted, leaned forward and made a note on his pad. Meanwhile, Barnes explained. Other robot vessels were used to plant seismic charges on the bottom. Seismic analysis showed that the buried anomaly was of metal, that it was hollow, and that it had a complex internal structure.
After 2 weeks of intensive study, Barnes said, we concluded the anomaly was some sort of spacecraft.
The final verification came on June 27th from the geologists. Their core samples from the bottom indicated that the present seabed had formerly been much shallower, perhaps only 80 or 90 feet deep. This would explain the coral, which covered the craft to an average thickness of 30 feet. Therefore, the geologist said, the craft had been on the planet at least 300 years, and perhaps much longer, 500 or even 5,000 years.
However reluctantly, Barnes said, the Navy concluded that we had, in fact, found a spacecraft from another civilization. The decision of the President, before a special meeting of the National Security Council, was to open the spacecraft. So, starting June 29th, the ULF team members were called in.
On July 1st, the subsea habitat DH-7 was lowered into position near the spacecraft site. DH-7 housed 9 Navy divers, working in a saturated exotic gas environment. They proceeded to do primary drilling work.
And I think that brings you up to date, Barnes said. Any questions?
Ted said, "The internal structure of the spacecraft, has it been clarified?" Cindy, you want to take this page if you'd like?
Yeah. You can tell the hesitation of, okay, I'm making sure. Not at this point. The spacecraft seems to be built in such a way that the shock waves are transmitted around the outer shell, which is tremendously strong and well engineered. That prevents a clear picture of the interior from the seismics. How about passive techniques to see what's inside? We've tried, Barnes said. Gravimetric analysis, negative. Thermography, negative. Resistivity mapping, negative. Proton precision magnometers, negative. Listening devices? We've had hydrophones on the bottom from day one. There have been no sounds emitting from the craft. At least not so far. What about other remote inspection procedures? Most involve radiation, and we're hesitant to irritate the craft at this time. Harry said, Captain Barnes, I notice the fin appears undamaged, and the hull appears a perfect cylinder. Do you think this object crashed into the ocean? Yes, Barnes said, looking uneasy. So this object has survived a high-speed impact with the water, without a scratch or a dent? Well, it's tremendously strong. Harry nodded. It would have to be. Beth said, the divers who are down there now, what exactly are they doing? Looking for the front door, Barnes smiled. For the time being, we've had to fall back on classical archaeological procedures. We're digging exploratory trenches in the coral, looking for an entrance or a hatch of some kind. We hope to find it within the next 24 to 48 hours. Once we do, you're going in. Anything else? Yes, Ted said. What was the Russian reaction to this discovery? We haven't told the Russians yet, Barnes said. You haven't told them? No, we haven't. But this is an incredible, unprecedented development in human history. Not just American human history, human history. Surely we could share this with all the nations of the world. This sort of discovery that can unite all of mankind. You'd have to speak to the president, Barnes said. I don't know about the reasoning behind it, but it's his decision. Any other questions? Nobody said anything. The team looked at each other. Then I guess that's it, Barnes said.
Yes. The lights came on. There was the scraping of chairs as people stood stretched. Then Harry Adams said, Captain Barnes, I must say I resent this briefing very much. Barnes looked surprised. What do you mean, Harry? Sorry, is my mic far away from my face right now? Give me a sec. Yeah. The other stopped, looked at Adams. He remained seated in his chair, an irritated look on his face. Did you decide you have to break the news to us gently? What news? The news about the door. Barnes laughed uneasily. Harry, I just got through telling you that the divers are cutting exploratory trenches, looking for the door. I'd say you had a pretty good idea where the door was 3 days ago when you started flying us in. And I'd say that by now you probably know exactly where the door is. Am I right? Barnes said nothing. He stood with a fixed smile on his face. My God, Norman thought, looking at Barnes. Harry's right. Harry was known to have a superbly logical brain, an astonishing and cold deductive ability, but Norman had never seen him at work. Yes, Barnes said. Finally. You're right. You know the location of the door? We do. Yes. There was a moment of silence, and then Ted said, But this is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. When will we go down there to enter the spacecraft? Tomorrow, Barnes said, never taking his eyes off Harry, and Harry, for his own part, stared fixedly at Barnes. The mini-subs will take you down in pairs, starting at 0800 hours tomorrow morning. This is exciting, Ted said. Fantastic, unbelievable. So, Barnes said, still watching Harry, you should all get a good night's sleep. If you can. Innocent sleep, sleep that knits up the revealed sleeve of care. Ted said. He was literally bobbing up and down in his chair with excitement. During the rest of the day, supply and technical officers will be coming to measure and outfit you. Any other questions? Barnes said. You can find me in my office. He left the room and the meeting broke up. When the others filed out, Norman remained behind with Harry Adams. Harry never moved from his chair. He watched the technician packing up the portable screen. That was quite a performance just now, Norman said. Was it? I don't see why. You deduced that Barnes wasn't telling us about the door. Oh, there's much more he's not telling us about, Adams said in a cold voice. He's not telling us about any of the important things. Like what? Like the fact, Harry said, getting to his feet at last, that Captain Barnes knows perfectly well why the president decided to keep this a secret. He does? The president had no choice under the circumstances. What circumstances? He knows that the object down there is not an alien spacecraft. Then what is it? I think it's quite clear what it is. Not to me, Norman said. Adam smiled for the first time. It was a thin smile, entirely without humor. You wouldn't believe it if I told you, he said, and he left the room. Dun dun dun! Mystery.
Indeed, indeed. So this is very reminiscent. Like you can see Crichton's style in this, having the mathematician, the logician that is out there pulling some of the strings. You see the same thing in Jurassic Park. Chaos theory guy. And so it's the different perspectives from the people with different backgrounds and jurisdictions of science are coming together and being a little bit of both hero and antagonist throughout. Their interactions are fluid and flexible, but they're all coming into the forefront. It's very interesting, and it's always, I think, why Crichton played off so well with so many different kinds of audiences. It's a chance for what might be a common person to be involved in huge things, but also it's, scientists doing science stuff. Very interesting.
So it's a known formula, but it works.
Exactly, yeah. There's a reason that tropes and formulas are static and reused. They're interesting. They catch the audience's attention. And we're 10% of the way into the book already, and nothing has really happened. It's all laying groundwork, but already it's captivating. All right, so let's continue on, because now that we know that there's something down there, something waiting. It's
something not alien.
Yeah, something not alien after all, maybe. It's time to see what we can see. So, continuing on with tests. Arthur Levine, the marine biologist, was the only member of the expedition Norman Johnson had not met. It was one of the things we hadn't planned for, he thought. Norman had assumed that any contact with unknown life would occur on land. He hadn't considered the most obvious possibility. That if a spacecraft landed at random somewhere on the Earth, it would most likely come down on water. Since 70% of the planet was covered with water, it was obvious in retrospect that they would need a marine biologist. What else, he wondered, would prove obvious in retrospect? He found Levine hanging off the port railing. Levine came up from the Oceanographic Institute at Woods Hole, Massachusetts. His hand was... Hang on. Cat hitting the mouse buttons as he flops his tail around. Fat fuck. Yeah, that's right.
That's my experience with my cat last night.
What else, he wondered, would prove obvious in retrospect? He found Levine hanging off the port railing. Levine came from the Oceanographic Institute at Woods Hole, Massachusetts. His hand was damp when Norman shook it. Levine looked extremely ill at ease, and finally admitted that he was seasick. Seasick? A marine biologist? Norman said. I work in the laboratory, he said. At home. On land.
where things don't move all the time. Why are you smiling?
Sorry, Norman said.
You think it's funny? A seasick marine biologist?
Incongruous, I guess.
A lot of us get seasick,
David said. He stared out at sea.
Look out there,
He said.
thousands of miles of flat nothing.
The ocean,
Gives me the creeps.
David said. Marine biologists getting creeps by the ocean. Oh. So, Barnes said, back in his office.
So,
Barnes said, back in his office.
what do you think?
Of what?
Of the team, for Christ's sake!
It's the team I chose. 6 years later. Basically a good group. Certainly very able.
I want to know who will crack.
Why should anybody crack? Norman said. He was looking at Barnes, noticing the thin line of sweat on his upper lip. The commander was under a lot of pressure himself.
1,000 feet down, Barnes said, living and working in a cramped habitat. Listen! It's not like I'm going in with military divers who've been trained and who've have themselves under control. I'm taking a bunch of scientists. For God's sake, I want to make sure they all have a clean bill of health. I want to make sure nobody's going to crack.
I don't know if you are aware of this, Captain, but psychologists can't predict that very accurately. Who will crack?
Even when it's from fear.
Whatever it's from. Barnes frowned.
I thought fear was your specialty.
Anxiety is one of my research interests, and I can tell you who, on the basis of personality profiles, is likely to suffer acute anxiety in a stress situation. But I can't predict who will crack under that stress and who won't.
Then what good are you?
Barnes said irritably. He sighed.
I'm sorry. Don't you just want to interview them or give them some tests?
There aren't any tests, Norman said. At least, none that work. Barnes sighed again.
What about Levine?
He's seasick.
There isn't any motion underwater. That won't be a problem. But what about him, personally?
I'd be concerned, Norman said.
Duly noted. What about Harry Adams? He's arrogant.
Yes, Norman said, but that's probably desirable. Studies have shown that the people who were most successful at handling pressure were people others didn't like. Individuals who were described as arrogant, cocksure, irritating.
Maybe so, Barnes said. What about his famous research paper? Harry was one of the biggest supporters of SETI a few years back. Now that we've found something, he's certainly very negative. You remember his paper?
Norman didn't, and was about to say so when an ensign came in. Captain Barnes, here is the visual upgrade you wanted.
Okay,
Barnes said. He squinted at a photograph. Put it down.
What about the weather?
No change, sir. Satellite reports are are confirming. We have 48 plus minus 12 on site, sir.
Barnes
said. Trouble? Norman asked.
The weather's going bad on us,
Barnes said.
We may have to clear out our surface support.
Cindy, would you like a page?
Sure.
Thank you.
Does that mean you'll cancel going down there? No, Barnes said. We'll go tomorrow, as planned. Why does Harry think this thing is not a spacecraft? Norman asked. Barnes frowned, pushed the papers on his desk. Let me tell you something, he said. Harry's a theoretician. That word again. And theories are just that, theories. I deal in hard facts. The fact is, we've got something damn old and damn strange down there. I want to know what it is. But if it's not an alien spacecraft, what is it? We'll just have to get down there, shall we? Barnes glanced at his watch. The second habitat should be anchored on the seafloor by now. We'll be moving you down in 15 hours. Between now and then, we've all got a lot to do. Just hold it there, Dr. Johnson. Norman stood naked. Felt two metal clappers pinch the back of his arms just above his elbow. Just a bit. That's fine. Now you can get into the tank. The young medical corpsman stepped aside, and Norman climbed the steps of the metal tank, which looked like a military version of a jacuzzi. The tank was filled to the top with water. As he lowered his body into the water, it spilled over the sides. What's all this for? Norman asked. I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson. If you would completely immerse yourself. What? Just for a moment, sir. Norman took a breath, ducked under the water, came back up. That's fine. You can get out now, the corpseman said, handing him a towel. What's all this for? He asked again, climbing down the ladder. Total body adipose content, the corpseman said. We have to know it to calculate your SAT stats. My SAT stats? Your saturation statistics, the corpseman marked points on his clipboard. Oh dear, he said. You've gone off the graph. Why is that? Did you get much exercise, Dr. Johnson? Some? He was feeling defensive now, and the towel was too small to wrap around his waist. Why did the Navy use such small towels? Do you drink?
Mix, would you like to carry on?
Why, yes. Some. He was feeling distinctly defensive, no question about it. May I ask when you last consumed an alcoholic beverage, sir? I don't know, 2-3 days ago. He was having trouble thinking back to San Diego. It seemed so far away. Why? That's fine. Dr. Johnson, any trouble with joints, hips, or knees? No, why? Episodes of syncope, faintness, or blackouts? No. If you would just sit over here, sir. The corpseman pointed to a stool next to an electronic device on the wall. I'd really like some answers, Norman said. Just stare at the green dot, both eyes wide open. He felt a brief blast of air on both eyes and blinked instinctively. A printed strip of paper clicked out. The corpseman tore it off, glanced at it. That's fine, Dr. Johnson, if you'd come this way. I'd like some information from you, Norman said. I'd like to know what's going on. I understand, sir, but I have to finish your workup in time for your next briefing at 1700 hours. Norman lay on his back, and technicians stuck needles in both arms, and another in his leg at the groin. He yelled in sudden pain. That's the worst of it, sir, the corpseman said, packing the syringes in ice. If you will just press this cotton against it here. There was a clip over his nostrils, a mouthpiece between his teeth. This is to measure your CO2, the corpseman said. Just exhale, that's right. Big breath, now exhale. Norman exhaled. He watched a rubber diaphragm inflate, pushing a needle up a scale. Try it again, sir. I'm sure you can do better than that. Norman didn't think he could, but he tried again anyway. Another corpsman entered the room with a sheet of paper covered with figures. Here are his BCs, he said. The first corpsman frowned. Has Barnes seen this? Yes.
And what'd he say? He said it was okay. He said to continue. Okay, fine. He's the boss. The first corpsman turned back to Norman. Let's try one more big breath, Dr. Johnson, if you would. Metal calipers touched his chin, his forehead. A tape went around his head. Now the calipers measured from his ear to his chin. What's this for? Norman said. Fitting you for a helmet, sir? Shouldn't I be trying one on? This is the way we do it, sir. Dinner was macaroni and cheese, burned underneath. Norman pushed it aside after a few bites. The corpsman appeared at his door. Time for the 1700 hours briefing, sir. I'm not going anywhere, Norman said, until I get some answers. What the hell is all this you're doing to me? Routine deep sat workup, sir. Navy recs require it before you go down. And why am I off the graph? Sorry, sir? You said I was off the graph. That! You're a bit heavier than the Navy tables figure for, sir. Is there a problem about my weight? Shouldn't be. No, sir. And the other tests, what did they show? Sir, you are in very good health for your age and lifestyle. Oh, that's a non-answer. And what are you going? And what about going down there? Norman asked, half hoping he wouldn't be able to go. Down there? I've talked with Captain Barnes. Shouldn't be any problem at all, sir. If you'll just come this way to the briefing, sir. The others were sitting around in the briefing room with styrofoam cups of coffee. Norman felt glad to see them. He dropped into a chair next to Harry. Jesus, did you have the damn physical? Yeah, he said. Had it yesterday. They stuck me in the leg with this long needle, Norman said. Really? They didn't do that to me. How about breathing with that clip on your nose? I didn't do that either, Harry said. Sounds like you got some special treatment, Norman. Norman was thinking the same thing, and he didn't like the implications. He felt suddenly tired. All right, men, we've got a lot to cover and just 3 hours to do it, a brisk man said, turning off the lights as he came into the room. Norman hadn't even gotten a good look at him. Now it was just a voice in the dark. As you know, Dalton's law governs partial pressures of mixed gases, or as represented here in algebraic form. The first of the graphs flashed up, with a formula that I care not to read. Now, let's review how calculation of the partial pressure might be done in atmospheres absolute, which is the most common procedure we employ. The words were meaningless to Norman. He tried to pay attention, but as the graphs continued and the voice droned on, his eyes grew heavier and he fell asleep. Be taken down in the submarine, and once in the habitat module, you will be pressurized to 33 atmospheres. At that time, you will be switched over to mixed gases, since it is not possible to breathe Earth's atmosphere beyond 18 atmospheres. Norman stopped listening. These technical details only filled him with dread. He went back to sleep, awakening only intermittently. Since oxygen toxicity only occurs when the PO2 exceeds 0.7 ATA for prolonged periods, nitrogen narcosis, in which nitrogen behaves like an anesthetic, will occur in mixed gas atmospheres if partial pressure exceeds 1.5 ATA in the DDS. Demand open circuit is generally preferable, but you will be using semi-closed circuit with inspired fluctuations of 608 to 760 millimeters. He went back to sleep. When it was over, they walked back to the rooms. Did I miss anything? Norman said. Well, not really, Harry shrugged. Just a lot of physics. In his tiny gray room, Norman got into bed. The glowing wall clock said 2300. It took him a while to figure out that was 11 p.m. In 9 more hours, he thought, I will begin the descent. Then he slept. All right, well, if there's ever a briefing that is going on and snippets of it are being called out specifically as the point of view character is falling asleep, that is the closest thing to a Chekhov's gun you're going to ever see. So, pay attention to those details. They'll probably be important later. All right, and that is the end of part 1. We'll be moving on to part 2, The Deep, next. But we've got ads starting in about 30 seconds, so it is a fantastic time to take a short break. So, I encourage everyone to stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, attend to your fuzzy friends, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue this special reading of Michael Crichton's Sphere.
All right. I might have to pop out here.
All right, we are back. Welcome back, welcome back. Mix has had to run off. He's got his own stream, so let me do a quick shout out real quick. If you haven't yet, I greatly encourage everyone to follow both Mix and Cinny here. Let me make sure I can get the name spelled right on here. Mix's name always throws me off with the Z in there, I will readily admit.
I've had to remind myself, no, where did it go? Nope, that I'm close to the position of where the Z goes.
There we are. So, and then let me get Cinny while I'm in the habit of doing shoutouts here. Oh, I need to wait a minute and a half. I'll get you as soon as it comes back.
No, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good.
So, as I was saying, if you haven't yet, I encourage you to check out Mix. He's a variety streamer, does all sorts of things, joins in on Fanfic Friday pretty regularly, who I regularly raid into, and just in general is a cool guy. So, if you're looking for someone to watch, Mix is great. Cindy is great. Cindy's still here. It's a little awkward to talk about someone in front of their face. So,
I am still in your balls.
Let's go ahead and jump back in. We've got a lot of book ahead of us yet. So, we're picking up from part 2 of Sphere, the Deep. And actually, that seems a decent time to swap up BGM. We're going to start getting creepy here. So,
yay.
all right. Descent. In the morning light, the submarine Charon 5 bobbed on the surface, riding on a pontoon platform. Bright yellow, it looked like a child's bathtub toy, sitting on a deck of oil drums. A rubber Zodiac launch took Norman over, and he climbed onto the platform, shook hands with the pilot, and who could not have been more than 18, younger than his son, Tim. "Ready to go, sir?" the pilot said. "Sure," Norman said. He was as ready as he would ever be. Up close, the sub did not look like a toy. It was incredibly massive and strong. Norman saw a single porthole of curved acrylic. It was held in place by bolts as big as his fist. He touched them tentatively. The pilot smiled. "Want to kick the tires, sir?" "No, I'll trust you." "Ladders this way, sir." Norman climbed the narrow rungs to the top of the sub and saw the small circular hatch opening. He hesitated. "Sit on the edge here," the pilot said, "and drop your legs in. Then follow it down. You may have to squeeze your shoulders together a bit and suck in your... that's it, sir." Norman wriggled through the tight hatch into an interior so low he could not stand. The sub was crammed with dials and machinery. Ted was already aboard, hunched in the back, grinning like a kid. "Isn't this fantastic?" Norman envied his easy enthusiasm. He felt cramped and a little nervous. Above him, the pilot clanged the heavy hatch shut and dropped down to take the controls. "Everybody okay?" They nodded. "Sorry about the view," the pilot said, glancing over his shoulders. "You gentlemen are mostly going to be seeing my hindquarters. Let's get started. Mozart okay?" He pressed a tape deck and smiled. "We've got 13 minutes to descent to the bottom. Music makes it a little easier. If you don't like Mozart, I can offer you something else." "Mozart's fine," Norman said. "Mozart's wonderful," Ted said. "Sublime." "Very good, gentlemen," the submarine hissed. There was squawking on the radio. The pilot spoke softly into a headset. A scuba diver appeared at the porthole, waved. The pilot waved back. There was a sloshing sound, then a deep rumble, and they started down.
As you see, the whole sled goes under,
the pilot explained.
The sub's not stable on the surface, so we sled her up and down. We'll leave the sled at about 100 feet or so.
Through the porthole, they saw the diver standing on the deck, the water now waist deep. Then the water covered the porthole. Bubbles came out of the diver's scuba.
We're under,
the pilot said. He adjusted valves above his head, and they heard the hiss of air, startlingly loud. More gurgling. The light in the submarine from the porthole was a beautiful blue. Lovely, Ted said.
We'll leave the sled now,
the pilot said. Motors rumbled, and the sub moved forward, the diver slipping off to one side. Now there was nothing to be seen through the porthole but undifferentiated blue water. The pilot said something on the radio and turned up the Mozart.
Just sit back, gentlemen, he said, descending 80 feet a minute.
Norman felt the rumble of the electric motors, but there was no real sense of motion. All that happened was that it got darker and darker.
You know, Ted said, we're really quite lucky about this site. Most parts of the Pacific are so deep we'd never be able to visit in person.
He explained that the vast Pacific Ocean, which amounted to half the total surface of the Earth, had an average depth of 2 miles.
There are only a few places where it is less. One is the relatively small rectangle bounded by Samoa, New Zealand, Australia, and New Guinea, which is actually a great undersea plain, like the plains of the American West, except it's at an average depth of 2,000 feet. And that's where we are going now, descending to that plain.
Ted spoke rapidly. Was he nervous?
What, Simba? Yes, hello.
Was he nervous? Norman couldn't tell. He was feeling his own heart pound. Now, it was quite dark outside. The instruments glowed green. The pilot flicked on red interior lights. Their descent continued. 400 feet. The submarine lurched, then eased forward.
This is the river.
What river? Norman said.
Sir, we are in the middle of we are in a current of different salinity and temperature. It behaves like a river inside the ocean. We traditionally stop about here, sir. The sub sticks in the river. Takes us for a little ride.
Oh, yes, Ted said, reaching into his pocket. Ted handed the pilot a $10 bill. Norman glanced questioningly at Ted. Cindy, you want to go ahead and take a page?
Mm-hmm. Didn't they mention it to you? Old tradition. You always pay the pilot on your way down for good luck. I could use some luck, Norman said. He fumbled with his pocket, found a $5 bill, thought better of it, and took out a 20 instead. Thank you, gentlemen. And have a good bottom stay, both of you, pilot said. The electric motors cut back in. The descent continued. The water was dark. 500 feet, he said. Halfway there. The submarine creaked loudly and then made several explosive pops. Norman was startled. That's normal pressure adjustment. Pressure adjustment, the pilot said. No problem. Uh-huh, Norman said. He wiped sweat on his shirt sleeve. It seemed that the interior of the submarine was now much smaller, the walls closer to his face. Actually, Ted said, if I remember, this particular region of the Pacific is called the Lao Basin. Isn't that right? That's right, sir, the Lao Basin. It's a plateau between two undersea ridges, South Fiji or Lao Ridge to the west, and Tonga Ridge to the east. That's correct, Dr. Fielding. Norman glanced at the instruments. They were covered with moisture. The pilot had to rub the dials with a cloth to read them. Was the sub leaking? No, he thought. Just condensation. The interior of the submarine was growing colder. Take it easy, he told himself. 800 feet, the pilot said. It was now completely black inside. This is very exciting, Ted said. Have you ever done anything like this before, Norman? Nope, Norman said. Me neither, Ted said. What a thrill. Norman wished he would shut up. You know, Ted said, when we open this alien craft up and make our first contact with another form of life, it's going to be a great moment in the history of our species on Earth. I've been wondering about what we should say. Say? You know, what words? At the threshold with the cameras rolling.
Will there be cameras? Oh, I'm sure there'll be all sorts of documentation. It's only proper considering. So we need something to say. A memorable phrase. I was thinking of this is a momentous moment in human history. A momentous moment, Norman said, frowning. You're right, Ted said. Awkward, I agree. Maybe a turning point in human history. Norman shook his head. How about a crossroads in the evolution of the human species? Can evolution have a crossroads? I don't see why not, Ted said. Well, a crossroads is a crossing of roads. Is evolution a road? I thought it wasn't. I thought evolution was undirected. You're being too literal, Ted said. Reading the bottom, the pilot said, 900 feet. Slowed the descent. They heard the intermittent ping of sonar. Ted said, a new threshold in the evolution of the human species. Sure, I think it will be. Will be what? A new threshold. Why not? Ted said. What if we open it up and it's just a lot of rusted junk inside? And nothing valuable or enlightening at all? Good point, Ted said. 950 feet. Exterior lights are on, the pilot said. Through the porthole, they saw white flecks. The pilot explained this was suspended matter in the water. Visual contact. I have bottom. Ooh, let's see, Ted said. The pilot obligingly shifted to one side, and they looked. Norman saw a flat, dead, dull brown plain, stretching away to the limit of the lights. Blackness beyond. Not much to look at right here, I'm afraid, the pilot said. Surprisingly dreary, Ted said, without a trace of disappointment. I would have expected more life. Well, it's pretty cold. Water temperature is 36 degrees Fahrenheit. Almost freezing, Ted said. Yes, sir. Let's see if we can find your new home. It's slightly ominous, and it sort of lends itself to a long stay. The motors rumbled. Muddy sediment churned up in front of the porthole. The sub turned, moved across the bottom. For several minutes they saw only the brown landscape. Then lights. There we are! A vast underwater array of lights, arranged in a rectangular pattern. That's the grid, the pilot said. The submarine planed up and glided smoothly over the illuminated grid, which extended into the distance for half a mile. Through the porthole, they saw divers standing on the bottom, working within the grid structure. The divers waved the passing sub. The pilot honked a toy horn. They can hear that? Oh, sure. Water's a great conductor. My God, Ted said. Directly ahead, the giant titanium fin rose sharply above the ocean floor. Norman was completely unprepared for its dimension. As the submarine moved to port, the fin blocked their entire field of view for nearly a minute. The metal was dull gray, and except for small white speckles of marine growth, entirely unmarked. There isn't any corrosion, Ted said. No, sir, the pilot said. Everybody's mentioned that. They think it's because it's a metal plastic alloy, but I don't think anybody's quite sure. The fin slipped away to the stern. The submarine again turned. Directly ahead, more lights arranged in vertical rows. Norman saw a single cylinder of yellow painted steel and bright portholes. Next to it was a low metal dome. That's DH-7, the diver's habitat to port, the pilot said. It's pretty utilitarian. You guys are in DH-8, which is much nicer, believe me. He turned starboard, and after a momentary blackness, they saw another set of lights. Coming closer, Norman counted 5 different cylinders, some vertical, some horizontal, interconnected in a complex way. There you are, DH-8. You're home away from home, the pilot said. Give me a minute to dock. Metal clanged against metal. There was a sharp jolt, and then the motors cut off. Silence. Hissing air. The pilot scrambled to open the hatch, and surprisingly cold air washed down on them. Care to finish up the chapter here, Cindy? I'll keep going. Airlock's open, gentlemen, he said, stepping aside. Norman looked up through the lock. He saw banks of red lights above. He climbed up through the submarine and into a round steel cylinder, approximately 8 feet in diameter. On all sides there were handholds. A narrow metal bench, the glowing heat lamps overhead, though they didn't seem to do much good. Ted climbed up and sat on the bench opposite him. They were so close their knees touched. Below their feet, the pilot closed the hatch. They watched the wheels spin. They heard a clank as the submarine disengaged, then the whir of motors as it moved away. Then, nothing. What happens now? Norman said. They pressurize us, Ted said. Switch us over to exotic gas atmosphere. We can't breathe air down here. Why not? Norman said. Now that he was down here, staring at the cold steel walls of the cylinder, he wished he had stayed awake for the briefing. Because, Ted said, the atmosphere of the Earth is deadly. You don't realize it, but oxygen is a corrosive gas. It's in the same chemical family as chlorine and fluorine. And hydrofluoric acid is the most corrosive acid known. The same quality of oxygen that makes a half-eaten apple turn brown or makes iron rust is incredibly destructive to the human body if exposed to too much of it. Oxygen under pressure is toxic, with a vengeance. So we cut down the amount of oxygen you breathe. You breathe 21% oxygen at the surface. Down here, you breathe 2% oxygen, but you won't notice any difference. A voice over a loudspeaker said, We're starting to pressurize you now. Who's that? Norman said, Barnes, the voice said. But it didn't sound like Barnes. It sounded gritty and artificial. It must be the talker, Ted said, and then laughed. His voice was noticeably higher pitched. It's the helium, Norman. They're pressurizing us with helium. You sound like Donald Duck. And he laughed too. His own voice sounded squeaky, like a cartoon character. Speak for yourself, Mickey, Ted squeaked. I thought I saw a putty cat, Norman said. They were both laughing, hearing their voices.
Knock it off, you guys,
Bond said over the intercom.
This is serious.
Yes, sir, Captain, Ted said. But by now his voice was so high-pitched it was almost unintelligible, and they fell into laughter again, their tinny voices like those of schoolgirls reverberating inside the steel cylinder. Helium made their voices high and squeaky, but it also had other effects.
I realized I had my mute on. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You want to finish up the chapter?
Yeah, I can do that. Getting chilled, boys? Barnes said. They were indeed getting colder. He saw Ted shivering, goosebumps on his own legs. It felt as if a wind were blowing across their bodies, except there wasn't any wind. The lightness of the helium increased evaporation, made them cold. Across the cylinder, Ted said something, but Norman couldn't understand Ted at all anymore. His voice was too high-pitched to be comprehensible. It was just a thin squeal. Sounds like a couple of rats in there now, Barnes said with satisfaction. Ted rolled his eyes toward the loudspeaker and squeaked something. If you want to talk, get a talker, Barnes said. You'll find them in the locker under the seat. Norman found a metal locker, clicked it open. The metal squealed loudly, like chalk on a blackboard. All the sounds in the chamber were high-pitched. Inside the locker, he saw 2 black plastic pads with neck straps. Just slip them over your neck. Put the pad at the base of your throat. Okay, Ted said, then blinked in surprise. His voice sounded slightly rough, but otherwise normal. These things must change the vocal cord frequencies, Norman said. Why don't you guys pay attention to briefings? Barnes said. That's exactly what they do. You have to wear a talker all the time when you're down there. At least if you want anybody to understand you. Still cold? Yes, Ted said. Well, hang on. You're almost fully pressurized now. And then there was another hiss, and a side door slid open. Barnes stood there with light jackets over him. Welcome to DH8, he said.
All right, we are down in the depths. Let me see. Gotta organize my OBS a little bit, make sure things are in properly. I do have a few elements that do need to belong in certain places.
It's all good. I think I'll take my leave for now. I may
Okay.
pop in later, but thank you for this.
Perfect. Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining in. Let me get a shout out for you here.
Oh, it's all good, and happy birthday.
Thank you. And I appreciate you joining in, and as always, be good. All right. Thanks, Cindy. Till next time.
Yeah, thank you. I'll leave you to it. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right, guys. It is just us for now, and that is totally fine. If you haven't yet, I encourage you to give Cindy a follow. They are fantastic, just like Mix. Regular guests over on the Fanfic Friday, and that's how that connection has been made. And generally just a lot of fun. So, if you haven't yet, be sure to give them a follow. And thanks again, Cindy and Mix, for joining in on this stream. It's nice to have a little bit of a change of perspective sometimes like this. Yeah, it was very nice of them. So I'm always surprised sometimes at the openness of a lot of the different VTuber communities and just Twitch communities in general, that there's a lot of good people out there. You just need to be open enough to find them and be willing to jump in and see how things are going. So, let's continue with our reading tonight. We've got a lot of book ahead of us and a lot of night ahead of us. So, let's continue on with DH8.
The last to arrive, Bond said. We just have time for a quick tour before we open the spacecraft.
You're ready to open it now? Ted asked. Wonderful! I've just been talking about this with Norman. This is such a great moment. Our first contact with alien life. We ought to prepare a little speech for when we open it up.
There'll be time to consider that,
Bond said with an odd glance at Ted.
I'll show you the habitat first. This way.
He explained that the DH8 habitat consisted of 5 large cylinders, designated A to E.
Seal A is the airlock, where we are now.
He led them into an adjacent changing room. Heavy cloth suits hung limply on the wall, alongside yellow sculpted helmets of the sort Norman had seen divers wearing. The helmets had a futuristic look. Norman tapped one with his knuckles. It was plastic and surprisingly light. He saw Johnson stenciled above one faceplate. Are we going to wear these? Norman asked.
That's correct,
Bond said. Then we'll be going outside, Norman said, feeling a twinge of alarm.
Eventually, yes. Don't worry about it now. Still cold?
They were. Barnes had them change into tight-fitting jumpsuits of clinging blue polyester. Ted frowned.
Don't you think these look a little silly? They may not be the height of fashion, Barnes said, but they prevent heat loss from helium.
The color is unflattering, Ted said.
Screw the color,
Barnes said. He handed them lightweight jackets. Norman felt something heavy in one pocket and pulled out a battery pack.
The jackets are wired and electronically heated, Barnes said, like an electric blanket, which is what you'll use for sleeping. Follow me.
They went on to Cylinder B, which housed power and life support systems. At first glance, it looked like a large boiler room, all multicolored pipes and utilitarian fittings.
It's where we generate all our heat, power, and air, Barnes said.
He pointed out the features.
Closed cycle IC generator, 240 over 110. Hydrogen and oxygen driven fuel cells. LXS monitors, liquid processor, runs on silver zinc batteries. And that's Chief Petty Officer Fletcher. Teeny Fletcher.
Norman saw a big boned figure working back among the pipes with a heavy wrench. The figure turned. Alice Fletcher gave him a grin, waved a greasy hand.
She seems to know what she's doing,
Ted said approvingly.
She does, Barnes said, but all the major support systems are redundant. Fletcher is just our final redundancy. Actually, you'll find the entire habitat is self-regulating.
He clipped heavy badges onto the jumpsuits.
Wear these at all times, even though they're just a precaution. The alarms trigger automatically if life support conditions go below optimum. That won't happen. There are sensors in each room of the habitat. You'll get used to the fact that the environment continually adjusts to your presence. Lights will go on and off, heat lamps will turn on and off, and air vents will hiss to keep track of things. It's all automatic. Don't sweat it. Every single major system is redundant. We can lose power, we can lose air, we can lose water entirely. And we will be fine for 130 hours.
This situation seems very reminiscent of the facility that we saw in Andromeda Strain. Now, if the reasoning is entirely different, this is a life support system deep under the ocean, as opposed to a facility that's to be, it's a clean site deep in a mountain. A little different, but very reminiscent. 130 hours didn't sound very long to Norman. He did the calculation in his head. 5 days. 5 days didn't seem very long either. They went into the next cylinder, the lights clicking on as they entered. Cylinder C contained living quarters, bunks, toilets, showers.
Plenty of hot water you'll find.
Barnes showed them around, proudly, as if it were a hotel. The living quarters were heavily insulated, carpeted deck, walls, and ceilings, all covered in soft padded foam, which made the interior appear like an overstuffed couch. But despite the bright colors and the evident care in decoration, Norman still found it cramped and dreary. The portholes were tiny, and they revealed only the blackness of the ocean outside. And wherever the padding ended, he saw heavy bolts and heavy steel plating, a reminder of where they really were. He felt as if he were inside a large iron lung, and, he thought, that isn't so far wrong. They ducked through narrow bulkheads into D-Cell, a small laboratory with benches and microscopes on the top level, a compact electronics unit on the level below.
This is Tina Chan,
Barnes said, introducing a very still woman. They all shook hands. Norman thought that Tina Chan was almost unnaturally calm, until he realized she was one of those people who almost never blinked their eyes.
Be nice to Tina,
Barnes was saying.
She's our only link to the outside. She runs the comm ops, and the sensor systems as well. In fact, all the electronics.
Tina Chan was surrounded by the bulkiest monitors Norman had ever seen. They looked like TV sets from the 1950s. Barnes explained that certain equipment didn't do well in the helium atmosphere, including TV tubes. In the early days of undersea habitats, the tubes had to be replaced daily. Now they were elaborately coated and shielded, hence their bulk. That's a way to date the writing for sure. The TV tubes. Next to Chan was another woman, Jane Edmonds, whom Barnes introduced as the unit archivist. "What's a unit archivist?" Ted asked her. "Petty Officer First Class, Data Processing, sir," she said formally. Jane Edmonds wore spectacles and stood stiffly. She reminded Norman of a librarian. "Data processing," Ted said. "My mission is to keep all the digital recordings, visual materials, and videotapes, sir. Every aspect of this historic moment is being recorded, and I keep everything neatly filed." Norman thought, she is a librarian. "Oh, excellent," Ted said. "I'm glad to hear it. Film or tape?" Tape, sir." "I know my way around a video camera," Ted said with a smile. What are you putting it down? What are you putting it down on? 1/2 inch or 3/4? "Sir, we use a data scanner image equivalent of 2,000 pixels per side-biased frame, each pixel carrying a 12-tone gray scale." "Oh," Ted said. "It's a bit better than commercial systems you may be familiar with, sir." "I see," Ted said. He recovered smoothly and chatted with Edmonds for a while about technical matters. Ted seems awfully interested in how we're going to record this.
Ted seems awfully interested in how we're going to record this, Barnes said,
Looking uneasy. Yes, he seems to be. Norman wondered why that troubled Barnes. Was Barnes worried about the visual record? Or did he think Ted would try to hog the show? Would Ted try to hog the show? Did Barnes have any worries about having this appear to be a civilian operation? "No, the exterior lights are 150-watt quartz halogen,
Edmonds was saying. We're recording an equivalent of 500,000 ASA, so that's ample. The real problem is backscatter. We're constantly fighting it. Norman said, I notice your support team is all women.
Yes, Bond said. All the deep diving studies show that women are superior for submerged operations. They're physically smaller and consume less nutrients and air. They have better social skills and tolerate close quarters better. They are physiologically tougher and have better endurance. The fact is, the Navy long ago recognized that all their submariners should be female. He laughed. But just try to implement that one. He glanced at his watch. We better move on. Ted?
Ah, yes. The strange, forward-thinking progressivism and equality of the military. You're small, so you fit in the submarine better. Have fun. They went on.
Hey, Kessler, welcome.
They went on. The final cylinder, E-Sil, was more spacious than the others. There were magazines, a television, a large lounge, and on the deck below was an efficient mess and a kitchen. Seaman Rose Levy, the cook, was a red-faced woman with a southern accent, standing beneath giant suction fans. She asked Norman whether they had any favorite desserts. Desserts? Yes, sir, Dr. Johnson. I like to make everybody's favorite dessert, if I can. What about you? You have a favorite, Dr. Fielding?
Key lime pie, Ted said. I love key lime pie.
Can do, sir, Levy said, with a big smile. She turned back to Norman. I haven't heard yours yet, Dr. Johnson. Strawberry shortcake. Easy. I got some nice New Zealand strawberries coming down on the last sub-shuttle. Maybe you'd like that shortcake tonight?
Why not,
Rose? Bond said heartily. Norman looked out the black porthole window. From the portholes of D-Sil, he could see the rectangular illuminated grid that extended across the bottom. Following the half-mile-long buried spacecraft, divers illuminated like fireflies. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thanks, Kessler. Divers, illuminated like fireflies, moved over the glowing grid surface. Norman thought, I am 1,000 feet beneath the surface of the ocean. And we are talking about whether we should have strawberry shortcake for dessert. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The best way to make somebody comfortable in a new environment was to give him familiar food. Strawberries make me break out, Ted said. I'll make your strawberry shortcake with blueberries, Levy said, not missing a beat. And whipped cream? Ted said. Well...
You can't have everything, Bond said. And one of the things you can't have in 30 atmospheres of mixed gas is whipped cream. Won't whip. Let's move on.
Beth and Harry were waiting in the small padded conference room, directly above the mess. They both wore jumpsuit and heated jackets. Harry was shaking his head as they arrived. Like our padded cell? He pointed the insulated walls. It's like living in a vagina. Okay, all right. Beth said. Don't you like going back to the womb, Harry? No. Harry said, I've been there. Once was enough. These jumpsuits are pretty bad, Ted said, plucking at the clinging polyester. Shows your belly nicely, Harry said. Let's settle down. A few sequins and you can be Elvis Presley, Harry said. Elvis Presley's dead. Not a chance, Harry said. Norman looked around. Where's Levine?
Levine didn't make it, Bond said briskly. He got claustrophobic in the sub coming down and had to be taken back. One of those things.
Then we have no marine biologist?
We'll manage without him.
I hate this damn jumpsuit, Ted said. I really hate it. Beth looks good in hers. Yes, Beth works out.
And it's damp in here, too,
Ted said. Is it always so damp? Norman had noticed that humidity was a problem. Everything they touched felt slightly wet and clammy and cold. Barnes warned them of the danger of infections and minor colds, and handed out bottles of skin lotion and eardrops. I thought you said the technology was all worked out, Harry said.
It is, Barnes said. Believe me, this is plush compared to the habitats 10 years ago.
10 years ago, Harry said.
They stopped making habitats because people kept dying in them. Barnes frowned. There was one accident. There were 2 accidents, Harry said. A total of 4 people.
Special circumstances, Barnes said. Not involving Navy technology or personnel.
Great. Said, how long did you say we were going to be down here?
Maximum 72 hours, Barnes said.
You sure about that?
It's Navy regs, Barnes said.
Why? Norman asked, puzzled.
Barnes shook his head. Never, he said. Never ask a reason for Navy regulations. Man's got a point.
The intercom clicked, and Tina Chan said, Captain Barnes, we have a signal from the divers. They're mounting the airlock now. Another few minutes to open. The feeling in the room changed immediately. The atmosphere was palpable. Ted rubbed his hands together. You realize, of course, that even without opening that spacecraft, we have already made a major discovery of profound importance.
What's that? Norman said.
We've shot the unique event hypothesis to hell, Ted said, glancing at Beth.
The unique event hypothesis? Barnes said.
He's referring, Beth said, to the fact that physicists and chemists tend to believe in intelligent extraterrestrial life, while biologists tend not to. Many biologists feel the development of intelligent life on Earth required so many peculiar steps that it represents a unique event in the universe that may never have occurred elsewhere.
Wouldn't intelligence arise again and again? Barnes said.
Well, it barely arose on Earth, Beth said. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and single-cell life appeared 3.9 billion years ago, almost immediately, geologically speaking. But life remained single-celled for the next 3 billion years. Then, in the Cambrian period, around 600 million years ago, there was an explosion of sophisticated life forms within 100 million years. The Earth was full of fish. Then the land became populated, then the air. But nobody knows why the explosion occurred in the first place. And since it didn't occur for 3 billion years, there's the possibility that on some other planet it might never occur at all. And even after the Cambrian, the chain of events leading to man appears to be so special, so chancy, that biologists worry it might never have happened. Just consider the fact that if the dinosaurs hadn't been wiped out 65 million years ago by a comet or whatever, then reptiles might still be the dominant form on Earth, and mammals would never have had a chance to take over. No mammals, no primates, no apes, no man. There are a lot of random factors in evolution. A lot of luck. That's why biologists think intelligent life might be a unique event in the universe, only occurring here. Except now, Ted said, we know it's not a unique event, because there is a damn big spacecraft out there. Personally, Beth said, I couldn't be more pleased. She bit her lip. You don't look pleased, Norman said. I'll tell you, Beth said. I can't help being nervous.
Was my integration not working? Let's get the checker off there.
I can do water next. That sounds good. I've got a little bit left of this gin and tonic, but water can come next, certainly.
I'll tell you, Beth said. I can't help being nervous. 10 years ago, Bill Jackson at Stanford ran a series of weekend seminars on extraterrestrial life. This was right after he won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. He split us into 2 groups. One group designed the alien life form and worked it all out scientifically. The other group tried to figure out the life form and communicate with it. Jackson presided over the whole thing as a hard scientist, not letting anybody get carried away. One time we brought in a sketch of a proposed creature and he said, very tough.
Okay, where's the anus?
That was his criticism. But many animals on Earth have no anus. There are all kinds of excretory mechanisms that don't require a special orifice. Jackson assumed an anus was necessary, but it isn't. And now, she shrugged, who knows what we'll find? We'll know soon enough, Ted said. Yeah, pacing is a good idea. The intercom clipped.
Captain Barnes, the divers have the airlock mounted in place. The robot is now ready to enter the spacecraft.
Ted said, What? Robot?
Ted's got to be involved with everything. He's got to be the center of attention.
All right. So, we've seen the new habitat, DH-8, the home away from home for the scientists and the military away team, the lopsidedly female military away team. Sure, that probably won't be relevant, but it was specifically brought up. So we'll see whether it becomes relevant as we go on. Now, before we do, I need to double check my integration here with Mix It Up, because I would prefer that my integrations and redeems work. I only have 2 redeems, but they are nice to have working. Where is it? They're around here somewhere, I swear to God. It's in... you know what, I'll figure it out later. I'll play with it later. Alright, so, continuing on. The door. I don't think it's appropriate at all, Ted said angrily. We came down here to make a manned entry into this alien spacecraft. I think we should do what we came here to do. Make a manned entry.
Absolutely not, Barnes said. We can't risk it.
You must think of this, Ted said, as an archaeological site, greater than the Chichen Itza, greater than Troy, greater than Tutankhamun's tomb, unquestionably the most important archaeological site in the history of mankind. Do you really intend to have a damned robot open that site? Where's your sense of human destiny?
Where's your sense of self-preservation?
Barnes said. I strongly object, Captain Barnes.
Duly noted, Barnes said, turning away. Now, let's get on with it. Tina, give us the video feed.
Ted sputtered, but he fell silent as 2 large monitors in front of them clicked on. On the left screen, they saw the complex tubular metal scaffolding of the robot, with exposed motors and gears. The robot was positioned before the curved gray metal wall of the spacecraft. Within that wall was a door that looked rather like an airliner door. The second screen gave a closer view of the door, taken by the video camera mounted on the robot itself. It's rather similar to an airplane door, Ted said. Norman glanced at Harry, who smiled enigmatically. Then he looked at Barnes. Barnes did not appear surprised. Barnes already knew about the door, he realized. I wonder how we can account for such parallelism in door design, Ted said. The likelihood of its occurring by chance is astronomically small. Why, this door is the perfect size and shape for a human being. That's right, Harry said. It's incredible, Ted said. Quite incredible. Harry smiled, said nothing. Barnes said,
Let's find control surfaces.
The robot video scanner moved left and right across the spacecraft hull. It stopped on the image of a rectangular panel mounted to the left of the door.
Can you open that panel?
Working on it now, sir. Whirring, the robot claw extended out toward the panel. But the claw was clumsy. It scraped against the metal, leaving a series of gleaming scratches. But the panel remained closed. Ridiculous, Ted said. It's like watching a baby. The claw continued to scratch at the panel. We should be doing this ourselves, Ted said. Use suction, Barnes said. Another arm extended out. the rubber sucker. "Ah, the plumber's friend," Ted said disdainfully. As they watched, the sucker attached to the panel, flattened. Then, with a click, the panel lifted open. "At last! I can't see!" The view inside the panel was blurred, out of focus. They could distinguish what appeared to be a series of colored round metal protrusions, red, yellow, and blue. There were also intricate black and white symbols above the knobs. "Look," Ted said. "Red, blue, yellow. Primary colors. This is a very big break." "Why?" "Because it suggests that the aliens have the same sensory equipment that we do. They may see the universe the same way visually, in the same colors, utilizing the same part of the electromagnetic spectrum. That's going to help immeasurably in making contact with them. And those black and white markings, that must be some of their writing. Can you imagine alien writing?" He smiled enthusiastically. "This is a great moment," he said. "I feel truly privileged to be here." "Focus," Barnes said. "Focusing now, sir." The image became even more blurred.
No, the other way!
"Yes, sir, focusing now." The image changed, slowly resolved into sharp focus. "Uh-oh," Ted said, staring at the screen. They now saw that the blurred knobs were actually 3 colored buttons: yellow, red, and blue. The buttons were each an inch in diameter and had knurled or machined edges. The symbols above the buttons resolved sharply into a series of neatly stenciled labels. From the left to right, the labels read, "Emergency ready," "Emergency lock," and "Emergency open," in English. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then, very softly, Harry Adams began to laugh. Well, that is a twist to come out. I think it was being led on as a possibility when Harry, the mathematician, was looking at that and had his own idea. He expected something of the sort. And it's gotten a little twisty here. But there's still a lot of mystery here. Why is it in English? Why is it so conveniently anthropomorphic? Why? Why is it there? How is it 300 years old? So many questions. We're starting to get some answers, but they only add more mystery to it. And that's the way it should be. We're only a fifth of the way through the book. We have a lot ahead of us. So let's continue. The spacecraft. "That's English," Ted said, staring at the screen. "Written English." "Yeah," Harry said. "Sure is." "What's going on?" Ted said. "Is this some kind of a joke?" "No," Harry said. He was calm, oddly detached. "How could this spacecraft be 300 years old and carry instructions in modern English?" "Think about it," Harry said. Ted frowned. "Maybe," he said, "this alien spacecraft is somehow presenting itself to us in a way that will make us comfortable." "Think about it some more," Harry said. There was a short silence. "Well, if it is an alien spacecraft, it's not an alien spacecraft," Harry said. There was another silence. Then Ted said, "Well, why don't you just tell us all what it is, since you're so sure of yourself?" "All right," he said. "It's an American spacecraft." "An American spacecraft? Half a mile long, made with technology we don't have yet, and buried for 300 years?" "Of course," Harry said. "It's been obvious right from the start. Right, Captain Barnes?"
We had considered it,
Barnes admitted.
the President had considered it.
"That's why you didn't inform the Russians."
Exactly.
By now, Ted was completely frustrated. He clenched his fists, as if he wanted to hit someone. He looked from one person to another. But how did you know? The first clue, Harry said, came from the condition of the craft itself. It shows no damage whatever. Its condition is pristine. Yet any spacecraft that crashes in water will be damaged, even at low entry velocities. Say, 200 miles an hour. The surface of water is as hard as concrete. No matter how strong this craft is, you would expect some degree of damage from the impact of the water. Yet it has no damage. Meaning, it didn't land in the water. I don't understand. It must have flown here. It didn't fly here. It arrived here. From where? From the future, Harry said. This is some kind of Earthcraft that will be made in the future, and has traveled backward in time and appeared under our ocean several hundred years ago. Why would people in the future do that? Ted groaned. He was clearly unhappy to be deprived of his alien craft, his great historical moment. He slumped in a chair and stared dully at the monitor screens. I don't know why people in the future would do that, Harry said. We are not there yet. Maybe it was an accident. Unintended.
Let's go ahead and open it up,
Barnes said. Opening, sir? The robot hand moved forward toward the open button. The hand pressed several times. There was a clanking sound, but nothing happened.
What's wrong?
Barnes said. Sir, we're not able to impact the button. The extensor arm is too large to fit inside the panel.
Great.
Shall I try the probe?
Try the probe.
The claw hand moved back, and a thin needle probe extended out toward the button. The probe slid forward, adjusted position delicately, touched the button. It pushed and slipped off. Trying again, sir. The probe again pressed the button, and again slid off. Sir, the surface is too slippery.
Keep trying.
You know, Ted said thoughtfully, this is still a remarkable situation. In one sense, it's even more remarkable than contact with extraterrestrials. I was already quite certain that extraterrestrial life exists in the universe, but time travel? Frankly, I was an astrophysicist. As an astrophysicist, I had my doubts. From everything we know, it's impossible. Contradicted by the laws of physics, and yet we now have proof that time travel is possible, and that our own species will do it in the future. Ted was smiling, wide-eyed and happy again. You had to admire him, Norman thought. He was so wonderfully irrepressible. And here we are, Ted said, on the threshold of our first contact with our species from the future. Think of it! We are going to meet ourselves from some future time! The probe pressed again, and again, without success. Sir, we cannot impact the button.
I see that,
Barnes said, standing up.
Okay, shut it down and get out of there. Ted, looks like you're going to get your wish after all. We'll have to go in and open it up manually. Let's suit up.
All right. So, the strange developments continue. The mystery deepens. There's something coming up. And now they're going out into the deep ocean on a very dangerous, if routine, dive/surface walk on the bottom. So, let's go ahead and take a short break. We've got ads about to start up, and it's a good time to attend to our own physical needs. So, stand up, stretch your legs, attend to your fuzzy friends, top up your drinks. I'll need to fill up a bottle of water, and we'll be back in just a few minutes when we continue with Sphere by Michael Crichton.
All right, we are back. Okay, so we update this as we are switching over to water now, as per the last redeem, and just in general, good practice. Had to dig around for a little bit to find my water bottle, as the water has been so the weather has been so disgusting around here lately, between the heat and the constant rain and humidity. It's not been a good time to get the bike out or anything, so the water bottle was not readily accessible. So, we are all set though, and we are ready to continue and delve into the mysteries of this ship at the bottom of the ocean. That is, perhaps, most likely not, alien after all. So, let's see what we have to discover next. Into the ship. In the changing room, in Cylinder A, Norman stepped into his suit. Tina and Edmonds helped fit the helmet over his head, and Snap locked the ring at the neck. He felt the heavy weight of the rebreather tanks on his back, the straps pressed into his shoulders. He tasted metallic air. There was a crackle as his helmet intercom came on. The first words he heard were, What about at the threshold of a great opportunity for the human species?" Norman laughed, grateful for the break in the tension. "You find it funny?" Ted asked, offended. Norman looked across the room at the suited man with Fielding stenciled on his yellow helmet. "No," Norman said. I'm just nervous. "Me too," I said. Nothing to it, I said. Trust me.
What are the 3 biggest lies in DH8? Harry said, and they laughed again. They crowded together into the tiny airlock, bumping helmeted heads, and the bulkhead hatch to the left was sealed, the wheels spinning. Barnes said,
"Okay, folks, just breathe easy."
He opened the lower hatch, exposing black water. The water did not rise up into the compartment.
"The habitat's on positive pressure," Barnes said. "Lever won't come up. Now, watch me. You do this the way I do. You don't want to tear your suit."
Moving awkwardly. And getting some... Teams is chiming. Things are happening. Oh boy. Moving awkwardly with the weight of the tanks, he crouched down by the hatch, gripped the side handholds and let go, disappearing with a soft splash. One by one, they dropped down to the floor of the ocean. Norman gasped as near-freezing water enveloped his suit. Immediately, he heard the hum of a tiny fan as the electrical heaters in his suit activated. His feet touched soft, muddy ground. He looked around in the darkness. He was standing beneath the habitat. Directly ahead, 100 yards away, was the glowing, rectangular grid. Barnes was already striding forward, leaning into the current, moving slowly, like a man on the moon. "Isn't this fantastic?" "Calm down, Ted," Harry said. Beth said, "Actually, it's odd how little life there is down here. Have you noticed? Not a sea fan, not a slug, not a sponge, not a solitary fish. Nothing but empty brown seafloor. This must be one of those dead spots in the Pacific." A bright light came on behind him. Norman's own shadow was cast forward on the bottom. He looked back and saw Edmonds holding a camera and light in a bulky, waterproof housing. "We recording all this?" "Yes, sir." "Try not to fall down, Norman." Beth laughed. "I'm trying." They were closer down to the grid. Norman felt better seeing the other divers working there. To the right was the high fin, extending out of the coral, an enormous, smooth, dark surface dwarfing them as it rose toward the surface. Barnes led them past the fin and down into a tunnel cut in the coral. The tunnel was 60 feet long, narrow, strung with lights. They walked single file. It felt like going down into a mine, Norman thought. This what the divers cut?
That's right.
Norman saw a boxy corrugated steel structure, surrounded by pressured tanks.
Airlock ahead. We're almost there. Barnes said. Everybody okay?
So far, Harry said. They entered the airlock, and Barnes closed the door. Air hissed loudly. Norman watched the water recede, down past his faceplate, then his waist, his knees, then to the floor. The hissing stopped, and they passed through another door, sealing it behind them. Norman turned to the metal hull of the spaceship. The robot had been moved aside. Norman felt very much as if he were standing alongside a big jetliner. A curved metal surface and a flush door. The metal was a dull gray, which gave it an ominous quality. Despite himself, Norman was nervous. Listening to the way the others were breathing, he sensed that they were nervous too.
Okay,
Barnes said.
Everybody here?
Edmund said, "Wait for video, sir. Please, sir."
Okay, wait.
They all lined up beside the door, but they still had their helmets on. It wasn't going to be much of a picture, Norman thought. Edmonds. "Tape is running." Ted. "I'd like to say a few words." "Jesus, Ted, can you ever let up?" "I think it's important." "Go ahead, make your speech." "Hello, this is Ted Fielding, here at the door of the unknown spacecraft which has been discovered."
Wait a minute, Ted. Wait a minute, Ted. Here at the door of the unknown spacecraft sounds like here at the tomb of the unknown soldier.
"You don't like it?"
Well, it has the wrong associations.
"I thought you would like it." "Can we just get on with it, please?" "Never mind." "What? Are you going to pout now?" "Never mind. We'll do it without any commentary on this historic moment." "Okay, fine. Let's get it open." "I think everybody knows how I feel. I feel that we should have some brief remarks for posterity." "Well, make your goddamn remarks." "Listen, you son of a bitch! I've had enough about your superior know-it-all attitude." "Stop tape, please." "Tape is stopped, sir."
Let's everyone settle down.
"I consider all this ceremony utterly irrelevant." "Well, it's not irrelevant. It's appropriate."
All right, I'll do it. Roll the tape.
Tape is rolling.
This is Captain Barnes. We are now about to open the hatch cover. Present with me on this historic occasion are Ted Fielding, Norman Johnson, Beth Halpern, and Harry Adams.
Why am I last?
I did it left to right, Harry.
Isn't it funny the only black man is named last? Oh, God.
Harry, it's left to right, the way we're standing here.
And after the only woman. I'm a full professor. Beth is only an assistant professor. Harry. You know, Hal, perhaps we should be identified by our full titles and institutional affiliations. What's wrong with alphabetical order?
That's it! Forget it! No tape!
Tape is off, sir.
Jesus Christ!
He turned away from the group, shaking his helmeted head. He flipped up the metal plate, exposed the two buttons, and pushed one. A yellow light blinked, ready.
Everybody stay on internal air,
Barnes said. They all continued to breathe from their tanks, in case the interior gases in the spacecraft were toxic.
Everybody ready?
Ready? Barnes pushed the button marked open. A sign flashed, adjusting atmosphere. Then, with a rumble, the door slid open sideways. just like an airplane door. For a moment, Norman could see nothing but blackness beyond. They moved forward cautiously, shone their lights through the open door, saw girders, a complex of metal tubes.
Check the air, Beth.
Beth pulled the plunger on a small gas monitor in her hand. The readout screen glowed. Helium, oxygen, trace CO2, and water vapor. The right proportions, it's pressurized atmosphere.
The ship adjusted its own atmosphere.
Looks like it.
Okay. One at a time.
Barnes removed his helmet first. Breathed the air.
Seems okay. Metallic. A slight tingle, but okay.
He took a few deep breaths, then nodded. The others removed their helmets, set them on the deck. That's better.
Shall we go?
Why not? There was a brief hesitation, and then Beth stepped through quickly. Ladies first. The others followed her. Norman glanced back, saw all their yellow helmets lying on the floor. Edmonds, holding the video camera to her eye, said, "Go ahead, Dr. Johnson." Norman turned and stepped into the spacecraft. Well, that's interesting. It's seemingly fully powered, open and accessible to anyone who presses the button there for the emergency entrance, and is conveniently set to have pressurized oxygen, as if the ship itself, despite being on the bottom of the ocean for more than 300 years, knows where it is, and is ready and capable to play a good host. Alright, continuing on with interior. They stood on a catwalk, 5 feet wide, suspended high in the air. Norman shone his flashlight down. The beam glowed through 40 feet of darkness before it splashed on the lower hull. Surrounding them, dimly visible in the darkness, was a dense network of struts and girders. Beth said, "It's like being in an oil refinery." She shone her light on one steel beam. Stenciled was AVR-09. All the stenciling was in English.
Most of what you see is structural, Barnes said. Cross-stress bracing for the outer hull gives tremendous support along all the axes. The ship is very ruggedly built, as we suspected, designed to take extraordinary stresses. There's probably another hull further in.
Norman was reminded that Barnes had once been an aeronautical engineer. Not only that, Harry said, shining his light on the outer hull. Look at this! A layer of lead.
Radiation shield?
Must be. It's 6 inches thick.
The ship was built to handle a lot of radiation.
A hell of a lot, Harry said. There was a haze in the ship, and a faintly oily feel to the air. The metal girders seemed to be coated in oil, but when Norman touched them, the oil didn't come off in his fingers. He realized that the metal itself had an unnatural texture. It was slick and slightly soft to the touch, almost rubbery.
Interesting, Ted said. Some kind of new material. We associate strength with hardness, but this metal, if it is metal, is both strong and soft. Materials technology has obviously advanced since our day.
Obviously, Harry said.
Well, it makes sense, Ted said. If you think of America 50 years ago as compared with today, one of the biggest changes is the great variety of plastics and ceramics we have now that were not even imagined back then.
Ten continued to talk, his voice echoing in the cavernous darkness, but Norman could hear the tension in his voice. Ted's whistling in the dark, he thought. They moved deeper into the ship. Norman felt dizzy to be so high in the gloom. They came to a branch point in the catwalk. It was hard to see with all the pipes and struts, like being in a forest of metal. Which way? Barnes had a wrist compass. It glowed green. Go right. They followed the network of catwalks for 10 minutes more. Gradually, Norman could see that Barnes was right. There was a central cylinder constructed within the outer cylinder, and held away from it by a dense arrangement of girders and supports. A spacecraft within a spacecraft. Why would they build the ship like this?
You'd have to ask them.
The reasons must have been compelling.
Bond said. The power requirements for a double hull with so much lead shielding. Hard to imagine the engine you'd need to make something this big fly.
After 3 or 4 minutes, they arrived at the door on the inner hull. It looked like the outer door. Breathers back on?
I don't know. I'm gonna risk it.
Without waiting, Beth flipped up the panel of the buttons, pressed open, and the door rumbled open. More darkness beyond. They stepped through. Norman felt softness underfoot. He shined his light down on beige carpeting. Their flashlights crisscrossed the room, revealed a large, contoured beige console with 3 high-backed padded seats. The room was clearly built for human beings. Must be the bridge or cockpit. But the curved consoles were completely blank. There was no instrumentation on any of any kind, and the seats were empty. They swung their beams back and forth in the darkness. It was like a mock-up, rather than the real thing.
It can't be a mock-up.
Well, it looks like one. Norman ran his hand over the smooth contours of the console. It was nicely molded, pleasant to feel. Norman pressed the surface, felt it bend to his touch. Rubbery again. Another new material. Norman's flashlight showed a few artifacts, taped to the far end of the console. Was a hand-marked sign on a 3x5 calling card, or a filing card. It said, "Go, baby, go." Nearby was a small plastic statuette of a cute animal that looked like a purple squirrel. The base said, "Lucky Lementina," whatever that meant. These seats leather? Looks like it. Where are the damn controls? Norman continued to poke at the blank console, and suddenly the beige console surface took on depth, and appeared to contain instruments, screens. All the instrumentation was somehow within the surface of the console, like an optical illusion, or a hologram. Norman read the lettering above the instruments. Pause thrusters, F3 piston booster, glider, sieves. More new technology, Ted said. Reminiscent of liquid crystals, but far superior. Some kind of advanced optoelectronics. Suddenly, all the console screens glowed red, and there was a beeping sound. Startled, Norman jumped back. Control panel was coming to life. Watch it, everybody! A single bright lightning flash of intense white light filled the room, leaving a harsh afterimage. Oh, God! Another flash. And another. And then the ceiling lights came on, evenly illuminating the room. Norman saw startled, frightened faces. He sighed, exhaling slowly. Jesus.
How the hell did that happen?
Barnes said. It was me, Beth said. I pushed this button.
Let's not go around pushing buttons, if you don't mind,
Barnes said irritably. It was marked room lights. It seemed an appropriate thing to do.
Let's try to stay together on this,
Barnes said. Well, Jesus, Hal!
Just don't push any more buttons, Beth.
They were moving around the cabin, looking at the instrument panel, at the chairs, all of them. That is, except for Harry, who stood very still in the middle of the room, not moving, and said, "Anybody see a date anywhere?" No date. There's got to be a date, Harry said, suddenly tense. We've got to find it. Because this is definitely an American spaceship from the future.
What's it doing here? Norman asked.
Damned if I know, Harry said. He shrugged.
Norman frowned.
What's wrong, Harry?
Nothing.
Sure? Yeah, sure.
Norman thought, he's figured out something, and it bothers him. He's not saying what it is.
Ted said, so this is what a time travel machine looks like.
I don't know, Bond said. If you ask me, this instrument panel looks like it's for flying, and this room looks like a flight deck.
Norman thought so too. Everything about the room reminded him of an airplane cockpit. The 3 chairs for pilot, co-pilot, and navigator. The layout of the instrumentation. This was a machine that flew, he was sure of it. Yet, something was odd. He slipped into one of the contoured chairs. The soft, leather-like material was almost too comfortable. He heard a gurgling water inside?
I hope you're not going to fly this sucker, Ted laughed. No. What's that whirring noise?
The chair gripped him. Norman had an instant of panic, feeling the chair move all around his body, squeezing his shoulders, wrapping around his hips. The leather padding slid around his head, covering his ears, drawing down over his forehead. He was sinking deeper, disappearing into the chair itself, being swallowed up by it. Oh, God! And then the chair snapped forward, pulling up tight before the control console, and the whirring stopped. Then nothing.
I think, Beth said, that the chair thinks you're going to fly it.
Norman said, trying to control his breathing, his racing pulse.
I wonder how I get out.
The only part of his body still free were his hands. He moved his fingers, felt a panel of buttons on the arms of the chair. He pressed one. The chair slid back, opened like a soft clam, released him. Norman climbed out and looked back at the imprint of his body, slowly disappearing as the chair whirred and adjusted itself. Harry poked one of the leather pads experimentally, heard the gurgle.
Water filled.
Makes perfect sense, Bond said. Water's not compressible. You withstand an enormous G-force sitting in a chair like this.
And the ship itself is built to take great strains, Ted said. Maybe time travel is strenuous? Structurally strenuous?
Maybe. Norman was doubtful. But I think Barnes is right. This is a machine that flew.
Perhaps it just looks that way, Ted said. After all, we know how to travel in space, but we don't know how to travel in time. We know that space and time are really aspects of the same thing, space-time. Perhaps you're required to fly in time just the way you fly in space. Maybe time travel and space travel are more similar than we think now. Aren't we forgetting something? Beth said. Where is everybody? If people flew this thing in either time or space, where are they?
Probably somewhere else on the ship.
I'm not so sure, Harry said. Look at this leather on these seats. It's brand new. Maybe it was a new ship. No, I mean it's really brand new. The leather doesn't show any scratches, any cuts, any coffee cup spills or stains. There is nothing to suggest that these seats have ever been sat in. Maybe there wasn't any crew. Why would you have seats if there wasn't any crew? Maybe they took the crew out at the last minute. It seems they were worried about radiation. The inner hull's lead shielded too. Why should there be radiation associated with time travel? I know, Ted said. Maybe the ship got launched by accident. Maybe the ship was on the launch pad and somebody pressed the button before the crew got aboard, so the ship took off empty. You mean, oops, wrong button? That'd be a hell of a mistake, Norman said.
Bond shook his head. I'm not buying it. For one thing, a ship this big could never be launched from Earth. It had to be built and assembled in orbit, and launched from space.
What do you make of this? Beth said, pointing to another console near the rear of the flight deck. There's a fourth chair, drawn up close to the console. The leather was wrapped around a human form. No kidding. There's a man in there? Let's have a look. Beth pushed the armrest buttons. The chair whirred back from the console and unwrapped itself. They saw a man staring forward, his eyes open. My God, after all these years, perfectly preserved, Ted said.
You would expect that, Harry said, considering he's a mannequin.
But he's so lifelike.
Give Artisan some credit for advances.
Harry said, they're half a century ahead of us. He pushed the mannequin forward, exposing an umbilicus running out the back at the base of the hips. Wires. Not wires, Ted said. Glass. Optical cables. This whole ship uses optical technology and not electronics.
In any case, it's one mystery solved, Harry said, looking at the dummy.
Obviously, this craft was built to be a manned ship. It was sent out unmanned. Why? Probably the intended voyage was too dangerous. They sent an unmanned vessel first, before they sent a manned vessel. Beth said, and where did they send it? With time travel, you don't send it to a where, you send it to a when. Okay. Then to when did they send it? Harry shrugged. No information yet. That diffidence again, Norman thought. What was Harry really thinking?
Well, this craft is half a mile long, Bond said. We have a lot more to see.
I wonder if they had a flight recorder, Norman said. You mean like a commercial airliner? Yes! Something to record the activity of the ship on its voyage. Well, they must have, Harry said. Trace the dummy cable back. You're sure to find it. I'd like to see that recorder too, in fact. I would say it's crucial. Norman was looking at the console, lifting up a keyboard panel. Look here, he said. I found a date. They clustered around. There was a stamp in the plastic beneath the keyboard. Intel Inc. Made in USA. Serial number 980040778543. August 5th, 2043. Looks like it. So we're walking through a ship 50-odd years before it's going to be built. It's giving me a headache. Look here. Beth had moved forward from the console deck into what looked like living quarters. There were 20 bunk beds. Crew of 20. If they took 3 people to fly it, what were the other 17 for? Nobody had an answer to that. Next, they entered a large kitchen, a toilet, living quarters. Everything was new and sleekly designed, but recognizable for what it was.
You know, Hal, this is a lot more comfortable than DH-8. Yeah, maybe we should move in here. Absolutely not.
We're studying, Barnes said. We're studying this ship, not living in it. We've got a lot more work to do before we even begin to know what this is all about. It'd be more efficient to live here while we explore it. I don't want to live here, Harry said. It gives me the creeps. Me too, Beth said. They had been aboard the ship for an hour now, and Norman's feet hurt. There was another thing that he hadn't anticipated. While exploring a large spacecraft from the future, your feet could begin to hurt. But Barnes continued on. Leaving the crew quarters, they entered a vast area of narrow walkways set out between great sealed compartments that stretched ahead as far as they could see. The compartments turned out to be storage bays of immense size. They opened one bay and found it was filled with heavy plastic containers, which looked rather like the loading containers of contemporary airliners, except many times larger. They opened one container. "No kidding," Barnes said, peering inside. "What is it?" "Food." The food was wrapped in layers of lead and lead foil and plastic, like NASA rations. Ted picked one up. "Food from the future," he said, and smacked his lips. "You gonna eat that?" Harry said. "Absolutely," Ted said. "You know, once I had a bottle of Dom Perignon, 1897. But this will be the first time I've ever had anything to eat from the future. 2043. "It's also 300 years old," Harry said. "Maybe you'll want to film this," Ted said to Edmonds. "Me, eating." Edmonds dutifully put the camera to her eye, flicked on the light. "Let's not do that now," Barnes said. "We have other things to accomplish." "This is human interest," Ted said. "Not now," Barnes said firmly. He opened a second storage container, and a third. They all contained food. They moved to the next storage bay and opened more containers. It's all food. Nothing but food. The ship had traveled with an enormous amount of food. Even allowing for a crew of 20, it was food enough for a voyage of several years. They were getting very tired. It was a relief when Beth found a button. Said, "I wonder what this does." Barnes said, "Beth!" And the walkway began to move. Rubber tread rolling forward with a slight hum. "Beth, I want you to stop pushing every damn button you see." "Beth is Dee Dee," confirmed. But nobody else objected. It was a relief to ride the walkway past dozens of identical storage bays. Finally, they came to a new section, much farther forward. Norman guessed by now they were a quarter of a mile from the crew compartment in the back. That meant they were roughly in the middle of the huge ship. And here, they found a room with life support equipment, and 20 hanging spacesuits. "Bingo!" Ted said. "It's finally clear. This ship is intended to travel the stars." The others murmured, excited by the possibility. Suddenly, it all made sense. The great size, the vastness of the ship, the complexity of the control consoles. "Oh, for Christ's sake," Harry said. "It can't have been made to travel the stars. This is obviously a conventional spacecraft, although very large. And at conventional speeds, the nearest star is 250 years away. Maybe they had new technology. Where is it? There's no evidence of new technology." "Well, maybe it's..." "Face the facts, Ted," Harry said. "Even with this huge size, the ship is only provisioned for a few years. 15 or 20 years. At most. How far could it go in that time? Barely out of the solar system, right?" Ted nodded glumly. "It's true. It took the Voyager spacecraft 5 years to reach Jupiter, 9 years to reach Uranus. In 15 years, maybe they were going to Pluto." "Why would anybody want to go to Pluto?" "We don't know yet, but..." The radio squawked. The voice of Tina Chan said, "Captain Barnes, Surface wants you for secure encrypted communication, sir." "Okay," Barnes said. "It's time to go back anyway." They headed back, through the vast ship, to the main entrance. All right. So that brings us to the next chapter, Space and time. Things are convoluted, to say the very least. There's a lot of hints, a lot of suspicions. But what really is this ship? Who made it? Who sent it back? Why is it unmanned? How was it sitting there for hundreds of years at the bottom of the ocean? Maybe we'll find out some of these answers. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, continuing on, we've got space and time. They were sitting in the lounge of DH-8, watching the divers work on the grid. Barnes was in the next cylinder, talking to the surface. Levy was cooking lunch or dinner. A meal, anyway. They were all getting confused about what the Navy people called surface time. Surface time doesn't matter down here, Edmund said, in her precise librarian's voice. Day or night, it just doesn't make any difference. You get used to it. They nodded vaguely. Everyone was tired, Norman saw. The strain, the tension of the exploration had taken its toll. Beth had already drifted off to sleep, feet up on the coffee table, her muscular arms folded across her chest. Outside the window, 3 small submarines had come down and were hovering over the grid. Several divers were clustered around, others were heading back to the divers' habitat, DH-7. Looks like something's up, Harry said. Something to do with Barnes' call. Could be. Harry was still preoccupied, distracted. Where's Tina Chan? She must be with Barnes. Why? I need to talk with her. What about? Ted said. It's personal, Harry said. Ted raised his eyebrows, but said nothing more. Harry left. Going into D-Sil, Norman and Ted were alone. He's a strange fellow, Ted said. Is he? You know he is. Arrogant, too. Probably because he's black, compensating. Don't you think? God damn, dude. I don't know. I'd say he has a chip on his shoulder, Ted said. He seems to resent everything about this expedition. He sighed. Of course, mathematicians are all strange. He's probably got no sort of life at all. I mean, a private life. Women and so forth. Did I tell you I'm married again? Alright, Tim is actually insufferable. I read it somewhere, Norman said. She's a television reporter, Ted said. Wonderful woman. He smiled. When we got married, she gave me this Corvette. Beautiful 58 Corvette as a wedding present. You know that nice fire engine red color they had in the 50s? That color. Ted paced around the room, glanced over at Beth. I just think this is all unbelievably exciting. I couldn't possibly sleep. Norman nodded. It was interesting how different they all were, he thought. Ted, eternally optimistic with the bubbling enthusiasm of a child. Harry, with the cold, critical demeanor and the icy mind, the unblinking eye. Beth, not so intellectual or so cerebral, at once both more physical and more emotional. That was why, though they were all exhausted, only Beth could sleep. Say, Norman, Ted said, I thought you said this was going to be scary. I thought it would be, Norman said. Well, Ted said, of all the people who could be wrong about this expedition, I'm glad it was you. I am too. Although I can't imagine why you would select a man like Harry Adams for this team. Not that he isn't distinguished, but... Norman didn't want to talk about Harry. Ted, remember, back on the ship, when you said space and time are aspects of the same thing? Space-time, yes. I've never really understood that. Why? It's quite straightforward. You can explain it to me? Sure. In English, Norman said. You mean explain it without mathematics? Yes. Well, I'll try. Ted frowned, but Norman knew he was pleased. Ted loved to lecture. He paused for a moment, then said, Okay, let's see where we need to begin. You're familiar with the idea that gravity is just geometry? No. Curvature of space and time? Not really. Einstein's general relativity? Sorry, Norman said. Never mind, Ted said. There's a bowl of fruit on the table. Ted emptied the bowl, setting the fruit on the table. Okay, this table is space. Nice, flat space. Okay, Norman said. Ted began to position the pieces of fruit. This orange is the sun. And these are the planets, which move in circles around the sun. So we have solar system on this table. Where was I? Sorry. Spaced out for a moment. Fine, Ted said. Now, the sun. He pointed to the orange in the center of the table. It's very large, so it has a lot of gravity. Right. Ted gave Norman a ball bearing. This is a spaceship. I want you to send it through the solar system, so it passes very close to the sun, okay? Norman took the ball bearing and rolled it so it passed close to the orange. Okay. You noticed that your ball rolled straight across the flat table. Right. But in real life, what would happen to your spacecraft when it passed near the sun? It would get sucked into the sun. Yes. We say it would fall into the sun. The spacecraft would curve inward from a straight line and hit the sun. But your spacecraft didn't. No. So we know that the flat table is wrong, Ted said. Real space can't be flat like the table. It can't? No, Ted said. He took the empty bowl and set an orange in the bottom. Now, roll your ball straight across past the sun. Norman flicked the ball bearing into the bowl. The ball curved and spiraled down the inside of the bowl until it hit the orange. Okay, Ted said. The spacecraft hit the sun, just like it would in real life. But if I gave it enough speed, Norman said, it'd go right past it. It rolled down and up the far side of the bowl and out again. Correct, Ted said. Also like real life. If the spacecraft has enough velocity, it will escape the gravitational field of the sun. Right. So, Ted said, what we are showing is that a spacecraft is passing the sun in real life behaves as if it were entering a curved region of space around the sun. Space around the sun is curved like this bowl. Okay. And if your ball had the right speed, it wouldn't escape from the bowl, but instead would just spiral around endlessly inside the rim of the bowl. And that's what the planets are doing. They're endlessly spiraling inside the bowl created by the sun. He put the orange back on the table. In reality, you should imagine the table is made out of rubber, and the planets are all making dents in the rubber as they sit there. That's what space is really like. Real space is curved, and the curvature changes with the amount of gravity. Yes. So, space is curved by gravity. Okay. And that means that you can think of gravity as nothing more than the curvature of space. The Earth has gravity because the Earth curves the space around it. Okay. Except it's not that simple, Ted said. Norman sighed. I didn't think it would be. Harry came back into the room, looked at the fruit on the table, but said nothing. Now, Ted said, when you roll your ball bearing across the bowl, you notice that it not only spirals down, but also goes faster, right? Yes. Now, when an object goes faster, time on that object passes slower. Einstein proved that early in the century. What it means is that you can think of the curvature of space as also representing the curvature of time. The deeper the curve of the bowl, the slower time passes. Well, Harry said, well... layman's terms, Ted said. Give the guy a break. Yeah, Norman said, give the guy a break. Ted held up the bowl. Now, if you're doing all this mathematically, what you find is that the curved bowl is neither space nor time, but the combination of both. What is called space-time. The bowl is space-time, and objects moving on it are moving in space-time. We don't think about movement that way, but that's really what's happening. It is? Sure. Take baseball. Idiot game, Harry said. I hate games. You know baseball, Ted said to Norman. Yes. Norman said, okay, imagine the batter hits a line drive to the center fielder. The ball goes almost straight out and takes, say, half a second. Right. Now, imagine the batter hits a high pop fly to the same center fielder. This time the ball goes way up in the air, and it takes 6 seconds before the center fielder catches it. Okay. Now, the paths of the two balls, the line drive and the pop-up, look very different to us. But both these balls moved in exactly the same space-time. No. Yes, Ted said, and in a way, you already know it. Suppose I ask you to hit a high pop fly to the center fielder, but to make it reach the fielder in half a second instead of 6 seconds. It's impossible, Norman said. Why? Just hit the pop fly harder. If I hit it harder, it will go higher and end up taking longer. Okay, then hit a low line drive that takes 6 seconds to reach center field. I can't do that either. Right, Ted said. So what you are telling me is that you can't make the ball do anything you want. There is a fixed relationship governing the path of the ball through space and time. Sure, because the Earth has gravity. Yes, Ted said, and we've already agreed that gravity is a curvature of space-time, like the curve of this bowl. Any baseball on Earth must move along the same curve of space-time as this ball bearing moves along this bowl. Look! He put the orange back in the bowl. Here's the Earth. He put 2 fingers on the opposite sides of the orange. Here's batter and fielder. Now, roll the ball bearing from one finger to the other, and you'll find that you have to accommodate the curve of the bowl. Either you flick the ball lightly, and you'll find that you have to accommodate, either you flick the ball, Either you flick the ball lightly and it will roll close to the orange, or you can give it a big flick and it will go way up the side of the bowl before falling down again to the other side. But you can't make this ball bearing do anything you want, because the ball bearing is moving along the curved bowl. And that's what your baseball is really doing. It's moving on curved space-time. Norman said, I sort of get it. What does this have to do with time travel? Well, we think that the gravitational field of the Earth is strong. It hurts us when we fall down, but in reality it's very weak. It's almost non-existent. So, space-time around the Earth isn't very curved. Space-time is much more curved around the Sun, and in other parts of the universe, it's very curved, producing a sort of roller coaster ride, and all sorts of distortions of time may occur. In fact, if you consider a black hole... He broke off. Yes, Ted? A black hole? Oh my God! Ted said softly. Harry pushed his glasses up on his nose and said, Ted, For once in your life, you just might be right. They both grabbed the paper, began scribbling. It couldn't be a Schwarzschild hole. No, have to be rotating. Angular momentum would assure that, and you couldn't approach the singularity. No, the tidal forces rip you apart. Yes, but if you dip just below the event horizon, is it possible? Did they have the nerve? The two fell silent, making calculations, muttering to themselves. What is it about a black hole? Norman said, but they weren't listening to him anymore. The intercom clicked. Barnes said,
Attention! This is the captain speaking. I want all hands in the conference room on the double.
We're in the conference room, Norman said.
On the double, now!
We're already there, Hal.
That is all.
Barnes said, and the intercom clicked off. All right. So, we just had a mile-in-the-sky physics lesson, astrophysics lesson. What is space-time? What is gravity? What are the interactions between them? What is relativity? Always count on Crichton to give us very complicated prospects in a reasonably dumbed-down manner. It helps. It helps. All right, we've got ads that are due in about a few minutes, so let's go ahead and take a short break here. We are coming up on the 4-hour mark already. Would you believe it? We're about at our normal start time for Saturday, so we're making decent progress and chunking away on the book and having a good time of it. So, let's take a moment, stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right.
All right, we are back. And to take a moment to find my bag of Ricola, because it's going to be one of those days. So, let's continue now with the next chapter of Sphere, the Conference.
I've just been on the scrambler with Admiral Spaulding of Sync Compact in Honolulu,
Barnes said.
Apparently, Spaulding just learned that I had taken civilians to saturated depths for a project about which he knew nothing. I wasn't happy about it.
There was silence. They all looked at him.
He demanded that all the civilians be sent up topside.
Good, Norman thought. He had been disappointed by what they had found so far. The prospect of spending another 72 hours in this humid, claustrophobic environment while they investigated an empty space vehicle did not appeal to him.
I thought, Ted said, we had direct authorization from the President.
We do, Barnes said. But there's the question of the storm.
What storm?
Harry said.
They're reporting 15-knot winds and southeast swells on the surface. It looks like a Pacific cyclone is headed our way, and will reach us within 24 hours.
There's going to be a storm here, Beth said.
Not here, Barnes said. Down here, we won't feel anything. It'll be rough on the surface. All our surface support ships may have to pull out and steam for protected harbors in Tonga.
So, we'd be left alone down here.
For 24 to 48 hours, yes. That wouldn't be a problem. We're entirely self-sufficient, but Spaulding is nervous about pulling surface support when there are civilians below. I want to know your feelings. Do you want to stay down and continue exploring the ship, or leave?
Stay, definitely, Ted said. Barnes said,
Beth?
I came here to investigate unknown life, Beth said. There isn't any life on that ship. It just isn't what I thought it would be. Hoped it would be. I say we go. Barnes said,
Norman?
Let's admit the truth, Norman said. We're not really trained for a saturated environment. And we're not really comfortable down here. At least, I'm not. And we're not the best people to evaluate this spacecraft. At this point, the Navy'd be much better off with a team of NASA engineers. I say, go.
Harry?
Let's get the hell out, Harry said.
Any particular reason?
Hi, Simba. Yes, hello. Call it intuition.
Ted said, I can't believe you would say that, Harry, just when we have this fabulous new idea about the ship. That's beside the point now,
Barnes said crisply.
I'll make the arrangements with the surface to pull us out in another 12 hours.
Ted said,
God damn it!
But Norman was looking at Barnes. Barnes wasn't upset. He wants to leave, he thought. He's looking for an excuse to leave. And we're providing his excuse.
Meantime, Barnes said, we can make one, perhaps even 2 more trips to the ship. We'll rest for the next 2 hours and then go back. That's all for now.
I have more I'd like to say.
That's all, Ted. The vote's been taken. Get some rest.
As they headed toward their bunks, Barnes said,
Beth, I'd like to have a word with you, please.
What about?
Beth, when you go back to the ship, I don't want you pushing every button you come across.
Oh, it's Hal. Okay. All I did was turn on the lights, Hal.
Yes, but you didn't... you didn't know that when you...
Sure I did. The button said room lights. It was pretty clear. As they moved off, they heard Beth say, I'm not one of your little Navy people you can order around, Hal. And then Barnes said something else, and the voices faded.
Damn it, Ted. Damn it, Ted said. He kicked one of the iron walls. It rang hollowly. They passed into C cylinder on their way to the bunks. I can't believe you people want to leave, Ted said. This is such an exciting discovery. How can you walk away from it, especially you, Harry? The mathematical possibilities alone, the theory of the black hole. I'll tell you why, Harry said. I want to go back. I want to go because Barnes wants to go. Barnes doesn't want to go, Ted said. Why, he put it to a vote. I know what he did, but Barnes doesn't want to look as if he's made the wrong decision in the eyes of his superiors. As if he's backing down. So he let us decide. But I'm telling you, Barnes wants to go. Norman was surprised. The cliché image of mathematicians was that they had their heads in the clouds, were absent-minded, inattentive. But Harry was astute. He didn't miss a thing. Why would Barnes want to go? Ted said. I think it's clear. Because of the storm on the surface. The storm isn't here yet, Ted said. No, Harry said. And when it comes, we don't know how long it'll last. Barnes said 24 to 48 hours. Neither Barnes nor anyone else can predict how long the storm will last, Harry said. What if it lasts 5 days? We can hold out that long. With air and supplies for 5 days. What are you so worried about? I'm not worried, Harry said. But I think Barnes is worried. Nothing will go wrong, for Christ's sake, Ted said. I think we should stay. And then there was a squishing sound. They looked down at the all-weather carpeting at their feet. The carpet was dark. Soaked. What's that? I'd say it was water, Harry said. Salt water? Ted said, bending over, touching the damp spot. He licked his finger. Doesn't taste salty. And from above them a voice said, That's because it's urine. Okay, yeah. Ted deserves that. Looking up, they saw Teeny Fletcher, standing on a platform above a network of pipes, near the curved top of the cylinder. Everything's under control, gentlemen. Just a small leak in the liquid waste disposal pipe that goes to the H2O recycler. Liquid waste? Ted was shaking his head. Oh, just a small leak, Fletcher said. No problem, sir. She sprayed one of the pipes with white foam from a spray canister. The foam sputtered and hardened on the pipe. We just urethane the suckers when we get them. Makes a perfect seal. How often do you get these leaks? Harry said. Liquid waste? Ted said again. Hard to say, Dr. Adams, but don't worry, really. I feel sick, Ted said. Harry slapped him on the back. Come on, it won't kill you. Let's get some sleep. I think I'm going to throw up. They went into the sleeping chamber. Ted immediately ran off to the showers. They heard him coughing and gagging. Poor Ted, Harry said, shaking his head. Norman said, What's all this business about a black hole, anyway? A black hole, Harry said, is a dead, compressed star. Basically, a star is like a big beach ball, inflated by the atomic explosions occurring inside it. When a star gets old, it runs out of nuclear fuel. The ball collapses to a much smaller size. If it collapses enough, it becomes so dense and it has so much gravity that it keeps on collapsing, squeezing down on itself until it is very dense and very small, only a few miles in diameter. Then it's a black hole. Nothing else in the universe is as dense as a black hole. So they're black because they're dead? No, they're black because they trap all the light. Black holes have so much gravity, they pull everything into them, like vacuum cleaners. All the surrounding interstellar gas and dust, even light itself, they just suck it right up. They suck up light? Norman said. He found it hard to think of that. Yes. So, what were you two so excited about with your calculations? Oh, it's a long story, and it's just speculation. Harry yawned. It probably won't amount to anything anyway. Talk about it later? Sure, Norman said. Harry rolled over, went to sleep. Ted was still in the showers, hacking and sputtering. Norman went back to D-Cell, to Tina's console. Did Harry find you all right? He said. I know he wanted to see you. Yes, sir. I have the information he requested down. Why? Did you want to make out your will, too? Norman frowned. Dr. Adams said he didn't have a will, and he wanted to make one. He seemed to feel it was quite urgent. Anyway, I checked with the service, and you can't do it. It's some legal problem about it being in your own handwriting, and you can't transmit your will over electronic lines. I see. I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson. Should I tell the others as well? No, Norman said. Don't bother the others. We'll be going to the surface soon, right after we have one last look at the ship. Well, so the mathematician has some bad vibes between the intuition that tells him they should go topside and having thought it was bad enough to ask whether or not he could get his will made. He's got some concern going on. All right, let's continue. Oh, hang on, I heard something ding. Hey, we've got Seeley joining us in Discord now. Let me see if I can get things settled here. We might have someone coming up. Just a moment. I think I left Discord my audio on. Yeah, so they can hear you just fine. I'll unmute myself in Discord here. Hey, Seeley, welcome, welcome, welcome. So, let me see, do you have...
Hello. I would have been here earlier, but there was a gremlin problem.
It happens. And I've got quite a long night ahead of me yet, so there is certainly no rush whatsoever. So, let me see, I think this is you here on the Boogie. Let me set a new source. Pretend that I know what I'm doing in OBS.
Don't worry. I'm so good at pretending I know what I'm doing in OBS. I mean, you've seen it.
Yep. Wait, where is my set of... Yeah, we all know gremlin problems. My gremlins usually come on 4 legs and tons of fluff, but to each their own.
I wish it was that one.
All right, and source. And browser, there we are.
OBS is your mortal enemy? Oh. There are worse things in OBS.
Why would it... I said make it the new object in the folder, but no. No, it throws it at the very top. Thank you. Thank you, OBS. Thank you.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
There we are. All right. Here we are.
I'll have you know, I dressed for the occasion.
I appreciate the effort. Thank you. It's tucked away here. You can get ahead of... Oh, you know what? Let's just hide Simba. He doesn't... He's always around. So, welcome. And you are...
Oh god, I just realized the rat that I'm chewing on in this image kind of looks the same as Simba, so it looks like I've just decided to eat him.
Well... he'd make a good meal. There's a lot of him there.
Sorry, this is the payment for me coming on. I get to eat your cat.
Understandable. The sacrifices must be made. Yeah, so we are reading Michael Crichton's Sphere tonight. This is sort of a growing tradition. Last year we read Andromeda Strain. And so the situation right now is there's a military installment around a presumed crash. It was thought it was a
an airliner crash, and then it came about that they thought it was a spaceship, and then it's maybe a time machine. There's a crowd of civilian scientists that have been pulled in and are ready to investigate and provide their expertise. They were brought together, presumably, to manage first contact, but it's come about that this was not an alien craft after all, and it was, in all likelihood, an American ship from 2048, which is a much nearer future than it was when this was written. And it was sent back in...
It's a bit of a, extra 20-year difference.
Yeah, it's only details. It's a lot nearer future. But the idea is, it's always fun when you're reading older sci-fi, especially things that are set in the world as we know it, how things shift, how we don't quite outpace the imaginations.
One of my favorites is, I'm so sorry to bring Transformers into this, but so when Transformers the movie had its time jump, because like the original series was set in like the 80s, because you know that was when it was contemporary.
Mm-hmm.
But the movie is like, it's 2005, the distant future. And oh boy, do you understand how funny it is see Hot Rod be described as a futuristic Trans Am Firebird?
Yeah, it looks like
and just being like,
muscle.
oh god, I wish that's what the Trans Am Firebird looked like in 2005.
Oh man. Yep. Yeah, so some things don't really age terribly well in sci-fi, and that's half the fun. It adds to the campy layers, and when you look back and like, oh yeah, this is weird. We had the same thing when we were reading like War of the Worlds and such, and they're talking about future and like the advanced alien technology. They basically were shooting capsules from Mars in a giant gun, and that was their advanced technology. So
man, remember when we thought we would get to Mars by like 2020?
Yeah. Budget cuts, priorities shifting. We were so naive.
We were so happy. we were so excited. Like we got to the moon, and it's like, oh man, what if we got further?
Well, it was such a quick. Like the Apollo project was so fast. We went from first launched rockets, the first satellite to the moon in less than 20 years. And then here we are.
We just kind of went, and then we're gonna stop funding that. No more.
Oh, we know what caused it. We know.
We do.
We know. But, well, yeah. So, okay, let's go ahead and jump in then. When we had Mix and wow, I'm awful. Stinny on earlier. We kind of just shifted pages around. I do too, and they pick one up. So if you'd like, we can follow the same format. And
I'm done.
Sound great, perfect. Let me get a quick shout out done actually. So while I am thinking of it, for those of you in chat who may not be aware, this
I'm behaving. I'm not saying what actually caused it. I'm behaving.
Yeah. Akimos is our resident tongue-in-cheek. He's a good.
I see.
He's a good bean.
I'm familiar with this.
Now, is shout out case sensitive? Let's just err on the side of safety and do it as such. So, for those of you in chat who may not be familiar, this is Sealy or Gankong. Kong?
Gankong.
Gankong. Okay. I'm not very good with Irish Gaelic.
Yeah, don't worry. The fact that you even tried puts you off slack.
Well, we had a conversation about something along the lines here. I will readily embarrass myself with trying to pronounce names, locations, proper nouns. I'll get them wrong more often than not, but I'll always try. But yeah, as I was saying, this is Sealy, who is a
host of the Fanfic Friday crew, and is a variety streamer in their own right. I think you're a variety streamer.
Yes, well, currently I'm playing through Devil Survivor because
okay.
I have a gun to my head. But I gotta admit, it is very funny playing that game because it is basically written on the premise of... Okay, backstory. Sorry, I've completely derailed the situation.
Nah, you're fine.
But, so, in Japan for, like, longest time, a lot of the translations available for, like, Norse myth were really bad translations, and in fact, ones that were disputed over here. However, that was one of their main forms of it, so for a lot of people were just not familiar with it. That's why you got some, like, weird interpretations, because it was just like, we got what we got. So, we have a wonderful time where, in the game, it's like, man, what on earth could this story be talking about? And I just have to be like, oh god, I sure hope this game lets me just guess it outright, or I swear to god, this is gonna be a long stream.
It's gonna be a long time, yeah.
They did!
Oh. Okay.
And I'm so happy for that.
Yeah, it's like,
but
okay, let's cut this to the chase.
I am happy about it, though, because... do you understand how difficult it is sometimes to work through a game where it's like, okay, the game wants me to be clueless. How do I find this out by being clueless? Except you have all the context.
Yeah.
And so you're like, how do I get to it?
It's very hard to not metagame. And sometimes half the fun is in playing through a game as the developers intended, not by taking leaps in logic and such. And so it's very hard. I think there was an anime adaptation of Devil Survivors, what was that, 10, 15 years ago now? I remember watching it. It was not the worst thing ever. Then again, my bar for what I will watch for anime is approximately 3.5 feet underground. So it's very...
don't worry. I've watched some truly horrible things, and there's only been like a couple of them where I've legitimately just went, yeah, okay, I can't watch this anymore. It's that painful.
It takes a lot for me to drop something, so I feel you. So, yeah, okay, interesting. So, and presumably, I forget, is Devil Survivors a series, or was this a one-off? Because it feels very much like Shin Megami Tensei, but it's obviously not. But it's got that vibe.
It actually is. It's a spin-off series of Shin Megami Tensei.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting.
Yes, there's a... Fun fact, also, technically, Shin Megami Tensei is also originally a side series.
What was its original source?
Okay, so you're not gonna believe this, but it actually originated as a bunch of novels.
Really?
Yes.
That's cool. It's always so interesting when a side property becomes more well-known and popular than the principal.
Well, so basically, Shin Megami Tensei basically became its, like, sequel series. So the original was Digital Devil Story, subtitle Megami Tensei.
Oh, and then Shin, obviously, yeah. So okay.
Yeah. So that was like the sub one for the first book. There's like 3 novels, and then like a sequel series called New Digital Devil Story that has like 6 of them. They also got an OVA and a number of games. So you're probably wondering, okay, so when does Shin Megami Tensei come in? I'll give you a hint. It came out after the success of the originals.
Yeah,
because
not
it was
at all.
Yeah, because you see, they're technically a sequel to the second Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei game. Yes, this whole thing is that convoluted.
Okay. All right. That it works, but all right.
And yes, Devil Survivor and Digital Devil Story and Digital Devil Saga are all completely different things.
Leave it to Japan. That answers so many head-scratching moments. You're just, oh, Japan.
I will also like to point out that in like almost everything from the original novel is also pretty like set into like the game's DNA. Like the devil summoning program that originated from Digital Devil Saga.
Oh, I forget, was the setting on that one where it just was automatically installed on everyone's phones or something, or did they have to go get it? There's so many different variations of the setting.
I think this is something that you had to get.
Good old opt-in death games.
Yeah, Digital Devil Saga, I don't is a whole thing. But fun fact, the first demon they like the main one they combat is Loki.
That's a little early.
But yes, but the funniest thing is so Digital Devil Saga was originally published in 1986.
Damn. All right.
So the fact that Loki's even in here is honestly kind of a surprise.
Yeah, that's... Japan does have, like, a love affair with Norse mythology, and they have for a long time, and like you said, their exposure to it is very different from the Western exposure. Their interpretations are very different, but all the same, they fixate on it to a really interesting degree, sometimes supplanting even local mythologies and such. So it's very cool, very cool to see. It's a very common recurrence. You'll see things like a Fenrir and the like coming up over and over and over again in different properties, because it's
it helps that they just the words are also just very foreign and just sound cool.
Yes, and Japan will borrow words very readily. They are an early adopter of the rule of cool. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can get back to the book. There is quite a lot ahead of us yet. I am streaming on Discord, and that's probably the easiest way to follow along on the page.
I've currently got it up, actually.
Fantastic. So, I can lead us off, and then you can pick up after a couple pages, and we can see where we go from here.
All right.
So we are picking back up in part 2 of The Sphere by Michael Crichton, The Deep, with the chapter is actually, oddly enough, there's no numbers on these chapters. We've been rather spoiled by other books, but The Large Glass.
The Large Glass.
This time, they split up inside the spaceship. Barnes, Ted, and Edmonds continued forward in the vast cargo bays to search the parts of the ship that were still unexplored. Norman, Beth, and Harry stayed in what they now called the flight deck, looking for the flight recorder. Ted's parting words were, "It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done." Then he set off with Barnes. Edmonds left them with a small video monitor so they could see the progress of the other team in the forward section of the ship. And they could hear Ted chattered continuously to Barnes, giving some views about structural features of the ship. The design of the big cargo bays reminded Ted of the stonework of the ancient Mycenaeans in Greece, particularly the Lion Gate ramp at Mycenae. "Ted has more irrelevant facts at his fingertips than any man I know," Harry said. "Can we turn the volume down?" Yawning, Norman turned the monitor down. He was tired. The bunks in DH-8 were damp, the electric blankets heavy and clinging. Sleep had been almost impossible. And then Beth had come storming in after her talk with Barnes. She was still angry now. "God damn Barnes," she said. "Where does he get off?" "He's doing the best he can, like everyone else," Norman said. She spun. "You know, Norman, sometimes you're too psychological and understanding. The man is an idiot, a complete idiot."
Let's just find the flight recorder, shall we? Harry said. That's the important thing now. Harry was following the umbilicus cable that ran out the back of the mannequin into the floor. It was lifting up floor panels, tracing the wires aft. I'm sorry, it said, but he wouldn't speak like that to a man. Certainly not to Ted. Ted's hogging the whole show, and I don't see why he should be allowed to. What does Ted have to do with Norman began? The man is a parasite. That's what he is. He takes the ideas of others and promotes them as his own. Even the way he quotes famous sayings, it's outrageous. You feel he
Where have we
takes...
seen this before?
I know, right? You feel he takes other people's ideas? Norman said. Listen, back on the surface, I mentioned to Ted that we ought to have some words ready when we open this thing. And next thing I know, Ted's making up quotes and positioning himself in front of the camera. Well, what, Norman? Don't well me, for Christ's sake. It was my idea, and he took it without so much as a thank you. Did you say anything to him about it? Norman said. No, I did not say anything to him about it. I'm sure he wouldn't remember if I did. He'd go, did you say that, Beth? I suppose you might have mentioned something like that, yes. I still think you should talk to him. Norman, you're not listening to me. If you talked to him, at least you wouldn't be so angry about it now. Shrink talk, she said, shaking her head. Norman is a psychologist, so... Look, Ted does whatever he wants on this expedition. He makes his stupid speeches, whatever he wants. But I go through the door first, and Barnes gives me hell. Why shouldn't I go first? What's wrong with a woman being the first for once in the history of science? Beth, and then I had the gall to turn on the lights. You know what Barnes said about that? He said I might have started a short circuit and put us all in jeopardy. He said I didn't know what I was doing. He said I was impulsive. Jesus, impulsive. Stone Age military treatment. Turn the volume back up, he said. I'd rather hear Ted. Come on, guys. We're all under a lot of pressure, Beth, Norman said. It's going to affect everybody in different ways. She glared at Norman. You're saying Barnes was right? I'm saying we're all under pressure, including him, including you. Jesus, you men always stick together. You know why I'm still an assistant professor and not tenured? Your pleasant, easygoing personality, Harry said. I can do without this. I really can. Beth, Harry said, you see the way these cables are going? They're running toward that bulkhead there. See if they go up the wall on the other side of the door. You're trying to get rid of me, if possible. She laughed, breaking the tension. All right. I'll look on the other side of the door. When she was gone, Harry said, she's pretty worked up. Celie, would you like to take a page?
Norman said, you know the Ben Stone story? Which one? Beth did her graduate work in Stone's lab. Oh. Benjamin Stone was a biochemist at BU. A colorful, engaging man, Stone had a reputation as a good researcher who used his graduate students like lab assistants, taking their results as his own. In this exploitation of others' work, Stone was not unique in the academic community, but he proceeded a little more ruthlessly than his colleagues. Beth was living with him as well. Uh-huh. Back in the early 70s, apparently she did a series of important experiments on the, energetics of ciliary inclusion bodies. They had a big argument, and Stone broke off his relationship with her. She left the lab, he published 5 papers, all her work, without her name on them. Very nice, Harry said. So now she lifts weights? Well, she feels mistreated, and I can see her point. Yeah, Harry said. But the thing is, lie down with dogs, get up with fleas. You know what I mean? Jesus, Beth said, returning. This is like the girl who's raped is always asking for it. Is that what you're saying? No! Harry said, still lifting floor panels, following the wires. But sometimes you gotta ask if what the girl is doing in a dark alley at 3 in the morning in a bad part of town.
Harry,
you've gone to the bottom. You've gone to the bottom in the rankings. I was in love with him. Still a bad part of town. I was 22 years old. How old do you have to be? Up yours, Harry. Harry shook his head. You find the wires, Butch?
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
I found the wires. They go into some kind of glass grid. Let's have a look, Norman said, going next door. He'd seen flight recorders before. They were long, rectangular metal boxes, reminiscent of a safe deposit boxes, painted red or bright orange. If this was... He stopped.
Akimos, you're right. Harry is close enough to Henry. That's a bit of a recurring gag around here. We generally have not found a Henry that we like. It started with Henry David Thoreau, and it all went downhill from there. And Harry's awful close.
I can't believe that he's gonna become the next Henry.
He's the mathematician of the group. So the social skills might be a little
God.
bit stunted.
Social skills might be a little bit stunted. I'm pretty sure he's never had any.
That is entirely possible.
He was looking at a transparent glass cube, 1 foot on each side. Inside the cube was an intricate grid arrangement of fine, glowing blue lines. Between the glowing lines, blue lights flickered intermittently. There were 2 pressure gauges mounted on top of the cube and 3 pistons, and there were a series of silver stripes and rectangles on the outer surface on the left side. It didn't look like anything he had seen before. Interesting. Harry peered into the cube. Some kind of optronic memory, is my guess. We don't have anything like it. He touched the silver stripes on the outside. Not paint, it's some plastic material. Probably machine readable. By what? Certainly not us. No, probably a robot recovery device of some kind. And the pressure gauges? The cube is filled with some sort of gas under pressure. Maybe it contains biological components to attain the compactness. In any case, I'll bet this large glass is a memory device. A flight recorder? Air equivalent, yes. How do we access it? Watch this, Beth said, going back to the flight deck. She began pushing sections of the console, activating it. Don't tell Barnes, she said over her shoulder. How do you know where to press? I don't think it matters, she said. I think the console can sense where you are. The control panel keeps track of the pilot? Something like that. In front of them, a section of the console glowed, making a screen yellow on black. RVLHOOQ DCOMJ USS Star Voyager. Then nothing. Harry says, now we'll get the bad news. What bad news? Norman said, and he wondered, why had Harry stayed behind to look for the flight recorder instead of going with Ted and Barnes to explore the rest of the ship? Why was he so interested in the past history of this vessel? Maybe it won't be bad, Harry said. Why do you think it might be? Well, because, Harry said, if you consider it... Sorry, Discord is
it cutting off?
not letting me actually see the bottom of that, so
Oh,
I'm looking at... I need to switch up the screen. If you consider it logically, something vitally important is missing from this ship. At that moment, the screen filled with columns. Ship systems. Propulsion systems. Life systems. Waste manage. Version 9. Data systems. Status OM2. Outer. Quartermaster. Status OM3. Inner. Flight record. Status OM4. 4. Core operations. Status DV7 aft. Deck control. Status V. Suma. Sure, that's supposed to be summary, but I'm gonna pronounce it Suma.
Yeah.
Integration, direct. Status Comrec 2. LSS test 1.0. Line A911. LSS test 2.0. Line A12-BX. LSS test 3.0. Stable links. What's your pleasure? Beth said, hands on the console. Flight records, Harry said. He bit his lip. Flight data summaries RVLHOOQ.
A lot of dates and a lot of entries.
So we've got So these seem to be going by 2-year intervals.
Yeah.
From 43 to 56 entry event, FDS entry event, FDS entry event summary,
Oh, daily
8
corruption.
and 6 exclamation point OZ-10-10-ODD-000/XXX/X $F$S XXX-X percentage sign
Carrot.
caret dash XXX dash X at X dash X exclamation point X dash X. What do you make of that? Norman said. Harry was peering at the screen. As you can see, the earliest records are in 3-year intervals. When they're
Wait.
shorter, 1 year, then 6 months. Then they're shorter, 1 year, then 6 months, and finally 1 month. This is entry event business.
So, they were recording more and more carefully, Beth said, as the ship approached the entry event, whatever it was. I have a pretty good idea what it was, Harry said. I just can't believe that. Let's start. How about entry event summary? Beth pushed buttons. On the screen, a field of stars, and around the edges of the field, a lot of numbers. It was 3-dimensional, giving the illusion of depth. Holographic? Not exactly, but similar. Several large magnitude stars there. Or planets. What planets? I don't know. This is one for Ted, Harry said. He may be able to identify the image. Let's go on. He touched the console. The screen changed. More stars. Yeah, and more numbers. The numbers around the edges of the screen were flickering, changing rapidly. The stars don't seem to be moving, but the numbers are changing. No, look, the stars are moving too. They could see that all the stars were moving away from the center of the screen, which was now black and empty. No stars in the center, and everything moving away, Harry said thoughtfully. The stars on the outside were moving very quickly, streaking outward. The black center was expanding. Why is it empty like that in the center, Harry? Beth said. I don't think it's empty. I can't see anything. No, but it's not empty. In just a minute we should see... There! A dense white cluster of stars suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. The cluster expanded as they watched. It was a strange effect, Norman thought. There was still a distinct black ring that expanded outward, with stars on the outside and on the inside. It felt as if they were flying through a giant black donut. My God, Harry said softly. Do you know what we're looking at? No, Beth said. What's that cluster of stars in the center? It's another universe. It's what? Well, okay, it's probably another universe, or it might be a different region of our own universe. Nobody really knows for sure. What's the black donut? Norman said. It's not a donut. It's a black hole. What you are seeing is the recording made as this spacecraft went through a black hole and entered into another. Is someone calling? Harry turned, cocked his head. They fell silent but heard nothing. What do you mean, another universe? Shh! A short silence. And then a faint voice crying, Hello? Who's that? Norman said, straining to listen. The voice was so soft, but it sounded human. And then, maybe more than one voice. It was coming from somewhere inside the spacecraft. Yoo-hoo! Anybody there? Hello? Oh, for God's sake! Beth said. It's them! On the monitor! She turned up the volume on the little monitor Edmonds had left behind. On the screen, they saw Ted and Barnes, standing in a room somewhere and shouting, Hello! Hello! Can we talk back? Yes. Press that button on the side. Norman said, We hear you. High damn time! Ted.
All right now,
Barnes said,
listen up.
What are you people doing back there? Ted said.
Listen up.
Barnes said. He stepped to one side, revealing a piece of multicolored equipment.
We now know what this ship is for.
So do we, Harry said. We do? Beth and Norman said together. But Barnes wasn't listening.
And the ship seems to have picked up something on its travels.
Picked up something? What is it?
I don't know, Barnes said. But it's something alien.
All right. And so the developments continue.
I'm sorry, it's just the next chapter being titled Something Alien is
It's a little on the
killing
nose.
me.
Yeah. Cretins.
having it in quotations too.
Yeah. It's like, we guess. It probably is, right? Sure. It doesn't seem like anything we know, so it must be alien. Hmm. All right, so this is a short chapter here. Just looks like 3 pages. And judging by how things have gone, it's likely closer to 2 with a little bit of a stub at the end. So if you'd like, you can carry this one.
Ooh, don't mind if I do. The moving walkway carried them past endless cargo bays. They were going forward to join Barnes and Ted's. He's the one without an S in his name, so I just started adding to join Barnes and Ted and Edmonds, and to see their alien discovery. Why would anyone send a spaceship through a black hole? Beth asked. Because of gravity, Harry said. You see, black holes have so much gravity they distort space and time incredibly. Remember how Ted was saying that planets and stars make dents in the fabric of space-time? Well, black holes make tears in the fabric, and some people think it's possible to fly through those tears into another universe, or another part of our universe, or to another time. Another time! That's the idea, Harry said. Are you people coming? Barnes' teeny voice on the monitor. In transit now, Beth said, glowering at the screen. Can't see you, Norman said. I don't care.
Just kind of
They rode past more. They rode past more cargo areas, Harry said. I can't wait to see Ted's face when we tell him. Finally, they reached the end of the walkway. They passed through the midsection of struts and girder. I almost said grinders, and it's like, that's not what that word is. Girders! And entered a large forward room where they had previously seen on the monitor. The fanfiction Friday curse is spreading. I was so good. With ceilings nearly 100 feet high, it was enormous. You could put a 6-story building in this room, Norman thought. Looking up, he saw a hazy mist or fog. What's that? That's a cloud, Barnes said, shaking his head. The room is so big, it apparently has its own weather. Maybe it even rains in here sometimes. The room was filled with machinery on an immense scale. At first glance, it looked like oversized earth-moving machinery, except it was brightly painted in primary colors, glistening with oil. Then Norman began to notice individual features. There were giant claw hands, enormously powerful arms, moving gear wheels, an array of buckets and receptacles. He realized he was looking at something very similar to the grippers and claws mounted on the front end of the Charon V submersible he had written down on the day before. Was it the day before? Or was it still the same day? Which day? Was this July 4th? How long have they been down here? If you look carefully, Barnes was saying, you could see some of these devices appear to be large-scale weapons. Others, like that long extensor arm, the various attachments to pick things up, in effort to make this ship a gigantic robot. A gigantic robot!
Oh no.
A robot? No kidding, Beth said. I guess it would have been more appropriate for a robot to open it after all, Ted said thoughtfully. Maybe even fitting. Snug fitting, Beth said. Pipe fitting, Norman said. Sort of robot to robot, you mean? Harry said. Sort of a meeting of the threads and treads. Hey, Ted said. I don't make fun of your comments even when they're stupid. I wasn't aware they ever were, Harry said. You say foolish things sometimes. Thoughtless. Children, Barnes said. Can we get back to the business at hand? Point it out the next time, Ted. I will. I'll be glad to know when I say something foolish. No problem. Something you consider foolish. Tell you what, Barnes says to Norman. When we get back to the surface, let's leave these two down here. Surely you can't be thinking of going back now, Ted said. We've already voted. But that was before we found the object. Where is the object? Harry said. Over here, Harry, Ted said with a wicked grin. Let's see what your fabled powers of deduction make of this! They walked deeper into the room, moving among the giant hands and claws, and they saw nestled in the padded claw of one hand a large, perfectly polished silver sphere about 30 feet in diameter. The sphere had no markings or features of any kind. They moved around the sphere, seeing themselves reflected in the polished metal. Norman noticed an odd, shifting iridescence, faint rainbow hues of blue and red, gleaming in the metal. It looks like an oversized ball bearing, Harry said. Keep walking, smart guy. On the far side of the sphere, a series of deep, convoluted grooves cut in an intrinsic pattern into the surface of the sphere. The pattern was arresting, though. Wait. The pattern was arresting, though Norman could not immediately say why. The pattern wasn't geometric. It wasn't amorphous or organic, either. It was hard to say what it was. Norman had never seen anything like it. As he continued to look at it, he felt increasingly certain this pattern was never found on Earth. Never created by any man. Never conceived by human imagination. Ted and Barnes were right. He felt sure of it. This sphere was something alien.
No quotes this time. All right. So we are coming up on. We've got ads scheduled for about 4 minutes out. So probably fire those off a little bit early so no one has to be interrupted by ads and rather not have anyone miss anything. So let's go ahead and take a short break here. So you can attend to your physical needs. Stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, attend to your fuzzy friends. And we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue reading The Sphere. Coming up next is Priorities.
These titles are so good.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. We are reading Michael Crichton's Sphere. This is a marathon reading tonight as a bit of a celebration, my birthday celebration thing that was earlier this week, and it just didn't really work out during the week. You can't really do one of these on a Monday or Tuesday. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work at all.
Unless you got a weird schedule where Monday and Tuesday are your weekend.
That can work. Unfortunately, the audience tends to not quite follow weird schedules.
Yeah.
We are joined tonight by Seely, who has been kind enough to jump in and join us in our reading. We've rated her in the past into the Fanfic Friday crew, and we've guest hosted there as well, and so it is a fantastic treat to have them join us tonight. We've been joined by a few others today as well. We had Cinny earlier, and we had Mix, and so we'll see what other developments, other guests, and other twists and turns the story and the stream both will have tonight. We are picking back up now from...
I mean, we just found out that there's a giant robot spaceship. I'm just like...
Giant robot
all right,
spaceship, and Celia
when
is
it
just
starts transforming.
Yeah, that's the drool started. She was getting ready. Ready.
I'm so ready for Metroplex to show up.
And yeah, you're right, Akmo. Sometimes it is nice having odd days off. I did a stretch for a few years where I was on, oh god, I had the worst schedule ever. I was on 2 weeks of third shift followed by a month of first shift, and they would bounce back and forth. So the third shift weeks were actually kind of nice in that I could get all my errands done after work because it was right when everything was opening. Never mind sleep being an illusion, because
you don't need to sleep. You just need to you can pretend to sleep. It'll trick your body into thinking you're sleeping.
I invested in some good blackout curtains, started taking ZQL and melatonin, and I still was sleep deprived by the end, and then had to switch my schedule around the entire 180 at the end of the 2 weeks. I am rather glad I have left that job. So, let's go ahead and jump back in, because we have a lot of story ahead of us tonight. So, this is part 2, The Deep of the Sphere, Priorities. Huh, Harry said, after staring in silence for a long time. I'm sure you'll want to get back to us on this, Ted said, and where it came from, and so on. Actually, I know where it came from. And he told Ted about the star record and the black hole. Actually, Ted said, I suspected that this ship was made to travel through a black hole for some time. Did you? What was your first clue? The heavy radiation shielding. Harry nodded. That's true. You probably guessed the significance of that before I did. He smiled. But you didn't tell anybody. Hey, Ted said. There's no question about it. I was the one who proposed the black hole first. You did? Yes. No question at all. Remember, in the conference room, I was explaining to Norman about space-time, and I started to do the calculations for the black hole, and then you joined in. Norman, you remember that? I proposed it first. Norman said, That's true. You had the idea. Harry grinned. I didn't feel that was a proposal. I thought it was more like a guess. Or a speculation, Harry, Ted said. You are rewriting history. There are witnesses.
I'm getting a lot of, old man Yowie vibes from this.
This is a toxic relationship in the building, in the making.
These two dated at some point in college, and it did not end well.
I could see it. Since you are so far ahead of everybody else, Harry said, how about telling us your proposals for the nature of this object? With pleasure, Ted said. This object is a burnished sphere approximately 10 meters in diameter, not solid, and composed of a dense metal alloy of an as-yet unknown nature. The Kabbalistic markings on this side. These grooves are what you're calling Kabbalistic. Do you mind if I finish?
The Kabbalistic markings on this side clearly suggest artistic or religious ornamentation, evoking a ceremonial quality. This indicates the object has significance to whoever made it. I think we can be sure that's true. Personally, I believe that this sphere is intended as a form of contact with us, visitors from another star, another solar system. It is, if you will, a greeting, a message, or a trophy, a proof that a higher form of life exists in the universe. All well and good, and beside the point. He said, what does it do? I'm not sure it does anything. I think it just is. It is what it is. Very zen. Well, what's your idea? Let's review what we know, Harry said, as opposed to what we imagine in a flight of fancy. This is a spacecraft from the future, built with all sorts of materials and technology we haven't developed yet, although we are about to develop them. This ship was sent by our descendants through a black hole and into another universe, or another part of our universe. Yes, this spacecraft is unmanned, but equipped with robot arms which are clearly designed to pick up things that it finds. So we can think of this ship as a huge version of the unmanned Mariner spacecraft that we sent in the 1970s to Mars to look for life there. This spacecraft from the future is much bigger and more complicated, but it's essentially the same sort of machine. It's a probe. Yes. So, the probe goes into another universe, where it comes upon this sphere. Presumably, it finds the sphere floating in space. Or perhaps the sphere is sent out to meet the spacecraft. Right, Ted said. Sent out to meet it. As an emissary, that's what I think. In any case, our robot spacecraft, according to whatever built-in criteria it has, decides that this sphere is interesting. It automatically grabs the sphere in its big claw hand here, draws it inside the ship, and brings it home. Except, in going home, it goes too far. It goes into the past. It's past, Harry said. Our present. Right. Barnes snorted impatiently. Fine. So this spacecraft goes out and picks up a silver alien sphere and brings it back. Get to the point. What is this sphere? Harry walked forward to the sphere, pressed his ear against the metal, and rapped it with his knuckles. He touched the grooves, his hands disappearing in the deep indentations. The sphere was so highly polished, Norman could see Harry's face distorted in the curve of the metal. Yes, as I expected, these Kabbalistic markings, as you call them, are not decorative at all. They have another purpose entirely: to conceal a small break in the surface of the sphere. Thus, they represent a door. Harry stepped back. What is the sphere? I'll tell you what I think, Harry said. I think this sphere is a hollow container. I think there's something inside. I think it scares the hell out of me.
All right. So, things are continuing to develop very quickly. The sphere, the something alien, is...
Something alien?
Something alien indeed, yes.
And a sphere.
A
It's
sphere.
something alien and a sphere.
It's so round! Ponder it.
But how did they get it so round?
All right. Would you like to carry on into the next chapter?
I will let you do it, simply because I've had to move into a car for a short amount of time, and I don't think we were reading while driving.
I will admit to my own guilt of having done so in the past, but I will also concede that that's the responsible choice. So, first
Now I'm
about-
actually nervous. Have you read fan fiction while driving?
No. Usually it's catching up on socials. But
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
yeah. First evaluation.
No, Mr. Secretary, Barnes said into the phone. We're pretty sure it is an alien artifact. There doesn't seem to be any question about that.
He glanced at Norman, sitting across the room.
Yes, sir, Barnes said. Very damn exciting.
They were back in the habitat, and Barnes had immediately called Washington. He was trying to delay their return to the surface.
Not yet. We haven't opened it. We haven't been able to open it. The door is a weird shape and it's very finely milled. No, you couldn't wedge anything in the crack. He looked at Norman and rolled his eyes. No, we tried that too. There doesn't seem to be any exterior controls. No message on the outside. No labels either. All it is a highly polished sphere with some convoluted grooves on one side. What? Blasted open? Norman turned away. He was in D-cylinder, in the communications section run by Tina Chan. She was adjusting a dozen monitors with her usual calm. Norman said, "You seem like the most relaxed person here." She smiled. "Just inscrutable, sir?" "Is that it?" "It must be, sir," she said, adjusting the vertical gain on one rolling monitor. The screen showed the polished sphere. "Because I feel my heart pounding, sir. What do you think is inside that thing?" "I haven't any idea," Norman said. "Do you think there's an alien inside? You know, some kind of a living creature?" "Maybe." "And we're trying to open it up? Maybe we shouldn't let it out, whatever it is in there." "Aren't you curious?" Norman said. "Not that curious, sir." I don't see how blasting would work," Barnes was saying on the phone. "Yes, we have SMTMPs. Yes. Oh, different sizes. But I don't think we can blast the sucker open. No, well, if you saw it, you'd understand. The thing is perfectly made. Perfect." Tina adjusted a second monitor.
It's just the most round thing you've ever seen in your life. You don't understand. We can't shoot it.
Pie,
It'll bounce off.
It's perfect pie. It's so round. It just doesn't work. They had two views of the sphere, and soon there would be a third. Edmonds was setting up cameras to watch the sphere. That had been one of Harry's suggestions. Harry had said, "Monitor it. Maybe it does something from time to time, has some activity." On the screen, he saw the network of wires that had been attached to the sphere. They had a full array of passive sensors. Sound and the full electromagnetic spectrum from infrared to gamma and X-rays. The readouts on the sensors were displayed on a bank of instruments to the left. Harry came in. "Getting anything yet?" Tina shook her head. "So far, nothing." "Has Ted come back?" "No," Norman said. "Ted's still there." Ted had remained behind in the cargo bay, ostensibly to help Edmund set up the cameras, but in fact they knew he would try to open the sphere. They saw Ted now on the second monitor, probing the grooves, touching, pushing. Harry smiled. "He hasn't got a prayer." Norman said, "Harry, remember when we were in the flight deck, and you said you wanted to make out your will because something was missing?" "Oh, that." He said, "Forget it. That's irrelevant now." Barnes was saying, "No, Mr. Secretary, raising it to the surface would be just about impossible." "Well, sir, it is presently located inside a cargo bay, half a mile inside the ship. And the ship is buried under 30 feet of coral, and the sphere itself is a good 30 feet across. It's the size of a small house." "I just wonder what's in the house," Tina said. On the monitor, Ted kicked the sphere in frustration. "Not a prayer," Harry said again. "He'll never get it open." Beth came in.
Ted, stop bullying the possible alien egg. You don't know what'll happen. Maybe it'll come out and, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Shaken baby syndrome, but alien.
That or it's like, it comes out and it's like, ding dong dash. It's like,
"Who was knocking on my door?"
it was him who was kicking it.
Who was interrupting my nap?
Beth came in. "How are we going to open it?" Harry said, "How?" Harry stared thoughtfully at the sphere, gleaming on the monitor. There was a long silence. "Maybe we can't. We can't open it." "You mean not ever?" "That's one possibility." Norman laughed. "Ted would kill himself." Barnes was saying, "Well, Mr. Secretary, if you wanted to commit the necessary Navy resources to do a full-scale salvage from 1,000 feet, we might be able to undertake it starting 6 months from now, when we were assured of a month of good surface weather in this region. Yes."
It's winter in the South Pacific now. Yes!
Beth said, I can see it now. At great expense, the Navy brings a mysterious alien sphere to the surface. It is transported to a top-secret government installation in Omaha. Experts from every branch come and try to open it. Nobody can.
Like Excalibur, Norman said.
Beth said, as time goes by, they try stronger and stronger methods. Eventually, they try to blow it open with a small nuclear device, and still nothing. Finally, nobody has any more ideas. The sphere sits there. Decades go by, the sphere is never opened. She shook her head. One great frustration for mankind.
Norman said to Harry, do you really think that happened? Did we never get it open?
Harry said, never's a long time.
No, sir, Barnes was saying. Given this new development, we'll stay down to the last minute. Weather topside is holding. At least 6 more hours. Yes, sir. And the Metsat reports yes. Well, rely on that judgment. Yes, sir. Hourly. Yes, sir.
He hung up, turned to the group.
Okay. We have authorization to stay down here, down 6 to 12 hours more, as long as the weather holds. Let's try to open that sphere in the time remaining.
Ted's working on it now, Harry said. On the video monitor, they saw Ted Fielding slap the polar sphere with his hand and shout, Open! Open sesame! Open up, you son of a bitch! The sphere did not respond.
Teacher, try asking politely.
Yeah.
Just like, please, please, sphere.
Please, sphere, please. Just a wee peep. Crack is all I ask. The anthropomorphic problem. Seriously, Norman said. I think somebody has to ask the question. Should we consider not opening it up?
Why? Barnes said. Listen, I just got off the phone.
I know, Norman said. But maybe we should think twice about this. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tina nodding vigorously. Harry looked skeptical. Beth rubbed her eyes, sleepy.
Are you afraid? Do you have a substantive argument?
Barnes said. I have the feeling, Harry said, that Norman's about to quote from his own work. Well, yes, Norman admitted. I did put this in my report. In his report, he had called it the anthropomorphic problem. Basically, the problem was that everybody who had ever thought or written about extraterrestrial life imagined that life is essentially human, even if the extraterrestrial life didn't look human. If it was a reptile or a big insect or an intelligent crystal, it still acted in a human way.
You're talking about the movies,
Barnes said. I'm talking about research papers too. Every conception of extraterrestrial life, whether by a movie maker or a university professor, has been basically human. Assuming human values, human understanding, human ways of approaching a humanly understandable universe, and generally, a human appearance. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and so on. So, Norman said, that's obviously nonsense. For one thing, there's enough variation in human behavior to make understanding just within our own species very troublesome. The differences between, say, Americans and Japanese are very great. Americans and Japanese don't really look at the world in the same way at all.
Yes, Barnes said impatiently. We all know the Japanese are different.
And when you come to a new life form, the differences may be literally incomprehensible. The values and ethics of this new form of life may be utterly different.
You mean it may not believe in the sanctity of life, or thou shalt not kill?
Barnes said, still impatient. No, Norman said, I mean that this creature may not be able to be killed. And so it may not have, so it may have no concept of killing in the first place. Barnes stopped.
This creature may not be able to be killed?
Norman nodded. As someone once said, you can't break the arms of a creature that has no arms.
Can't be killed. You mean it's immortal?
I don't know, Norman said, but that's the point.
I mean, Jesus, a thing that couldn't be killed. How would we kill it?
He bit his lips.
I wouldn't like to open that sphere and release a thing that couldn't be killed.
Harry laughed. No promotions for that one, Hal. Barnes looked at the monitors, showing several views of the polished sphere. Finally, he said, "That's ridiculous. No living thing is immortal. Am I right, Beth?"
Actually, no, Beth said. You could argue that certain living creatures on our own planet are immortal. For example, single-celled organisms like bacteria and yeast are apparently capable of living indefinitely.
Yeasts, Barnes snorted. We're not talking about yeasts.
And to all intents and purposes, a virus could be considered immortal.
A virus?
Barnes sat down in a chair. He hadn't considered a virus.
But how likely is it? Really? Harry?
It's likely enough to have been Crichton's previous novel.
Just saying.
I mean, listen, the amount of times that we've discovered something is possibly immortal at this point, we're running out of things. We've got jellyfish, we've got microscopic organisms.
Yeah. Tardigrades that just you can't kill. Like, okay, fair. Just challenge your expectations. Temper your imagination.
I am so sorry about that cat.
You're fine. We get mine that'll chime in from time to time. Right now they're quiet, but
Yes, you are getting your food. Oh my goodness.
That's fantastic. Where were I think, Harry said, that the possibilities go far beyond what we've mentioned so far. We've only considered three-dimensional creatures of the kind that exist in our three-dimensional universe. Or, to be more precise, the universe that we perceive as having 3 dimensions. Some people think our universe has 9 or 11 dimensions. Barnes looked tired. Except the other dimensions are very small, so we don't notice them. Barnes rubbed his eyes. Therefore, this creature, Harry continued, may be multidimensional, so that it literally does not exist, at least not entirely in our usual 3 dimensions. To take the simplest case, if it were a 4-dimensional creature, we would only see part of it at any time, because most of the creature would exist in the 4th dimension. That would obviously make it difficult to kill, and if it were a 5-dimensional creature...
Just a minute. Why haven't any of you mentioned this before?
We thought you knew, Harry said.
Knew? Not a 5-dimensional creature that can't be killed. Nobody said a word to me.
He shook his head.
Opening this sphere could be incredibly dangerous.
It could, yes.
What we have here is... we have Pandora's box.
That's right.
Well, Ron said, let's consider worst cases. What's the worst case for what we might find?
Beth said, I think that's clear. Irrespective of whether it's a multidimensional creature or a virus or whatever, irrespective of whether it shares our morals or has no morals at all, the worst case is it hits us below the belt.
Meaning?
Meaning that it behaves in a way that interferes with our basic life mechanisms. A good example is the AIDS virus. The reason why AIDS is so dangerous is not that it's new. We get new viruses every year, every week, and all viruses work in the same way. They attack cells and convert the machinery of the cells to make more viruses. What makes the AIDS virus dangerous is it attacks the specific cells that we use to defend against viruses. AIDS interferes with our basic defense mechanism, and we have no defense against it.
Well, I said, this sphere contains a creature that interferes with our basic mechanisms. What would that creature be like?
It could breathe in air and exhale cyanide gas, Beth said.
It could excrete radioactive waste, Harry said. It could disrupt our brain waves, Norman said.
Interfere with our ability to think. Or, Beth said, it might merely disrupt cardiac conduction. Stop our hearts from beating.
It might produce a sound vibration that would resonate in our skeletal system and shatter our bones, Harry said.
He smiled at the others. I rather like that one. Clever, Beth said. But as usual, we're only thinking of ourselves. The creature might do nothing directly harmful to us at all.
Ah,
Barnes said. It might simply exhale a toxin that kills chloroplasts, so that plants could no longer convert sunlight. Then all the plants on Earth would die,
and consequently, all life on Earth would die. Ah, Bond said. You see, Norman said, at first I thought that the anthropomorphic problem, that we could only conceive of extraterrestrial life as basically human, I thought it was a failure of imagination. Man is man. All he knows is man, and all he can think of is what he knows. Yet, as you can see, that's not true. We can think of plenty of other things, but we don't. So there must be another reason why we only conceive of extraterrestrials as humans. And I think the answer is that we are, in reality, terribly frail animals. And we don't like to be reminded of how frail we are. How delicate the balances are inside our own bodies. How short our stay on Earth, and how easily it has ended. So we imagine other life forms as being like us. So we don't have to think of the real threat. The terrifying threat they may represent without ever intending to. There's a silence.
Of course, we mustn't forget another possibility. Bond said, it may be the sphere contains some extraordinary benefit to us. Some wondrous new knowledge, some astonishing new idea or new technology which will improve the condition of mankind beyond our wildest dreams.
Although the chances
Yeah,
are...
like what if it inhales carbon dioxide and breathes out oxygen like a plant?
Like a plant, yeah. Like, who needs plants? We've got new alien. Hurrah!
Singing to the categories.
That's good merps. Good merps. Although the chances are, Harry said, that there won't be any new idea that is useful to us.
Why?
Bond said, well, let's say that the aliens are 1,000 years ahead of us. Just as we are relative to, say, medieval Europe. Suppose you went back to medieval Europe with a television set. There wouldn't be any place to plug it in. Barnes stared from one to another for a long time.
I'm sorry, he said. This is too great a responsibility for me. I can't make the decision to open it up. I have to call Washington on this.
Ted won't be happy, Harry said.
The hell, Ted.
Okay. Barnes maybe has it all together after all.
I'm going to give this sphere to the president. Until we hear from him, I don't want anybody trying to open that sphere.
Don't give it to the president. You don't know what he's going to do with it.
Yeah, this is after Carter. Who was after Carter?
Who's after Carter?
Oh, right. Hell no. Hell no.
Oh, we're doing it. Oh, God. We're giving it to Reagan.
Hell no. Do not give this shit to Reagan.
Maybe he'll turn it into like a TV show thing.
Let the sphere trickle down. Yeah.
Trickle down spheronomics.
Oh, if anything, it's more realistic than actual trickle downonomics. Oh. Bedtime for Bonzo, but it's the sphere. Oh, God. Where was I?
To hell with Ted.
Okay, yeah.
To hell with Ted, Bond said. I'm going to give this sphere to the president. Until we hear from him, I don't want anybody trying to open that sphere.
Barnes called for a 2-hour rest period, and Harry went to his quarters to sleep. Beth announced that she was going off to sleep too, but she remained at the monitor station with Tina Chan and Norman. Chan's station had comfortable chairs with high backs, and Beth swiveled in the chair, swinging her legs back and forth. She played with her hair, making little ringlets by her ear, as she stared into space. Tired, Norman thought. We're all tired. He watched Tina, who moved smoothly and continuously, adjusting the monitors, checking the sensor inputs, changing the videotapes on the bank of VCRs. Tense. Alert. Because Edmonds was in the spaceship with Ted, Tina had to look after the recording units as well as her own communications console. The Navy woman didn't seemed to be as tired as they were, but then she hadn't been inside the spaceship. To her, that spaceship was something she saw on the monitors. A TV show, an abstraction. Tina hadn't been confronted face to face with the reality of the new environment.
Of the sphere.
Of the sphere. The exhausting mental struggle to understand what was going on, what it all meant. "You look tired, sir," Tina said. "Yes, all tired." "It's the atmosphere," she said. "Breathing the heliox." So much for psychological explanations, Norman thought. Tina said, "The density of the air down here has a real effect." Yeah, the chirps are fantastic. That's a good cat. "We're at 30
She keeps chirping at me because I stopped petting her.
We're at 30 atmospheres. If we were breathing regular air at this with this pressure, it would be almost as thick as a liquid. Heliox is lighter, but it's far denser than what we're used to. You don't realize it, but it's tiring just to breathe, to move your lungs." "But you aren't tired." "Oh, I'm used to it. I've been in saturated environments before." Is that right?
It's like, I've done this before. I can't tell you where.
Yeah, it's classified. Sorry, can't tell you. Is that right? Where? I really can't say, Dr. Johnson. Navy operations. She smiled. "I'm not supposed to talk about it." Is that your inscrutable smile? "Hey, thanks, Witsy."
Wits, hi.
I hope so, sir, but don't you think you ought to try and sleep? He nodded. Probably. Norman considered going to sleep, but the prospect of his damp bunk was unappealing. Instead, he went down to the galley, hoping to find one of Rose Levy's desserts. Levy was not there, but there was some coconut cake under a plastic dome. He found a plate, cut a slice, and took it over to one of the portholes. It was black outside the porthole. The grid lights were turned off. The divers gone, he saw lights in the portholes of DH-7, the divers' habitat, located a few dozen yards away. The divers must be getting ready to go back to the surface. Or perhaps they had already gone. In the porthole, he saw his own face reflected. The face looked tired and old. "This is no place for a 53-year-old man," he said, watching his reflection. As he looked out, he saw some moving lights in the distance, and a flash of yellow. One of the mini-subs pulled up under a cylinder at DH-7. Moments later, a second sub arrived to dock alongside it. The lights on the first sub went out. After a short time, the second sub pulled away into the black water. The first sub was left behind. What's going on? He wondered. But he was aware he didn't really care. He was too tired. He was more interested in what the cake would taste like, and looked down. The cake was eaten. Only a few crumbs remained.
They fucking ate the cake?
Yeah, he's so distracted he ate it while he was sitting there and didn't even realize it. Tired.
Didn't even taste it.
Yeah, very tired. He put his feet up on the coffee table and put his head back against the cool padding of the wall. He must have fallen asleep for a while, because he awoke disoriented. In darkness. He sat up and immediately the lights came on. He saw he was still in the galley. Barnes had warned him about that. The way the habitat adjusted to the presence of people. Apparently the motion sensor stopped registering you if you fell asleep. Automatically shut off the room lights. Then when you awoke and moved, the lights came back. He wondered if the lights would stay on if you snored. Who had designed all this? He wondered. Had the engineers and designers working on the Navy habitat taken snoring into account? Was there a snore sensor? More cake. Man's got his priorities. He got up and walked across to the galley kitchen. Several pieces of cake were now missing. Had he eaten them? He wasn't sure. Couldn't remember.
How many fucking cakes are in this goddamn galley?
Listen, Levy's been very busy. She takes her job very seriously.
Well, you know what? Good for her. I'm glad she's at least enjoying this.
A lot of videotapes, Beth said. Norman turned around. Yes, Tina said. We are recording everything that goes on in this habitat, as well as the other ship. It'll be a lot of material. There was a monitor mounted just above his head. It showed Beth and Tina, upstairs at the communications console. They were eating cake. Aha! He thought. So that was where the cake had gone. His laser focus on the cake. Every 12 hours, the tapes are transferred to the submarine, Tina said. What for? Beth said. That's so, if anything happens down here, the submarine will automatically go to the surface. Oh, great, I said. I won't think about that too much. Where's Dr. Fielding now? Tina said he gave up on the sphere and went into the main flight deck with Edmonds. Norman watched the monitor. Tina had stepped out of view. Beth sat with her back to the monitor eating the cake. On the monitor behind Beth, he could clearly see the gleaming sphere. Monitors showing monitors, he thought. The Navy people who eventually review this stuff are going to go crazy. Tina said, Do you think they'll ever get the sphere open? Beth chewed her cake. Maybe. I don't know, she said. I don't know. And to Norman's horror, he saw, on the monitor behind Beth, the door of the sphere was sliding silently open, revealing blackness inside.
It's an egg! And the egg has something open. Oh my
And
god.
These chapter titles are so on the nose. The fact that
Where's the secret copy?
the shrink was watching it open. It's like just happened to watch as the monitor is going, and everyone else is just distracted eating cake. The one time he's not thinking about cake.
The cake is just that good.
Coconut cake is not really my first choice, but it probably is okay. I've had coconut on cake, like a German chocolate. It's fantastic. So there's that.
All right, I will take this chapter if you would
Great.
like.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks.
They must have thought he was crazy, running through the locked D cylinder and stumbling up the narrow stairs to the upper level, shouting, "It's open! It's open! Oh my god, the sphere is fucking open!" He came to the communication console just as Beth was wiping the last crumbs of coconut from her lips. She set down her fork. "What's open?" "The sphere!" Beth spun in her chair. Tina ran over from the bank of VCRs. Both looked at the monitor behind Beth. There was an awkward silence. "Looks, closed to me, Norman." "It was open. I saw it!" He told them about watching in the galley on the monitor. "It was just a few seconds ago when the sphere definitely opened. Must have closed again while I was on my way here." "Are you sure? That's a pretty small monitor in the galley." "I saw it," Norman said. "Replay it if you don't believe me." "Good idea," Tina said. And she went to the recorders to play the tape back. Norman was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. This is the first time he had exerted himself in the dense atmosphere, and he felt the effects strongly. DH8 was not a good place to get excited, he decided. Beth was watching him. "You okay, Norman?" I'm fine. I tell you, I saw it opened. Tina? "It'll take me a second here." Harry walked in yawning. "Beds in this place are great, aren't they?" he said. "Like sleeping in a bag of wet rice. Sort of a combination bed and cold shower." He sighed. "It'll break my heart to leave." Beth said. "Norman thinks the sphere opened." "When?" he said, yawning again. "Just a few seconds ago." Harry nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. "I see it's closed now." We're rewinding the videotape to look again. Is there any more of that cake? Harry seemed very cool, Norman thought. This is a major piece of news, and he doesn't seem excited at all. Why was that? Didn't Harry believe it either? Was he still sleepy, not fully awake, or is there something else? There we go, Tina said. The monitor showed jagged lines and then resolved. On the screen, Tina was saying, hours of the tapes are transferred to the submarine. Beth, what for? Tina, that's so if anything happens down here, the submarine will automatically go to the surface. Beth, oh, great. I won't think too much. I won't think about that too much. Where's Dr. Fielding now? Tina, he gave up on the sphere and went inside the main flight deck with Edmonds. On the screen, Tina stepped out of view. Beth remained alone in the chair, eating the cake, or back to the monitor. On the screen, they were saying, do you think they'll ever get that sphere open? Beth ate her cake. Maybe, she said. I don't know. There was a short pause, and then, on the monitor behind Beth, the door of the sphere slid open. Hey, it did open! Keep the tape running! On screen, Beth didn't notice the monitor. Tina, still somewhere off screen, said, it scares me. Beth, I don't think there's a reason to be scared. Tina, it's the unknown. Sure, Beth said, but an unknown thing is not likely to be dangerous or frightening. It's just most likely to be inexplicable. That says it is inexplicable. I don't know how you can say that. You afraid of snakes? Beth said on screen. All during this conversation, the sphere remained open. Watching, Harry said, too bad we can't see inside it. I might be able to help with that, Tina says, if I do some image intensification work with the computer. It almost looks like there are little lights, Harry said. Little moving lights inside the sphere. On screen, Tina came back into view. Snakes don't bother me. Well, I can't stand snakes, Beth said. Slimy, cold, disgusting creatures. Ah, Beth, Harry said, watching the monitor. Got snake envy? On screen, Beth was saying, if I were a Martian who came to Earth and I stumbled upon a snake, a funny, cold, wheeling tube-like life, I don't know what to think of it. But the chance that I would stumble on a poisonous snake is very small. Less than 1% of snakes are poisonous. So, as a Martian, I wouldn't be in danger from my discovery of snakes. I'd just be perplexed. That's likely what will happen with us. We'll be perplexed. On screen, Beth was saying, anyway, I don't think we'll ever get the sphere open, no. Tina, I hope not. Behind her on the monitor, the sphere closed. Huh, Harry said. How long was it open altogether? 33.4 seconds, Tina said. They stopped the tape. Tina said, anyone want to see it again? She looked pale. Not right now, Harry said. He drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair, stared off, thinking. No one ever said anything. They just waited patiently for Harry. No one realized how much the group deferred to him. Harry's the person who figures things out for us. Norman thought. We need him. Rely on him. We need to kill him. Yeah, you agree! Okay, Harry said at last. No conclusions are possible. We have insufficient data. The question is whether the sphere was responding to something in its immaculate environment, or whether it just opened for reasons of its own. Where's Ted? Ted left the sphere and went to the flight deck. Ted's back! Ted said, grinning broadly. And I have some real news! So do we, Beth said. It can wait, Ted said. But I know where this ship went. Ted said excitedly. I've been analyzing the flight data summaries on the flight deck, looking at the star fields, and I know where the black hole is located. Ted, Beth said. The sphere opened. It did? When? A few minutes ago. Then it closed again. What did the monitor show? No biological hazard. It seems to be safe. Ted looked at the screen. Then, what the hell are we doing here? Barnes came in. You know, because we need everyone in this room immediately. I don't care how old this thing is. I'm gonna make fun of it. 2-hour rest period is over. Everyone ready to go back to the ship for a last look? That's putting it mildly, Harry said. The sphere was polished, silent, closed. It was a fucking sphere. It was just the most amazing sphere. They stood around it and stared at themselves, distorting reflections. Nobody spoke. They just walked around it. Finally, Ted said, I feel like this is an IQ test, and I'm flunking. You mean like the Davies message? Harry said. Oh, that, Ted said. Norman knew about the Davies message. It was one of those episodes that the SETI promoters wished to forget. In 1979, there was a large meeting in Rome of all the scientists involved in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Basically, SETI called for a radio astronomy search of the heavens. Now the scientists were trying to decide what sort of message to search for. Emerson Davies,
Physicist.
why can't I read this?
Physicist.
Physicist. For some reason, I was like, yeah, a psychiatrist. That's a profession. A physicist from Cambridge, England, devised a message based on fixed physical constants such as the wavelength of emitted hydrogen, which were presumably the same throughout the universe. He arranged these constructs in a binary pictorial form. I've actually seen this.
Mm-hmm. It does sound familiar.
Because... Oh, yeah, no, I saw in my astronomy class. It looks like a picture. But it's not. It's the weird thing where it's like, it looks like a picture, but it's not. But, like, this is the best way to, like, show you what it is visually.
Yeah.
Because Davies thought that and Davies died right then and there. Because Davies thought this would be exactly the kind of message an alien intelligence might send, he figured it would be easy for the SETI people to figure it out. He distributed his picture to everyone at the conference. No one could figure it out. When Davies explained it, they all agreed it was a clever idea and a perfect message for extraterrestrials to send. The fact remained that none of them had been able to figure out this perfect message. One of the people who tried to figure it out and had failed was Ted.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't try very hard, Ted said. There was a lot going on in the conference, and we didn't have you there, Harry. Oh my god, there's so much X's. You just wanted a free trip for
They're
Rome,
so
Harry said.
catty.
Beth said, is it my imagination, or have the door markings changed? Norman looked. At first glance, the deep grooves appeared the same, but perhaps the patterns were different? If so, the change was subtle. We can compare it with the old videotapes, Barnes said. It looks the same to me, Ted said. Anyways, it's metal. I doubt it could change. Metal transforming on a ship? That's an alien? This could never happen. Anyways, don't turn on your TVs. What we call metal is just a liquid that flows slowly at room temperature, Harry said. It's possible that this metal is changing. I doubt it, Ted said. Barnes said, you guys are supposed to be experts. We know this thing can open. It's been open already. How do we get it open again? We're trying, Hal. Doesn't look like you're doing anything. From time to time, they glanced at Harry, but Harry just stood there, looking at the sphere. His hand on his chin, tapping his lower lip thoughtfully with his finger. Harry? Harry said nothing. Ted went up and slapped the sphere at the flat of his hand. It made a dull sound, but nothing happened. Ted pounded the sphere with his fist. Then he winced and rubbed his hand. I don't think we can force our way in. I think it has to let you in, Norman said. Nobody said anything after that. My hand-picked, crack team, Barnes said, needling them. And all they can do is stand around and stare at it. And punch it. And kick it. You want us to do, Hal? Nuke it? If you don't get it open, there are people who will try that. Eventually. People listeners watch. Meanwhile, you got any other bright ideas? Nobody did. Okay, Barnes said. Our time is up. Let's go back to the habitat and get ready to be ferried to the surface. And maybe the sphere will open again.
Yeah, and just in time to tease them back. It's like, no, don't leave after all.
It's like, wait, no! I'm coming out now. Wait, no, I forgot my eyeshadow. I'll come back in a minute.
All right, I'll take this one. We've got a short chapter here that should slot in just nicely before ads.
Alright.
Departure. Norman pulled the small Navy issue bag from beneath his bunk in C cylinder. He got his shaving kit from the bathroom, found his notebook and his extra pair of socks, and zipped the bag shut. I'm ready.
Me too,
Ted said. Ted was unhappy. He didn't want to leave.
I guess we can't delay it any longer. The weather's getting worse. We got all the divers out from DH7, and now there's only us.
Norman smiled at the prospect of being on the surface again. I never thought I'd look forward to seeing Navy battleship Gray on a ship, but I do.
Where are the others?
Norman said.
Beth's already packed. I think she's with Barnes in communication. Harry too, I guess.
Ted plucked at his jumpsuit.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll be glad to see the last of this suit.
They left the sleeping quarters, heading down to communications. On the way, they squeezed past Teeny Fletcher, who was going toward B cylinder.
Ready to leave?
Norman said.
Yes, sir. All squared away.
Fletcher said, but her features were tense, and she seemed rushed under pressure. Aren't you going the wrong way? Norman asked.
Just checking the diesel backups.
Backups? Norman thought. Why check the backups now that they were leaving?
She probably left something on that she shouldn't have,
Ted said, shaking his head. Oh yeah, I guess. Question the military expert and technician. Surely you know better than she does.
It's because she's a woman!
Ted would probably think like that. Dick. In the communications console, the mood was grim. Barnes was on the phone with the surface vessels.
Say that again,
He said.
I want to hear who authorized that.
He was frowning, angry. They looked at Tina. How's the weather on the surface? Deteriorating fast, apparently. Barnes spun.
Will you idiots keep it down?
Norman dropped his day bag on the floor. Beth was sitting near the portholes, tired, rubbing her eyes. Tina was turning off the monitors, one after another, when she suddenly stopped. Look! On one monitor, they saw the polished sphere. Harry was standing next to it. What's he doing there? Didn't he come back with us? I thought he did. I didn't notice. I assumed he did. God
Damn it, I thought I told you people!
But Barnes began and then stopped. He stared at the monitor. On screen, Harry turned toward the video camera and made a short bow. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I think you will find this of interest. Harry turned to face the sphere. He stood with his arms at his sides, relaxed. He did not move or speak. He closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. The door to the sphere opened. Not bad, huh? Harry said with a sudden grin. Then, Harry stepped inside the sphere. The door closed behind him. They all began talking at once. Barnes was shouting over everyone else, shouting for quiet, but no one paid any attention until the lights in the habitat went out. They were plunged into darkness. Ted said, "What's happened?" The only light came through the portholes, faintly, from the grid lights. A moment later, the grid went out too. No power.
I tried to tell you,
Barnes said. There was a whirring sound, and the lights flickered, then came back on.
We have internal power. We're running on our diesels now.
Why? Look, Ted said, pointing out the porthole. Outside, they saw what looked like a wriggling silver snake. Then Norman realized it was the cable that linked them to the surface, sliding back and forth across the porthole as it coiled in great loops on the bottom. They've cut us free!
That's right, Barnes said. They've got full gale force conditions at topside. They can no longer maintain cables for power and communications. They can no longer use the submarines. They've taken all the divers up, but the subs can't come back for us. At least not for a few days until the seas calm down.
Then we're stuck here? Down here?
That's correct.
For how long?
Several days,
Barnes said. For how long?
Maybe for as long as a week.
Jesus Christ, Beth said.
Ted tossed his bag onto the couch. "What a fantastic piece of luck," he said. Beth spun. "Are you out of your mind?"
Let's all stay calm. Everything's under control. This is just a temporary delay. There's no reason to get upset.
But Norman didn't feel upset. He felt suddenly exhausted. Beth was sulking, angry, feeling deceived. Ted was excited, already planning another excursion to the spacecraft, arranging equipment with Edmonds. But Norman felt only tired. His eyes were heavy. He thought he might go to sleep standing there in front of the monitors. He excused himself hurriedly, went back to his bunk, laid down. He didn't care that the sheets were clammy. He didn't care that the pillow was cold. He didn't care that diesels were droning and vibrating in the next cylinder. He thought, this is a very strong avoidance reaction. And then he was asleep. All right. That brings us to the next chapter, Beyond Pluto. So, Harry has gone into the sphere, and there's some maybe sabotage, maybe just miscommunication going on. But they're now certainly stranded at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, with an alien sphere and a ship from the future with questionable provenance, and there's rising tensions among the crew, both civilian and military now. So, we'll have to see how that continues to develop. But first, we've got an ad break coming up, and I would hate for anyone to have to miss anything. So, let's take this opportunity to attend to our needs. Stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, attend to your fuzzy friends, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue tonight's reading of Sphere by Michael Crichton. Thanks.
All right, we are back. So, the developments of the ship at the bottom of the sea continue to twist.
The sphere continues to be a sphere.
The sphere continues to be a sphere, except when it's open, and then it's a concave something. But it only seems to open when it feels like it, or when it wants to eat Harry. I don't know yet. We'll have to figure
You
that
were
out.
unsure if it's eating him or if it's just like.
Yeah, he's just like going in to find the secrets of the universe, or it's done away with him. We'll probably find out, right?
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's what the book will tell us, presumably. So,
Hopefully.
let's see where we go from here.
Well, we're going beyond Pluto, obviously.
Oh, you know what? That's fancy. You should mention that. Yes, Beyond Pluto, indeed. These chapter titles, I swear.
They're just so on the nose.
That's, you know what? Well, let's just think that maybe Crichton exhausted his imagination and creative juices in writing the book itself, and then editor had to come back for the chapter titles. Maybe I'm being generous. I don't know.
Maybe you're really bad at chapter titles.
Maybe,
you can be good at other parts of the book.
I need to update my drink here, actually. Had a going, well, not really adventurous, but this is a. We're switching things up. I got a gin and a white monster, because you know what? They actually go fantastically well together. And I could use a little bit of a pep. So, let's go ahead and pick back up where we left off.
I know it's not this, but for some reason my brain just went, this feels like a more expensive White Claw.
It's not too terribly off. I guess gin. It's not bad. It's not bad. But because White Claw would be more like a vodka and seltzer sort of deal. But it's not too far off from that, because it's like a gin and tonic, but with caffeine in it. Because the White Monster is basically a Fresca. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So, are you in a position that you want to pick up a couple pages? This is a longer one, so we probably want to split it. But if you are in transit, I can certainly just run away with it.
I will be in transit, but I will pick up the next one.
Sounds good. All right.
The next two, actually, because I gotta even this out. Give you a break.
There we go. All right. So, Beyond Pluto. Norman rolled out of bed and looked for his watch, but he'd gotten into the habit of not wearing one down here. He had no idea what time it was, how long he had been asleep. He looked out the porthole, saw nothing but black water. The grid lights were still off. He lay back in his bunk and looked at the gray pipes directly over his head. They seemed closer than before, as if they had moved toward him while he slept. Everything seemed cramped, tighter, more claustrophobic. Several more days of this, he thought. God. He hoped the Navy would think to notify his family. After so many days, Ellen would start to worry. He imagined her first calling the FAA, then calling the Navy, trying to find out what had happened. Of course, no one would know anything because the project was classified. Ellen would be frantic. Then he stopped thinking about Ellen. It was easier, he thought, to worry about your loved ones than to worry about yourself. There wasn't any point. Ellen would be okay, and so would he. It was just a matter of waiting. Staying calm and waiting out the storm. He got into the shower, wondering if they'd still have hot water while the habitat was on emergency power. They did, and he felt less stiff after his shower. It was odd, he thought, to be 1,000 feet underwater and to relish the soothing effects of a hot shower. You know what? It doesn't matter where you are in the world, a good hot shower will always make things better. That's just a fact of life right there. He dressed and headed for the sea cylinder. He heard Tina's voice say, "Think they'll ever get the sphere open?" Beth, "Maybe. I don't know."
It scares me. I don't think there's a reason to be scared. It's the unknown, Tina said. When Norman came in, he found Beth running the videotape, looking at herself and Tina. Sure, Beth said on the videotape, but an unknown thing is not likely to be dangerous or frightening. It's most likely to be just inexplicable. Tina said, I don't know how you can say that. You afraid of snakes? Beth said on the screen. Beth snapped off the videotape. Just trying to see if I could figure out why it opened, she said. Any luck? Norman said. Not so far. On the adjacent monitor, they could see the sphere itself. The sphere was closed. Harry's still in there? Norman said. Yes. Beth said, how long has it been now? She looked up at the consoles. A little more than an hour. I only slept an hour? Yeah. I'm starving, Norman said. And he went down to the galley to eat. All the coconut cake was gone. He was looking for something else to eat when Beth showed up. I don't know what to do, Norman, she said, frowning. About what? They're lying to us. Said, who is? Barnes, the Navy, everybody. This is all a setup, Norman. Come on, Beth. No conspiracies now. We have enough to worry about without... Just look at this, she said. She led him back upstairs, clicked on a console, pressed buttons. I started putting it together when Barnes was on the phone. Barnes was talking to somebody right up to the moment when the cable started to coil down. Except that cable is 1,000 feet long, Norman. They would have broken communication several minutes before unhooking the cable itself. Probably, yes. So who was Barnes talking to at the last minute? Nobody. Beth, look, she said, pointing at the screen. Com summary, DH, Circom 1. 0910, Barnes to Circom 1. Civilian and USN personnel polled. Although advised of risks, all personnel elect to remain down for duration of storm to continue investigation of alien sphere and associated spacecraft. Barnes, USN. Oh, uh-oh. You're kidding, Norman said. I thought Barnes wanted to leave. He did, but he changed his mind when he saw that last room, and he didn't bother to tell us. I'd like to kill the bastard, Beth said. You know what this is about, Norman, don't you? Norman nodded. He hopes to find a new weapon. Right. Barnes is a Pentagon acquisition man, and he wants to find a new weapon. But the sphere is unlikely. It's not the sphere, Beth said. Barnes doesn't really care about the sphere. He cares about the associated spacecraft, because, according to congruity theory, it's the spacecraft that is likely to pay off, not the sphere. Congruity theory was a troublesome matter for the people who thought about extraterrestrial life. In a simple way, the astronomers and physicists who considered the possibility of contact with extraterrestrial life imagined wonderful benefits to mankind from such a contact. But other thinkers, philosophers and historians, did not foresee any benefits to contact at all. For example, astronomers believed that if we made contact with extraterrestrials, mankind would be so shocked that wars on Earth would cease, and a new era of peaceful cooperation between nations would begin. But historians thought that was nonsense. They pointed out that when Europeans discovered the New World, or similarly world-shattering discovery, the Europeans did not stop their incessant fighting. On the contrary, they fought even harder. Europeans simply made the New World an extension of pre-existing animosities. It became another place to fight, and to fight over. Notice how they don't make any mention of the natives in that. Similarly, astronomers imagined that when mankind met extraterrestrials, there would be an exchange of information and technology, giving mankind a wonderful advancement. Historians of science thought that was nonsense too. They pointed out that what we called science actually consisted of a rather arbitrary conception of the universe, not likely to be shared by other creatures. Our ideas of science were the ideas of visually oriented, monkey-like creatures who enjoyed changing their physical environment. If the aliens were blind and communicated by odors, They might have evolved a very different science, which described a very different universe. And they might have made very different choices about the directions their science would explore. For example, they might ignore the physical world entirely, and instead develop a highly sophisticated science of mind. In other words, the exact opposite of what Earth science had done. The alien technology might be purely mental, with no visible hardware at all. The issue was at the heart of congruity theory, which said that unless the aliens were remarkably similar to us, no exchange of information was likely. Barnes, of course, knew that theory, so he knew he wasn't likely to derive any useful technology from the alien sphere. But he was very likely to get useful technology from the spaceship itself, since the spaceship had been made by men, and congruity was high. And he had lied to keep them down, to keep the search going. "What should we do with the bastard?" Beth said. "Nothing, for the moment," Norman said. "You don't want to confront him? Jesus, I do!" "It won't serve any purpose," Norman said. "Ted won't care, and the Navy people are all following orders, and anyway, even if it had been arranged for us to depart as planned, would you have gone? Leaving Harry behind in the sphere?" "No," Beth admitted. "Well then, it's all academic." "Jesus, Norman." "I know. But we're here now. For the next couple of days, there's not a damn thing we can do about it. Let's deal with that reality as best we can, and point the finger later." "You bet I'm going to point the finger." "That's fine. But not now, Beth." "Okay," she sighed. "Not now." She went back upstairs. Alone, Norman stared at the console. He had his work cut out for him, keeping everybody calm for the next few days. He hadn't looked into the computer system before. He started pressing buttons. Pretty soon, he found a file marked ULF Contact Team, Bio-G. He opened it up. Biography, presumably. Civilian team members. Theodore Fielding, astrophysicist, planetary geologist. Elizabeth Halpern, zoologist, biochemist. Harold J. Adams, mathematician, logician. Arthur Levine, marine biologist, biochemist. John F. Thompson, psychologist. Choose one. Norman stared in disbelief at the list. He knew Jack Thompson, an energetic young psychologist from... Wait, Jack Thompson? John? Michael Crichton. You're gonna... You better explain this. Because if this is just a typo, I'm gonna be upset. He knew Jack Thompson, an energetic young psychologist from Yale. Thompson was world-renowned for his studies of the psychology of primitive peoples, and in fact, for the past year had been somewhere in New Guinea, studying native tribes.
Not to come in while I'm still driving, but hey, remember how Jack is sometimes a nickname for John?
That is not one that I'm super familiar with. Is it really? I did...
Yeah.
Nicknames
That's
are
why
dumb.
Jack Torrance from The Shining is called Jack Torrance, because his real name is John.
Oh, you know what? I should know that. We just read The Shining a couple months ago. I guess. I don't like it, but I guess. Norman pressed more buttons. ULF Team Psychologist. Choices by rank. John F. Thompson, Yale, approved. William L. Hartz, UCB, approved. Jeremy White, UT, approved, pending clearance. Norman Johnson, SDU, rejected, age. He knew them all. Bill Hartz at Berkeley was seriously ill with cancer. Jeremy White had gone to Hanoi during the Vietnam War and never gotten clearance, and would never get clearance. And that's all it takes, huh? That left Norman. He understood now why he had been the last to be called in. He understood now about the special tests.
He felt a burst of intense anger at Barnes, at the whole system which had brought him down here, despite his age, with no concern for his safety. At 53, Norman Johnson had no business being 1,000 feet underwater in a pressurized exotic gas environment, and the Navy knew it. It was an outrage, he thought. He wanted to go upstairs and give Barnes hell in no uncertain terms. That lying son of a bitch! He gripped the arms of his chair and reminded himself of what he had told Beth. Whatever had happened up to this point, there was nothing any of them could do about it now. He would indeed give Barnes hell. He promised himself he would. But only when they got back to the surface. Until then, it was no use making trouble. He shook his head and swore. He turned the console off. The hours crept by. Harry was still in the sphere. Tina ran her image intensification of the videotape that showed the sphere open, trying to see interior detail. Unfortunately, we have only limited computing power in the habitat, she said. If I could hard link to the surface, I could really do a job, but as it is, she shrugged. Oh, see, I have not even a surface level understanding of anything Overwatch. But that's an interesting little snippet that it's handy when you collect those little bits of knowledge from unexpected places. She showed them a series of enlarged freeze frames from the open sphere. The images clicked through at 1-second intervals. The quality was poor, with jagged, intermittent static. The only internal structures we can see in the blackness, Tina said, pointing to the opening, are these multiple point sources of light. Lights appear to move from frame to frame. It's as if the sphere is filled with fireflies, Beth said. Except, these lights are much dimmer than fireflies, and they don't blink. They are very numerous, and they give the impression of moving together in surging patterns. A flock of fireflies? Something like that. The tape ran out. The screen went dark. Ted said, "That's it?" "I'm afraid so, Dr. Fielding." "Poor Harry," Ted said mournfully. Of all the group, Ted was the most visibly upset about Harry. Yeah, you're his ex. He kept staring at the closed sphere on the monitor, saying, "How did he do that?" Then he would add, "I hope he's all right." He repeated it so often that finally Beth said, I don't know how much longer we have a lot of book left. I'm reasonably sure that we're not going to finish the book tonight. But I'm planning to go at least to my normal end time, so like at least another 2 hours. We'll see if it turns into 4.
Haley's back.
Hey, hooray, hooray. He repeated it so often that finally Beth said, "I think we know your feelings, Ted. I'm seriously concerned about him." "I am too. We all are." "You think I'm jealous, Beth? Is that what you're saying?" "Why would anyone think that, Ted?"
I don't think jealous is the word that we're thinking you are, man.
Stilted, maybe. Norman changed the subject. It was crucial to avoid confrontations among group members. He asked Ted about his analysis of the flight data aboard the spaceship. "It's very interesting," Ted said, warming to his subject. "My detailed examination..." Oop, something disconnect there? Heard something go weird.
You're still good,
Yep,
I think.
Yep, still good.
Twitch hasn't, killed you yet, so...
Huzzah, huzzah. Okay. My stream is still good on Discord. I don't know, I heard a Discord sound, and that's always weird, but my stream
Yeah,
is good.
when I went in, I think it might have been me entering.
Oh, okay.
Because I had to switch from phone back to, computer.
Understandable. Weird noises from programs is just always something to take a concern about. Alright.
At a certain point, you just get used to it, then you're like,
That's
Nothing's changed, so I assume that's a fine noise.
yeah. Long as stream stays up, I don't care.
Then it just gets to the point where, like, if something happens, it happens.
Uh-huh.
If we die, we die.
Nihilism at its finest. Oh, yeah,
That was the Discord sound.
yeah, that was. Yeah, that was just checking in. All right. Lost track of where I was now. It's very interesting, Ted said, warming to his subject. My detailed examination of the earliest flight data images, he said, convinced me that they show 3 planets. Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and the Sun, very small in the background. Therefore, the pictures are taken from some point beyond the orbit of Pluto. This suggests that the black hole is not far beyond our own solar system. Is that possible? Norman said. Oh, sure. In fact, for the last 10 years, some astrophysicists have suspected that there's a black hole, not a large one, but a black hole just outside our solar system. I hadn't heard that. Oh, yes. In fact, some of us have argued that if it was small enough, in a few years, we could go out and capture the black hole, bring it back, park it in Earth orbit, and use the energy it generates to power the entire planet. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. What could go wrong? Barnes smiled.
Black hole cowboys?
In theory, there's no reason it couldn't be done. Then just think. The entire planet would be free of its dependency on fossil fuels. The whole history of mankind would be changed.
And Barnes said, probably make a hell of a weapon, too.
I'm losing my fucking shit at Black Hole Cowboys. Because one, that's the coolest fucking thing they could have used. And second, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure we now have pictures of the black hole that Ted is referencing.
Could be. I'm not sure where that one specifically is located in, but yeah, the pictures and the imaging of, well, imaging is a bad word for it, of black holes has come crazy far long way. But now that we're saying Black Hole Cowboys, all I'm thinking of is Brokeback Mountain.
Those gay cowboys, but you see, they're in space!
Even a very tiny black hole would be a little too powerful to use as a weapon.
So, you think the ship went out to capture a black hole?
I doubt it, Ted said. The ship is so strongly made, so shielded against radiation, that I... Yes, Akimos, it is a slightly different color. The ship is so strongly made, so shielded against radiation, that I suspect it was intended to go through a black hole. And it did. And that's why the ship went back in time, Norman said. I'm not sure, Ted said. You see, a black hole really is the edge of the universe. What happens there isn't clear to anybody now alive. But what some people think is that you don't go through a black hole, you sort of skip into it, like a pebble skipping over water. And you get bounced into a different time or space or universe. So the ship got bounced. Yes, possibly more than once. And when it bounced back here, it undershot and arrived a few hundred years before it left. And on one of its bounces, it picked up that, Beth said, pointing to the monitor. They looked. The sphere was still closed. But lying next to it, sprawled on the deck in an awkward pose, was Harry Adams. For a moment they thought he was dead. Then Harry lifted his head and moaned.
Oh, it's one of those stories.
Yeah, we're getting into it now. Is it Harry?
Oh my god, of course the first thing on the next page that I read is thirsty. Oh my god, what hell have I brought into myself to read? Alright.
Woo!
The subject. Norman wrote in his notebook. Subject is the 30-year-old black mathematician who has spent 3 hours inside of a sphere of unknown origin. On recovery from the sphere was... Sorry, it's the cutoff that's messing with my brain. Yeah. Sepphoris and unresponsive. He did not know his name, where he was, or what year it was. Brought back to Habitat, slept for 1/2 hour, then awoke abruptly complaining of headache. Hi, Wits!
Hey, Witsy!
I mean, considering the average story on Fanfic Friday, I think thirsty is the default. Hey!
Oh, no.
Hey!
Damn! Acme
right
with
now.
the
We're in
call
the
out.
server.
What?
But
We read non-horny things. I say that-
I'm reactive for this.
And the first thing that went into my head was that fucking Cars fanfic.
Oh no, that one was
That was a good one.
Good as a choice. Good as a choice.
Good as a choice. You know, what am I? Why am I trying to defend it? We read porn on the internet.
Fair.
Not your fault. It's the state of thing. I mean, oh fuck! I just realized I can't even use it as like any sort of defense now because we read the first 2 chapters of technically 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, no, you just read porn. Yeah, that was
well, there wasn't any porn in those chapters.
Uh-huh.
There wasn't.
Wasn't.
Fun fact,
Lovely.
did you know that the original fic was 118 chapters long?
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the
Was it-
reason it's 3 books.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
It's like good porn.
I'm remembering
it's
the
not.
thing I brought up. I'm remembering the thing I brought up yesterday, Seely, about it. And like that, I found out about that before I ever picked up the book, and that is exactly what turned me away from it.
There was
thankfully.
so much we brought up about that book.
Specifically with
including-
women's menstrual cycle products.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that
We'll
one
stop
is what
talking
turned me
about
away.
Yep. That one was mentioned very briefly and immediately shut down. So let's
Yeah, it's-
continue to leave that one in the void.
Yep.
It still fucking gets me that I kid you not, fucking Christian Grey only ever refers to his mother as the crack whore. Like,
That's
even after he's supposedly, gotten over, like, his trauma of, like, her dying when he was young and all that, he's just like, he takes, like, fucking Anna to her grave and is like, yeah, here's the crack whore. I don't even think she gets a name.
that whole all of the relationships in that were so beyond twisted. It's like
There were mommy issues that would have made Freud be like, okay, you're going a bit far.
Honestly, yeah.
All right.
I'm so sorry to have brought just this horror into the
That's-
sanctuary of the sphere.
So a quick segue before we get back to the reading. Welcome to Witrix. Thank you for joining us tonight. This is another of the hosts of Fanfic Friday, and they are a variety streamer all their own. I don't know what you've been up to recently. I know you've been playing D&D with Mix, and keeping up on the Friday shenanigans. So, I want to give a quick rundown to those of us here who may not have met you before. It'd be fantastic, and I will go about doing a shout out while we're here.
I appreciate it. I mostly stream a lot of Overwatch in my downtime, but I do also dabble in RPGs. The main one that I ended up streaming for quite a while was Xenoblade Chronicles. Although I do like to run back to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom quite frequently. It's just been a little bit since I've sat down and played an RPG. So most of the time it's going to be Marvel, Overwatch or Marvel Rivals.
Great. So, if you guys have not already, please be sure to drop in and give Witsy a follow and share like our communities. Twitch has got a relatively small community of readers, of which regularly participates on Friday, and generally participates in more and more of the dynamic that goes on in Twitch. So,
And sometimes we read things that are actually good.
sometimes.
Barely. But yep.
Sometimes we just give up and it's like, okay, let's read My Immortal.
Sometimes
Yep.
masochism is a curse.
I'm so scared because I don't know how we're gonna top My Immortal.
Well, you tried with 50 Shades.
We tried, except then it got revealed instantly, so the joke didn't even work. Arthur, you know any good officially published fan fictions?
Not really off the top of my head. It's hard to find ones that are actually officially published. They're usually like...
Oh, no. I was gonna say there is one that I've read, but that one's not a good one for us to read.
Yeah, and also we can't really read Dante's Inferno. Like, as much as people love to talk about that being a fanfic, we can't. It brings in too much new canon to, like, the Christian fandoms that it's honestly just, like...
I mean,
it's light canon.
I read Dante's Inferno here, and I read Paradise Lost, both of which are basically biblical
Mortal Instruments
fanfics.
certainly fits.
We are not reading the Mortal Instruments, because if we read the original fanfic, then it's just straight up incest.
Yeah, it's just incest. See, my brain went to Alchemized, which is, I don't know if you guys know that one. That one is a fanfic off the Hermione and Draco Handmaid's Tale rewrite.
Yeah, and then there's Age of Scorpius, which is interesting.
Yep.
There's a lot of Draco Hermione ones that have gone out. Arthur, remind
It's an
us
interesting dynamic, but...
Remind us to invite you onto an episode where we go over historical, like, fanfic into properly authored works.
I would be open to being educated.
Just purely because I feel like if I invite you onto anything else, Slack and Wits are gonna be like, how dare you taint him with our show.
I know, every time he comes on, we're just like, oh no, no, don't look at me.
That's half the fun, though. Really, it's just like, I can be the odd man out, and it amplifies the shame.
Yeah, it really does.
It amplifies really the humor, because you see, it gives us a regular person to bounce off of.
I can be the straight man.
I for some reason I blanked on what the word was, and it was like
straight man.
Oh wait,
he's been impregnated too many times.
Jesus Christ!
I'm sorry to bring that here. I was gonna be on my best behavior. Bring it back.
That's all right. I raid into FFF so much that I think most of the community is aware.
You guys aren't aware of the egg thing, are you?
Did
you raid in during that one?
That was
Wait,
yesterday.
You did raid in during that one. Oh God.
Oh,
that was so
God, that was a bad one.
That was such a bad one. The worst part is I don't even have the excuse of being under the influence of anything when I'm doing these things. I have nothing but my Adderall to blame.
I don't think the Adderall is making you do anything.
Usually it's restraining. Well, I guess it depends on whether it's needed or not. Yeah. Addie is as Addie does.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
This is
Witsy and Seeley joining us tonight for our continued reading of Sphere. And Seeley was underway with this next chapter. So if you would be so kind.
What a wonderful first line here. Oh God. Harry was sitting in his bunk, holding his head in his hands, groaning. Hurt? Norman asked. Brutal. Pounding. Anything else?
Phrase it.
Thirsty. God. He licked his lips. Really thirsty. Extreme thirst, Norman wrote. Rose Levy, the cook, showed up with a glass of lemonade. Norman handed the glass to Harry, who drank it in a single gulp, passed it back. More. Better bring a pitcher, Norman said. Levy went off. Norman turned to Harry, still holding his head, still groaning, and said, I have a question for you. What? What's your name? Norman, I don't need to be psychoanalyzed right now. Just tell me your name. Harry Adams, for Christ's sake, what is the matter with you? Oh, my head! You didn't remember before, Norman said, when we found you. And you found me? He asked. You seem confused again. Norman nodded. Do you remember when we found you? It must have been outside. Outside? Harry looked up, suddenly furious, eyes going through rage. Outside the sphere, you goddamn idiot! What do you think I'm talking about? Take it easy, Harry. Your questions are driving me crazy. Okay. Take it easy. Emotionally liable. Rage and irritability. No one made more notes. Do you have to make so much noise? Norman looked up, puzzled. Your pen, Harry said. It sounds like Niagara Falls. Norman stopped writing. Must be a migraine, or something like migraine. Harry was holding his head in his hands delicately, as if it were made of glass. Why can't I have any aspirin, for Christ's sake? We didn't want to give you anything for a while, in case you hurt yourself. We need to know where the pain is. The pain, Norman, is in my head. It's in my goddamn head. Now why won't you give me any aspirin? Barnes said no. Is Barnes still here? We're all still here. Harry looked up slowly, but you were supposed to go to the surface. I know. Why didn't you go? Weather went bad, and they couldn't send subs. Well, you should go. You shouldn't be here, Norman. Levy arrived with more lemonade. Harry looked at her as he drank. You're still here too? Yes, Dr. Adams. How many people are down here altogether? Levy said, there are 9 of us, sir. Jesus. Passed the glass back. Levy refilled it. You should all go. You should leave. Harry, Norman said, we can't go. You have to go. Norman sat on the bunk opposite Harry and watched as Harry drank. Harry was a demon. Oh, Harry was demonstrating a rather typical manifestation of shock. The agitation, the irritability, the nervous, manic flow of ideas, the unexplained fears for the safety of others. He was all characteristic of shock victims of severe accidents, such as fatal auto crashes or airplane crashes. Given an intense event, the brain struggled to assimilate, to make sense, to reassemble the mental world, even as the physical world was shattered around it. The brain went into a kind of overdrive, hastily trying to reassemble things, to get things right, to reestablish equilibrium. Yet it was fundamentally a confused period of weird wheel spinning. You just had to wait it out. Harry finished the lemonade, handed the glass back. More? Levy asked. No, that's good. Headache's better. Perhaps it was dehydration after all, Norman thought. But why would Harry be dehydrated after 3 hours in the sphere? Harry, tell me something. Do I look different, Norman? No. That look the same to you? Yes, I'd say so. Are you sure? Harry said. He jumped up, went to a mirror mounted on a wall. He peered at his face. How do you think you look? Norman said. I don't know. Different. Different how? I don't know! He pounded the padded wall next to the mirror. The mirror image vibrated. He turned away, sat down on the bunk again. He sighed. Just different. Harry? What? Do you remember what happened? Of course. What happened? I went inside. He waited, but Harry said nothing further. He just stared at the carpeted floor. Do you remember opening the door? Harry said nothing. How did you open the door, Harry? Harry looked up at Norman. You were all supposed to leave. To go back to the surface. You weren't supposed to stay. How did you open the door, Harry? There's a long silence. I opened it. He sat up straight, his hands at his sides. He seemed to be remembering it, reliving it. And then, I went inside. And what happened inside, it was beautiful. What was beautiful? The foam, Harry said. And then he fell silent again, staring vacantly into space. The foam, Norman prompted. The sea, the foam. Beautiful. Was he talking about the lights? Norman wondered. The swirling pattern of lights? What was beautiful, Harry? Now, don't kid me, Harry said. Promise you won't kid me. I won't kid you. You think I look the same? Yes, I do. You don't think I've changed at all? No, not that I can see. Do you think you've changed? I don't know. Maybe. Did something happen in the sphere to change you? You don't understand about the sphere. Then explain it to me, Norman said. Nothing happened in the sphere. You were in the sphere for 3 hours. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happens inside the sphere. It's always the same inside the sphere. What's always the same? The foam? The foam is always different. The sphere is always the same. I don't understand, Norman said. I know you don't, Harry said. He shook his head. What can I do? Tell me some more. There isn't any more. Then tell me again. It won't help, Harry said. Do you think you'll be leaving soon? Barnes says not for several days. I think you should leave soon. Talk to the others. Convince them. Make them leave. Why, Harry? I can't be... I don't know. Harry rubbed his eyes and lay back on the bed. You'll have to excuse me, he said, but I'm very tired. Maybe we'll continue this some other time. Talk to the others, Norman. Get them to leave. It's dangerous to stay here. Then he laid down in the bunk and closed his eyes. And then Harry was fucking dead.
Well, maybe not, judging by the next chapter title, because as we know, these are a little indicative of what is to come. But yeah, so we've got developments and
Changes
and home.
I admit I wasn't expecting the sea foam, but you know, I'll take it.
There's references to foam in some of Crichton's other works. I think it was Timeline or something, when they went down to like a cosmic tiny like quark size scale, like at the quantum strings level, and it described everything as a foam. So maybe it's relevant. I don't know. He kind of reuses some ideas and themes throughout. So maybe
Like part of me is thinking maybe it's just because it's the sea, and so I'm thinking like Little Mermaid. Because you know she turns into sea foam.
Yeah, just turn into sea foam, and they yeah. Okay, maybe. Wits, do you want to take the chapter?
You want, like right now?
If
You
like.
want to read it?
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was cleaning my glasses.
You're good.
I was so worried, like, oh god, what have you been making?
No, I haven't been making it. Well, I mean, I did post something for Arthur's birthday, but that's...
Oh no.
That's different.
Just the instant, oh no.
I don't know. My YouTube's been weird lately, so it's I might have to repost it again later because it's been weird lately. But
I don't like that laugh. What have you done to Arthur?
Nothing. Arthur knows what I've done.
Yeah.
Arthur knows what I've done. I got his permission.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm terrified now.
You were there.
Fuck,
were
you're
there.
right, I probably was.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Okay. He's sleeping. Norman told them. He's in shock. He's confused, but he seems basically intact. What did he tell you? Ted said. About what happened in there. He's quite confused, Norman said, but he's recovering. When we first found him, he didn't even remember his name. Now he does. He remembers my name. He remembers where he is. He remembers he went into the sphere. I think he remembers what happened inside the sphere too. He just isn't telling. Great, Ted said. He mentioned the sea and the foam, but I wasn't clear what he meant by that. Look outside, Tina said, pointing to the portholes. Norman had an immediate impression of lights. Thousands of lights filling the blackness of the ocean, and his first response was unreasoning terror. The lights in the sphere were coming out to get them, but then he saw each of the lights had a shape and were moving, wriggling. They pressed their faces to the portholes, looked. Squid, Beth said finally. Bioluminescent squid. Thousands of them. More, she said. I guess at least 500,000 all around the habitat. Beautiful. The size of the school is amazing, Ted said. Impressive, but not really unusual, Beth said. The fecundity?
Yeah.
Okay, the
Fecundity.
Oh, that's a hard one. The D to the T is weird. The fecundity of the sea is very great compared with the land. The sea, where life began and where intense competition among animals first appeared, one response to the competition is to produce enormous numbers of offspring. Many sea animals do that. In fact, we tend to think that animals came out onto the land as a positive step forward in the evolution of life. But the truth is, the first creatures were really driven out of the ocean. They were trying to get away from competition. And you can imagine when the first fish amphibians climbed up the beach and poked their heads up to look out at the land and saw this vast dry land environment without any competition at all, it must have looked like the promised. Beth broke off, turned to Barnes. Quick, where do you keep specimen nets? I don't want you going out there. Numbers!
Let's.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was doing math today. I have to, Beth said. Those squid have 6 tentacles. So, there's no known species of 6-tentacled squid. This is an undescribed species. I must collect samples. Barnes told her where the equipment locker was, and she went off. Norman looked at the school of squid with renewed interest. The animals were about a foot long and seemed to be transparent. The large eyes of squid were clearly visible in the bodies, which glowed a pale blue. In a few minutes, Beth appeared outside, standing in the midst of the school, swinging her net, catching specimens. Several squid angrily squirted clouds of ink. Behave. Cute little things, Ted said. You know, the development of squid ink is very interesting. What do you say to squid for dinner? Levi said. Hell no, Barnes said. If this is an undiscovered species, we're not going to eat it. The last thing I need is everybody sick from food poisoning. Very sensible, Ted said. I never liked squid anyways. Interesting mechanism of propulsion, but rubbery texture. At that moment, there was a buzz as one of the monitors turned itself on. As they watched, the screen rapidly filled with numbers.
Very, very many numbers.
Very many numbers. So many numbers. Where's that coming from? Ted said. The surface? Barnes shook his head. We've cut direct contact with the surface. Then is it being transmitted underwater in some way? No, Tina said. It's too fast for underwater transmission. Is there another console in the habitat? No. How about DH7? DH7's empty now. The divers have gone. Then where did it come from? Barnes said, it looks random to me. Tina nodded. It may be a discharge from a temporary buffer memory somewhere in the system when we switched over to internal diesel power? That's probably it, Barnes said. Buffer discharge on a switchover. I think you should keep it, Ted said, staring at the screen, just in case it's a message. A message from where? From the sphere. Hell, Barnes said. It can't be a message. How do you know? Because there's no way a message can be transmitted. We're not hooked up to anything. Certainly not to the sphere. It's got to be a memory dump from somewhere inside our own computer system. How much memory have you got? Fair amount? 10 giga? Something like that? Maybe the helium's getting to the chips, Tina said. Maybe it's a saturation effect. I still think you should keep it, Ted said. Norman had been looking at the screen. He was no mathematician, but he'd looked at a lot of statistics in his life, searching for patterns in the data. That was something human brains were inherently good at, finding patterns in visual material. Norman couldn't put his finger on it, but he sensed a pattern here. He said, I have the feeling it's not random. Then let's keep it, Barnes said. Tina went forward to the console. As her hands touched the keys, the screen went blank. So much for that, Barnes said. Gone. Too bad we didn't have Harry look at it with us. Yeah, Ted said gloomily. Too bad. Oh wait, is this another one?
A new chapter. Yeah, new chapter.
Okay.
So I'll take this one. Analysis. Take a look at this. I said, this one's still alive. Norman was with her in the little biological laboratory near the top of D cylinder. Nobody had been in this laboratory since their arrival, because they hadn't found anything living. Now, with the lights out, he and Beth watched the squid move in the glass tank. The creature had a delicate appearance. The blue glow was concentrated in stripes along the back and sides of the creature. Yes, Beth said, the bioluminescent structures seem to be located dorsally. They're bacteria, of course. What are? The bioluminescent areas. A squid can't create light themselves. The creatures that do are bacteria. So the bioluminescent animals in the sea have incorporated these bacteria into their bodies. You're seeing bacteria glowing through the skin. So it's like an infection? Yes, in a way. The large eyes of the squid stared. The tentacles moved. And you can see all the internal organs, Beth said. The brain is hidden behind the eye. That sac is the digestive gland, and behind it the stomach. And below that, see it beating? The heart. That big thing at the front is the gonad, and coming down from the stomach, a sort of funnel. That's where it squirts the ink and propels itself. Is it really a new species? Norman said. She sighed. I don't know. Internally it is so typical, but fewer tentacles would qualify it as a new species, all right. You're gonna call it Squidus bethus? Norman said. She smiled. Architeuthis bethus, she said. It sounds like a dental problem. Architeuthis bethus means you need a root canal. Okay. How about it, Dr. Halpern? Levy said, poking her head in. Got some good tomatoes and peppers. Be ashamed to waste them. That squid really poisonous? She was mentioned to have a southern accent earlier. Not everyone had been around for that. I doubt it, Beth said. Squid aren't known to be. Go ahead, she said to Levy. I think it'll be okay to eat them. When Levy had gone...
Let's just eat the possibly new subspecies of squid.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Just cook it. It's fine.
What's the way? Yeah, just cook it.
Yeah.
As they
Yeah.
had mentioned that it is, like infected, parasitized by a bacteria that probably also is unknown. It's like, sure, we can have shit your pants lettuce, or we can eat the squid.
It's just some,
Extra
bioluminescence.
spice.
That's not gonna kill us.
And yeah,
I think.
Akimos, you're very right. This is very common with scientists. There was a problem with Darwin cataloging the species of the tortoises on the Galapagos.
Yeah.
Because they kept eating them.
It's like, God damn it, can we stop eating the animals? But it's like, what if they're good? It's like, what if they're poisonous?
That's me with any kind of crab. I'm sorry if I ever come face to face with coconut crab, it's me or the crab. We're gonna fight each other. One of us is coming out on top. I don't care which. One of us is eating the other.
Are you gonna get revenge for Amelia Earhart?
I mean, that's not my goal, but if it happens, it happens. I just want to try a coconut crab. Because if they eat so much coconut, then surely their meat must be sweet, right?
I'm not sure that's quite how that works, no. But,
No.
I mean, they're probably like king crab on crack, though, so... there's that.
Right?
Got an idea?
Yeah.
They're weird, though. Any sufficiently large crab is just weird. Ugh. There's like
Yeah.
a certain acceptable size of crab.
Too many crab.
Are they tasty, though? Yeah, okay. I guess they are on the food chain, after all. Alright. Just octopi, Beth said. An octopus is cute and smart. A squid are rather unsympathetic. Unsympathetic. Well, they're cannibalistic and rather nasty. She raised an eyebrow. Are you psychoanalyzing me again? No, I'm just curious. As a zoologist, you're supposed to be objective, Beth said, but I have feelings about animals, like anybody else. I have a warm feeling about octopi. They're clever, you know. I once had an octopus in a research tank that learned to kill cockroaches and use them as bait to catch crabs. Here we are with the crabs. The curious crab would come along, investigate the dead cockroach, and then the octopus would jump out of its hiding place and catch the crab. In fact, an octopus is so smart that the biggest limitation to its behavior is its lifespan. An octopus lives only 3 years, and that's not long enough to develop anything as complicated as culture or civilization. Maybe if an octopi lived as long as we do, they would long ago have taken over the world.
Oh, it's actually fun fact about octopi. So one of the reasons that they have such a short lifespan is because
It's like
when they
mate,
breed,
yeah,
they lose immediately all instinct to keep themselves alive and focus all of it onto their offspring. But when scientists removed like the gland that did that, they found that the octopus lived on for like another 2 years.
Oh, okay. That was a recent development. I think I remember reading an article about that.
Yeah, because they hadn't been able to. They were trying to figure out like what caused them to do
like,
it, and
please,
then
let
they
me
found
have
it.
Let me develop a super octopus, please.
But it's interesting that like that's it gained like an extra 2 years.
Yeah.
But it came at the consequence of they completely abandoned their offspring, which one of the main reasons that they have so many and sacrifice like their entire life for it is because
the attrition
they're
rate is
extremely
insane.
vulnerable.
Yeah. It's an evolutionary pressure to maintain that, like, because parenthood is evolutionarily and biologically very rare. Most species just say, "Yeet, you're out. Have fun. Welcome to the world." So it's a biological and evolutionary pressure to have the parenthood, and octopi take that to an extreme. So it is interesting. It's like a kneecapping the species, or kneecapping the species on one aspect for the probability of survival on the other, which, as we're all aware, evolution isn't a choice. It's not a like an A or B. It's a law of averages and large numbers. So
It is interesting that like when they like discovered this, then they went, okay, so how can like this apply to like other species? And they're still looking into it because not every species work the same.
yeah,
But it does bring up a question that sociologists also have brought up previously, because humans are just weird. We're weird. Because
Yes.
almost every other animal comes out mostly capable. We're some of the few that comes out completely defenseless, and like even more defenseless. Like we're still growing. Purely because one, we can't actually we can't even fully like gestate in our bodies.
Yeah, that part of that was
We're
the being on
small.
yeah, well, being the push to be upright,
Bipedal.
yeah, bipedal and two-legged locomotion caused a lot of shifts, and so we can't. Yeah, they had to start having human children much earlier in their gestational period because it just didn't work. The physics of hips don't work.
And that's also why, our heads are too big, because, fucking brains are too big. So we have to push him out beforehand, or else it literally would. Well, it would just fucking kill you.
Yeah.
Did you know because of C-sections, we are actually our heads are starting to get too big?
Oh, really? I guess.
Yes.
That's
Yep. Because of the increase of C-sections, our heads are getting too big to push out properly.
The ones that previously wouldn't have made it would have been weeded out, and now they're
Yeah.
making it and having kids of their own, and
As they should,
evolution
but
and
it's
nature is magical.
Not great
Yeah.
at the same time, because, oh boy.
Yeah, it becomes just the norm of like, hey, baby, C-section, okay, done and done. Which
Hilariously, this is actually an issue that has happened with other species where their offspring have gotten too big.
usually it's our
So-
fault.
Yeah, usually it's our fault because of selective breeding, but
Yeah,
it gets to the point where they can't actually exist without human help
yeah, it's
because we need to.
several
need to
breeds
get
of
'em out.
dogs for sure like that. I know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, we fuck with nature all the time.
Yeah.
All right, I think ads are finished, so we can continue. That tangent was actually well placed.
Yay!
But squid are different. I have no feelings about squid, except I don't really like them.
He smiled. Well, he said, at least you finally found some life down here.
You know, it's funny, she said. Remember how barren it was out there? Nothing on the bottom?
Sure, very striking.
Well, I went around the side of the habitat to get these squid, and there are all sorts of sea fans on the bottom. Beautiful colors, blues, purples, and yellows. Some of them quite large.
Think they just grew?
No. They must have always been in that spot, but we never went over there. I'll have to investigate it later. I'd like to know why they're localized in that particular place, next to the habitat.
Norman went to the porthole. He had switched on the exterior habitat lights, shining onto the bottom. He could indeed see many large sea fans, purple and pink and blue, waving gently in the current. They extended out to the edge of the light to the darkness.
In a way, Beth said, it's reassuring. We're deep for the majority of oceanic life, which is found in the first 100 feet of water. But even so, this habitat is located in the most varied and abundant marine environment in the world. Scientists had made species counts and had determined that the South Pacific had more species of coral and sponges than anywhere else on Earth. So I'm glad we're finally finding things, she said.
She looked at her benches of chemicals and reagents.
And I'm glad to finally get to work on something.
If the numbers are back.
Have fun reading those.
Harry was eating bacon and eggs in the galley. The others stood around and watched him, relieved that he was all right, and they told him the news. He listened with interest until they mentioned that there had been a large school of squid.
Squid?
He looked up sharply and almost dropped his fork.
Yeah, lots of them, Livy said. I'm cooking up a bunch for dinner. Are they still here?
Harry asked.
No, they're gone now.
He relaxed, shoulders dropping. Something the matter, Harry? Norman said.
I hate squid, Harry said. I can't stand them.
Okay, there's at least two of them that don't like him.
I don't care for the taste myself, Ted said.
Terrible, he said, nodding. He resumed eating his eggs. The tension passed. Then Tina shouted from D-cylinder,
I'm getting them again! I'm getting the numbers again! 003 skipping a bunch, 301321.
What do you think, Harry?
What do you think, Harry?
Barnes said, pointing to the screen.
Is this what you got before?
Harry said.
Looks like it, except the spacing is different.
Because this is definitely non-random, Harry said. It's a single sequence repeated over and over. Look, starts here, goes to here, then repeats.
Oh, Christ.
He's right, Tina said.
Fantastic, Barnes said. Absolutely incredible for you to see it like that.
Ted drummed his fingers on the console impatiently. Elementary, my dear Barnes, Harry said. That part is easy. The hard part is... what does it mean?
Surely it's a message, Ted said. Possibly it's a message, Harry said. It could also be some kind of discharge from within the computer, the result of a programming error or a hardware glitch. We might spend hours translating it, only to find it says copyright Ashby Computer System, Silicon Valley, or something similar. Well, Ted said, the greatest likelihood is that this series of numbers originates from within the computer itself, Harry said. But let me give it a try. Tina printed out the screen for him. I'd like to try too, Ted said quickly. Tina said, certainly, Dr. Fielding, and printed out a second sheet. If it's a message, Harry said, it's most likely a simple substitution code, like an ASCII code. It would help if we could run a decoding program on the computer. Can anybody program this thing? They all shook their heads. Can you? Can you? Bond said. No. I suppose there's no way to transmit this to the surface. The NSA code-breaking computers in Washington would take about 15 seconds to do this.
Barnes shook his head. No contact. Wouldn't even put up a radio wire on a balloon. The last report, they have 40-foot waves on the surface. Snap the wire right away.
So we're isolated.
We're isolated.
Guess it's back to old pencil and paper. I always say traditional tools are best, particularly when there's nothing else. And left the room.
He seems to be in a good mood,
Barnes said. I'd say a very good mood, Norman said. Maybe a little too good, Ted said. A little manic? No, Norman said. Just a good mood. I thought he was a little high, it said.
Let him stay that way, Barnes snorted. It helps him crack this code.
I'm going to try too, Ted reminded him.
That's fine,
Barnes said.
You try too.
Oh, Ted. Oh, Ted. Oh, indeed, Ted! All right. So, the squid have been captured, cataloged, and cooked.
I'm sorry, it's just the fucking, in all caps, Ted!
It's interesting to see how, as the story progresses, our perceptions of the characters change. Ted's always been insufferable, but for a while there, we were not very keen on Harry. Partly because he was being a misogynistic prick for a while there. But as it's shifted, the animosity is pointed more toward Ted, and now it seems that even Michael Crichton is calling Ted out. And there's a little bit more sympathy for Harry. Mostly because he...
Ted, you son of a bitch.
Ted, you son of a bitch! We could just agree that they're all awful. And Beth is just caught in the crossfire and has a chip on her shoulder, but honestly, if you're a woman in an academic field, you kind of require a chip on your shoulder to survive. So, there's that. So, yeah. Fun. So, would either of you like to take this next chapter? It's a short one.
I'll take it.
Great.
I'm telling you, this reliance on Harry is misplaced. Harry. I already misread his name!
Just like me, for all.
Ted paced back and forth, then glanced at Norman. Harry is manic, and he's overlooking things. Obvious things. Like what? Like the fact the printout can't possibly be discharged from the computer. How do you know that? Norman asked. The processor, Ted said. The processor is a 68090 chip, which means that any memory dump would be in hex. What's hex? There are lots of ways to represent numbers, Ted said. The 6090 chip uses base 16 representation, called hexadecimal. Hex is entirely different from regular decimal. Looks different.
I hate that I'm following along with this.
The message used 0 through 9, Norman said. Exactly my point, Ted said. So it didn't come from the computer. I believe it's definitely a message from the sphere. Furthermore, although Harry thinks it is a substitution code, I think it's a direct visual representation. You mean a picture? Yes, Ted said, and I think it's a picture of the creature itself. He started searching through sheets of paper. I started with this.
It doesn't really look like a creature to me, but...
Now, I have translated the message to binary, Ted said. You can immediately sense visual pattern, can't you? Not really, Norman said.
Oh, Norman.
Well, it is certainly suggestive, Ted said. I'm telling you, all these years at JPL looking at images from the planets, I have an eye for these things. So, the next thing I do is choke to death. So the next thing I did was go back to the original message and fill in the spaces I got. This. Uh-huh, Norman said. I agree. It doesn't look like anything, Ted said. But by changing the screen width, you get this! Proudly, he held up the next sheet. Yes, Norman said. Don't tell me you don't see the pattern, Ted said. I don't see the pattern, Norman said. Squint at it, Ted said. Norman squinted. Sorry. But it is obviously a picture of the creature, Ted said. Look, that's the vertical torso, 3 legs, 2 arms, there's no head, so presumably the creature's head is located within the torso itself. Surely you see that, Norman. Ted... For once, Harry has missed the point entirely! The vision is not only a picture, it's a self-portrait! Ted sat back. He sighed. You're gonna tell me I'm trying too hard. I don't want to dampen your enthusiasm, Norman said. But you don't see the alien? Not really, no. Hell, Ted tossed the papers aside. I hate that son of a bitch. He's so arrogant. Makes me so mad. And on top of that, he's young. You're 40, Norman said. I wouldn't exactly call that over the hill.
Thank you,
For
Norman. I
physics,
see
it
you.
is.
I see you. Sorry.
Ted said.
Got excited.
Biologists can sometimes do important work late in life. Darwin was 50 when he published The Origin of Species, and chemists do something good when they're older. But in physics, if you haven't done it by 35, the chances are you never will. But Ted, you're respected in your field. Ted shook his head. I've never done fundamental work. I've analyzed data. I've come to some interesting conclusions, but don't think anything fundamental. This expedition is my chance to really do something, to really get my name in the books. I now had a different sense of Ted's enthusiasm and energy, the relentless, juvenile manner. Ted wasn't emotionally retarded, he was driven. And he clung to his youth out of a sense that time was slipping by and he hadn't accomplished anything yet. It wasn't obnoxious. It was sad. Well, Norman said, the expedition isn't finished yet. No, Ted said, suddenly brightening. You're right. You're absolutely right. There are more wondrous experiences awaiting us. I just know there are. And they'll come, won't they? Yes, Ted, Norman said. They'll come.
The very, very patient humoring tone is perfect.
Like, don't worry, Ted.
Witch, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure something out because my little boogie kept highlighting even though I had muted my mic. And so I'm really confused how that had happened. Let me just double check my mic settings really quickly.
Okay.
Because I don't know that it wasn't picking up my dog in the background. Because she was like walking around, but that was super.
Celia had some cats coming through, so we'd be fine with dog presence as well. Let's be real. Might have been suspiciously quiet, honestly.
I mean, you guys didn't hear anything, right?
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah, because I you guys didn't say anything. I figured like if it was like, you know, she's being loud, like you would have told me. But I kept looking at my Fugi on your stream, and I'm like, why am I still going? I muted like 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, I was eating earlier. Did you guys hear me eating earlier?
No.
Okay. All right. So it's Beth. All right.
Yeah.
Damn it! Nothing works. She waved a hand to our laboratory bench. Not a single one of the chemicals or reagents here is worth a damn. What have you tried? Barnes said calmly. Microformalin, H&E, and the other stains, proteolytic extractions, enzyme breaks, you name it. None of it works. You know what I think? I think whoever stocked this lab did it with outdated ingredients. No, Barnes said, it's the atmosphere. He explained that their environment contained only 2% oxygen, 1% carbon dioxide, but no nitrogen at all. Chemical reactions are unpredictable, he said. You ought to take a look at Levi's recipe book sometime. It's nothing like you've ever seen in your life. The food looks normal when she's finished, but she sure doesn't make it the normal way. And the lab? The lab was stocked without knowing the working depth we would be at. If we were at shallower, we'd be breathing compressed air and all your chemical reactions would work. They just go very fast. But with the Helix, the reactions are unpredictable, and if they don't go well, he shrugged. What am I supposed to do? She said. The best you can, Barnes said, same as the rest of us. Well, all I can really do is gross anatomical analysis. All this bench is worthless. Then do the gross anatomy. I just wish we had more lab capability. This is it, Barnes said. Accept it and go on. Ted entered the room. You better take a look outside, everybody, he said, pointing to the portholes. We have more visitors. The squid were gone. For a moment, Norman saw nothing but the water and the white suspended sediment caught in the lights. Looked down at the bottom. The seafloor was alive, literally alive, crawling and wiggling and tremulous as far as they could see in the lights. What is that? Beth said, it's shrimps. A hell of a lot of shrimps. And she ran to get her net. Now that's what we ought to be eating, Ted said. I love shrimp, and those look perfect size, a little smaller than a crayfish. Probably delicious. I remember once in Portugal, my second wife and I had the most fabulous crayfish. Norman felt slightly uneasy. What are they doing here? I don't know. What do shrimps do anyways? Do they migrate? Damned if I know, Barnes said. I always buy them frozen. My wife hates to peel them. Norman remained uneasy, though he could not say why. He could clearly see now that the bottom was covered in shrimps. They were everywhere. Why should it bother him? Norman moved away from the window, hoping his sense of vague uneasiness would go away if he looked at something else, but it didn't go away. It just stayed there, a small, tense knot in the pit of his stomach. He didn't like the feeling at all.
Is the plural of shrimp shrimps? I always thought it was just shrimp and shrimp, like goose and goose.
I think it is shrimp.
Isn't it goose and geese?
Oh yeah,
I think you're thinking moose.
that's what it was. Moose and moose. You know what? It's been.
What are you talking about? Meese is a totally
Meeses.
real word.
Mises. Damn, it's been 7.5 hours. If I'm a little loopy, it's understandable, I guess.
Yes, shrimps is accepted. It's
Alright.
usually shrimp, but shrimp is accepted.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Harry. How many times we're going to say Harry? Oh, hi, Norman. I heard the excitement. A lot of shrimps outside, is it? Is that it? Harry.
So many shrimps, you wouldn't believe it.
Harry sat on his bunk, with the paper printout of numbers on his knees. He had a pencil and pad, and the page was covered with calculations, scratch-outs, symbols, arrows. Harry said, "What's going on?" "Damned if I know. I'm just wondering why we should suddenly be finding life down here. The squid, the shrimps, when before there was nothing, ever." "Oh, that. I think that's pretty clear." "Yes. Sure. What's different between then and now?" "You've been inside the sphere?" No, I mean, what's different in the outside environment?" Norman frowned. He didn't grasp what Harry was driving at. "Well, just look outside," Harry said. "What could you see before that you can't see now?" "The grid?" "Uh-huh. The grid and the divers. A lot of activity. And a lot of electricity. I think it scared off the normal fauna of the area. This is the South Pacific, you know. It ought to be teeming with life. And now that the divers are gone, the animals are back? That's my guess." "That's all there is to it," Norman said, frowning. "Why are you asking me?" Harry said.
Ask Beth. She'll give you a definitive answer, but I know animals are sensitive to all kinds of stimuli we don't notice. You can't run God knows how many million volts through underwater cables to light a half-mile grid in an environment that has never seen light before and not expect to have an effect. Something about this argument tickled the back of Norman's mind. He knew something pertinent, but he couldn't get it. Harry? Yes, Norman. You look a little worried. This substitution code is really a bitch. I'll tell you the truth, I'm not sure I'll be able to crack it. You see, the problem is, if it is letter substitution, you will need 2 digits to describe a single letter, because there are 26 letters in the alphabet, assuming no punctuation, which may or may not be included here as well. So when I see a 2 next to a 3, I don't know if it is letter 2 followed by letter 3, or if it is just letter 23. It's taking a long time to work through the permutations. You see what I mean? Harry, yes, Norman. What happened inside the sphere? Is that what you're worried about? Harry asked. What makes you think I'm worried about anything? Norman asked. Your face. That's what makes me think you're worried. Maybe I am, Norman said. But about this sphere, I've been thinking a lot about that sphere. And it's quite amazing. I really don't remember what happened. Harry, I feel fine. I feel better all the time. Honest to God, my energy is back, headache's gone, and earlier I remembered everything about that sphere and what was inside it. But every minute that passes, it seems to fade. The way a dream fades. You remember it when you wake up, but an hour later it's gone. Harry, I remember that it was wonderful and beautiful, something about lights, swirling lights, but that's all. How did you get the door to open? Oh, that. It was very clear at the time. I remember I had worked it all out. I knew exactly what to do. What did you do? Sure, it'll come back to me. You don't remember how you opened the door? No, I remember this sudden insight, this certainty about how it was done, but I can't remember the details. Why? Does someone else want to go in? Ted, probably. I'm sure Ted would like to go in. I don't know if that's a good idea. Frankly, I don't think Ted should do it. Think how boring he'll be with his speeches after he comes out. I visited an alien sphere by Ted Fielding. We'd never hear the end of it. And he giggled. Harry giggled. Ted is right, Norman thought. He's definitely manic. There was a speedy, overly cheerful quality to Harry. His characteristic slow sarcasm was gone, replaced by a funny, open, very quick manner, and a kind of laughing indifference to everything, an imbalance in his sense of what was important. He had said he couldn't crack the code. He had said he couldn't remember what happened inside the sphere or how he had opened it. And he didn't seem to think it mattered. Harry, when you first came out of the sphere, you seemed worried. Did I? Had a brutal headache, I remember that. You kept saying we should go to the surface. Did I? Yes. Why was that? God only knows. I was so confused. You also said it was dangerous for us to stay here. Harry smiled. Norman, you can't take that too seriously. I didn't know if I was coming or going. Harry, we need you to remember these things. If things start to come back to you, will you tell me? Oh, sure, Norman. Absolutely. You can count on me. I'll tell you right away. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. All right.
Laboratory. No, Beth said. None of it makes sense. First of all, in areas where fish haven't encountered human beings before, they tend to ignore humans unless they are hunted. The Navy divers didn't hunt the fish. Second, if the divers stirred up the bottom, that actually released nutrients and attract more animals. Third, more species of animals are attracted to electrical currents. So if anything, the shrimps and other animals should have been drawn here earlier by the electricity, not now with the power off. You're examining the shrimps under the low-power scanning microscope. How does it seem? Harry? Yes. I don't know. Is he okay? I don't know. I think so. Still looking through the microscope lens, she said, Did he tell you anything about what happened inside the sphere? Not yet. She adjusted the microphone, shook her head. I'll be damned. What is it? Norman said. Extra dorsal plating. Meaning... It's another new species, she said. Norman said, Shrimpus bethus? You're making discoveries hand over fist down here, Beth. Uh-huh. I checked the sea fans, too, because they seem to have an unusual radial growth pattern. They're a new species as well. That's great, Beth. She turned and looked at him. No, not great. Weird. She clicked on a high-intensity light, cut open one of the shrimps with a scalpel. I thought so. What is it? Norman, she said, we don't see any life down here for days, and suddenly in the last few hours we find 3 new species? That's not normal. You don't know it's normal at 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet. I'm telling you, it's not normal. But Beth, you said yourself we simply haven't noticed sea fans before, and the squid and the shrimps. Can't they be migrating, passing through this area, something like that? Barnes says they've never had trained scientists living this deep at one site on the ocean floor before. Maybe these migrations are normal, and we just don't know they occur. I don't think so, Beth said. When I went out to get these shrimps, I felt their behavior was atypical. For one thing, they were too close together. Shrimps on the bottom maintain a characteristic distance from one another, about 4 feet. These were packed close. In addition, they moved as if they were feeding, but there's nothing to feed on down here. Nothing that we know of. Well, these shrimp can't have been feeding. She pointed to the cut animal on the lab bench. They haven't got a stomach. Are you kidding? For yourself. Norman looked, but the decided shrimp didn't mean much to him. It was just a mess of pink flesh. It was cut on a ragged diagonal, not cleanly. She's tired, he thought. She's not working efficiently. We need sleep. We need to get out of here. The external appearance is perfect, except for an extra dorsal fin at the tail, she said. But internally, it's all screwed up. There's no way for these animals to be alive. No stomach, no reproductive apparatus. This animal is like a bad imitation of a shrimp. Yet, the shrimps are alive, Norman said. Yeah, she said. They are. She seemed unhappy about it. And the squid were perfectly normal inside. Actually, they weren't. When I dissected one, I found it lacked several important structures. There's a nerve bundle called the stellanite ganglion that wasn't there. Well, and there were no gills. Norman, squids possess a long gill structure for gas exchange. This one didn't have one. The squid had no way to breathe, Norman. It must have had a way to breathe. I'm telling you, it didn't. We're seeing impossible animals down here. All of a sudden, impossible animals. She turned away from the high-intensity lamp. And he saw that she was close to tears. Her hands were shaking. She quickly dropped them in her lap. You're really worried, he said. Aren't you? She searched his face. Norman, she said. All of this started when Harry came out of the sphere, didn't it? I guess it did. Harry came out of the sphere, and now we have impossible sea life. I don't like it. I wish we could get out of here. I really do. Her lower lip was trembling. He gave her a hug and said gently, We can't get out of here. I know, she said. She hugged him back and began to cry, pushing her face into his shoulder. It's all right. I hate when I get this way, she said. I hate this feeling. I know. And I hate this place. I hate everything about it. I hate Barnes. I hate Ted's lectures. I hate Levy's stupid desserts. I wish I wasn't here. I know. She sniffled for a moment, then abruptly pushed him away with her strong arms. She turned away, wiped her tears. I'm alright, she said. Thanks. Sure, he said. She remained turned away, her back to him. Where's the damn Kleenex? She found one, blew her nose. You won't say anything to the others. Of course not. A bell rang, startling her. Jesus, what's that? I think it's dinner, Norman said.
You do having a breakdown very well. That came across very nicely.
Thank you. I reached into
finding
my own
core
experiences.
Experience, yeah.
It's like, how would I react in this situation? Losing my shit, that's right.
All right. This next one is a little bit longer. Wits, would you like it, or should I pick it up?
You can pick it up because I'm still eating.
Sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
Dinner. After we talked about the impossible animals, yes. Oh, and they're eating.
And I'm eating dinner.
And so were these guys. Okay. I don't know how you can eat those things, Harry said, pointing to the squid. They're delicious, Norman said. Sauteed squid. As soon as he had sat at the table, he became aware of how hungry he was. And eating made him feel better. There was a reassuring normalcy to sitting at a table, with a knife and fork in his hands. It was almost possible to forget where he was. I especially like them fried, Tina said.
Fried calamari, Barnes said. Wonderful. My favorite.
I like them fried too, Edmonds, the archivist, said. She sat primly, very erect, eating her food precisely. Norman noticed that she put her knife down between bites. Very classy. Why aren't these fried? Norman said.
You can't deep fry down there, Barnes said. The hot oil forms a suspension and gums up the air filters. The sauteed is fine.
Well, I don't know about the squid, but the shrimps are great, Ted said. Aren't they, Harry? Ted and Harry were eating shrimp. Great shrimp, Harry said. Delicious. You know how I feel, Ted said. I feel like Captain Nemo. Remember, living underwater off the bounty of the sea.
20,000 leagues under the sea,
Barnes said. James Mason. Remember how he played the organ. Da 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 da. Bach, toccata, and fugue in D minor. And Kirk Douglas. Kirk Douglas was great. Remember when he fought the giant squid? That was great. Kirk Douglas had an axe, remember? Yeah, and he cut off one of the squid arms. That movie, Harry said, scared the hell out of me. I saw it when I was a kid, and it scared the hell out of me. I didn't think it was scary, Ted said. You were older. Not much older. Yes, you were. For a kid, it was terrifying.
Jesus Christ, can they stop flirting at the table in front of our fucking calamari?
That's probably why I don't like squid now. You don't like squid, Ted said, because they're rubbery and disgusting.
Barnes said, that was the movie that made me want to join the Navy.
I can imagine, Ted said. So romantic and exciting. And a real vision of the wonders of applied science. Who played the professor in that? The professor? Yes, remember there was a professor.
I vaguely remember a professor. Old guy.
In the Navy.
No, you weren't supposed to read that yet.
Yeah.
You fool! That's why I typed it, so I can say it out loud.
Norman, you remember who was the professor? No, I don't, Norman said. Ted said, are you sitting over there, keeping an eye on us, Norman? How do you mean? Norman said. Analyzing us? Seeing if we're cracking up? Yes, Norman said, smiling. I am. How are we doing? Ted said. I would say it is
Bad.
highly significant that a group of scientists can't remember who played the scientist in a movie they all loved. Well, Kirk Douglas was the hero, that's why. The scientist wasn't the hero.
Shot tone.
Tone? God damn it, my French again. Why the French? Barnes said. Claude Rains? No, I don't think so. Fritz somebody? Fritz Weaver? They heard a crackle and hiss, and the sounds of an organ playing the toccata and fugue in D minor. Great, it said. I didn't know we had music down here. Edmonds returned to the table. There's a tape library, Ted. I don't know if this is right for dinner, Barnes said. I like it, Ted said. Now, if only we had seaweed salad. Isn't that what Captain Nemo served? Maybe something lighter. Lighter than seaweed?
lighter than bark. What was the submarine called? Ted said. The Nautilus, Edwin said. Oh, right, Nautilus.
Also, just for the sake of adding it in, I think the professor they're talking about was played by Paul Lucas.
Paul Lucas. Oh, okay. I can say that I've never actually seen the movie. I've read the book, but I don't know that I've ever actually seen the movie 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
This is me thinking that we're talking about the 1954 film.
Probably, yeah. I mean, the book.
That one was produced by Walt Disney.
Okay, yeah. Because this book is written in the mid to
80s.
early 80s, so if they're talking about an old movie, yeah, it's almost certainly the one that was made in the 50s. Oh.
Interesting fact about it is so for a while there actually was a dark ride at the Disneyland Resort and Disney World, which was based off it from 1971 to 1994. It ended up getting taken down because they were replacing it.
Oh, yeah.
But
Interesting. This is all.
It ended up being created in Tokyo Disney Sea.
Oh.
But yeah. Also, there's a cameo for the Nautilus in Ariel's Undersea Adventure.
Ariel's Undersea Adventure.
Which is in a couple of them, but there's a silhouette of the Nautilus on the walk wall.
Oh, all right. Now, so I'm getting it. So, as a semi-relevant tangent here, the second book we read on the channel, way back when, a year and a half ago now, was The Mysterious Island, also by Jules Verne, which is set just shortly. I mean, all of Jules Verne's books are set in Earth as we know it. He's got his own canon built around and recurring characters. And so in Mysterious Island, Nemo showed up again and was like a central character and motivating force. So it was like, all right, cool. Seeing very famous characters later on in their life. So, always
the fun thing about The Mysterious Island is how it doesn't make any sense timeline-wise.
Oh, it doesn't. Not at all. No.
Because it's supposed to be set after 20,000 Leagues.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's also set in the middle of the Civil War.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense because 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea begins after the Civil War. So this thing is the Mysterious Island is actually the mysterious a plot point.
Yeah, the mysterious continuity.
Remember when you could just say whatever for like when the timeline was, and it's just like, sure, it works somehow.
No one's gonna fact check you because I mean it was pre-internet, really. Yep.
Especially 34-year-olds talking about a nostalgic childhood film in the 80s. Yeah.
That's honestly so close to home that it hurts. That's basically Akimos and I talking about just about anything on any of our streams. He's always here and we always get lost in tangents. And it's usually a couple of old men talking about things from childhood.
You want to know something funny? So, there have been a couple of plans to, like, make a remake or a prequel of the Disney movie. And at one point, in 2013, the film was put on hold for complications of casting, and then the director dropped out.
Oh, that's a big drop.
To direct Gone Girl.
What?
And then
okay.
And then the money got redirected towards Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales. Guess what? In 2016, again, they were gonna do, like, a live-action film with James Mangold directing. Guess what? He left the project to direct Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Okay, stop resurrecting
things that have had the full run. Please, for the love of God. Indiana Jones,
And-
let it die. Pirates of the Caribbean, let it die.
And then in 2021, they're like, we're gonna have a 10-episode miniseries. And then in 2021 or 2023, Disney pulled out for the project. And then it began airing on AMC in 2025.
AMC can be very hit or miss. AMC gave us Breaking Bad, but also other things.
Well, you get one good thing. They have someone who actually looks like Captain Nemo playing Captain Nemo.
Because Nemo,
They didn't make him white.
yeah, I was saying, because he was in essentially an Indian prince.
Oh yeah, because he was.
Yeah, so that's very cool to not whitewash that. Honestly, yeah, he's just actually Indian. So cool. That's
Well, technically his actor isn't Indian. He's Pakistani.
they're very
lineage.
close.
But listen, he's not a
Ethnically.
white guy, and that means they're doing better than Fate.
Yep. Well, okay, that bar. I know we mentioned earlier that like my bar for watching anime is about 3 feet in the ground. Better than Fate is about 6 feet underground.
I mean, they're also doing better than the original movie.
Also true. Well, okay, the original movie was in the 50s. If that wasn't an entirely
Yeah.
white cast, then the only non-white people were there as token. Let's be real.
And let's be honest, they were probably also played by white people.
Oh yeah, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen got it right too. Man, that was such an underrated movie. I loved it so much. It was bad, but it was fun. Man, we've gone way off topic, haven't we?
Yeah, sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
I have a weird amount of like theme park knowledge, so it's like, hey, wait, I know how to tie this in.
I've never been to very many theme parks. I did like some roller coaster runs for a while because I would go to like Six Flags and Cedar Point when I was in summers in school. Been a lot of years, but I remember when the Millennium Force was new. That was cool. That was a scary ride. And also a 6-hour fucking line.
It's one of theme parks often have like such a weird history to them because like half the time you'll be looking at like the ride's history and then you'll just get, oh yeah, by the way, at one point in this ride they were like, there was a threat-in by the mob. And it's like it's just a single like sentence and then they move on.
Just never mind. Not important.
It's like, don't worry about it. By the way, at this one park, they had an elephant who they executed with electricity.
What?
Because that was seen as more humane than hanging it.
How many volts do you need to put down an elephant humanely?
A significant amount of voltage. Yes, I am a Defunct Land fan. I love that show. It's so good. Sorry to go off topic.
You're good. You're good. All right.
I have to use all this knowledge for something.
Killed the elephant with AC current to slander Tesla. You know what? Yeah, that rivalry was insane. They were actually just mean to each other. Well, mostly Edison was mean to Tesla. Tesla was just like doing Tesla things. It was...
Tesla just kind of went insane.
Yeah. Tesla did his own thing, was probably crazy, but in a beneficial mad scientist sort of way. Much better than his current namesake. And Thomas Edison was effectively an industrial espionage expert more than an inventor. But he was very good at branding and marketing.
Oh boy, was he good at marketing.
Yeah. things were... We like to think that we've gotten better, or we have more sophisticated scams these days. No. People are really the same as they've always been. The business bros are still awful. They were awful back then. And they'll continue to be awful. And that's where we are. God damn it. I need to drink more.
Don't we all?
Alright, let's try and distract ourselves with the book, otherwise we're going to fall into a neo-communist rant and find ourselves in a ban or something, I don't know.
Wait, we can't do that. We're not on the right channel. We have to keep Arthur's channel alive.
I provide educational content for the masses. Oh, alright. The Nautilus, Edmund said. Oh, right, Nautilus. It was the name of the first atomic submarine, too, launched in 1954, she said, and she gave Ted a bright smile. True, Ted said. True. Norman thought, he's met his match in irrelevant trivia, and so have we. Edmonds went to the porthole and said, Oh, more visitors. What now? Harry said, looking up quickly. Frightened? Norman thought. No, just quick. Manic. Interested. They're beautiful, Edmonds was saying. Some kind of little jellyfish, all around the habitat. We really should film them. What do you think, Dr. Fielding? Should we go film them? I think I'll just eat now, Jane, Ted said, a bit severely. Edmonds looked stricken. Dejected. Norman thought, I'll have to watch that. She turned to leave. The others glanced toward the porthole, but nobody left the table. Have you ever eaten jellyfish? Ted said. I hear they're a delicacy. Some of them are poisonous, Beth said. Toxins in the tentacles. Don't the Chinese eat jellyfish? Harry said. Yes, Tina said. They make soup, too. My grandmother used to make it in Honolulu. You're from Honolulu? Mozart would be better for dining, Ron said. Or Beethoven. Something with strings. This organ music is gloomy. Dramatic, Ted said, playing imaginary keys in the air, in time to the music, swaying his body like James Mason. Gloomy, Ron said. The intercom crackled. Oh, you should see this, Edmund said over the intercom. It's beautiful. Where is she? She must be outside, Ron said. He went to the porthole. It's like pink snow, Edmund said. They all got up and went to the portholes. Edmonds was outside with the video camera. They could hardly see her through the dense clouds of jellyfish. The jellyfish were small, the size of a thimble, and a delicate glowing pink. It was indeed like a snowfall. Some of the jellyfish came quite close to the porthole. They could see them well. They have no tentacles, Harry said. They're just little pulsating sacs. That's how they move, Ted said. Muscular contractions expel the water. Like squid, Ted said. Not as developed, but the general idea. They're sticky, Edmund said over the intercom. They're sticking to my suit. That pink color is fantastic, Ted said. Like snow in a sunset. Very poetic. I thought so. You would. They're sticking to my faceplate, too, Edmund said. I have to pull them off. They leave a smeary streak. She broke off abruptly, but they could still hear her breathing. Can you see her? Ted said. Not very well. She's there, to the left. Over the intercom, Edmund said, They seem to be warm. I feel heat on my arms and legs. That's not right, Ron said. He turned to Tina. Tell her to get out of there. Tina ran from the cylinder toward the communications console. Norman could hardly see Edmonds anymore. He was vaguely aware of a dark shape, moving arms, agitated. Over the intercom, she said, The smear on the faceplate, it won't go away. They seem to be eroding the plastic. And my arms, the fabric is... Tina's voice said, Jane,
Jane, get out of there!
On the double!
Barnes shouted. Tell her on the double! Edmund's breathing was coming in ragged gasps. The smears. Can't see very well. I feel hurts. My arms burning. Hurts. They're eating through.
Jane, come back! Jane, are you reading? Jane!
She's fallen down. Look, you can see her lying. We have to save her, Finn said, jumping to his feet.
Nobody move!
Barnes said.
But nobody else is going out there, mister.
Edmund's breathing was rapid. She coughed, gasped. I can't. Oh, God. Edmonds began to scream. The scream was high-pitched and continuous, except for ragged gasps for breath. They could no longer see her through the swarms of jellyfish. They looked at each other, at Barnes. Barnes's face was rigidly set, his jaw tight, listening to the screams. And then, abruptly, there was silence.
Oh, all right. So, things are escalating, and shit's going down. Never trust a tiny, pretty pink jellyfish.
Especially in the ocean
Yes.
that you know nothing about.
And
But I
Yeah.
love jellyfish.
yeah.
Don't trust
I
it.
love jellyfish. Don't trust them.
But
Yes.
I love jellyfish. They're so cute.
No one can pee on you under the sea.
Damn, he's got you there.
You know, Arthur, this is supposed to be a mature, educational stream, okay?
I've been going for 8
I mean,
hours.
it
and
is educational.
I've been going for 8 hours and had at least as many drinks. So, mature and educational can happen when the sun's up.
The sun's up where I'm at.
Oh. Let's get the BGM back on. I turned it off for effect and it's still appropriate. I'm not sure where that actually came from. It's generally accepted, but yeah, it usually doesn't work, does it? It's what, toothpaste is what you're supposed to use, actually?
I think let me actually look that up.
Arthur, why don't we try it out?
You find a
I'm sorry.
jellyfish.
I'm sorry. You started it. I was on my best behavior. And you made the piss joke. Like.
Well. Throw the baby out with the bathwater, will we?
Huh?
Okay, so basically
Have you not heard that saying?
Oh no, I have.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
basically, so the historical root is in, uropathy, which is
Fake medicine, yeah.
urine as a person. And so the rationale between urine was a misunderstanding. Because they thought that the ammonia in it
Oh.
could neutralize the venom. But it's actually too low.
Oh, okay.
So, thanks to fucking Friends of all things, they used it as a comedic moment.
Was that Friends?
Yeah, 1997.
I should remember that. That was, like, always on.
But, it basically, it's a mixture of folk culture and, pop culture.
Fair enough. All right. So, with that fantastic little segue, we've gone jellyfish into worse things. We do have an ad about to fire off, so let's go ahead and take a short break. We'll top up our drinks because I, for one, definitely need another one. And stretch your legs, attend to your fuzzy friends, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, because I would hate for anyone to have to miss anything. So, be back in a
Hell yeah.
bit. Thank you very much. All right, we are back. Welcome back, welcome back. Thanks again for everyone who has joined us so far. We are still going on. I just need to have a reintroduction because it's what you do after ads, right? So we have with us tonight Witsy and Seely, who are both good friends from the Fanfic Friday community, and they are streamers in their own right who are vastly prolific and have been doing this much longer than and more well put together than I, at least. So thanks for joining us.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying right now?
I'm just an old man who reads on the internet.
I mean, we do have PowerPoints.
Yeah, but like he has like the whole setup where like we all read off the same one instead of like, you know, everyone flipping pages on their own and then like getting lost.
You say that,
and forgetting where we're at.
but I actually like the way Seely does it and organizes and color codes who the readers are for specific things. Mine is just opening my e-reader and sharing my screen in Discord.
Well, okay, no, because the way I look at it, because that was what I had started like back in January, and then. But the
because
thing
we were
is,
having issues with people reading it on their own.
Yeah, because it was like we get lost on the characters. But like what we could do that I kind of like is like the way you stream it. Like we'll have one person streaming it on Discord. The only problem is like that one person having to stay like really, really consistent the whole way through, because it can like, you know, sometimes like I get up and I run to the restroom. Sometimes Seely might go deal with her cat really quick, you know. So it's like that does like, you know.
Yeah,
it would be harder, I think, a little bit harder for us. But I do like the way you do it, where like everyone reads off the same page, like on Discord.
Yeah, it is nice this way. It's kind of ad hoc. I wasn't sure how we were going to do it until the first guest showed up. So, but I'm glad it's worked out, and it's been reasonably consistent. So, yeah.
If you've ever dealt with corporate, you know that PowerPoint is not a sign of sentience.
Yeah.
I'll have you know, it takes a great deal of sentience to make an Omegaverse PowerPoint.
That reminds me, I've had a friend of mine did regular like PowerPoint parties, and one that she consistently talked about was who is the sluttiest Guilty Gear character?
Oh my god.
It was she went into great detail. I don't remember who it was.
Probably Kai.
Kai. Is Kai the son of the like the previous like the elder one? Like I forget. It was a blonde.
It could be Kai or it could be his son. There are two blondes. That's Sin.
That's Sin.
Okay, it might be Sin.
I can't remember if she called Kai or Sin. It was a blonde. It's not really narrowing it down because it was a blonde buff guy in like incredibly low cut pants that were.
Yeah, that's Sin.
Okay. That's who she said was the sluttiest of Guilty Gear, and you know what? I don't know any better, so very well could be. I'm not one to argue.
She's right.
So.
Though.
Valid.
There may be some. When was this done?
I'd say it's been like 5 years. I think Strive was current at the time.
Okay, we may have some new ones up for contention because they
throne.
did release new guys for Strive.
Oh boy.
Okay, but Sin is a pretty hard thing to beat, so.
All right. So, that's our reintroductions down and tangents hopefully out of the way for the moment. So, we've seen the first fatality among the crew. Well, not really the crew, because you may remember this is split into the civvies and the military group. There's a little overlap, and the prim and proper Edmonds was beginning to make inroads with Ted, which is kind of unfortunate, but she also was the first to go down in a very disheartening way for a military
She
sort.
got eaten. She got eaten alive by jellyfish.
Eaten by jellyfish. Eaten by tiny, pretty pink jellyfish. When, as a military sort, she probably should have known better than most to just
go out in the bottom of the ocean to play in the snow.
No, I feel like
Then again,
I feel like that's the exact type of person who would die that way.
That's actually very fair. Probably taking her a pack of crayons with her for a snack on the way back. So let's go ahead, and with that travesty behind us, let's go on with the next chapter. And I think Seeley is got about time for one more. If you're able and would like to get the next one, you are right. That is, it is, the Navy is not the Marines, but used to be. Once upon a time, the Marines were a sub-branch of the Navy specifically. I don't know if they are anymore, but...
And they're all a little off right now. Yeah, they are. Also,
off.
are you prepared for these next messages?
Oh.
I swear to God, these titles are like my favorite part. An hour later, the jellyfish disappeared as mysteriously as they had come. They could see Edmund's body outside the habitat, laying on the bottom, rocking back and forth gently in the current. There were small, ragged holes in the fabric of the suit. They watched through the portholes as Barnes and Chief Petty Officer Teeny Fletcher crossed the bottom into the harsh floodlights, carrying extra air tanks. They lifted Edmund's body. The helmeted head flopped loosely back, revealing the scarred plastic faceplate, dull in the light. Nobody spoke. No one noticed how even Harry had dropped his manic effect. He sat unmoving, staring out the window. Outside, Barnes and Fletcher still held the body. There was a great burst of silvery bubbles, which swiftly rose to the surface. What are they doing? Inflating her suit. Why? Aren't they bringing her back? Ted said. They can't. Tina said, there's nowhere to put her here. The decomposition byproducts would ruin our air. But there must be some sort of sealed container. There isn't, Tina said. There are no provisions for keeping organic remains in the habitat. You mean they didn't plan on anyone dying? That's right. They didn't. Now there were many thin streams of bubbles rising from the holes in the suit toward the surface. Edmund's suit was puffed, bloated. Barnes released it, and it floated slowly away, as if pulled upward by the streaming silver bubbles. It'll go to the surface? Yes. The gas expands continuously as outside pressure diminishes. And then what? Sharks, that said. Probably. In a few moments, the body disappeared into blackness, beyond the reach of the lights. Barnes and Fletcher still watched the body, helmets tilted up towards the surface. Fletcher made the sign of the cross, then they trudged back towards the habitat. The bell rang from somewhere inside. Tina went to de-still. Moments later, she shouted, Dr. Adams! More numbers! Harry got up and went to the next cylinder. The others trailed after him. Nobody wanted to look out the porthole any longer. And here we have a little maze! Norman stared at the screen, entirely puzzled. But Harry clapped his hands in delight. Excellent, Harry said. This is extremely helpful. Is it? Of course, now I have a fighting chance. You mean to break the code? Yes, of course. Why? Remember the original number sequence? This is the same sequence. Is it? Of course, Harry said, except it's in binary. Binary, Dad said, nudging Norman. Didn't I tell you binary was important? What's important, Harry said, is that this establishes the individual letter breaks from the original sequence. Here's a copy of the original sequence, Tina said, handing them a sheet.
Numbers. Numbers indeed.
Numbers. Good, Harry said. Now you can see my problem at once. Look at the word 0000321 and so on. The question is, how do I break that word up into individual letters? I couldn't decide, but now I know. How? Well, obviously it goes 3, 21, 25, 25. Norman didn't understand, but how do you know that? Look, Harry said impatiently. It's very simple, Norman. It's a spiral, reading from inside to outside. It's giving us the numbers, and probably the screen changed again. There. Is that clearer for you?
Aww.
Norman frowned. Look, it's exactly the same. Harry said, see? Center outward, 0003, 21, 25, 25. It's made a spiral moving outward from the center. Maybe it's sorry about what happened to Edmonds, Harry said. Why do you say that? Norman asked, staring curiously at Harry. Because it's obviously trying very hard to communicate with us, Harry said. It's attempting different things. Who is it? It, Harry said, may not be a who. The screen went blank, and another pattern appeared. All right,
That's twisty.
Harry
okay.
said. This is very good. Where is this coming from? Obviously, from the ship. But we're not connected to the ship. How is it managed to turn on our computers and print this?
Wi-Fi.
We don't know. Well, shouldn't we know? Beth said. Not necessarily, Ted said. Shouldn't we try to know? Not necessarily. You see, if the technology is advanced enough, it appears to the naive observer to be magic. There's no doubt about that. For example, you take a famous scientist from our past, Aristotle, Leonardo da Vinci, even Isaac Newton. Show an ordinary Sony color television set and he'd run screaming, claiming it was witchcraft. He wouldn't understand it at all. But the point, Ted said, is that you couldn't explain it to him either, at least not easily. Isaac Newton wouldn't be able to understand a TV without first studying our physics for a couple of years. He'd had to learn all the underlying concept, electromagnetism, waves, particle physics. These would all be new ideas to him, a new conception of nature. In the meantime, the TV would be magic as far as he was concerned. But to us, it's ordinary. It's TV! You're saying we're like Isaac Newton. Ted shrugged. We're getting a communication, and we don't know how it's done. And we shouldn't bother to try and figure it out. I think we have to accept the possibility, Ted said, that we may not be able to understand it. Norman noticed the energy at which they threw themselves into discussion, pushing aside the tragedy so we recently witnessed. They're intellectuals, he thought, and their characteristic defense is intellectualization. Talk, ideas, abstract, concept. It was a way of getting distance from the feeling of sadness and fear and being trapped. Norman understood the impulse. He wanted to get away from those feelings himself. Harry frowned at the spiral image. He may not understand how, but it's obvious what it's doing. It's trying to communicate by trying different presentations. The fact it's trying spirals may be significant. Maybe it believes we think in spirals, or writes in spirals. Or maybe it just really likes the sphere.
Spirograph.
Right, Beth said. Who knows what kind of weird creature we are? Ted said, if it's trying to communicate us, why aren't we trying to communicate back? Harry snapped his fingers. Good idea! He went to the keyboard. There's an obvious first step, Harry said. We send the original message back. We'll start with the first grouping, beginning with double zeros. I wanted to be clear, Ted said, that the suggestion to attempt to communicate with the alien originated with me. It's clear, Ted, Barnes said. Harry? Ted said. Yes, Ted. Harry said, don't worry, it's your idea.
These two.
Sitting at the keyboard, Harry typed.
Ooh.
Numbers. I don't have enough brain cells to actually read that out. And I don't have hexadecimals memorized. I only have like a couple bits of binary memorized. I know how to do math in binary. I don't know how to read it.
So much is varies upon the parsing too, so.
Yeah. The numbers appeared on the screen. There was a pause. They listened to the hum of the air fans, the distant thump of the diesel energy generator. They all watched the screen. Nothing happened. The screen went blank and then printed out different numbers. Norman felt the hair rise at the back of his neck. It was just a series of numbers on a computer screen, but it still gave him a chill. Standing beside him, Tina shivered. He answered us. Fabulous, Ted said. I'll try the second grouping now, Harry said. He seemed calm, but his fingers kept making mistakes at the keyboard. It took a few moments before he was able to type. A short list of numbers. The reply immediately came back. Well, Harry said, it looks like we just opened our line of communication. Yes, Beth said. Too bad we don't understand what we're saying to each other. Presumably it knows what it's saying, Ted said. But we're still in the dark. Maybe we could get it to explain itself? Impatiently, Barnes said, "What is this it you keep referring to?" Harry sighed and pushed his glasses up on his nose. "I think there's no doubt about that. It," Harry said, "is something that was previously inside the sphere. And now, that is now released and is free to act. That's what it is."
Dun dun dun. Oh, and
The monster. That's a fancy chapter.
yeah, no, we're at part 3 now. The monster. And I think because it's breaking into look at the table of context. Oh, there are we're coming up on this. There's sorry, cat, get out in front of the desk. Or out in front
Let's
of
see. The surface, the deep, the monster, the power.
Yeah, and then the dedication is
So-
the wrap up. So we're in the last 2 now. So, all right.
Look at
all
that.
right. Which is a little
I
concerning because
hate-
we're at like 46% of the way through, and that's a lot of book left. Christ Almighty.
I'm kind of like my brain is telling me, okay, time to sleep now, but I'm like,
I want to know what
wanna
happens.
what happens.
Well, there was a movie for this one, and apparently it was decently good. So,
I just also realized I could just watch the VOD.
yes, the Twitch VOD will be up for a
This-
while. The YouTube VOD for this one will go down because obviously this isn't copyright, but I am too lazy to purge the Twitch VODs. So they'll fall off when they fall off.
Yay!
So that is an option. And yes, so thank you very much for joining us tonight, Sealy. It's been a pleasure to catch us outside of the usual interaction over on FFF. And
I was reading a
varying-
real book on here for once,
Yes!
and let me tell you, that was one of the best things ever.
We love reading around here, folks. We do it all the time. Yeah, so, as always, I hope everyone will continue to support Sealy. We gave a shout out earlier, but I think I can get another one for anyone that's wandered in. There's one E, correct? Yeah, 2 N's, that's what it was. There we are. So, if you haven't yet, I fully, wholeheartedly, and entirely suggest you give Sealy a follow over on Twitch. A variety streamer who regularly reads on Fridays with frequently less wholesome things in this, but that is a choice.
Frequently less wholesome. Like, we didn't just also read a woman getting eaten alive by shrimp.
Jellyfish.
Wait, no, jellyfish.
Thank you very much.
That's right, she wasn't eaten by the shrimp.
Okay, so wholesome may be for the beholder. There were certainly holes in her suit after the jellyfish got her.
There's significantly less porn.
That is true. Although, we read Gilgamesh, so
I still can't believe he fucked that axe.
he really did. There's a
No one ever believes you when you say that.
that is no, they don't. They don't. Yeah. But so yes,
Less
there's,
erotic, yeah.
There's
Well, I mean, the axe is pretty erotic.
let's just say that classic literature sometimes is hard to differentiate from Harlequin romances, just with flowerier language, as
And
the titular characters are
sometimes-
deflowered in their own ways.
And sometimes, like, really weird metaphors.
Uh-huh.
Like fucking an axe.
Yes, and if you don't understand it, you can't call it porn. Is that how it works?
Yeah. You know it when you see it.
At least it gets past the censorship boards. And you know what? Fuck the censorship boards. No, words are hard tonight.
Well, actually, don't do that. I don't. Wait. Actually, do that.
Yeah, they say do, don't do. They might enjoy it, in which case you should not, because they don't deserve any happiness. But confusion. Anyway,
Is it a corruption thing?
Oh, you know what? That's an idea. Well, that is one hell of a tangent to go off on tonight. So, thanks for joining, Sealy. Thanks for reading along and having fun with this. And I hope we can do more, whether it be over on FFF, or maybe I'll do some more concurrent readings down the line. I would love to see if we can get some VTuber Shakespeare or something going on down the line. That would be so much fucking fun.
Or I would love to come back on, honestly.
Always welcome. Always welcome. I've got a stable schedule, and if you're ever free on any of my nights that I've got listed on Twitch, hit me up.
All right. Until then, I bid you all adieu. Have fun with the monster.
All right.
Make sure you all drink water.
Yeah, water's important. I should get some.
Yep.
That is not what I have right now. There's water in it. Well, I introduced water in it with an ice cube.
All right. Good night. Cindy, you don't get to show up now.
Cindy was the first guest. Cindy was
Well,
our
I
very
know, but
first
you don't get
guest.
to. You don't get to show up. You don't get to show up again.
Yaha! Come here, Cindy. Come here.
Thanks, Kidron. Thank you
Here's
very
Cindy.
much.
Well, Cindy can. Okay. Good night.
Good night, Sealy. Thank you again. All right.
It was real fun.
All right. We are going to continue reading for a little bit yet. Wits, when you need to tap out, feel free. I understand it's late and you had a long day at work, but you're also welcome to stay as long as you like. So, let's continue with part 3 of Sphere the Monster. And first chapter here is Alarm. This is a longer one, so I'll leave it up to you if you want to take it or if you want me to lead off.
How much or how long is the next one? Because I mean,
Let's see. This one is 8 pages. The next one is... Oh, it doesn't break...
we jump to it really quick
Yeah.
and then.
Oh, 11.
Oh yeah, I'll take this one.
Fair.
I'll take this one.
Totally fair. Understandable.
All right, alarm. Norman awoke to the shrieking alarm and flashing red lights. He rolled out of his bunk, pulled on his insulated shoes and heated jacket, and ran for the door, where he collided with Beth. The alarm was screaming throughout the habitat. "What's happening?" he shouted over the alarm. "I don't know." Her face was pale, frightened. Norman pushed past her in the B cylinder. Among all the pipes and consoles, a flashing sign winked, "Life support emergency." He looked for the teeny Fletcher, but the big engineer wasn't there. Oh, he looked for Teeny Fletcher. I thought that was the Teeny. Oh, my bad. He hurried back to the C cylinder, passing Beth again. "Do you know?" Beth shouted. "It's life support. Where's Fletcher? Where's Barnes?" "I don't know. I'm looking." "There's nobody in B," he shouted and scrambled up the steps into D cylinder. Tina and Fletcher were there, working behind the computer consoles, and the back panels were pulled off, exposing wires, banks of chips. The room lights were flashing red. Screens all flashed. Emergency life support systems. "What's going on?" Norman shouted. Are they all just going to be shouting? They just...
Yeah, they're panicking.
Right. "What's going on?" Norman shouted. Fletcher waved a hand dismissingly. "Tell me." He turned, saw Harry sitting in the corner near Edmund's video section like a zombie. With a pencil and a pad of paper on his knee, he seemed completely indifferent to the sirens. The lights flashing on his face. "Harry!" Harry didn't respond. Norman turned back to the two women. "For God's sake, will you tell me what it is?" Norman shouted. And then the sirens stopped. The screens went blank. There was a silence except for soft classical music. "Sorry about that," Tina said. "It was a false alarm," Fletcher said. "Jesus Christ," Norman said, dropping into a chair. He took a deep breath. "Were you asleep?" He nodded. "Sorry, it just went off by itself." Jesus Christ. "The next time it happens, you can check your bat." How many times does he say Jesus Christ?
He doesn't swear a lot, so that's a relatively limited vocabulary on these.
Honestly valid. The next time it happens, you can check your badge, Fletcher said, pointing to the badge on her own chest. That's the first thing to do. You see the badges are all normal now. Jesus Christ. Take it easy, Norman, Harry said. When the psychiatrist goes crazy, it's a bad sign. I'm a psychologist. Whatever. Tina said, our computer alarm has a lot of peripheral sensors, Dr. Johnson. It goes off sometimes. There's not much we can do about it. Norman nodded, went to the E-sill to the galley. Levi made a strawberry shortcake for lunch, and nobody had eaten it because of the accident with Edmonds. He was sure it would still be there, but when he couldn't find it, he felt frustrated. He opened cabinet doors, slammed them shut. He clicked the refrigerator door. Take it easy, he thought. It was just a false alarm. He couldn't overcome the feeling that he was trapped, stuck in some damned oversized iron lung, while things slowly fell apart around him. The worst moment had been when Barnes' briefing, when he came back from sending Edmund's body to the surface. Barnes had decided it was time to make a little speech, deliver a little pep talk. I know you're all upset about Edmonds, he had said, but what happened to her was an accident. Perhaps she made an error in the judgment and not going out among the jellyfish. Perhaps not. Fact is, accidents happen under the best of circumstances, and the deep sea is a particularly unforgiving environment. Listening, Norman thought, he's writing his report, explaining it away to the brass. Right now, Barnes was saying, I urge you all to remain calm. It's 16 hours since Gale hit topside. We just sent up a sensor balloon to the surface before we could make readings. The cable snapped, which suggests that the surface waves are still 30 feet or higher, and the gale is still in full force. The weather satellite estimates were for 60-hour storm on site, so we have 2 more full days down here. There's not much we can do about it. We just have to remain calm. Don't forget, even when you do go topside, you can't throw open the hatch and start breathing. You have to spend 4 more days decompressing in a hyperbaric chamber on the surface. That was the first Norman had heard of surface decompression. Even after they left this iron lung, they would have to sit in another iron lung for another 4 days. I thought you knew, Barnes had said. That's SOP for saturated environments. You can stay down here as long as you like, but you have a 4-day decompress when you go back, and believe me, this habitat's a lot nicer than the decompression chamber. So enjoy this while you can. Enjoy this while you can, he thought. Jesus Christ, strawberry shortcake would help. Where the hell was Levi anyway? He went back to D-sill. Where's Levi? Don't know, Tina said. I'm around here somewhere, maybe sleeping? Nobody could sleep through that alarm, Norman said. Try the galley? I just did. Where's Barnes? He went back to the ship with Ted. They're putting more sensors around the sphere. Told them it was a waste of time, Harry said. So nobody knows where Levi is? Norman said. Fletcher finished screwing the computer panels back on. Doctor, she said, are you one of those people who need to keep track of where everyone is? No, Norman said. Of course not. Then what's the big deal about Levi, sir? I only wanted to know where the strawberry shortcake was. Gone, Fletcher said promptly. Captain and I came back from funeral duty and we sat down and ate the whole thing, just like that. She shook her head. Maybe Rose will make some more, Harry said. He found Beth in her laboratory on the top level of D-sill. He walked in just in time to see her take a pill. What was that? Valium. God. Where did you get it? Look, he said, don't give me any psycho talk about it. I was just asking. Beth pointed to a white box mounted on the wall in the corner of the lab. There's a first aid kit in every cylinder. Turns out to be pretty complete, too. Norman went over to the box, flipped open the lid, and there were neat compartments with medicines, syringes, bandages. Beth was right. It was quite complete. Antibiotics, sedatives, tranquilizers, even surgical anesthetics. He didn't recognize all the names on the bottles, but the psychoactive drugs were strong. You could fight a war with the stuff in this kit. Yeah, well, the Navy. There's everything you need to do.
Let it out. Let it
Why'd
out.
you have to laugh? I was just going to sneak that one in there. I was just going to sneak it in there and then move on.
Nope, can't get past me.
There's everything you need here to do major surgery. Norman noticed a card on the inside of the box and said MedAid code 103. Any idea what this means? She nodded. It's a computer code. I called it up. And the news, she said, is not good. Is that right? He sat at the terminal in her room and punched in 103. The screen said, hyperbaric saturated environment, medical complications, major, fatal. 1.01 pulmonary embolism, 1.02 high pressure nervous syndrome, 1.03 aseptic bone necrosis, 1.04 oxygen toxicity, 1.05 thermal stress syndrome, 1.06 disseminated pseudomonas infection, 1.07 cerebral infarction. That's a horrible word. Choose one. Infarction?
It's a bad word, yes.
Don't choose one, Beth said. Reading the details will only upset you. Just leave it at this. We're in a very dangerous environment. Barnes didn't bother to give us all the gory details. You know why the Navy has that rule about pulling people out within 72 hours? Because after 72 hours, you increase your risk of something called aseptic bone necrosis. Nobody knows why. The pressurized environment causes bone destruction in the leg and hip. You know why this habitat constantly adjusts as we walk through it? It's not because that's slick and high tech. It's because the helium atmosphere makes body heat control very volatile. You can quickly become overheated and just as quickly overchilled, fatally so. It can happen so fast you don't realize until it's too late and you drop dead. And the high pressure nervous syndrome, that turns out to be sudden convulsions, paralysis, and the death of carbon dioxide content in the atmosphere drops too low. That's what happened. That's what the badges are for, to make sure we have enough CO2 in the air. The only reason we have the badges. Nice, huh? Norman flicks off the screen, sat back. Well, I keep coming back to the same point. There's not much we can do about it now. Exactly what Barnes said. Beth started pushing equipment around on her countertop, nervously, rearranging things. Too bad we don't have a sample of those jellyfish, Norman said. Yes, but I'm not sure how much good it would do, to tell the truth. She frowned, shifted the papers on the counter again. Norman, I'm not thinking very clearly down here. How's that? After the accident, I came up here to look over my notes, review things, and I checked the shrimps. Remember how I told you they didn't have... Oh, sorry, your cat jump scared me. It popped up on screen.
Yeah,
Oh my
I
God.
need to rearrange things a little.
And I just saw a flash of white. I'm like, oh, did someone join Discord and I didn't hear? And then I'm like, nope, that's the cat.
Yes, that is indeed the cat. Let's move this below the overlays. There we are.
After the accident, I came up here to look over my notes, review things, and I checked the shrimps. Remember how I told you they didn't have any stomach? Well, they do. I made a bad dissection out of mid-sagittal plane. I just missed all the midline structures, but they're there all right. The shrimps are normal, and the squid, turns out the one squid I just dissected was a little anomalous. It had an atrophic gill, but it had one. The other squid are perfectly normal, just what you'd expect. I was wrong. Too hasty. It really bothers me. Is that why you took the Valium? She nodded. I hate to be sloppy. Nobody's criticizing you. If Harry or Ted reviewed my work and found I'd made these stupid mistakes, what's wrong with a mistake? I can hear them now, just like a woman, not careful enough, too eager to make a discovery, trying to prove herself, too quick to draw conclusions, just like a woman. Nobody's criticizing you, Beth. I am. Nobody else, Norman said. I think you ought to give yourself a break. She stared at the lab bench.
Say that shit.
Honestly, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, from what you guys were saying earlier, it sounds like you would. Something. Oh. She stared at the lab bench. Finally, she said, "Can't." Something about the way she said it touched him. I understand, Norman said, and a memory came rushing back to him. You know, when I was a kid, I went to the beach with my younger brother, Tim. He's dead now, but Tim was about 6 at the time. He couldn't swim yet. My mother told me to watch him carefully, but when I got to the beach, all my friends were there, body surfing. I didn't want to be bothered with my brother. It was hard because I wanted to get out in the big surf and he had to stay close to shore. Anyway, in the middle of the afternoon, he comes out of the water screaming bloody murder, absolutely screaming and tugging at his right side. Turned out he had been stung by some kind of a jellyfish. It was still attached to him, sticking to his side. Then he collapsed on the beach. One of the mothers ran over and took Timmy to the hospital before I could even get out of the water. I didn't know where he had gone. I got to the hospital later. My mother had already there. Tim was in shock. I guess the poison was a heavy dose for his small body. Anyways, no one blamed me. It wouldn't have mattered if I had been sitting right on the beach watching him like a hawk. He would have still been stung. But if I hadn't been sitting there and I blamed myself for years, long after he was fine, every time I'd see those scars on his side, I felt terrible guilt. But you get over it. You're not responsible for everything that happens in the world. You just aren't. There was a silence. Somewhere in the habitat, he heard a soft rhythmic knocking, a sort of thumping, and the ever-present hum of the air handlers. Beth was staring at him. Seeing Edmonds die must have been hard for you. Funny, Norman said. I never made the connection until right now. Blocked it, I guess. Want a Valium? He smiled. That's such a real response. And me too. You want a drink?
Little happy blue pills. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Candy around.
He smiled. No. You look as if you were about to cry. No. I'm fine. He stood up, stretched, went over to the medicine kit and closed the white lid, came back. Beth said, "What do you think about these messages we're getting?" Beats me, Norman said. He sat down again. Actually, I did have one crazy thought. Do you suppose the messages and these animals we're seeing are related? Why? Well, I never thought about it until we started getting spiral messages. Harry says it's because the famous it, believes we think in spirals. But it's just as likely that it thinks in spirals. And so it assumes we do too. The sphere is round, isn't it? And we've been seeing all these radially symmetrical animals, jellyfish, squid. Nice idea, Beth said. Except for the fact that squid aren't radially symmetrical. An octopus is. And like an octopus, squid have a round circle of tentacles, but squid are bilaterally symmetrical and matching left and right side the way we have. And then there's the shrimps. That's right, the shrimps. Norman had forgotten about the shrimps. I can't see a connection between the sphere and the animals, Beth said. They heard the thumping again. Soft, rhythmic. Sitting in his chair, Norman realized that he could feel the thumping as well. A slight impact. What is that, anyway? I don't know. Sounds like it's coming from outside. He had started towards the porthole when the intercom clicked and he heard Barnes say, "Now, hear this. All hands communications. Dr. Adams has broken the code." Harry wouldn't tell them the message right away, relishing his triumph. He insisted on going through the decoding process step by step. First, he explained he had thought that the messages might express some universal constant or some physical law stated as a way to open conversation. But, Harry had said, it might also be a graphic representation of some kind of code for a picture, which presented immense problems. After all, what's a picture? We make pictures on a flat plane, like a piece of paper. We determine positions within a picture by what we call X and Y axes, vertical and horizontal, but another intelligence might see images and organize them differently. It might assume more than 3 dimensions, or it might work from the center of the picture outward, for example. So the code might be very tough. Didn't make much progress at first. Later, when he got the same message with gaps between the number sequences, Harry began to suspect the code represented discrete chunks of information, suggesting words, not pictures. Now, word codes fall into several types, from simple to complex. There was no way to know immediately which method of encoding had been used, but then I had a sudden insight. They waited, impatiently, for his insight. "Why use a code at all?" Harry had asked. "Why use a code?" Norman said. "Sure, if you're trying to communicate with someone, you don't use a code. Codes are a way of hiding communication. So perhaps this intelligence thinks he's communicating directly, but is actually making some kind of logical mistake in talking to us. He's making a code without ever intending to do so. That suggested the unintentional code was probably a substitute code with numbers for letters. When I got the word breaks, I began to try and match numbers to letters by frequency analysis. And frequency analysis, you break down the codes by using the fact that the most common letter in English is E, and then second most common letter is T, and so on. So I looked for the most common numbers, but I was impeded by the fact that even a short number sequence, such as 232, might represent many code possibilities. 232, 23, and 2, 2 and 32, or 232. Longer code sequences had many more possibilities. Then, he said, he was sitting in front of the computer thinking about the spiral messages, and suddenly he looked at the keyboard. I began to wonder what an alien intelligence would make of our keyboard. Those rows of symbols on the device made to be pressed. How confusing it must look to another kind of creature. Look here, he said. The letters on a regular keyboard go like this. He held up his pad. And then I imagined the keyboard would look like as a spiral, since our creatures seem to prefer spirals. And I started numbering the keys in concentric circles. It took a little experimentation, since the keys don't line up exactly, but finally I got it, he said. Look here. The numbers spiral out from the center. G is 1, B is 2, H is 3, Y is 4, and so on. See, it's like this. He quickly penciled in the numbers. It just keeps spiraling outward. M is 16, K is 17, and so forth. So finally I understood the message. What is the message, Harry? Harry hesitated. I have to tell you, it's strange. How do you mean strange? Harry tore another sheet off his yellow pad and handed it to them. Norman read the short message, printed in neat block letters. Hello, how are you? I am fine. What is your name? My name is Jerry.
Well. That's a innocent enough sounding message, but getting, like, HAL 2000 vibes. Maybe it's just the old
I'm also curious, like, is it two different things talking? Or is it, like, because I know it's like one message, but is it two different things happening to respond in the same one? Or is it
one refining the message to make it until it's eventually understood? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Or is he preemptively answering questions it might think that he asked?
Yeah.
Or that they'll ask. I don't know.
Let's
I
see.
also don't know how this started, so I'm making guesstimations based off my very limited knowledge.
And you know what? That is all the extra fun. So, let's continue with the first exchange. Well, Ted said finally, this is not what I expected at all. It looks childish, Beth said, like something out of those old C-Spot Run readers for kids. That's exactly what it looks like. Maybe you translated it wrong, Lauren said. Certainly not, Harry said.
Well, this alien sounds like an idiot,
Lauren said. I doubt very much that he is, Ted said.
You would doubt it,
Lauren said.
A stupid alien would blow your whole theory. That's something to consider, isn't it? A stupid alien. They must have them.
I doubt, Ted said, that anyone in command of such high technology as that sphere is stupid. You've never met an iPad kid. Then you haven't noticed.
Then you haven't noticed all the ninnies driving
cars back home. Okay, so Barnes understands.
Jesus, after all this effort, how are you? I'm fine. Jesus!
Norman said, I don't feel that this message implies a lack of intelligence, Hal. On the contrary, Harry said, I think the message is very smart.
I'm listening,
Lauren said. The content certainly appears childish, Harry said, but when you think about it, it's highly logical. A simple message is unambiguous, friendly, and not frightening. It makes a lot of sense to send such a message. I think he's approaching us in a simple way that we might approach a dog. You know, hold out your hand, let it sniff, get used to you.
You're saying he's treating us like dogs?
Barnes said. Norman thought. Barnes is in over his head. He's irritable because he's frightened.
he feels inadequate. Or perhaps he feels he's exceeding his authority. No, Hal, Ted said. He's just starting at a simple level.
Well, simple, all right, Barnes said. Jesus Christ. We contact an alien from outer space and he says his name is Jerry.
Let's not jump to conclusions, Hal.
Maybe he has a last name, Barnes said hopefully. I mean, my report to Syncom Pack is going to say one person died on a deep set expedition to meet an alien named Jerry. Could sound better. Anything but Jerry, Barnes said. Can we ask him?
Ask him what? Harry said.
His full name.
And Ted said, I personally feel we should have much more substantive conversations.
I'd like the full name, Barnes said, for the report.
Right, Ted said. Full name, rank, and serial number.
I would remind you, Dr. Fielding, that I am in charge here.
Harry said, the first thing we have to do is see if he'll talk to us at all, or talk at all. Let's give him the first number grouping. He typed a series of numbers. There was a pause, then the answer came back. Okay, Harry said. Jerry's listening. He made some notes on his pad and typed another string of numbers. What did you say? Beth said. We are friends, Harry said.
Forget friends, that's his damn name,
Barnes said. Just a minute, one thing at a time. And Ted said, he may not have a last name, you know.
You can be damn sure, Barnes said, that his real name isn't Jerry.
The response came back. He said, yes.
Yes, what?
Barnes said. Just, yes. Let's see if we can get him to switch over to English characters. It'll be easier if he uses letters and not his number codes.
How are you going to get him to use the letters?
We'll show him they're the same, Harry said. He typed, numbers equal hello. After a short pause, the screen blinked. Same numbers equal hello. He doesn't get it, Ted said.
No, it doesn't look like it. Let's try another pairing.
He typed, numbers equal yes. The reply came, numbers equal yes. He's definitely not getting it, Ted said.
I thought he was so smart,
Warren said. Give him a chance. After all, he's speaking our language, not the other way around. The other way around? Harry said. Good idea. Let's try the other way around. See if he'll deduce the equation that way. Harry typed, numbers equal yes. Yes equals the same numbers. There was a long pause while they watched the screen. Nothing happened. Is he thinking? Who knows what he's doing? Why isn't he answering? Let's give him a chance, Hal, okay? The reply finally came. Yes equal numbers. The numbers in reverse equal say. He thinks we're showing him mirror images.
Stupid, Barnes said. I knew it.
What do we do now? Let's try a more complete statement, Harry said. Give him more to work with. Harry typed numbers equal numbers. Yes. Yes. Equal, numbers equal numbers. Yes equal yes. Numbers equal yes. Syllogism, Ted said. No, Ted said. Why do I want to say said Ted? Very good.
A what?
A logical proposition, Ted said. The reply came back. Equal.
What the hell is that?
Barnes said. Harry smiled. I think he's playing with us.
Playing with us? You call that playing?
Yes, I do, Harry said. What you
really mean is that he's testing us, testing our responses to a pressure situation.
Barnes narrowed his eyes.
He's only pretending to be stupid.
Maybe he's testing how smart we are, Ted said. Maybe he thinks we're stupid, Hal.
Don't be ridiculous,
Barnes said. No, Harry said. The point is, he's acting like a kid trying to make friends. And when kids try to make friends, they start playing together. Let's try something playful. Harry sat at the console and typed equal, equal, equal. Reply came back, comma, comma, comma. Cute, Harry said. This guy is very cute. He quickly tried equal, comma, equal. The reply came 7 and 7.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Bond said.
Because I don't know what the hell you were doing.
He understands me fine, Harry said.
I'm glad somebody does.
Harry typed capital P, lowercase p, capital P. The reply came, hello equals numbers. Okay, Harry said. He's getting bored. Playtime's over. Let's switch to plain English, or straight English. Harry typed, yes. The reply came back. Numbers. Harry typed, hello. There was a pause. Then, I am delighted to make your acquaintance. The pleasure is entirely mine, I assure you. There was a long silence. Nobody spoke.
Okay,
Said Barnes finally.
let's get down to business.
He's polite, Ted said. Very friendly.
Unless it's an act.
Why should it be an act?
Don't be naive.
Barnes said. Norman looked at the lines on the screen. He had a different reaction from the others. He was surprised to find an expression of emotion. Did this alien have emotions? Probably not, he suspected. The flowery, rather archaic words suggested an adopted tone. Jerry was talking like a character from a historical romance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Harry said, for the first time in human history, you are online with an alien. What do you want to ask him?
His name,
Barnes said promptly.
Besides his name, Hal.
There are certainly more profound questions than his name, Ted said.
Don't understand why you won't ask him,
the screen printed. Are you the entity Hecho in Mexico?
Jesus, where'd he get that?
Maybe there are things on the ship fabricated in Mexico.
Like what?
Chips, maybe. Are you the entity made in the USA? The guy doesn't wait for an answer. Who says he's a guy? Oh, Beth. Maybe Jerry is short for Geraldine. Not now, Beth. Are you the entity made in the USA?
Answer him,
Bond said. Yes, we are. Who are you? A long pause. Then, we are...
We are what?
Bond said, staring at the screen. Take it easy. Harry typed, we are the entities from the USA. Who are you? Entities equal entity. It's too bad, Ted said, that we have to speak English. How are we going to teach him plurals? Harry typed, no. You are a many entity? I see what he's asking. He thinks we may be multiple parts of a single entity. Well, straighten him out! No, we are many separate entities. You can say that again, Beth said. I understand. Is there one control entity? Ted started laughing. Look what he's asking!
I don't get it.
Yeah, that's a very scary proposition.
That's actually okay. Look, take me to your leader.
Harry said, he's saying, take me to your leader. He's asking who's in charge.
I'm in charge, Bond said. You tell him.
Harry typed, yes, the control entity is Captain Harold C. Barnes. I understand. With an O. Barnes said irritably.
Harold with an O.
You want me to retype it?
Never mind. Just ask him who he is.
Who are you? I am one.
Good. Good, Bond said. So there's only one. Ask him where he's from.
Where are you from? I am from a location. Yes, you are.
Ask him the name, Bond said. The name of the location.
Hal, names are confusing.
We have to pin this guy down.
Where's the location you were from? I am here.
We know that. Ask again.
Where is the location from where you began? Ted said, That isn't even good English. From where you began, it's going to look foolish when we publish this exchange.
We'll clean it up for publication,
Barnes said. Can't do that, Ted said, horrified. You can't alter this priceless scientific interaction.
Happens all the time. What do you guys call it? Massaging the data?
Harry was typing again. Where is the location from where you began? I began at awareness.
Awareness? Is it a planet or what?
Where is awareness? Awareness is.
He's making us look like fools,
Bond said. Ted said, let me try. Harry stepped aside and Ted typed, Did you make a journey? Yes. Did you make a journey? Yes, Ted typed. I make a journey. You make a journey. We make a journey together. I am happy. Norman thought, he said he's happy. Another expression of emotion, and this time it didn't seem to come from a book. The statement appeared direct and genuine. Did that mean that the alien had emotions? Or was he just pretending to have them to be playful or to make them comfortable?
Let's cut the crap, Bourne said. Ask him about his weapons.
I doubt he'll understand the concept of weapons.
Everybody understands the concept of weapons, Bourne said. Defense is a fact of life.
I must protest that attitude, Ted said. Military people always assume that everyone else is exactly like them. This alien may not have the least conception of weapons or defense. He may come from a world where defense is wholly irrelevant.
Since you're not listening, Vaughn said, I'll say it again. Defense is a fact of life. If this Jerry is alive, he'll have a concept of defense.
My God, Ted said. Now you're elevating your idea of defense to a universal life principle. Defense as an inevitable feature of life.
Barnes said, You think it isn't? What do you call a cell membrane? What do you call an immune system? What do you call your skin? What do you call wound healing? Every living creature must maintain the integrity of its physical borders. That's defense. We can't have life without it. You can't imagine a creature without a limit to its body that it defends. Every living creature knows about defense. I promise you. Now, ask him.
I'd say the captain has a point, Beth said. Perhaps, Ted said, but I'm not sure we should introduce concepts that might induce paranoia.
I'm in charge here,
Barnes said. The screen printed out. Is your journey now far from your location? Yeah, I see you've talked to Red Hats in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Tell me, wait a minute. Ted typed, Please, wait, no, we're talking. Yes, I am also. I am delighted to talk to multiple entities from Made in the USA. I am enjoying this much. Thank you, Ted typed. I am pleased to be in contact with your entities. I am happy for talking with you. I am enjoying this much.
Barnes said, Let's get offline.
The screen printed, Please, do not stop. I am enjoying this much. Norman thought, I'll bet he wants to talk to somebody. After 300 years of isolation, or had it been even longer than that? Had he been floating in space for thousands of years before he was picked up by the spacecraft? This raised a whole series of questions for Norman. If the alien entity had emotions, and he certainly appeared to, then there was the possibility of all sorts of aberrant emotional responses, including neuroses, even psychoses. Most human beings, when placed in isolation, became seriously disturbed rather quickly. This alien intelligence had been isolated for hundreds of years. What had happened to it during that time? What had it become neurotic? Was that why it was childish and demanding now? Do not stop. I am enjoying this much.
We have to stop, for Christ's sake.
Ted typed. We stop now to talk among our entities. It is not necessary to stop. I do not care to stop. Norman thought he detected a petulant, irritable tone, perhaps even a little imperious. I do not care to stop. This alien sounded like Louis XIV. It is necessary for us, Ted typed. I do not wish it. It is necessary for us, Jerry. I understand. The screen went blank.
That's better,
Barnes said.
Now, let's regroup here and formulate a game plan. What do you want to ask this guy?
I think we better acknowledge, Norman said, that he's showing an emotional reaction to our interaction. Meaning what? Beth said, interested. I think we need to take the emotional content into account in dealing with him. You want to psychoanalyze him? Ted said. Put him on the couch, find out why he had an unhappy childhood? Norman suppressed his anger with some difficulty. Beneath that boyish exterior lies a boy, he thought. No, Ted, but if Jerry does have emotions, then we'd better consider the psychological aspects of his response. I didn't mean to offend you, Ted said, but personally, I don't see that psychology has much to offer. Psychology is not a science. It's a form of superstition or religion. It simply doesn't have any good theories or any hard data to speak of. It's all soft. All this emphasis on emotions, you can say anything you want about emotions, and nobody can prove you wrong. Speaking as an astrophysicist, I don't think emotions are very important. I don't think they matter very much. Many intellectuals would agree, Norman said. Yes, well, Ted said, we're dealing with a higher intellect here, aren't we? In general, Norman said, people who aren't in touch with their emotions tend to think their emotions are unimportant. You're saying I'm not in touch with my emotions? Ted said, if you think emotions are unimportant, you're not in touch. No.
Can we have this argument later?
Barnes said. Nothing is, but thinking makes it so, Ted said. Why don't you just say what you mean? Norman said angrily, and stop quoting other people. Now you're making a personal attack, Ted said. Well, at least I haven't denied the validity of your field of study, said, although, without much effort, I could. Astrophysicists tend to focus on the far-off universe as a way of evading the realities of their own lives, and since nothing in astrophysics can ever be finally proven, that's absolutely untrue, Ted said. Enough! And that's enough! Barnes said, slamming his fist on the table. They fell into an awkward silence. Norman was still angry, but he was also embarrassed. Ted got to me, he thought. He finally got to me. He did it in the simplest possible way, attacking my field of study. Norman wondered why it had worked. All his life at the university, he'd had to listen to hard scientists, physicists, and chemists explain patiently to him that there was nothing to psychology. While these men went through divorce after divorce, while their wives had affairs, their kids committed suicide or got in trouble with drugs. He'd long ago stopped responding to these arguments. Yet, Ted had gotten to him.
Return to the business at hand, Barnes was saying. The question is, what do we want to ask this guy?
What do we want to ask this guy? They stared at the screen. Barnes said, uh-oh. Does that mean what I think it means? Does that mean what I think it means? Ted pushed back from the console. He said loudly, Jerry, can you understand what I'm saying? Yes, Ted. Great. Bart said, shaking his head. Just great. I am happy also. That's it. That's a sudden twist there. All right, we have...
Amaze.
Like, oh, that's a drop. That's a... Oh. And the fact that the alien doesn't get the sarcasm from Captain is... pièce de résistance.
Exactly. The best.
So, all right, we've got ads about to fire off. I did have to burn a couple snoozes there, but let's go ahead and take a short break. We will take the chance to stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, get some water this time because I could use some real hydration. And we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue. Because
Hell
the
yeah.
shoes are starting to drop, and we'll see what comes next. All right, we are back. And I need to update my drink here because Z is bullying me.
Hell yeah.
And I need to move this again because for some reason OBS does not like to corner justify. God damn it. All right, so we are returning to Michael Crichton's Sphere in tonight's very, very long reading as we are really having fun and enjoying new guests stopping in and joining in the reading. With us right now, we still have Witsy. They are a regular host of the Fanfic Friday crew and a variety streamer in their own right and a fantastic personality to have around. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. And
Hell yeah.
we are picking back up tonight, or picking back up after this break, with the continuation of Sphere. As it's just been revealed that the alien has been learning how to listen and understands some side conversations. There's not a whole lot of privacy left. So, if Witsy would care to jump in next, I think we are ready to fire off.
All right. Alien negotiations. Norman, Barnes said, I seem to remember you covered this in your report, didn't you? Possibility that an alien could read our minds. I mentioned it, Norman said. And what were your recommendations? I didn't have any. It was just something the State Department asked me to include as a possibility, so I did. You didn't make any recommendations in your report? No, Norman said. To tell you the truth, at the time I thought the idea was a joke. It's not, Barnes said. He sat down heavily, staring at the screen. What the hell are we going to do now? Do not be afraid. That's fine for him to say, listening to everything we say. He looked at the screen. Are you listening to us now, Jerry? Yes, Hal. What a mess, Barnes said. Ted said, it's an exciting development. Norman said, Jerry, can you read our minds? Yes, Norman. Oh, brother, Barnes said, he can read our minds. Maybe not, Norman thought. He frowned, concentrating, and thought, Jerry, can you hear me? The screen remained blank. Jerry, tell me your name. The screen did not change. Maybe a visual image, Norman thought. Maybe perhaps he can receive visual image. Norman can cast around in his mind for something to visualize. Choose a sandy tropical beach, then a palm tree. The image of a palm tree was clear, but then he thought Jerry wouldn't know what a palm tree was. Wouldn't mean anything to him. Norman thought he should choose something that might be within Jerry's experience. He decided to imagine a planet with rings like Saturn. Round. Jerry, I'm going to send you a picture. Tell me what you see. He focused on his mind on the image of Saturn, a bright yellow sphere with a tilted ring system hanging on the blackness of space. He sustained the image for about 10 seconds and then looked at the screen. Screen did not change. Jerry, are you there? Screen did not change. Jerry, are you there? Norman said. Yes, Norman, I am here. I don't think we should talk in this room, Barnes said. Maybe if we go into another cylinder and turn the water on, like in the spy movies. It's worth a try. Ted said, I think we're being unfair to Jerry. If we feel that he's intruding on our privacy, why don't we just sell him? Ask him not to intrude. I do not wish to intrude. Let's face it, Barnes said. This guy knows a lot more about us than we know about him. Yes, I know many things about your entities. Jerry, Ted said. Yes, Ted, I am here. Please leave us alone. I do not wish to do so. I am happy to talk with you. I enjoy to talk with you. Let us talk now. I wish it. obvious you won't listen to reason, Barnes said. Jerry, Ted said, you must leave us alone for a while. No, that is not possible. I do not agree. No. Now the bastard's showing his true colors, Barnes says. The Child King, Norman thought. Let me try. Be my guest. Jerry, Norman said. Yes, Norman, I am here. Jerry, it is very exciting for us to talk to you. Thank you. I am excited also. Jerry, we find you a fascinating and wonderful entity. Barnes was rolling his eyes, shaking his head. Thank you, Norman. And we wish to talk to you for many, many hours, Jerry. Good. We admire your gifts and talents. Thank you. And we know that you have great power and understanding of all things. This is so, Norman. Yes. Jerry, in your great understanding, you certainly know that we are entities who must have conversations among ourselves without your listening to us. The experience of meeting you is very challenging to us, and we have much to talk about among ourselves. Barnes was shaking his head. I have much to talk about also. I enjoy much talk with your entities, Norman. Yes, I know, Jerry. But you also know in your wisdom that we need to talk alone. Do not be afraid. We are not afraid, Jerry. We are uncomfortable. Do not be uncomfortable.
This interaction.
He's such a fucking brat. He is such a brat, Jerry. Do not be uncomfortable. We can't help it, Jerry. It is the way we are. I enjoy much to talk with your entities, Norman. I am happy. Are you happy also? Yes, very happy, Jerry. But you see, we need... Good. I am glad. When we need to talk alone, please do not listen for a while. Am I offended you? No, you're very friendly and charming, but we need to talk alone without listening for a while. I understand you need this. I wish you to have comfort with me, Norman. I shall grant what you desire. Thank you, Jerry. Sure, Barnes said. You think he'll really do it? We'll be right back after a short break for these messages from our sponsor. And the screen went blank. Despite himself, Norman laughed. What is that response?
Okay.
What the fuck is that response, bro?
Somebody's watching TV. Leave the kids.
Fascinating, Ted said. Apparently he's been picking up television signals. Can't do that from underwater. We can't, but it looks like he can. Barnes said, I know he's still listening. I know he is. Jerry, are you there? The screen was blank. Jerry? Nothing happened. The screen remained blank. He's gone. Well, Norman said, you've just seen the power of psychology in action. He couldn't help saying it. He was still annoyed with Ted. Sorry, Ted began. That's all right. I just don't think that for higher intellect, emotions are really significant. Let's not go into this again, Beth said. The real point, Norman said, is that emotions and intellect are entirely unrelated. They're like separate compartments of the brain, or even separate brains, and they don't communicate with each other. That's why intellectual understanding is so useless. Ted said, intellectual understanding is useless? Sounded horrified. In many cases, yes, Norman said. If you read a book on how to ride a bike, do you know how to ride a bike? No, you don't. You can read all you want, but if you still have to go out there and learn to ride. Part of your brain that learns to ride is different from the part of your brain that reads about it. What does this have to do with Jerry? Barnes said. We know, Norman said, that a smart person is just as likely to blunder emotionally as anyone else. Jerry is really an emotional creature and not just pretending to be one. then we need to deal with his emotional side as well as his intellectual side. Very convenient for you, Ted said. Not really, Norman said. Frankly, I'd be much happier if Jerry were some just cold, motionless intellect. Why? Because, Norman said, if Jerry is powerful and also emotional, it raises a question. What happens if Jerry gets mad?
You see a toddler have a temper tantrum. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That's what I'm saying. He's in his brat era, bro.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is a brat that can do things.
I know. All right. I'm going to head off. This was fun. This was really fun.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Witsy. And you are, as just like Seeley, always welcome. Always welcome. Whether you find yourself bored and want to tap into literature, my schedule's open.
Heck yeah.
So, all right, guys, thanks. Everyone make sure to check out Witsy's streams. I can do another shout out here. It's been a little bit.
You're fine. You're fine. But yeah, thank you. It was so much fun. And we got to have you on more Fanfic Fridays too.
Yeah, I enjoy the ones that I'm able to make it over to. So I'll be sure to speak up and see if I can slide into one here before too terribly long.
Heck yeah. All right. Bye.
All right, bye. Thank you. All right. So let me tidy up a little bit here. I can turn off some of our Discord bits and bobs. All right. So this has been fun so far, and we are back to our natural state here, and let's continue and see what we've got further with tonight's reading with Levy next. The group broke up. Harry, exhausted by the sustained effort of decoding, immediately went off to sleep. Ted went to Cecil to tape his personal observations on Jerry for the book he was planning to write. Barnes and Fletcher went to Esil to plan battle strategy, in case the alien decided to attack them. Tina stayed for a moment, adjusting the monitors in her precise, methodical way. Norman and Beth watched her work. She spent a lot of time with a deck of controls Norman had never noticed before. There was a series of gas plasma readout screens glowing bright red. "What's all that?" Beth said. "EPSA, the External Perimeter Sensor Array. We have active and passive sensors for all modalities. Thermal, oral, pressure wave, ranged in concentric circles around the habitat. Captain Barnes wants them all reset and activated." Yeah, Z's a legend, giving out subs like crazy. I think the count is 46 gift subs right now. Like, holy shit, Z. Thank you. A menace indeed. "Why is that?" Norman said. "I don't know, sir. His orders." The intercom crackled. The intercom crackled. Barnes said, "Seaman Tran to East Cylinder on the double. And shut down the comm line in here. I don't want that Jerry listening to these plans." I think I do still need to log into MM today. I've been busy. "Yes, sir," Beth said. "Paranoid ass." Tina collected her papers and hurried off. Norman sat with Beth in silence for a moment. They heard the rhythmic thumping from somewhere in the habitat. Then another silence. And they heard the thumping again. "What is that?" Beth said. "It sounds like it's somewhere inside the habitat." She went to the porthole, looked out, flicked on the exterior floods. "Oh," Beth said. Norman looked. Stretching across the ocean floor was an elongated shadow, which moved back and forth with each thumping impact. The shadow was so distorted
It took him a moment to realize what he was seeing. It was the shadow of a human arm and a human hand. Captain Barnes, are you there? There's no reply. Norman snapped the intercom switch again. Captain Barnes, are you reading? Still no reply. He's cut off the comm line, Beth said. He can't hear you. Do you think the person's still alive out there? Norman said. I don't know. They might be. Let's get going, Norman said. He tasted the dry, metallic, compressed air inside his helmet and felt the numbing cold of the water as he slid through the floor hatch and fell in darkness to the soft, muddy bottom. Moments later, Beth landed just behind him. Okay, she said. Fine. I don't see any jellyfish, she said. No, neither do I. They moved out from beneath the habitat, turned and looked back. The habitat lights shone harshly into their eyes, obscuring the outlines of the cylinders rising above. They could clearly hear the rhythmic thumping, but they still could not locate the source of the sound. They walked beneath the stanchions to the far side of the habitat, squinting into the lights. There, Beth said. 10 feet above them, a blue-suited figure was wedged in a light stand bracket. The body moved loosely in the current, the bright yellow helmet banging intermittently against the wall of the habitat. Can you see who it is? Beth said. No. The lights were shining directly in his face. Sorry. Norman climbed up one of the heavy supporting stanchions that anchored the habitat to the bottom. The metal surface was covered with slippery brown algae. His boots kept sliding off the pipes until finally he saw that they were built-in indented footholds. Then he climbed easily. Now the feet of the body were swinging just above his head. Norman climbed another step, and one of the boots caught in the loop of the air hose that ran from his tank pack to his helmet. He reached behind his helmet, trying to free himself from the body. The body shivered, and for an awful moment he thought it was still alive. Then the boot came free in his hand, and a naked foot, gray flesh, purple toenails kicked his faceplate. A moment of nausea quickly passed. Norman had seen too many airplane crashes to be bothered by this. He dropped the boot, watched it drift down to Beth. He tugged on the leg of the corpse. He felt a mushy softness to the leg, and the body came free. It gently drifted down. He grabbed the shoulder, again feeling softness. He turned the body so he could see the face. It's Levy. Her helmet was filled with water. Behind the faceplate, he saw staring eyes, open mouth, an expression of horror. I got her, Beth said, pulling the body down. And she said, Jesus! Norman climbed back down the stanchion. Beth was moving the body away from the habitat, into the lighted area beyond. She's all soft. It's like every bone in her body was broken. I know. He moved out into the light, joined her. He felt a strange detachment, a coldness at a remove. He had known this woman. She'd been alive just a short time before. Now she was dead. It was as if he were viewing it all from a great distance. He turned Levy's body over. On the left side was a long tear in the fabric of the suit. He had a glimpse of red, mangled flesh. Norman bent to inspect it. An accident? I don't think so, Beth said. Here, hold her. Norman lifted up the edges of suit fabric. Several separate tears met at a central point. It's actually torn in a star pattern, he said. You see? She stepped back. I see, yes. What would cause that, Beth? I'm not sure. Beth stepped farther back. Norman was looking into the tear at the body beneath the suit. The flesh is macerated. Macerated? Chewed. Jesus! Yes, definitely chewed, he thought. Probing inside the tear, the wound was peculiar. There were fine, jagged serrations in the flesh. Thin, pale red trickles of blood drifted up past his faceplate. "Let's go back," it said. "Just hang on." Norman squeezed the body at the legs, hips, shoulders, everywhere. It was soft, like a sponge. The body had somehow almost been entirely crushed. He could feel the leg bones broken in many places. What could have done that? He went back to the wound. "You don't like it out here," Beth said, tense. "Just a second." At first inspection, he had thought Levy's wound represented some sort of bite, but now he wasn't sure. "Her skin," Norman said. "It's like a rough file has gone over it." He jerked his head back, startled as something small and white drifted past his faceplate. His heart pounded at the thought that it was a jellyfish, but then he saw it was perfectly round and almost opaque. It was about the size of a golf ball. It drifted past him. He looked around. There were thin streaks of mucus in the water, and many white spheres. "What are these, Beth?" "Eggs." Over the intercom, he heard her take deep, slow breaths. "Let's get out of here. Norman, please." "Just another second." "No, Norman, now!" On the radio, they heard an alarm, distant and tinny. It seemed to be transmitted from inside the habitat. They heard voices. Then Barnes's voice, very loud.
What the hell are you doing out there?
"We found Levy, Hal," Norman said.
Well, get back on the double, damn it, Barnes said. The sensors have activated. You're not alone out there, and whatever's with you is very damn big.
Norman felt dull and slow. "What about Levy's body?"
Drop the body! Get back here!
But the body, he thought sluggishly. They had to do something with the body. He couldn't just leave the body.
What's the matter with you, Norman? Barnes said.
Norman mumbled something, and he vaguely felt Beth grab him strongly by the arm, lead him back toward the habitat. The water was now clouded with white eggs. The alarms were ringing in his ears. The sound was very loud. And then he realized. A new alarm. This alarm was ringing inside his suit. He began to shiver. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. He tried to speak, but bit his tongue, tasted blood. He felt numb and stupid. Everything was happening in slow motion. As they approached the habitat, he could see that the eggs were sticking to the cylinders, clinging densely, making a nubbly white surface. "Hurry!"
"Hurry!" Barnes shouted. "Hurry! It's coming this way!"
They were under the airlock, and he began to feel surging currents of water. There was something very big out there. Beth was pushing him upward when his helmet burst above the waterline, and Fletcher gripped him with strong arms. And a moment after that, Beth was pulled up and the hatch slammed shut. Somebody took off his helmet, and he heard the alarm shrieking loud in his ears. By now, his whole body was shaking and spasms thumping on the deck. They stripped off his suit and wrapped him in a silver blanket and held him until his shivering lessened. Then, finally stopped. And abruptly, despite the alarm, he went to sleep. Well, something, maybe not made a meal out of the cook, but maybe left something behind with the cook. Yeesh. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. Military considerations.
It's not your goddamn job, that's why, Barnes said. You had no authorization to do what you did. None whatsoever.
Levy might have still been alive, Beth said, calm in the face of Barnes' fury.
But she wasn't alive. By going outside, you risked the lives of 2 civilian expedition members unnecessarily.
Norman said, It was my idea, Hal. Norman was still wrapped in blankets, but they had given him hot drinks and made him rest, and now he felt better.
And you, Barnes said, you're lucky to be alive.
I guess I am, Norman said, but I don't know what happened.
This is what happened,
Barnes said, waving a small fan in front of him.
Your suit circulator shorted out, and you experienced rapid central cooling from the helium. Another couple of minutes, and you would have been dead.
It was so fast, Norman said. I didn't realize.
You goddamn people, Barnes said. I want to make something clear. This is not a scientific conference. This is not the Underwater Holiday Inn, where you can do whatever you please. This is a military operation, and you will damn well follow military orders. Is that clear?
This is a military operation, Ted said.
It is now,
Barnes said. Wait a minute.
Was it always? It is now!
You haven't answered the question, Ted said. Because if it is a military operation, I think we need to know that. I personally do not wish to be associated with.
Then
leave, Ted said. A military operation that is...
Look, Ted, Barnes said. You know what this is costing the Navy?
No, but I don't see...
I'll tell you. A deep placement saturated gas environment with full support runs about $100,000 an hour. The time we all get out of here, the total project cost will be $80 to $100 million. You don't get that kind of appropriations from the military without what they call a serious expectation of military benefit. It's that simple. No expectation, no money. You following me?
You mean like a weapon? Beth said.
Possibly, yes.
Barnes said. Well, Ted said, I personally would never have joined. Is that right?
You fly all the way to Tonga, and I'd say, Ted, there's a spacecraft down there that might contain life from another galaxy, but it's a military operation, and you say, gosh, sorry to hear that, count me out. Is that what you'd have done, Ted?
Well, Ted said,
then you'd better shut up. Because I've had it with your posturing.
Man has a point. Here, Beth said. I personally feel you're overwrought, Ted said.
I personally feel you're an egomaniacal asshole.
Okay, go off, Barnes said. Just a minute, everybody, Harry said. Does anybody know why Levi, good God, pick a pronunciation, please. Does anybody know why Levy went outside in the first place? Tina said, she was on a TRL. A what? A time clock required lockout.
A time clock required lockout, Barnes said. It's the duty schedule. Levy was Edmonds' backup. After Edmonds died, it became Levy's job to go to the submarine every 12 hours.
Go to the sub? Why? Harry said. Barnes pointed out the porthole.
You see DH-7 over there? Well, next to the single cylinder is an inverted dome hangar, and beneath the dome is a mini-sub that the divers left behind. In a situation like this, Barnes said, Navy recs require that all tapes and records be transferred to the sub every 12 hours. The sub is on TBDR mode. Time, ballast, drop, and release. Set on a timer every 12 hours. That way, if somebody doesn't get there every 12 hours, transfer the latest tapes and press the yellow delay button, the sub will automatically drop ballast, preload tanks, and go to the surface unattended.
Why is that?
If there's a disaster down here, say something happened to all of us, the sub would automatically surface after 12 hours, with all the tapes accumulated thus far. The Navy would recover the sub at the surface, and they'd have at least a partial record of what happened to us down here.
I see. The sub's our flight recorder.
You could say that, yes, but it's also our way out. Our only emergency exit.
So, Levy was going to the sub?
Yes. She must have made it, because the sub is still here.
She transferred the tapes, pressed the delay button, and then she died on the way back?
Yes.
How did she die? Harry said, looking carefully at Barnes.
"We're not sure," Barnes said.
Her entire body was crushed, Norman said. It was like a sponge. Harry said to Barnes, "An hour ago you ordered the EPSA sensors to be reset and adjusted. Why was that?"
"We got a strange reading in the previous hour.
What sort of a reading?
Something out there. Something very large."
But it didn't trigger the alarms, Harry said.
"No. This thing was beyond alarm set parameters."
You mean it was too big to set off the alarms?
"Yes. After the first false alarm, the settings were all cranked down. The alarms were set to ignore anything that large. That's why Tina had to readjust the settings."
"And what set off the alarms just now?" Harry said. "When Beth and Norman were out there?"
Barnes said, "Tina?"
I don't know. I don't know what it was. Some kind of animal, I guess. Silent and very big."
"How big?"
She shook her head. "From the electronic footprint, Dr. Adams, I would say the thing was almost as big as this habitat." "Oh. That's not what you would like to hear. Has anybody played Subnautica? Nope. Nope. I'm not really one for thalassophobia, but big things in the deep dark water that are actually there is a very different. Yeah, exactly. Very, very different situation than the fear of potential things lurking in the dark. Yeah. No. That's a big nope from me, fam. Nope. Battle stations. Yeah, I think thalassophobia, any phobia, is the irrational fear that you can't master. It's an animal fear that is unexplainable and uncontrollable. Sea monsters that are bigger than a building, that have a proven kill record, that's a different story entirely. That's not an irrational fear. That is a, hell no, this is a mortal peril. Uh-huh. That's fair. That's true. So it's the level that is sometimes the classification of a phobia, not necessarily the cause or the root. Fair. All right. Battle stations. Beth slipped one round white egg onto the stage of the scanning microscope. "Well," she said, peering through the eyepiece, "it's definitely marine invertebrate. The interesting feature is this slimy coating." She poked at it with forceps. "What is it?" Norman said. "Some kind of proteinaceous material. Sticky." "You know what else is a protein?" Nope. No, I mean, what is the egg? I don't know yet. Beth continued her examination when the alarm sounded and the red lights began to flash again. Norman felt a sudden dread. "Probably another false alarm," Beth said. "Attention, all hands," Barnes said on the intercom. "All hands! Battle stations!" Ominous, when there are exactly 2 military folk left on the platform. That's could go poorly. "Oh shit," Beth said. "Yes, oh shit indeed." Beth slid gracefully down the ladder. As if it were a fireball, Norman followed clumsily, back down behind her. At the communication section on D-Sill, he found a familiar scene. Everyone clustered around the computer, and the black panels again removed. The lights still flashed. The alarm still shrieked. "What is it?" Norman shouted. "Equipment breakdown!" "What equipment breakdown?" "We can't turn the damn alarm off!" Barnes shouted.
It turned it on! You can't turn it off! Teeny! Work on it, sir! Oh yeah, I guess there's 3. There's Teeny, Chan, and Barnes. Okay. 3. The big engineer was crouched. Teeny, the big engineer. I love it. The big engineer was crouched behind the computer. Norman saw the broad curve of her back. Get that damn thing off! Getting it off, sir! Get it off! I can't hear! Hear what? Norman wondered. And then Harry stumbled into the room, colliding with Norman. Jesus! It is actually a realistic work name. When you're in trades or, anything with your hands, nicknames are part and parcel. And usually the first thing that sticks in your mind. So, a very, very large engineer who will bend you in half? Teeny. Yep. Mm-hmm. This is an emergency! Barnes was shouting. This is an emergency! Seaman Chan! Sonar! Tina was next to him, calm as always, adjusting dials on side monitors. She slipped on headphones. He doesn't need to yell at her. She's right next to him. Norman looked at the sphere on the video monitor. The sphere was closed. Beth went to one of the portholes and looked closely at the white material that blocked it. Barnes spun like a dervish beneath the flashing red lights, shouting, swearing in all directions, and then, suddenly, the alarm stopped. The red lights stopped flashing. Everyone was silent. Fletcher straightened and sighed. Harry said, I thought you got that fixed. Shh! They heard the soft, repetitive pong of the sonar impulses. Tina cupped her hands over the headphones, frowning, concentrating. Anybody remember Up Periscope? Or Down Periscope? I forget which direction it was. McHale's Navy? Any of the good ones? Oh yeah. Akimos is my people. Down it was, okay. Nobody moved or spoke. They stood tensely, listening to the sonar as it echoed back. It was on the short list of my stepfather's favorites. It was played on loop around the house, and then every time it was on Comedy Central. Yeah. That, Airplane, Major Payne, just, the 80s greatest hits. Finally, Tina said, I'm not getting it now, sir. Go passive. Aye, sir. Going passive. The ping sonar stopped. In its place, they heard a slight hiss. Tina adjusted the speaker volume. Hydrophones? Harry said quietly. Barnes nodded. Polar glass transducers. Best in the world. They all strained to listen, but heard nothing except the undifferentiated hiss. To Norman, it sounded like tape noise, with an occasional gurgle of water. If he wasn't so tense, he would have found the sound irritating. Okay, if you know what tape noise means, you're old like me. Sorry. Barnes said, Bastard's clever. He's managed to blind us, cover all our ports with goo. Not goo, Beth said. Eggs! Well, covering every damn port in the habitat. The hissing continued, unchanging. Tina twisted the hydrophone dials. There was a soft, continuous crackling, like cellophane being crumpled. What's that? Beth said, Fish. Eating. Barnes nodded. Tina twisted the dials. Tuning it out. They again heard the undifferentiated hiss. The tension in the room lessened. Norman felt tired and sat down. Harry sat next to him. Norman noticed that Harry looked more thoughtful than concerned. Across the room, Ted stood near the hatch door and bit his lip. He looked like a frightened kid. there was a soft electronic beep. Lines on the gas plasma screens jumped. Tina said, I have a positive on peripheral thermals. Barnes nodded. Direction? East. Coming. They heard a metallic clank and another clank. I have a metal water bottle on my desk. What's that? The grid. He's hitting the grid. Hitting it? Sounds like he's dismantling it. Norman remembered the grid. It was made of 3-inch pipe. A big fish? A shark? Beth said. Barnes shook his head. He's not moving like a shark. He's too big. Tina said, positive thermals on inline perimeter. He's still coming. Barnes said, go active. The pong of the sonar echoed in the room. Tina said, target acquired. 100 yards. Image him. FAS on, sir. There was a rapid succession of sonar sounds. Pong, 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 pong. Then a pause. And it came again. Pong, 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 pong. Norman looked puzzled. Fletcher leaned over and whispered. False aperture sonar makes a detailed picture from several senders outside. Gives you a good look at him. He smelled liquor on her breath. He thought, where'd she get liquor? Pong, 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 pong. Building image, 90 yards. Pong, 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 pong. Image up. They turned to the screens. Norman saw an amorphous, streaky blob. It didn't mean much to him.
Jesus, Barnes said. Look at the size of him.
Pong, 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 pong. 80 yards. Pong, 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 pong. Another image appeared. Now the blob was a different shape. The streaks in another direction. The image was sharper at the edges. But it still meant nothing to Norman. A big blob with streaks.
Jesus, he's got to be 40, 50 feet across, Barnes said.
No fish in the world's that big, Beth said.
Whale?
It's not a whale. Norman saw that Harry was sweating. Harry took off his glasses and wiped them on his jumpsuit. And he put them back on. Pushed them up on the bridge of his nose. They slipped back down. He glanced at Norman and shrugged. Tina. 50 yards and closing. Pong, 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 pong. 30 yards. Pong, 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 pong. Holding at 30 yards, sir. 30 yards. Pong, 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 pong. Holding at 30 yards, sir. Pong, 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 pong. Still holding.
Active off.
Once again, they heard the hiss of the hydrophones. Then a distinct clicking sound. Norman's eyes burned. Sweat had rolled into his eyes. He wiped his forehead with his jumpsuit sleeve. The others were sweating too. The tension was unbearable. He glanced at the video monitor again. The sphere was still closed. He heard the hiss of the hydrophones. A soft scraping sound, like a heavy sack being dragged across a wooden floor. Then the hiss again. Tina whispered, "Want to image him again?" "No," Bob said. They listened. More scraping. A moment of silence, followed by the gurgle of water. Very loud, very close.
"Jesus," Barnes whispered. "He's right outside."
A dull thump against the side of the habitat. The screen flashed on. "I am here." The first impact came suddenly, knocking them off their feet. They tumbled, rolling on the floor. All around them, the habitat creaked and groaned, the sounds frighteningly loud. Norman scrambled to his feet. He saw Fletcher bleeding from her forehead, and the second impact hit. Norman was thrown sideways against the bulkhead. There was a metallic clang as his head struck metal. A sharp pain, and then Barnes landed on top of him, grunting and cursing. Barnes pushing his hand in Norman's face as he struggled to his feet. Norman slid back to the floor, and a video monitor crashed alongside him, spitting sparks. By now, the habitat was swaying like a building in an earthquake. They clutched consoles, panels, doorways to keep their balance, but it was the noise that Norman found most frightening. The incredibly loud metallic groans and cracks as the cylinders were shaken on their moorings. The creature was shaking the entire habitat. Barnes was on the far side of the room, trying to make his way to the bulkhead door. He had a bleeding gash along one arm, and he was shouting orders, but Norman couldn't hear anything except the terrifying sound of rending metal. He saw Fletcher squeeze through the bulkhead, and then Tina. And then Barnes made it through, leaving behind a bloody handprint on the metal. Norman couldn't see Harry, but Beth lurched toward him, holding her hand out, saying, Norman, we have to! And then she slammed into him, and he was knocked over, and he fell onto the carpet, underneath the couch, and slid up against the cold outer wall of the cylinder, and he realized, with horror, that the carpet was wet, the habitat was leaking. He had to do something. He struggled back to his feet and stood right in a fine, sizzling spray from one of the wall seams. He glanced round, saw other leaks spurting from the ceiling, the walls. The place is going to be torn apart. Beth grabbed him, pulled her head close. We're leaking, she shouted. God, we're leaking. I know, Norman said, and Barnes shouted over the intercom, Positive pressure! Get positive pressure! Norman saw Ted on the floor just before he tripped over and fell heavily against the computer consoles, his face near the screen, the glowing letters large before him. Do not be afraid. Jerry! Ted was shouting. Stop this! Jerry! Jerry! Suddenly, Harry's face was next to Ted, glasses askew. Save your breath! He's going to kill us all! He doesn't understand! Ted shouted, as he fell backward onto the couch, flailing arms. The powerful wrenching of metal on metal continued without pause, throwing Norman from one side to the other. He kept reaching for handholds, but his feet were wet. He couldn't seem to grasp anything. Now hear this, Barnes said over the intercom. Chan and I are going outside. Fletcher assumes command. Don't go out! Harry shouted. Don't go out there! Opening hatch now, Barnes said laconically. Tina, you follow me. You'll be killed! Harry shouted. And then he was thrown against Beth. Norman was on the floor again. He banged his head on one of the couch legs. We're outside, Barnes said. And abruptly, the banging stopped. The habitat was motionless. They did not move. With the water streaming in through a dozen fine, misty leaks, they looked up at the intercom speaker and listened. Clear the hatch, Barnes said. Our status is good. Armament J9 exploding head spears loaded with Taglin 50 charges. We'll show this bastard a trick or two. Silence. Water. Visibility is poor. Visibility under 5 feet. Seems to be stirred up bottom sediment and very black, dark, and feeling our way along buildings. Silence. North side. Going east now. Tina? Silence. Tina? Behind you, sir. All right. Put your hand on my tank. So you... Good. Okay. Silence. Inside the cylinder, Ted sighed. I don't think they should kill it, he said softly. Norman thought, I don't think they can. Nobody else said anything. They listened to the amplified breathing of Barnes and Tina. Northeast corner. All right. Feel strong currents. Active. Moving water. Something nearby. Can't see. Visibility less than 5 feet. Can barely see tension I'm holding. I can feel him though. He's big. He's near. Tina? Silence. A loud, sharp, crackling sound. Static. Then silence. Tina? Tina? Silence. I lost Tina. Another very long silence. I don't know what it... Tina? If you can hear me, stay where you are. I'll take it from here. Okay. He's very close. I feel him moving. Pushes a lot of water, this guy. A real monster. Silence again. Wish I could see better. Silence. Tina? Is that... And then a muffled thud. It might have been an explosion. They all looked at each other, trying to know what the sound meant. But in the next instant, the habitat began rocking and wrenching again, and Norman, unprepared, was slammed sideways against the sharp edge of the bulkhead door, and the world went gray. He saw Harry strike the wall next to him, and Harry's glasses fell onto Norman's chest, and Norman reached for the glasses for Harry because Harry needed his glasses. And then Norman lost consciousness, and everything was black. Oh, yes, absolutely. There's a giant, colossal, bigger than giant squid outside, tearing apart the building that you're sitting in, and what do? You go outside with spears. Are we sure? Are we absolutely sure he's Navy and not Marine? So I could swear his favorite flavor is purple. All right. And that was a rather intense chapter. I need a little bit of water here. If Captain is dead, I will only mourn a little bit, because I swear to God, I always choose poorly on the voice for the gruff types, and he talks a lot, and it is not doing me any favors, let's be honest here. Selfish reason to wish ill upon a character, but you know what? There it is. There it is! Not sorry. Alright, we got about 5 minutes till ads. We're gonna... Since it's just me for now, we're going to read up to the ads, and then we'll put a pause partway through the chapter. I'm kind of out of snoozes. So we'll keep on keeping on as best we can. After the attack. Hot spray poured over him, and he inhaled steam. Standing in the shower, Norman looked down at his body and thought, I look like a survivor of an airplane crash. One of those people I used to see and marvel that they were still alive. The lumps on his head throbbed. His chest was scraped raw in a great swath down his abdomen. His left thigh was purple red. His right hand was swollen and painful. But then, everything was painful. He groaned, turning his face up to the water. Hey, Harry called. How about it in there? Okay. Norman stepped out, and Harry climbed in. Scrapes and bruises covered his thin body. Norman looked over at Ted, who lay on his back in one of the bunks. Ted had dislocated both shoulders, and it had taken Beth half an hour to get them back in, even after she'd shot him up with morphine. How is it now? Norman said to him. Okay. Ted had a numb, dull expression. His ebullience was gone. Ebullience, yeah. He had sustained a greater injury than the dislocated shoulders, Norman thought. In many ways, a naive child. Ted must have been profoundly shocked to discover that this alien intelligence was hostile. Hurt much? Norman said. It's okay. Norman sat slowly on his bunk, feeling pain streak up his spine. 53 years old, he thought. I should be playing golf. And he thought, I should be just about anywhere in the world except here. He winced and gingerly slipped a shoe over his injured right foot. For some reason, he remembered Levy's bare toes. The skin color dead, the foot striking his faceplate. Did they find Barnes? Ted asked. I haven't heard, Norman said. I don't think so. He finished dressing and went down to D's hill, stepping over the puddles of water in the corridor. Inside D itself, the furniture was soaked. The consoles were wet, and the walls were covered with irregular blobs of white urethane foam where Fletcher had spray-sealed the cracks. Fletcher stood in the middle of the room, the spray can in hand. Not as pretty as it was, she said. Will it hold? Sure. I guarantee you we can't survive another one of those attacks. What about the electronics? They working? I haven't checked, but it should be okay. It's all waterproofed. Norman nodded. Any sign of Captain Barnes? He looked at the bloody handprint on the wall. No, sir. No sign of the captain at all. Fletcher followed his eyes to the wall. I'll clean the place up in a minute, sir. Where's Tina? Norman asked. Resting. In Esil. She's alive? Goddamn. Norman nodded. Esil any drier than this? Yes, Fletcher said. It's a funny thing. There was nobody in Esil during the attack, and it stayed completely dry. Any word from Jerry? No contact, sir. No. Norman flicked on one of the computer consoles. Jerry, are you there? The screen remained blank. Jerry? He waited a moment, then turned the console off. Tina said, Look at it now. She sat up and drew the blanket back to expose her left leg. The injury was much worse than when they had heard her screaming and had run through the habitat and pulled her up through the Asil hatch. Now, running diagonally down her leg was a series of saucer-shaped welts. The center of each puffed in purple. It's swollen a lot in the last hour, Tina said. All right, ads are about to start, so let's go ahead. I'm going to set a quick highlight here so I know where we left off, and we'll be back as soon as these come through. Be sure to attend to yourself, stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your back, I could use mine, and top up your drinks. We'll be back in just a little while after this.
All right, we are back. That took a little bit longer because I had to rinse my mouth. Z, that was foul. For those who don't know, a smoker's cough is Jaeger with mayonnaise. What the fuck? Who invented such a thing? And why are they not in hell? Yes. 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 Jaeger is the part of many, many an unholy mixture that are best left in the darker realms of the bygone decades. Yes. Yes. On the bright side, I have a fresh bottle of water now because holy shit. Let's see. Let me update that. All right, so I need to ask. I must ask now at this point. Which of you is the worst influence? There's the Akamos providing cursed, unholy knowledge to Z, and I'm not sure which of you started with the Malort. Which of you are the real Chicago natives? I don't know. You could both just be a match made in hell. It could be. There's nothing wrong with that. Some of the best matches are made in hell. I guess. I see. Only a Chicago native could... Well, no, even a Chicago native can't love Malort. Only a Chicago native could passively tolerate Malort. The rest of it's just a punishment game inflicted upon people who don't know any better. And a bottle that lives in the cabinet for decades because no one will ever finish it. Alright. Let's continue. Oh, yeah, okay. So you learn a lot of bad things in bartenders, usually from people who are trying to order bad shots for their friends as a punishment game for their friends that don't know any better. No one ever orders these things for themselves. I know how it goes. We used to have, like, some awful, foul shots that we would do at campus bars. I got you. I know what you're about. Hi, Simba. Yes. Hello, Mr. Man. You're wondering why I'm still at my computer and have been all day long? It's because Daddy has got a little bit of a masochistic streak. Yes, I do. Alright, let's continue. We've got a fair bit of this chapter to go through, and then we'll see where we are next. Norman examined the injuries. The fine tooth marks ringed swollen areas. Do you remember what it felt like? He said. It felt awful, he said. It felt sticky. You know, like sticky glue or something. And then each one of these round places burned. Very strong. And what could you see of the creature itself? It was a long, flat spatula thing. It looked like a giant leaf. It came out and wrapped around me. Any color? Sort of brownish. I couldn't really see. He paused a moment. And Captain Barnes. During the course of the action, I was separated from Captain Barnes, sir. I don't know what happened to Captain Barnes, sir. Tina spoke formally, her face a mask. He thought, let's not go into this now. If you run away, it's all right with me. Has Beth seen this injury, Tina? Yes, sir. She was here a few minutes ago. Okay. Just rest now. Sir? Yes, Tina?
Who will be making the report, sir? I don't know. Let's not worry about reports now. Let's just concentrate on getting through this. Yes, sir. As he approached Beth's lab, he heard Tina's recorded voice say, "Do you ever think they'll get the sphere open?" Beth said, "Maybe. I don't know. It scares me." And then Tina's voice came again. "Do you think they'll ever get the sphere open?" "Maybe. I don't know. It scares me." In the lab, Beth was hunched over the console watching the tape. "Still at it, huh?" Norman said. "Yeah." On the tape, Beth was finishing her cake, saying, "I don't think there's a reason to be scared." "It's the unknown," Tina said. "Sure," Beth said on screen. "But an unknown thing is not likely to be dangerous or frightening. It's most likely to just be inexplicable." Famous last words, Beth said, watching herself. "It sounded good at the time," Norman said, "to keep her calmed down." On screen, Beth said to Tina, "You afraid of snakes?" "Snakes don't bother me," Tina said. "Well, I can't stand snakes," Beth said. Beth stopped the tape, turned to Norman. "Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?" "I was just thinking that," Norman said. "Does this mean we're living life to the fullest?" "I think it means we're in mortal peril," Norman said. "Why are you so interested in this tape?" "Because I have nothing better to do. And if I don't keep busy, I'm going to start screaming and make one of those traditional feminine scenes. You've already seen me do it once, Norman." "Have I? I don't remember any scene." "Thank you," she said. Norman noticed a blanket on a couch in the corner of her lab, and Beth had unclipped one of the workbench lamps and mounted it on the wall above the blankets. "You sleeping here now?" "Yeah, I like it here. Up at the top of the cylinder, I feel like the queen of the underworld." She smiled. "Sort of like a treehouse when you were a kid. Did you ever have a treehouse when you were a kid?" "No," Norman said. "I never did." "Neither did I," they said. "But it's what I imagined it would be, if I had." "Looks very cozy, Beth." "You think I'm cracking up?" "No, I just said it looks cozy." "You can tell me if you think I'm cracking up." "I think you're fine, Beth." "What about Tina? You've seen her injury?" "Yes," Beth frowned. "And I've seen these." She gestured to some white eggs in a glass container on the lab bench. "More eggs?" "They were clinging to Tina's suit when she came back in. Her injury is consistent with these eggs. Also the smell. You remember the smell when we pulled her back in?" Norman remembered very well. Tina had smelled strongly of ammonia. It was almost as if she'd been doused in smelling salts. Beth said, "As far as I know, there's only one animal that smells of ammonia that way. Archaeotheus sanctipauli." "Which is?" "One of the species of giant squid." "That's what attacked us?" "I think so. Yes." She explained that little was known about the giant squid, because the only specimens studied were dead animals that washed ashore, generally in a state of advanced decay and reeking of ammonia. For most of human history, the giant squid was considered a mythical sea monster like the Kraken. But in 1861, the first reliable scientific reports appeared, after a French warship managed to haul in fragments of one dead animal, and many killed whales which showed scars from giant suckers, testimony of undersea battles. Whales were the only known predator of the giant squid, the only animals large enough to be predators. "And now," Beth said, giant squid have been observed in every major ocean of the world. There are at least 3 distinct species. The animals grow very large and can weigh 1,000 pounds or more. The head is about 20 feet long, with a crown of 8 arms. Each arm is about 10 feet long, with long rows of suckers. In the center of the crown is a mouth with a sharp beak, like a parrot's beak, except the jaws are 7 inches long. Levy's torn suit. Yes, she nodded. The beak is mounted in a ring of muscles so it can twist in circles as it bites. And the radula, the tongue of the squid, has a raspy, file-like surface. Tina mentioned something about a leaf, a brown leaf. The giant squid has 2 tentacles that extend out much further than the arms. As long as 40 feet, each tentacle ends in a flattened manus or palm, which looks very much like a big leaf. The manus is what the squid really uses to catch prey. The suckers on the manus are surrounded by a little hard ring of chitin, which is why you see the circular tooth marks around the injury. Norman said, How would you fight one? Well, Beth said, in theory, although giant squid are very large, they are not particularly strong. So much for theory, Norman said. She nodded. Of course, nobody knows how strong they are, since a living specimen has never been encountered. We have the dubious distinction of being first. But it can be killed. I would think rather easily. The squid's brain is located behind the eye, which is about 15 inches across, size of a big dinner plate. If you directed an explosive charge into the animal anywhere in that area, you would almost certainly disrupt the nervous system and it would die. Do you think Barnes killed the squid? She shrugged. I don't know. Is there more than one in an area? I don't know. Will we see one again? I don't know. Well, that's interesting. You remember Harry said that he was afraid of squid because of the giant squid that was the main antagonist for a good part of 40,000 Leagues Under the Sea? Uh-huh. Interesting. And Jerry said, I am here.
Huh. Ha ha ha!
The visitor. Norman went downstairs to the communication center to see if he could talk to Jerry, but Jerry was not responding. Norman must have dozed off in the console chair because he looked up abruptly, startled to see a trim black seaman in uniform standing just behind him, looking over his shoulder at the screens. How's it going, sir? The seaman asked. He was very calm. His uniform was crisply pressed. Norman felt a burst of tremendous elation. The man's arrival at the habitat could mean only one thing. The surface ships must be back. The ships had returned, and the subs had been sent down to retrieve them. They were all going to be saved. Sailor, Norman said, pumping his hand, I'm very damn glad to see you. Thank you, sir. When did you get here? Norman asked. Just now, sir. Do the others know yet? The others, sir? Yes, there's 6 of us left. Have they been told you're here? I don't know the answer to that, sir. There was a flatness to this man that Norman found odd. The sailor was looking around the habitat, and for a moment, Norman saw the environment through his eyes. The damp interior, the wrecked consoles, the foam-spattered walls, it looked as like they had fought a war in here. We've had a rough time, Norman said. I can see that, sir. 3 of us have died. I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
That flatness again. Neutrality. Was he being proper? Was he worried about a pending court-martial? Was it something else entirely? Where have you come from? Norman said. Come from, sir? What ship? Oh, the Sea Hornet, sir. It's topside now? Yes, sir, it is. Well, let's get moving, Norman said. Tell the others you're here. Yes, sir. The seaman went away. Norman stood and shouted, Yahoo! We're saved! At least, it wasn't an illusion, Norman said, staring at the screen. There he is. Big as life on the monitor. Yes, there he is. But where'd he go? Beth said. For the last hour they had searched the habitat thoroughly. There was no sign of the black crewman. There was no sign of a submarine outside. There was no evidence of surface ships. The balloon they had sent up and registered 80-knot winds and 30-foot waves before the wire snapped. So where had he come from? And where had he gone? Fletcher was working the consoles. A screen of data came up. How about this? Log of ships in active service shows no vessel currently designated Sea Hornet. Norman said, what the hell is going on here? Maybe he was an illusion, Ted said. Illusions don't register on videotape. Here's it. Besides, I saw him too. You did? Norman said, yeah. I just woken up. I had this dream about being rescued. I was lying in bed when I heard footsteps and he walked into the room. Did you talk to him? Yes, but he was funny. He was dull, kind of boring. Norman nodded. You could tell something wasn't right about him. Yes, you could. But where did he come from? Beth said. I can think of only one possibility, Ted said. He came from the sphere. Or at least, he was made by the sphere, by Jerry. Why would Jerry do that? To spy on us? Ted shook his head. I've been thinking about this, he said. It seems to me that Jerry has the ability to create things. Animals. I don't think that Jerry is a giant squid, but Jerry created the giant squid that attacked us. I don't think Jerry wants to attack us, but from what Beth was telling us, once he made the squid, then the squid might attack the habitat, thinking the cylinders were its mortal enemy, the whale. So the attack happened as a kind of accident of creation. They frowned, listening. To Norman, the explanation was entirely too convenient. I think there is another possibility. That Jerry is hostile. I don't believe that, Ted said. I don't believe Jerry is hostile. He certainly acts hostile, Ted. But I don't think he intends to be hostile. Whatever he intends, Fletcher said, we better not go through another attack, because the structure can't take it, and neither can the support systems. After the first attack, I had to increase positive pressure, Fletcher said, in order to fix the leaks. To keep water from coming in, I had to increase the pressure of the air inside the habitat to make it greater than the pressure of the water outside. That stopped the leaks, but it meant that the air bubbled out through all the cracks. And 1 hour of repair work consumed nearly 16 hours of our reserve air. I've been worried we'll run out of air. There was a pause. They all considered the implications of that. To compensate, Fletcher said, I've dropped the internal pressure by 3 centimeters pressure. We're slightly negative right now, and we should be fine. Our air will last us, but another attack under these conditions and we'll crush like a beer can. Norman didn't like hearing any of this, but at the same time he was impressed with Fletcher's competence. She was a resource they ought to be using, he thought. Do you have any suggestions, Teeny? If there's another attack? Well, we have something in Seal B called HVDS.
which is a high voltage defense system. There's a little box in B that electrifies the metal walls of the cylinders at all times to prevent electrolytic corrosion. Very slight electrical charge, if you aren't really aware of it. Anyway, there's another green box attached to that one, and it's the HVDS. It's basically a low amp step-up transformer that sends 2 million volts over the cylinder surface. Should be very unpleasant for any animal. Why didn't we use it before? Beth said. Why didn't Barnes use it instead of risking? Because the green box has problems, Fletcher said. For one thing, it's really sort of theoretical. As far as I know, it's never actually been used in a real undersea work situation. Yes, but it must have been tested. Yes, and in all tests, it started fires inside the habitat. Another pause. Well, they considered that. Finally, Norman said, Bad fires? Fires tend to burn the insulation. The wall padding. The fire takes the padding off? We'd die of heat loss in a few minutes. Beth said, How bad can a fire be? Fires need oxygen to burn, and we've only got 2% oxygen down here. That's true, Dr. Halpern, Fletcher said, but the actual oxygen percentage varies. The habitat is made to deliver pulses as high as 16% for brief periods, 4 times an hour, and it's all automatically controlled. You can't override it. And if the oxygen percentage is high, then fires burn just fine. 3 times faster than topside. They easily go out of control. Norman looked around the cylinder. He spotted 3 fire extinguishers mounted on the walls. Now that he thought about it, there were fire extinguishers all over the habitat. He'd just never really paid attention before. Even if we get the fires under control, they're hell on the systems, Fletcher said. The air handlers aren't made to take the added monoxide, byproducts, and soot. So what do we do? Last resort only, Fletcher said. That'd be my recommendation. The group looked at each other, nodded. Okay, Norman said. Last resort only. Just hope we don't have another attack. Another attack. There was a long silence as they considered that. Then, the gas plasma screens on Tina's console jumped, and a soft pinging filled the room. We have contact on peripheral thermals, Tina said in a flat voice. Where? Fletcher said. North, approaching. And on the monitor they saw the words, I am coming. They turned off both the interior and exterior lights. Norman peered through the porthole, straining to see out in the darkness. They had long ago learned that the darkness at this depth was not absolute. The waters of the Pacific were so clear that even 1,000 feet down, some light registered on the bottom. It was very slight. Edmonds had compared it to starlight, but Norman knew that on the surface, you could see by starlight alone. Now he cupped his hands by the side of his face to block out the low light coming from Tina's consoles. Waited for his eyes to adjust. Behind him, Tina and Fletcher were working with the monitors. He heard the hiss of the hydrophones in the room. It was all happening again. Ted was standing by the monitor saying, Jerry, can you hear me? Jerry, are you listening? But he wasn't getting through. Beth came up as Norman peered out the porthole. You see anything? Not yet. Behind them, Tina said, 80 yards and closing. 60 yards. You want sonar? No sonar. Fletcher said, nothing to make ourselves interesting to him. Then should we kill the electronics? Kill everything. All the console lights went out. Now, there was just the red glow of the space heaters above them. They sat in darkness and stared out. Norman tried to remember how long dark vision accommodation required. He remembered it might be as long as 3 minutes. he began to see shapes. The outline of the grid on the bottom, and dimly, the high fin of the spaceship, sharply rising up. Then, something else. A green glow in the distance. The horizon. It's like a green sunrise, Beth said. The glow increased in intensity, and then they saw an amorphous green shape with lateral streaks. Norman thought, it's just like the image we saw before. It looks just like that. He couldn't really make out the details. Is it a squid? He said. Yes. Beth said, I can't see. You're looking at it end on. The body is toward us, the tentacles behind, partially blocked by the body. That's why you can't see it. The squid grew larger. It was definitely coming toward them. Ted ran from the portholes back to the consoles. Jerry! Jerry, are you listening? Jerry! Electronics are off, Dr. Fielding, Fletcher said. Well, let's try and talk to him, for God's sake! I think we're past the talking stage now, sir. The squint was faintly luminous. The entire body a deep green. Now Norman could see a sharp vertical ridge in the body. The moving tentacles and arms were clear. The outline grew larger. The squid moved laterally. It's going around the grid. Yes, Beth said. They're intelligent animals. They have the ability to learn from experience. It probably didn't like hitting the grid before, and it remembers. The squid passed the spacecraft fin, and they could gauge its size. It's as big as a house, Norman thought. The creature slid smoothly through the water toward them. He felt a sense of awe, despite his pounding heart. Jerry! Jerry! Save your breath, Ted! 30 yards, Tin said. Still coming. As the squid came closer, Norman could count the arms, and he saw the two long tentacles, glowing lines extending far beyond the body. The arms and tentacles seemed to move loosely in the water, while the body made rhythmic, muscular contractions. The squid propelled itself with water, and did not use the arms for swimming. 20 yards? God, it's big, Harry said. You know, Beth said, we're the first people in human history to see a free-swimming giant squid. This should be a great moment. They heard the gurgling, the rush of water over the hydrophones as the squid came closer. 10 yards. For a moment, the great creature turned sideways to the habitat, and they could see its profile. The enormous glowing body, 30 feet long, with the huge, unblinking eye, the circle of arms waving like evil snakes, the two long tentacles each terminating in a flattened, leaf-shaped section. The squid continued to turn until its arms and tentacles stretched toward the habitat, and they glimpsed the mouth, the sharp-edged, chomping beak, and a mass of glowing green muscle. Oh, God! The squid moved forward. They could see each other in the glow through the portholes. It's starting. Norman thought, it's starting, and this time we can't survive it. There was a thump as the tentacle swung against the habitat. Jerry! Ted shouted. His voice was high, strained with tension. The squid paused. The body moved laterally. They could see the huge eyes staring at them. Jerry, listen to me! The squid appeared to hesitate. He's listening! Ted shouted, and he grabbed a flashlight off a wall bracket and shined it out of the porthole. He blinked the light once. The great body of the squid glowed green, then went momentarily dark, then glowed green again. He's listening, Beth said. Of course he's listening. He's intelligent. Ted blinked his light twice in rapid succession. The squid blinked back twice. How can he do that? Norman said. It's a kind of skin cell called a chromatophore, Beth said. The animal can open and close these cells at will and block the light. Ted blinked 3 times. The squid blinked 3 times. He can do it fast, Norm said. Yes, fast. He's intelligent, Ted said. I keep telling you, he's intelligent and he wants to talk. Ted blinked. Long, short, short. The squid matched the pattern. That's a baby, Ted said. That's a baby, Ted said. You just keep talking to me, Jerry. He flashed a more complex pattern, and Squid answered, but then moved off to the left. I've got to keep talking, Ted said. As the squid moved, Ted moved, skipping from porthole to porthole, shining his light. The squid still blinked its glowing body in reply, but Norman sensed it had another purpose now. They all followed Ted from D into Cecil. Ted flashed his light. The squid answered, but still moved onward. What's he doing? Maybe he's leading us. Why? They went to B-Sill, where the life support equipment was located, but there were no portholes in B. Ted moved on to A, the airlock. There were no portholes here either. Ted immediately jumped down and opened the hatch in the floor, revealing dark water. Careful, Ted. I'm telling you, he's intelligent, Ted said. The water at his feet glowed a soft green. Here he comes, now! They could not see the squid yet, only the glow. Ted blinked his light into the water. The green blinked back. Still talking, it said, and as long as he's talking... With stunning swiftness, the tentacle smashed up through the open water and swung in a great arc around the airlock. Norman had a glimpse of a glowing stalk as thick as a man's body and a great glowing leaf 5 feet long swinging blindly past him. As he ducked, he saw it hit Beth and knock her sideways. Tina was screaming in terror. Strong ammonia fumes burned their eyes. The tentacle swung back toward Norman. He held up his hands to protect himself, touched slimy, cold flesh. As the giant arm spun him, slammed him against the airlock's metal walls. The animal was incredibly strong. Get out! Everybody out! Away from the metal! Fletcher was shouting. Ted was scrambling up, away from the hatch and the twisting arm. He had almost reached the door when the leaf swung back and wrapped around him, covering most of his body. Ted grunted, pushed at the leaf with his hands. His eyes were wide with horror. Norman ran forward, but Harry grabbed him. Leave him! You can't do anything now! Ted was being swung back and forth in the air across the airlock, banging from wall to wall. His head dropped. Blood ran down his forehead into the glowing tentacle. Still, the arms swung him back and forth, the cylinder ringing like a gong with each impact. Get out! Fletcher was shouting. Everybody out! Beth scrambled past them. Harry tugged at Norman just as the second tentacle burst above the surface to hold Ted in a pincer grip. Off the metal! Damn it, off the metal! Fletcher was shouting, and they stepped up onto the carpet of B-Sill, and she threw the switch on the green box, and there was a hum from the generators, and the red heater banks dimmed as 2 million volts of electricity surged through the habitat. The response was instantaneous. The floor rocked under their feet as the habitat was struck by an enormous force, and Norman swore he heard a scream, though it might have been rending metal, and the tentacles quickly drew down out of the airlock. They had a last glimpse of Ted's body as it was pulled into the inky water, and Fletcher yanked down the lever on the green box. But the alarms had already begun to sound, and the warning boards lit up. Fire! Fletcher shouted. Fire in E-Sill! Fletcher gave them gas masks. Norman's kept slipping down his forehead, obscuring his vision. By the time they reached D-Cylinder, the smoke was dense. They coughed and stumbled, banged into the consoles. Stay low, Tina shouted, dropping to her knees. She was leading the way. Fletcher had stayed behind in B.
Up ahead, an angry red glow outlined the bulkhead door leading to E. Tina grabbed an extinguisher and went through the door, Norman right behind her. At first he thought the entire cylinder was burning. Fierce flames licked up the side padding. Dense clouds of smoke boiled toward the ceiling. The heat was almost palpable. Tina swung the extinguisher cylinder around, began to spray white foam. In the light of the fire, Norman saw another extinguisher, grabbed it, but the metal was burning hot and he dropped it to the floor. "Fire in T," Fletch said over the intercom. "Fire in T!" Jesus, Norman thought. Despite the mask, he coughed in the acrid smoke. He picked the extinguisher off the floor and began to spray. It immediately became cooler. Tina shouted to him, but he heard nothing except the roar of the flames. He and Tina were getting the fire out. There was still a large burning patch near one porthole. He turned away, spraying the floor, burning at his feet. He was unprepared for the explosion, the concussion pounding his ears painfully. He turned and saw that a fire hose had been unleashed in the room, and then he realized that one of the small portholes had blown or burned out, and the water was rushing in with incredible force. He couldn't see Tina. Then he saw that she had been knocked down. She got to her feet, shouting something at Norman, and then she slipped and slid back into the hissing stream of water. It picked her up bodily and flung her so hard against the opposite wall that he knew at once she must be dead. Then he looked down and saw her floating, face down in the water, rapidly filling the room. The back of her head was cut open. He saw the pulpy red flesh of her brain. Norman turned and fled. Water was already trickling over the lip of the bulkhead as he slammed the heavy door shut, spun the wheel to lock it. He couldn't see anything in D. Smoke was worse than before. He saw dim patches of red flame, hazy through the smoke. He heard the hiss of the extinguishers. Where was his own extinguisher? He must have left it in E. Like a blind man, he felt along the walls for another extinguisher. Coughing in the smoke, his eyes and lungs burned despite the mask. And then, with a great groan of metal, the pounding started. The habitat rocking under jolts from the squid outside. He heard Fletcher on the intercom, but her voice was scratchy and unclear. The pounding continued and the horrible wrenching of metal, and Norman thought, "We're gonna die. This time, we're gonna die." He couldn't find a fire extinguisher, but his hands touched something metal on the wall. And Norman felt, in the smoking darkness, wondering what it was, some kind of protrusion. And then 2,000,000 volts surged through his limbs into his body, and he screamed once and fell backward. Well, damn. Shit's going all to hell very quickly. Lost 2 characters in 1 chapter there. Ted won't really be missed, but Tina. Poor Tina. Yeah, he is definitely not afraid to kill off characters, especially in this one. If I remember right, there weren't a whole lot of fatalities in Andromeda Strain when we read, aside from, the entire town that was sort of all preamble. But the main cast mostly made it to the end, if I remember right. It was a near thing. But in this one, whoo, boy, there's some heavy attrition on this. Let me see. We are nearing. Yeah, he does kill off folks in a lot of his books. I know Prey has a relatively high body count. There's a few others. Jurassic Park, obviously. Timeline is not without blood. So, yeah, I think it's probably a more realistic take as an author. It's fantasy Christmas land when everybody makes it to the ending, right? But those are the ones that I really was growing up with, or not growing up with, but the ones I really enjoyed reading in school. He had a bunch of others, like there was the Great Train Robbery, which was a little outside of what his normal style would be. Timeline I loved. It was like a blend of sci-fi, fantasy, alt history. It was really cool. I loved it. That had a movie adaptation, I think, but it wasn't nearly as well received as a lot of the other Crichton movies. Crichton was one of those authors that, I swear, everything he touched, Hollywood's like, yes, please, more, please. And I think, I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, I don't really remember it. I remember the book. The book was good, but the movie was not nearly as memorable. If I remember right, the book of Timeline was one of the first times I was introduced to the concept of a powder fire when they blew up the mill, or the powder explosion. And now you see it all the time, but yeah, a lot of the adaptations aren't very good. Jurassic Park definitely was an outlier, and I think that a lot of that is just due to the fact that people fucking love dinosaurs. That's just a hard fact. People love dinosaurs. And that's one of the best depictions of dinosaurs that you've ever seen. Yeah. 13th Warrior was Eaters of the Dead, wasn't it? It was good, but it wasn't as good as Eaters of the Dead itself. Yeah. And yeah, that's one of the best things about Crichton, is that he takes nerdy sci-fi to an absolute level, like an artistic level, where the science is plausible, not terribly accurate, but it's most of his characters and such are written from an academic's perspective. Like in this, you've got the psychologist, who is the primary viewpoint. And there's the scientists in Andromeda Strain, the specialists in Prey, all of those. It's very focused in on the cerebral side. There is action and stuff involved, because the old healthy mind lives in a healthy body sort of style. But it's very cool. And he comes up with cool ideas and theories, and yeah, some of it's nonsense. You look at how he approached string theory, and now we look at string theory as no. But still, it's cool. He's like the Bill Nye of science fiction books, where he's bringing the nerdy side to the forefront and saying, hey, let's have fun with this. Yeah! Prey, Andromeda Strain, and Sphere all fall into the eldritch horror, cosmic horror. Not necessarily be afraid of aliens because they're bad, but be afraid because they're so different that they can't understand. It's a very cool territory that doesn't really see a whole lot of pioneering. So, very happy with all of Crichton. I don't know when I first started reading him, but man, I just enjoyed it. Just was a good discovery and carried through. I do think Jurassic Park was not one of the first ones I read, so I really don't know. Huh. All right. Aftermath. He was staring at a bank of lights in some odd, angled perspective. He sat up, feeling a sharp pain, and looked around him. He was sitting on the floor in D-cylinder. A faint, smoky haze hung in the air. The padded walls were blackened and charred in several places. There must have been a fire here, he thought, staring at the damage in astonishment. When had this happened? Where had he been all at the time? He got slowly to one knee and then to his feet. He turned to E-cylinder, but for some reason the bulkhead door to E was shut. He tried to spin the wheel to unlock it. It was jammed shut. He didn't see anybody else. Where were the others? And he remembered something about Ted. Ted had died. The squid
swinging Ted's body in the airlock, and then Fletcher had said to get back, and she'd thrown the power switch. It was starting to come back to the fire. There had been a fire in E cylinder. He'd gone into E with Tina to put out the fire. He remembered going into the room, seeing the flames lick up the sides of the walls. After that, he wasn't sure. Where were the others? For an awful moment, he thought he was the only survivor. But then he heard a cough in C-Sill. He moved toward the sound. He didn't see anybody, so he went to B-Sill. Fletcher wasn't there. There was a large streak of blood on the metal pipes, and one of her shoes on the carpet. That was all. Another cough from among the pipes. Fletcher? Just a minute. Beth emerged. Grease streaked from the pipes. Good. You're up. I got most of the systems going, I think. Thank God the Navy has instructions printed on the housings. Anyway, the smoke's clearing, and the air quality is reading all right. Not great, but all right. And all the vitals seems to be intact. We have air and water and heat and power. I'm trying to find out how much power and air we have left. Where's Fletcher? I can't find her anywhere. Beth pointed to the shoe on the carpet and the streak of blood. Well, we all know. The shoes come off. It's game over. Now, one shoe off, still a little bit of uncertainty, but it's not a good look. Tina? Norman asked. He was alarmed at the prospect of being trapped down here without any Navy people at all. Tina was with you, Beth said, frowning. I don't seem to remember, Norman said. You probably got a jolt of current, Beth said. That would give you retrograde amnesia. You won't remember the last few minutes before the shock. I can't find Tina either, but according to the status sensors, E-Sill is flooded and shut down. You were with her in E. I don't know why it flooded. What about Harry? He got a jolt too, I think. You're lucky the amperage isn't higher or you'd both be fried. Anyway, he's lying on the floor in C, either sleeping or unconscious. You might want to take a look at him. I didn't want to risk moving him, so I just left him there. Did he wake up? Talk to you? No, but he seems to be breathing comfortably. Color's good, all that. Anyway, I thought I'd better get the life support systems going. She wiped grease on her cheek. I mean, it's just the three of us now, Norman. You, me, and Harry? That's right. You, me, and Harry. Harry was sleeping peacefully on the floor between the bunks. Norman bent down, lifted one eyelid, shone a light in Harry's pupil. The pupil contracted. This can't be heaven, Harry said. Why not? He showed the light in the other pupil. It contracted. Because you're here. It'll let psychologists into heaven. He gave a weak smile. Can you move your toes? Your hands? You can move everything. I walked up here, Norman, from down in C. Okay. Norman sat back. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. He meant it. He had been dreading the thought of an injury to Harry. From the beginning of the expedition, they had all relied on Harry. At every critical juncture, he had supplied the breakthrough, the necessary understanding, and even now, Norman took comfort in the thought that if Beth couldn't figure out the life support systems, Harry could. Yeah, I'm okay. He closed his eyes again, sighed. Who's left? Beth, me, you. Jesus. Yeah. You want to get up? Yeah. I'll get in the bunk. I'm real tired, Norman. I could sleep for a year. Norman helped him to his feet. Harry dropped quickly into the nearest bunk. Okay if I sleep for a while? Sure. That's good. I'm real tired, Norman.
I could sleep for a year. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Yes, you said that. He broke off. Harry was snoring. Norman reached over to remove something crumpled on the pillow beneath Harry's head. It was Ted Fielding's notebook. Norman suddenly felt overwhelmed. He sat on his bunk, holding the notebook in his hands. Finally, he looked at a couple of pages, filled with Ted's large, enthusiastic scrawl. A photograph fell into his lap. He turned it over. It was a photo of a red Corvette, and the feelings just overwhelmed him. Norman didn't know if he was crying for Ted or crying for himself, because it was very clear to him that one by one, they were all dying down here. He was very sad and very afraid. Beth was in D-Cell at the communications console, turning on all the monitors. They did a pretty good job with this place, she said. Everything is marked. Everything has instructions. There are computer help files. An idiot could figure it out. There's just one problem that I can see. What's that? The galley was an E-cell. An E-cell is flooded. We've got no food, Norman. None at all? I don't think so. Water? Yes, plenty of water, but no food. Well, we can make it without food. How much longer have we got down here? It looks like 2 more days. We can make it, Norman said, thinking. 2 days. Jesus! 2 more days in this place. That's assuming the storm clears on schedule, Beth added. I've been trying to figure out how to release a surface balloon. Let's see what it's like up there. Tina used to punch some special code to release a balloon. We can make it, Norman said again. Oh, sure. If worse comes to worse, we can always get food from the spaceship. There's plenty over there. You think we can risk going outside? We'll have to, she said, glancing at the screens. Sometime in the next 3 hours. Why? The mini-sub. It has that automatic surfacing timer. Unless someone goes over and punches the button. To hell with the sub, Norman said. Let the sub go. Well, don't be too hasty, Beth said. That sub can hold 3 people. You mean we could all get out of here in it? Yeah, that's what I mean. Christ, Norman said. Let's go now. There are 2 problems with that, Beth said. She pointed to the screens. I've been going over the specs. At first, the sub is unstable on the surface. If there are big waves on the surface, it'll bounce us around worse than anything we've had down here. And the second thing is that we have to link up with a decompression chamber on the surface. Don't forget, we still have 96 hours of decompression ahead of us. And if we don't decompress, Norman said, he was thinking, let's just go to the surface in the sub and throw open the hatch and see the clouds and sky and breathe some normal Earth air. We have to decompress, Beth said. Your bloodstream is saturated with helium gas in solution. Right now, you're under pressure, so everything's fine. But if you release that pressure suddenly, it's just the same as when they pop the top off a soda bottle. The helium will bubble explosively out of your system. You'll die instantly. Oh, Norman said. 96 hours, Beth said. That's how long it takes to get the helium out of you. Oh. Norman went to the porthole and looked across at DH7 and the mini-sub. It was 100 yards away. And you think the squid will come back? And you think the squid will come back? She shrugged. Ask Jerry. Norman thought, no more of that Geraldine stuff now. Or did she prefer to think of this malevolent entity as masculine? Oh, brother, come on. Really? Really? Which monitor is it? This one. She flicked it on. The screen glowed. Norman said, Jerry,
Are you there? No answer. He typed, Jerry, are you there? There was no answer. I'll tell you something about Jerry, Beth said. He can't really read minds. When we were talking to him before, I sent a thought and he didn't respond. I did too, Norman said. I sent both messages and images. He never responded. If we speak, he answers, but if we just think, he doesn't answer. So he's not all-powerful. He actually behaves as if he hears us.
That's right, Norman said. Although he doesn't seem to be hearing us now.
No, I tried earlier too. I wonder why he isn't answering. You said he was emotional. Maybe he's sulking. Norman didn't think so. Child kings didn't sulk. They were vindictive and whimsical, but they didn't sulk. By the way, she said, you might want to look at these. She handed him a stack of printouts. They're the record of all the interactions we've had with him. They may give us a clue, Norman said, thumbing through the sheets without any real enthusiasm. He felt suddenly tired. Anyway, it'll occupy your mind. True. Personally, Beth said, I'd like to go back to the ship. What for? I'm not convinced we've found everything that's there. It's a long way to the ship, Norman said. I know, but if we get a clear time without the squid, I might try it. Just to occupy your mind? I guess you could say that. She glanced at her watch. Norman, I'm going to get a couple hours of sleep, she said. Then we can draw straws to see who goes to the submarine. Okay. You seem depressed, Norman. I am. Me too, she said. This place feels like a tomb. I've been prematurely buried. She climbed the ladder to her laboratory, but apparently she didn't go to sleep. Because after a few moments, he heard Tina's recorded voice on videotape saying, Do you think they'll ever get the sphere open? And Beth replied, Maybe. I don't know. It scares me. The whir of rewinding and a short delay, then, Do you think they'll ever get the sphere open? Maybe. I don't know. It scares me. The tape was becoming an obsession to Beth. He stared at the printouts on his lap, and then he looked at the screen. Jerry, he said, are you there? Jerry did not answer. All right, we've got ads about to fire off, so let's go ahead and take another short break. We will let these go through, take a chance to stand up, stretch our legs, attend to our fuzzy friends. Mine are wondering what the fuck I am doing still, and we will be back in just a few minutes. Thanks!
All right, we are back. Let's see. I'm not certain how much further is in this next part. I think it's probably winding down, but let's see. So let's set a bookmark here. Hit the thingamabob here. Oh, there's a fair bit more. Okay. 71% there. $64. Yeah, there's a solid chunk yet before the last part comes up. So, I'm thinking we might go for about until the next breakish or so, or until 2. So we can call it a nice round 12-hour stream. There is no way in hell we're finishing this book tonight. It is seemingly much longer than Andromeda Strain was. And I might be dying. Just a little. But I've got about 40 minutes left in me, easily enough. So let's carry on and see what we have left in the next few chapters. The sub. Let's get rid of that. She was shaking his shoulder gently. Norman opened his eyes. "It's time," Beth said. "Oh, okay." He yawned. God, he was tired. How much time was left? "Half an hour." Beth switched on the sensory array at the communications console, adjusted the settings. "You know how to work all that stuff?" Norman said. "The sensors?" "Pretty well. I've been learning it." Then I should go to the sub, he said. He knew Beth would never agree, and she would insist on doing the active thing. But he wanted to make the effort. "Okay," she said. "You go. That makes sense." He covered his surprise. "I think so too." "Somebody has to watch the array," she said. "And I can give you warning if the squid is coming." "Right," he said, thinking, hell, she's serious. "I don't think this was one for Harry," Norman said. "No, Harry's not very physical, and he's still asleep. I say let him sleep." "Right," Norman said. "You'll need help with your suit," Beth said. "Oh, that's right, my suit," Norman said. The fan is broken in my suit." "Let me fix it for you," Beth said. "I hope she did it right." "Hi, Simba. Yes, hello. Let me get the water bottle out of the way so you can sit there." "Yeah? What's up, puppy?" "Yeah. Good boy." "Maybe I should go instead," Beth said. No. You watch the consoles. I'll go. It's only 100 yards or so. Anyway, it can't be a big deal." "All clear now," she said, glancing at the monitors. "Right," Norman said. His helmet clicked in place, and Beth tapped his faceplate, gave him a questioning look. Was everything all right? Norman nodded. And she opened the floor hatch for him. He waved goodbye and jumped into the chilly black water. On the seafloor, he stood beneath the hatch for a moment and waited to make sure he could hear his circulating fan. Then he moved out from beneath the habitat. There were only a few lights on in the habitat, and he could see many thin lines of bubbles streaming upward from the leaking cylinders. "How are you?" Beth said over the intercom. "Okay. You know the place is leaking?" "It looks worse than it is," Beth said. "Trust me." Norman came to the edge of the habitat and looked across the 100 yards of open sea floor that separated him from DH7. "How's it look? Still clear?" "Still clear," Beth said. Norman set out. He walked as quickly as he could, but he felt as if his feet were moving in slow motion. He was soon out of breath. He swore. "What's the matter?" "I can't go fast." He kept looking north, expecting at any moment to see the greenish glow of the approaching squid. But the horizon remained dark. "You're doing fine, Norman. Still clear." He was now 50 yards from the habitat. Halfway there, he could see DH-7, much smaller than their own habitat. A single cylinder 40 feet high, with very few portholes. Alongside it was the inverted dome and the mini-sub. "You're almost there," I said. "Good work." Norman began to feel dizzy. He slowed his pace. He could now see the markings on the gray surface of the habitat. They were all sorts of block-printed Navy stencils. "Coast is still clear," Beth said. "Congratulations. Looked like you made it." He moved under the DH-7 cylinder, looked up at the hatch. It was closed. He spun the wheel, pushed it open. He couldn't see much of the interior because most of the lights were out, but he wanted to have a look inside. There might be something, some weapon they could use. "Sub first," Beth said. "You've only got 10 minutes to push the button." "Right." Norman moved to the sub. Standing behind the twin screws, he read the name, Deep Star 3. The sub was yellow, like the sub he had ridden down, but its configuration was somewhat different. He found handholds on the side, pulled himself up into the pocket of air trapped inside the dome. There was a large acrylic bubble canopy on top of the sub for the pilot. Norman found the hatch behind, opened it, and dropped inside. "I'm in the sub." There was no answer. There was no answer from Beth. She probably couldn't hear him. Surrounded by all this metal, he looked around the sub, thinking, "I'm dripping wet." What was he supposed to do? Wipe his shoes before entering? He smiled at the thought. He found the tape secured in an aft compartment. There was plenty of room for more, and plenty of room for 3 people. But Beth was right about going to the surface. The interior of the sub was crammed with instruments and sharp edges. If you got banged around in here, it wouldn't be pleasant. Where was the delay button? He looked at the darkened instrument panel and saw a single flashing red light above a button marked Timer Hold. He pressed the button. The red light stopped flashing, and now remained steadily on. A small amber video screen glowed. Timer reset. Counting 12 hours. As he watched, the numbers began to run backward. He must have done it, he thought. The video screen switched off. Still looking at all the instruments, a thought occurred to him. In an emergency, could he operate the sub? He slipped into the pilot's chair, facing the bewildering dials and switches of the instrument array. There didn't seem to be any steering apparatus, no wheel or joystick. How'd you work the damn thing? The video screen switched on. "Deep Star 3 command module. Do you require help? Yes, no, cancel." Yes, he thought, I require help. He looked around for a yes button near the screen, but there wasn't any that he could see. Finally, he thought to touch the screen, pressing yes. "Deep Star 3 checklist options. Descend, ascend, secure shutdown, monitor cancel." He pressed ascend. The screen changed to a small drawing of the instrument panel. One particular section of the drawing blinked on and off. Beneath the picture were the words, "Deep Star 3 Ascend Checklist." 1. Set ballast blowers to on. Proceed to next. Cancel. So that's how it worked, Norm thought. A step-by-step checklist stored in the sub's computer. All you had to do was follow directions. You could do that. A small surge of current moved the sub, swaying it at its tether. Pressed the cancel and the screen went black. It went blank. It flashed. Timer reset. Counting. 11:53:04. The counter was still running backward, he thought. Had I really been in here 7 minutes? Another surge of current and the sub swayed again. It was time to go. He moved to the hatch, climbed out into the dome, and closed the hatch. He lowered himself down the side of the sub, touched the bottom,
Out from beneath the shielding metal, his radio immediately crackled. "You there? Norman, are you there? Answer, please!" It was Harry on the radio. "I'm here," Norman said. "Norman, for God's sake!" In that moment, Norman saw the greenish glow, and he knew why the sub had surged and rocked at its moorings. The squid was just 10 yards away, its glowing tentacles writhing out toward him, churning up the sediment along the ocean floor. "Norman, will you?" There was no time to think. Norman took 3 steps, jumped, and pulled himself through the open hatch into DH7. He slammed the hatch door down behind him, but the flat, spade-like tentacle was already reaching in. He pinned the tentacle in the partially closed hatch, but the tentacle didn't withdraw. It was incredibly strong and muscular, writhing as he watched the suckers like small, puckered mouths opening and closing. Norman stomped down on the hatch, trying to force the tentacle to withdraw. With a muscular flip, the hatch flew open, knocking him backward, and the tentacle reached up into the habitat. He smelled the strong odor of ammonium. Norman fled, climbing higher into the cylinder. The second tentacle appeared, splashing up through the hatch. The 2 tentacles swung in circles beneath him, searching. He came to a porthole and looked out. He saw the great body of the animal, the huge, round, staring eye. He clambered higher, getting away from the tentacles. Most of the cylinder seemed to be given over to storage. It was crammed with equipment, boxes, tanks. Many of the boxes were bright red with stencils, "Caution, no smoking, no electronics." TAVAC explosives. TVAC. There were a hell of a lot of explosives in here, he thought, stumbling upward. The tentacles rose higher behind him. Somewhere in a detached, logical part of his brain, he thought, the cylinder is only 40 feet high, and the tentacles are at least 40 feet long. There'll be no place for me to hide. He stumbled, banged his knee, kept going. He heard the slap of the tentacles as they struck the walls, swung upward toward him. A weapon, he thought. I have to find a weapon. He came to the small galley. Metal counter, some pots and pans. He pulled the drawers open hastily, looked for a knife. He could find only a small paring knife. Threw it away in disgust. He heard the tentacles coming closer. The next moment he was knocked down, his helmet banging on the deck. Norman scrambled to his feet, dodged the tentacle, moved up the cylinder. The communication section. Radio set, computer, a couple of monitors. The tentacles were right behind him, slithering up like nightmarish vines. His eyes burned from the ammonia fumes. He came to the bunks, a narrow space near the top of the cylinder. No place to hide, he thought. No weapons and no place to hide. The tentacles reached the top of the cylinder, slapped against the upper curved surface, swung sideways. In a moment, he would have him. He grabbed the mattress from one bed, held it up as a flimsy protection. The 2 tentacles were swinging erratically around him. He dodged the first. And then, with a whoomp, the second tentacle coiled around him, holding both him and the mattress in a cold, slimy grip. He felt sickening, slow squeeze. The dozens of suckers gripping his body, cutting into his skin. He moaned in horror. The second tentacle swung back to grip him along with the first. He was trapped in a vice. Oh God, he thought. The tentacles swung away from the wall, lifting him high into the air in the middle of the cylinder. This is it, he thought. In the next moment, he felt his body sliding downward, past the mattress. And he slipped through the grip and fell through the air. He grabbed the tentacle for support, sliding down the giant, evil-smelling vines. Then he crashed down onto the deck near the galley. His head banging on the metal deck, he rolled onto his back. He saw the 2 tentacles above, gripping the mattress, squeezing it, twisting it. Did the squid realize what had happened? That he had gotten free? Norman looked around desperately. A weapon! A weapon! This was a Navy habitat. There must be a weapon somewhere! The tentacles tore the mattress apart. Shreds of white padding drifted down through the cylinder. The tentacles released the mattress, the big pieces falling. Then the tentacles started swinging around the habitat again, searching. It knows.
he thought. It knows I have gotten away. That I am still in here somewhere. It's hunting me. But how did it know? Norman ducked behind the galleys. One of the flat tentacles came crashing through the pots and pans, sweeping around, feeling for him. Norman scrambled back, coming up against a large potted plant. The tentacle was still searching, moving restlessly across the floor, banging the pans. Norman pushed the plant forward, and the tentacle gripped it, uprooted it, easily sweeping it away into the air. The distraction allowed Norman to scramble forward. A weapon, he thought, a weapon! He looked down to where the mattress had fallen, and he saw, lining the wall, near the bottom hatch, a series of silver vertical bars. Spear guns! Somehow he had missed them on the way up. Each spear gun was tipped in a fat bulb like a hand grenade. Explosive tips? He started to climb down. The tentacles were sliding down too, following him. How did the squid know where he was? And then, as he passed a porthole, he saw the eye outside, and he thought, he can see me! For God's sake! Stay away from the portholes. Not thinking clearly, everything happening fast, crawling down past the explosive crates in the storage hold, thinking, I better not miss in there. And he landed with a clang on the airlock deck. The arms were slithering down, moving down the cylinder toward him. He tugged at one of the spear guns. It was strapped to the wall with a rubber cord. Norman pulled at it, tried to release it. The tentacles drew closer. He yanked at the rubber, but it wouldn't release. What was wrong with these snaps? The tentacles were closer, coming down swiftly. And he realized the cords had safety catches. You had to pull the guns sideways, not out. He did. The rubber popped free. The spear gun was in his hand. He turned, and the tentacle knocked him down. He flipped onto his back, saw the great flat-suckered palm of the tentacle coming straight down on him, and the tentacle wrapped over his helmet. Everything was black, and he fired. There was a tremendous pain in his chest and abdomen. For a horrified moment, he thought he had shot himself. He gasped and realized it was just a concussion. His chest was burning, but the squid released him. He still couldn't see. He pulled the palm off his face and it fell heavily onto the deck, writhing, severed from the squid arm. The interior walls of the habitat were splattered with blood. One tentacle was still moving. The other was a bloody, ragged stump. Both arms pulled out through the hatch, slipped into the water. Norman ran for the porthole. The squid moved swiftly away, the green glow diminishing. He'd done it! He'd beaten it off! He'd done it! Leave it to the old man who was disqualified for being too damn old for the mission to fight off the sea monster. Sure. Adrenaline's a powerful drug. And plot armor too, but adrenaline too, right? All right, DH8. How many did you bring? Harry said, turning the spear gun over in his hands. 5, Norman said. That was all I could carry. But it worked? He was examining the bulbous explosive tip. Yeah, it worked. It blew the whole tentacle off. I saw the squid going away, Harry said. I figured you must have done something. Where's Beth? I don't know. Her suit's gone. I think she may have gone to the ship. Gone to the ship? Norman said, frowning. All I know is, when I woke up, she was gone. I figured you were over at the habitat, and then I saw the squid, and I tried to get you on the radio, but I guess the metal blocked the transmission. Beth left? Norman said. He was starting to get angry. Beth was supposed to stay at the communications console, watching the sensors for him while he was outside. Instead, she had gone to the ship? Her suit's gone, Harry said again. Son of a bitch! Norman said.
He was suddenly furious, really deeply furious. He kicked the console. Careful there, Harry said. Damn it! Take it easy, Harry said. Come on, take it easy, Norman. What the hell does she think she's doing? Come on, sit down, Norman. Harry steered him into a chair. We're all tired. Damn right we're tired. Easy, Norman, easy. Remember your blood pressure. My blood pressure's fine. Oh, no, it's not. He said, you're purple. How could she let me go outside and then just leave? Worse. Go out herself, Harry said. She wasn't watching out for me anymore, Norman said. And it came to him. Why he was so angry. He was angry because he was afraid. At a moment of great personal danger, Beth had abandoned him. There were only 3 of them left down there, and they needed each other. They needed to depend on each other. But Beth was unreliable, and that made him afraid and angry. Can you hear me? Her voice said on the intercom. Anybody hear me? Norman reached for the microphone, but Harry snatched it away. I'll do this, he said. Yes, Beth, we can hear you. I'm in the ship, she said, her voice crackling on the intercom. I've found another compartment, aft, behind the crew bunks. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting, Norman thought. Jesus, quite interesting. He grabbed the microphone from Harry. Beth, what the hell are you doing over there? Oh, hi, Norman. You made it back okay, huh? Barely. You have some trouble? She didn't sound concerned. Yes, I did. Are you all right? You sound mad. You bet I'm mad, Beth. Why did you leave while I was out there? Harry said he'd take over for me. He what? Norman looked at Harry. Harry was shaking his head no. Harry said he'd take over at the console for me. He told me to go ahead to the ship. Just the squid wasn't around. It looked like a good time. Norman cupped his hand over the microphone. I don't remember that, Harry said. Did you talk to her? I don't remember talking to her. Beth said, just ask him, Norman. He'll tell you. He says he never said that. Well then, he's full of it, Beth said. What do you think? I'd abandon you when you were outside, for Christ's sake? There's a pause. I never do that, Norman. I swear, Harry said to Norman. I never had any conversation with Beth. I never talked to her at all. I'm telling you, she was gone when I woke up. There was nobody here. If you ask me, she always intended to go to the ship. Norman remembered how quickly Beth had agreed to let Norman go to the sub. How surprised he had been. Perhaps Harry was right, he thought. Perhaps Beth had been planning it all along. You know what I think? Harry said. I think she's cracking up. Over the intercom, Beth said, You guys get it straightened out? Norman said, I think so, Beth. Yes. Good. Because I have made a discovery over here, in the spaceship. What's that? From the crew. You both came, Beth said. She was sitting on a console in the comfortable beige flight deck of the spacecraft. Yes, Norman said, looking at her. She looked okay. If anything, she looked better than ever. Stronger. Clearer. She actually looked rather beautiful, he thought. Harry thought that the squid wouldn't come back. Squid was out there? Norman briefly told her about his attack. Jesus, I'm sorry, Norman. I'd never have left if I had any idea. She certainly didn't sound like anyone who was cracking up, Norman thought. She sounded appropriate and sincere.
Anyway, he said, I injured it. And Harry thought it wouldn't come back. Harry said, and we couldn't decide who should stay behind, so we both came. Well, come this way, Beth said. She led them back, through the crew quarters, past the 20 bunks for the crew, the large galley. Norman paused at the galley. So did Harry. I'm hungry, Harry said. Eat something, Beth said. I did. They have some sort of nut bars or something. They taste okay. She opened a drawer in the galley, produced bars wrapped in metal foil, gave them each one. Norman tore the foil and saw something that looked like chocolate. It tasted dry. Anything to drink? Sure. She threw open a refrigerator door. Diet Coke? You're kidding. The can design is different, and I'm afraid it's warm, but it's Diet Coke, all right. I'm buying stock in that company, Harry said. Now that we know it'll still be there in 50 years. He read the can. Official drink of the Star Voyager expedition. Yeah, it's a promo, Beth said. You know what? I'm okay with this. Diet Coke, we go way back. And apparently way into the future. Well, I say way into the future, it's only like 20-some years. Do not, you monster. I need to seriously rethink my redeems. I knew this was dangerous, but my God. Now, to be fair, I have drank a cement mixer before, so a pilk isn't that far bad. I don't even know what good redeems would be. Like, we've got the jacket, because I only have like a topple. So, yes, I am still going, Wits. I'm planning on probably wrapping up in like the next 15 minutes or so. A nice round 12 hours. You are the best of frenemies, Z. That's just how this is going to be. Jesus Christ. Where was I? Oh, yeah, we were just talking about the Diet Coke. And then Z had to... Ugh. Yes, diabolical is a way. It is a way to describe it. Yes. Where was I? Harry turned the can around. The other side was printed Japanese. Oh, wonder what this means. It means don't buy that stock after all, she said. Norman sipped the Coke with a sense of vague unease. The galley seemed suddenly changed from the last time he had seen it. He wasn't sure. He'd only glanced briefly at the room before, but he usually had a good memory for room layouts, and his wife had always joked that Norman could find his way around any kitchen. You know, he said, I don't remember a refrigerator in the galley. I never really noticed myself, Beth said. As a matter of fact, Norman said, this whole room looks different to me. It looks bigger, and I don't know, different. It's because you're hungry, Harry grinned. Maybe, Norman said. Harry could actually be right. In the 60s, there had been a number of studies of visual perception which demonstrated that subjects interpreted blurred slides according to their predispositions. Hungry people saw all the slides as food. But this room really did look different. For instance, he didn't remember the door to the galley being to the left, as it was now.
remembered it being at the center of the wall, separating the galley from the bunks. This way, Beth said, leading them farther aft. Actually, the refrigerator was what got me thinking. It's one thing to store a lot of food on a test ship being sent through a black hole, but to stock a refrigerator? Why bother to do that? It made me think there might be a crew after all. They entered a short, glass-walled tunnel. Deep purple lights glowed down on them. Ultraviolet, Beth said. I don't know what it's for. Disinfection? Maybe. Maybe it's to get a suntan, Harry said. Vitamin D. Then they came into a large room unlike anything Norman had ever seen. The floor glowed purple, bathing the room in ultraviolet light from beneath. Mounted on all four walls were a series of wide glass tubes. Inside each tube was a narrow silver mattress. The tubes all appeared empty. Over here, Beth said. They peered through one glass tube. The naked woman had once been beautiful. It was still possible to see that. Her skin was dark brown and deeply wrinkled, her body withered. Mummified? Harry said. Beth nodded. Best I can figure out. I haven't opened the tube, considering the risk of infection. What was this room? He said, looking around. It must have been some kind of hibernation chamber. Each tube is separately connected to a life support system. Power supply, air handlers, heaters, the works. In the next room. Harry counted. 20 tubes, he said. And 20 bunks, Norman said. So where's everybody else? Beth shook her head. I don't know. This woman is the only one left? Looks like it. I haven't found any others. I wonder how they all died, Harry said. Have you been to the Sphere? Norman asked Beth. No. Why? Just wondered. You mean... you wondered if the crew died after they picked up the Sphere? Basically, yes. I don't think the Sphere is aggressive or dangerous in any sense, Beth said. It's possible that the crew died of natural causes in the course of the journey itself. This woman, for example, is so well preserved it makes you wonder about radiation. Maybe she got a large dose of radiation. There's tremendous radiation around a black hole. Do you think the crew died going through the black hole, and the Sphere was picked up automatically by the spacecraft later? It's possible. She's pretty good looking, Harry said, peering through the glass. I think I do have it on a delay, don't I? You can't just, like, rapid fire those. At least I thought I set up a delay on that. I think the drink is like an hour delay, I want to say. Yeah, I wasn't completely insane. There was a little forethought in setting up the redeems. You think the crew died going through the black hole, and the Sphere was picked up automatically by the spacecraft later? It's possible. She's pretty good looking, Harry said, peering through the glass. Boy, the reporters would go crazy with this, wouldn't they? Sexy woman from the future found nude and mummified. Film at 11. I'm sorry, what? Harry, you have not been locked up in C-Lab for that long. For fuck's sake, brother. You don't count as a sailor just yet. She's tall, too, Norman said. She must be over 6 feet. An Amazon woman, Harry said, with great tits.
All right, Beth said. What's wrong? Offended on her behalf. Harry said, I don't think there's any need for comments of that kind. Actually, Beth, Harry said, she looks a little like you. Aw, shit. Beth frowned. I'm serious. Have you looked at her? Don't be ridiculous. Norman peered through the glass, shielding his hand against the reflections of the purple UV tubes in the floor. The mummified woman did indeed look like Beth. Younger, taller, stronger, but like Beth, nevertheless. He's right, Norman said. Maybe she's you from the future, Harry said. No. She's obviously in her 20s. Maybe she's your granddaughter. Pretty unlikely, Beth said. You never know, Harry said. Does Jennifer look like you? Not really. But she's at that awkward stage. And she doesn't look like that woman, and neither do I. Norman was struck by the conviction with which Beth denied any resemblance or association to the mummified woman. Beth, he said, what do you suppose happened here? Why is this woman the only one left? I think she was important to the expedition, Beth said. Maybe even the captain, or the co-captain. The others were mostly men, and they did something foolish. I don't know what. Something she advised them against. And as a result, they all died. She alone remained alive in the spacecraft, and she piloted it home. There was something wrong with her. Something she couldn't help. And she died. What was wrong with her? I don't know. Something. Fascinating, Norman thought. He'd never really considered it before, but this room, for that matter, this entire spacecraft, was one big Rorschach. Or more accurately, a TAT. The thematic apperception test was a psychological test that consisted of a series of ambiguous pictures. Subjects were supposed to tell what they thought was happening in the pictures. Since no clear story was implied by the pictures, the subjects supplied the stories. And the stories told much more about the storytellers than about the pictures. Now, Beth was telling them her fantasy about this room. A woman had been in charge of the expedition. The men had failed to listen to her. They had died, and she alone had remained alive, the sole survivor. Didn't tell them much about the spaceship, but it told them a lot about Beth. I get it, Harry said. You mean she's the one who made the mistake and piloted the ship back too far into the past. Typical woman driver. Jeez. Harry. Harry! Do you have to make a joke of everything? Do you have to take everything so seriously? This is serious, Beth said. I'll tell you a different story, Harry said. This woman screwed up